10 Gods Chapter 1979 to Chapter 2056. The two figures appeared very quickly. With the pressure of Saint Kings, they appeared in front of Lin Tian and the others in an instant. Lin Tian, Little Taichu, Whooshing Crocodile, and White Tiger all changed their expressions. On the other hand, the escaping Heavenly Court's heavenly soldier revealed a look of joy. He immediately stopped running and bowed towards the two of them. "Greetings, lords. This criminal has a very powerful saint weapon. We are no match for him." The others have been, the celestial soldier reported to the two Saint Kings. He didn't continue, but the two Saint Kings knew what he meant. They knew that the other 10 people were all dead. We made the right choice. The two Saint Kings were both old men. One of them wore a black robe while the other wore a white robe. Their eyes fell on Lin Tian. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Without saying anything, he wrapped White Tiger and the others in golden divine light and fled. There were two Saint Kings here. He couldn't fight them no matter what. Even if he opened his divine eyes that could use fate, it would be useless. The two Saint Kings' cultivations were much higher than his. The two Saint Kings didn't say anything. Seeing Lin Tian flee, one of them raised his hand and grabbed at Lin Tian. In an instant, the space around them froze. Lin Tianyi and the others couldn't help but tremble. They were imprisoned in an instant. "Oh no!" Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but cry out. Lin Tian's expression was also ugly. He quickly activated the Heart Sutra of Sun and activated the divine sword in his hand. It shone with immortal divine light. The 7-colored light shocked the sky. It shook open the frozen space around them. He continued to flee with Whooshing Crocodile and the others. The Saint King of the Celestial Court narrowed his eyes. His gaze fell on the 7-colored divine sword in Lin Tian's hand. Interesting. Although it was just a casual attack, he was still a Saint King expert. However, a mere divine emperor expert was actually able to break through the void that was affected by his Saint King chi with just a sword. This was not simple at all. At that moment, he attacked again. This time, brilliant holy light surged out, turning into a holy wave that pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian sensed how terrifying the saint wave was. He activated his divine sword and slashed out dozens of times, but he couldn't block it. His opponent's Saint King was too strong. With his godly emperor cultivation, his 7-colored divine sword was no match for him. All of a sudden, he, the 5 elements heavenly crocodile, Little Taichu, and the White Tiger were imprisoned again, unable to move. Saint Wave surged, and a giant palm of Saint Power appeared, grabbing at Lin Tian again. Boom! Suddenly, a wave of boundless demonic energy appeared. In the distance, a pitch-black wave of demonic energy appeared in the heavens. Its speed was extremely fast, appearing here in the blink of an eye, majestically crushing towards that Saint King who took action. The Saint King's expression changed immediately. He quickly put up a defensive holy light and faced the oncoming demonic wave head-on. In the blink of an eye, the demonic wave pressed down. It carried a shocking demonic chi and fell directly on the defensive holy light. With a whoosh, the defensive holy light shattered in an instant. Then, the demonic wave fell straight on his body. Ah! Blood mist exploded, and there was a blood-curdling scream. The Celestial Court Saint King who attacked was instantly crushed. Moreover, even his divine soul had disappeared. This scene made the other Saint King of the Celestial Court and the Divine Emperor Heavenly Soldier's expressions change. At the same time, Lin Tianyi and the others regained their freedom and could move. They all looked in the direction of the demonic wave. Then, other than the White Tiger, Lin Tian, the Whooshing Crocodile, and the Little Taichu all had strange expressions. As far as the eye could see, from the direction where the black demonic wave came from, a pitch-black demonic beast slowly walked over. Its gaze landed on Lin Tian. I felt that this aura was very familiar. It really is you, little fellow. The pitch-black demonic beast's body was huge, like a small mountain. It came to Lin Tianyi and the others. An acquaintance? The White Tiger stared at the huge demonic beast in front of him. Then, he looked at Lin Tian with a strange expression. Wasn't this Lin Tian's first time in the Void Catastrophe? How did he know the demonic beasts in the Void Realm? And it seemed that the demonic beast in front of them was really terrifying. The celestial court Saint King who attacked them just now was killed in an instant. Lin Tian nodded and looked at the demonic beast in front of him. He bowed slightly and said, "Thank you for saving us." This demonic beast was the one that was sealed under the chaotic holy hall in the chaotic world. He had accidentally released it, so he naturally knew it. Originally, he was quite displeased and speechless with this demonic beast. When he had first released it, it had claimed that it wanted to repay his kindness, but it had ignored him, Little Grand Primordium, and the White Tiger when they were in danger. It had directly torn open a world tunnel and left. This had infuriated him, and he had always wanted to give this demonic beast a good beating. However, now that he saw it, he put aside his anger. After all, it was the demonic beast who saved them. If this demonic beast did not help them, they would definitely be suppressed by the Saint King. They would definitely die. The whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu looked at the black demonic beast in front of them and naturally recalled the incident. They could not help but roll their eyes. They wanted to express their dissatisfaction, but in the end they did not say anything. The reason was naturally the same as Lin Tianyi. Now that they were saved by the demonic beast, their dissatisfaction was offset. "Little guy, you don't have to be so polite." The demonic beast opened its mouth and was very generous. It stretched out its huge paw and patted Lin Tian's head enthusiastically. Lin Tian was speechless. He quickly retreated and could not help but feel speechless. The demonic beast in front of him was more than 100 feet tall. Its paw was like a small mountain. When it patted his head, it almost smashed his skull. His skull could not help but hurt. "Who are you? Do you know who we are? Do you want to go against the celestial court?" At this moment, a cold voice sounded. There was only one Saint King left from the celestial court. At this moment, he looked at the black demonic beast with fear in his eyes. After all, the other Saint King with him was easily killed by this demonic beast. However, even so, even though he was a little afraid of this demonic beast, he was still very unyielding when he thought about how he was an expert of the celestial court. The black demonic beast narrowed its eyes and its gaze fell on the Saint King who spoke at this moment. "You are from the celestial court?" Hearing the demonic beast's question, the fear in the Saint King's eyes disappeared instantly. He directly thought that the demonic beast was afraid. This was very normal because the celestial court was the first inheritance in the celestial realm of nothingness. It ruled over 10 directions and no one dared to disobey it. In this world, there were not many people who did not fear the celestial court. In an instant, his expression became cold again and there was an additional arrogance. He looked at the black demonic beast who could kill a Saint King in an instant and said coldly, "Of course I am from the celestial court. I am capturing a wanted criminal of the celestial court, but you?" The demonic beast was 100 feet tall, and each of its claws was like a small mountain. When it slapped out like that, it was simply frightening. The saint ruler of the celestial court felt his scalp go numb. He never thought that the demonic beast before him was not only unafraid of the celestial court, but also went so far as to kill people from the celestial court. Without any hesitation, he fled into the distance at an extremely fast speed. However, the claws of the black-scaled demonic beast were too powerful. The terrifying aura immediately sealed off the surrounding area, cutting off his escape route. This caused the man to be terrified, and he could not help but shout, "Stop!" TSK, the demonic beast was disdainful. The beast's claws did not stop at all. They fell straight down, directly destroying the man's body and soul. At the same time, a demonic aura spread out, destroying the God Emperor-level heavenly soldier of the celestial court. In an instant, the place became quiet. This is really, the whooshing crocodile, the little Taichu, and the white tiger could not help but stare. The strength of the demonic beast before them was truly terrifying. Even Lin Tian was shocked. Based on the strength displayed by the demonic beast, it was at least at the level of a holy master. It might even be at the level of a dominator. Speaking of which, little fellow, I didn't expect to see you in the celestial realm of nothingness. How did you jump up here? The demonic beast looked at Lin Tian and asked. A senior sent us up. Lin Tian Ondao. The pitch-black demonic beast's body was very large. He chatted with it here and found out that it was now at the level of a dominator. He also found out that it was a phantom tapir from the primordial era, a very terrifying wild beast. Those 9 people stole a stone key. It said that it's an ancient artifact used to open an ancient forbidden area. The Celestial Court branch in this area accidentally obtained the stone key and was about to send it to the main family of the Celestial Court, but it was stolen the night before. He asked the Serene Tapir about what Xianxia and the others had stolen from the Celestial Court. This caused Lin Tian to be moved. From the sound of it, that forbidden area should be very unusual, and that so-called ancient door should be even more extraordinary. Otherwise, that stone key would not have been prepared to be sent to the main family of the Celestial Court. Xianxia and the others snatched that stone key in order to prepare to go to that forbidden area to open that ancient door and obtain the thing behind it? Or do they have other motives? Boom! Suddenly, extremely far away, the heavens trembled. An extremely terrifying aura emerged, quickly approaching this place. As soon as this aura appeared, Lin Tian immediately trembled. Beside him, Wuxing Crocodile, Little Tai Chu, and White Tiger also changed their expressions. The Serene Tapir also looked in that direction and bared its teeth. They're coming again. They're really sticky. As it spoke, it tilted its head and looked at Lin Tian and the others. A circle of dark demonic light directly enveloped them. It said to Lin Tiandao, "Little guy, we'll meet again if we're fated. A few old farts are coming to kill us. It's not safe for you to be with me. Go and do your own things." As it spoke, it swung its arm and directly threw Lin Tian and the others in another direction. In a flash, they disappeared into the distance. Then, it turned around and sped in the opposite direction at a very fast speed. The vibrations caused the void to distort. Almost at the moment when it was far away, 3 old men appeared in the same place. Their eyes were deep and their auras were extremely strong. "Chase!" one of them said coldly and chased in the direction that the Serene Tapir had left. Lin Tianyi and the others were thrown out by the Serene Tapir wrapped in demonic light. They flew very far before slowly stopping. The demonic light broke through, and they landed on a mountain top. Who did that guy provoke in the heavenly realm? Who's chasing after it? Wuxing Crocodile stared. The few auras just now were somewhat terrifying. They were definitely sovereign-level existences. Moreover, in the sovereign-level realm, they were the kind of powerhouses who could be called kings. Lin Tiandao said, they should be people from the Celestial Court. He learned from the Serene Tapir that the enemy who had sealed the other party in the chaotic world back then was someone from the Celestial Court. As for why they didn't directly kill the other party and only sealed the other party, the Serene Tapir didn't explain in detail. When it mentioned this matter, it fiercely ground its huge teeth. After that, the Serene Tapir had directly killed its way into the heavenly realm of nihility because of his escape, saying that it would tear apart a few enemies and devour them. He guessed that after the other party entered the heavenly realm of nihility, it must have found those enemies one after another. He didn't know whether it had succeeded in taking revenge, but he could guess that the other party must have caused quite a commotion after entering the heavenly realm. In addition to the other party's previous statement of Grandpa killed people from the Celestial Court, he could guess that the owners of those few terrifying auras were definitely powerhouses from the Celestial Court. All these years, the Serene Tapir must have caused a lot of trouble for the Celestial Court. Nothing will happen to that guy, right? The White Tiger asked. He was saved by the Serene Tapir before, so he was naturally a little worried about the other party's safety. It should be fine. It's also at the sovereign level. Even if it can't stop a few sovereigns, it should have no problem escaping. Lin Tiandao. After saying that, he slightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and then looked into the distance. "Let's go to the Black-Yellow Secret Land," he said. Now that he had obtained the Sword Soul Fragment, it was time to rush to the Black-Yellow Secret Land and release half of the Black-Yellow's divine soul. At that moment, he called out to the Wuxing Crocodile, the White Tiger, and the Little Tai Chu, and moved quickly in the designated direction. The location of the Black-Yellow Secret Land was not close to this place, but it was not far away either. When the Black-Yellow tore open the world tunnel, it naturally set the location not far from the Black-Yellow Secret Land. In addition, the direction that the serene taper had thrown them happened to be in the direction of the black-yellow secret land. As a result, they were much closer to the black-yellow secret land at this time. However, even though this place was not far from the Xianxia secret land, they still needed to travel for about a month to arrive. This was because the void in the celestial world of nothingness was countless times stronger than that of a large world like the celestial realm. Moreover, there were special laws of heaven and earth. With their current cultivation, it was not difficult to shatter the void in the celestial world of nothingness. However, it was impossible to tear open a void door in this large world to move. Even a saint could not do this. They flew in the air. In the blink of an eye, a total of 33 days had passed. On this day, a wasteland appeared in front of them. There were shrubs and dead branches and leaves everywhere on the ground. It was somewhat out of place with the magnificent environment of the celestial realm. At first glance, it was similar to the wasteland of the mortal world. That great evil once challenged the human king. He was definitely in the reaching heaven realm. How could the secret land where half of his divine soul was in seclusion be so desolate? The white tiger stared at him. Lin Tian looked ahead and said, "Desolate places are not popular. If you open up a mansion and seclude yourself in seclusion in this place, your cultivation may be slower than in some immortal mountains, but it will definitely be very safe." As he spoke, he called out to the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little taichu. They went straight into the wasteland and headed toward the center of the wasteland. The killing aura was vast and mighty, and the shocking killing patterns extended endlessly. Lin Tianyi and the others could not help but be shocked. What's going on? Lin Tian frowned. He knew that there were killing patterns here, but he had the jade given by Xianxia. Logically speaking, it was impossible to trigger the killing array here. "Hey, old man, what kind of treasure did you put here? Why are there so many killing arrays here? I'll pry them open for you." At this moment, a familiar voice came from the depths of the wasteland. Hearing this voice, Lin Tian's expression changed immediately. At the same time, the whooshing crocodile, little taichu, and white tiger could not help but widen their eyes. "Follow me." Lin Tiandao called the whooshing crocodile, little taichu, and white tiger to the depths of the wasteland. He could tell that the sudden appearance of the killing patterns here was not because of them. He had the precious jade on him, so it was impossible for him to trigger the killing formation here. It was because there were other people in the depths who came close, which triggered the killing formation. That voice was very familiar, and an unscrupulous figure appeared in his mind immediately. He led the whooshing crocodile, little taichu, and white tiger, and moved very quickly. Although the killing arrays around them appeared and were very terrifying, because he had the jade given by Xianxia, these killing arrays here did not attack them. Soon, they walked far away and arrived at the center of the wasteland. Ouch! An angry voice reverberated in the air. Looking over, there were streaks of black lightning crisscrossing in the air, devouring everything. The killing intent was terrifying. A gray-robed old man was dodging here and there. His hair was in a mess from being struck by the lightning. It's really this old man. Lin Tian was speechless. Wasn't this gray-robed old man in front of him the unscrupulous old man he met in the emptiness domain? Boom, the void shook violently. The black lightning was mixed with terrifying killing intent, and it was boiling wantonly as if it was going to annihilate everything around. The old man stomped his feet. At the same time, he naturally noticed Lin Tianyi and the others and could not help but stare. "Brat, why are you here?" As he dodged the black lightning, he revealed a surprised expression and stared straight at Lin Tian. "Why aren't those killing marks attacking you?" At this time, there were killing runes everywhere. Lin Tianyi and the others were in the middle of the killing runes, but none of the killing lights released by the killing runes struck Lin Tian and the others. It was as if Lin Tianyi and the others were just transparent air. "My character is good, the killing formation likes me. The three of them have benefited together by following me," Lin Tian said. The old gangster immediately scolded, "F***ck off. If there is any way to avoid these killing lights, please teach this old man." The black killing lights here were truly terrifying, as if they could destroy everything. Lin Tian rolled his eyes and stepped forward to the side of the old ruffian. With a slight movement of his mind, the precious jade given by Xianhuang appeared. It shook out strands of divine brilliance, directly causing the killing patterns in the surroundings to become quiet and then disappear. The old ruffian was surprised. You can control the killing formation here? His gaze fell on the precious jade in Lin Tian's hand, and he was moved again. It has the aura of that old guy. Did that Xianhuang give it to you? Lin Tian heard this and revealed a strange expression. Do you know each other? He asked the old ruffian. The old ruffian actually recognized the aura of Xianhuang on this precious jade at a glance. He asked if it was given by Xianhuang, which showed that he was very familiar with Xianhuang. An acquaintance, oh, an acquaintance, the old ruffian said, and then looked at Lin Tian. Did that Xianhuang really give it to you? Yes. Lin Tian nodded. Although this old guy was sometimes unscrupulous and even a little extreme, he was definitely not a bad person. He did not need to hide anything, and he said that his group came to the Void Heaven realm because of Xianhuang. At the same time, he was a little surprised. This old guy's identity was not simple. When he first learned that Ao Jian Tianzuan and the others were just juniors in his eyes, he was surprised. He did not expect that this old guy even knew Xianhuang and was very familiar with it. Who was Xianhuang? It was an existence in the most ancient myths, one of the most ancient sacred spirits. It even challenged the human king back then, but this old guy was actually very familiar with Xianhuang. Could it be that he was in the same era and level as Xianhuang? At the same time, the killing patterns that appeared in this place just now were absolutely terrifying. They could easily kill a wholly venerable level existence. However, when this old guy was facing those killing patterns earlier, although he was a little embarrassed, he did not seem to be in any life-threatening danger. This also puzzled him because he felt that the old guy was only at the quasi-saint level now. Old guy, tell me the truth. Are you the reincarnation of some ancient living fossil? I keep feeling that you're not normal. He could not help but ask. On the side, Wuxing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and White Tiger also looked at the old ruffian, and felt that this old guy was not simple. You even saw through this? Kid, good eyesight. The old ruffian gave him a thumbs up, and then looked up to the sky and sighed. Back then, I was handsome, confident, and powerful. Even the heavens had to be wary of me. In my sleep, I once destroyed a great world that was not much inferior to the celestial realm of nothingness. It's a pity that the glorious years of the past were gone forever because of an accident. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and White Tiger, old man, you really know how to brag. Wuxing Crocodile said. Yeah, you really know how to brag. Little Taichu echoed. Lin Tian coughed dryly, and was rather speechless. A great world like the celestial realm of nothingness was unimaginably sturdy. Even if tens of thousands of existences at the transcending heaven realm attacked together, it would still be difficult to destroy it. However, this old guy claimed that he had destroyed a great world that was not much inferior to the celestial realm of nothingness in his sleep, and that even the heavens had to be wary of him. This was too much of a joke. The old ruffian rolled his eyes. No one ever believes the truth. As he spoke, he touched his chest and took out a palm-sized millstone. It was engraved with divine marks, but it was full of cracks. The divine marks no longer had any luster, and it was obviously useless. Looking at the small millstone, his face turned green, and his face was full of heartache. The treasure that I found with great difficulty is destroyed just like that. Lin Tian glanced at the millstone. Although the divine marks on it had been destroyed, he could still see that these divine marks were not ordinary. A millstone engraved with such divine marks was definitely a precious treasure. Thinking about it, the reason why this old guy could resist the endless killing patterns engraved by the mysterious yellow in this place with his quasi-saint cultivation was because of the millstone's protection. Speaking of which, what are you doing here? He asked the old ruffian. Hearing the old hooligan's words, Lin Tian was speechless again. This old guy was really wicked. He clearly knew that this was an old friend's place, but he still forced his way in to take the treasure. The old hooligan glanced at him and asked, "What about you guys? Why are you here?" "We have something to do." Lin Tian Ondao. After saying that, he didn't say anything else. Using the method taught by Xianxia, he engraved a special pattern in the center of the wasteland. Then, he placed the precious jade that Xianxia gave him into the pattern. Suddenly, this place shook violently, and the space distorted inch by inch. In the next moment, a small world appeared from nothingness. The spiritual energy inside was very dense. When one looked inside, one could see that there was a soul shadow inside. The soul energy it emitted was terrifyingly strong. "This is a half-soul?" The old hooligan was shocked. His gaze fell on the soul shadow in the small world. This old guy actually put half of his divine soul in this place and extracted it to cultivate? Lin Tian was moved. The soul shadow in the miniature world naturally looked exactly the same as Xianxia. At this moment, the aura it released was too shocking, making his heart tremble uncontrollably. Even his soul was in pain. So scary. Whooshing crocodile, little Taichu, and white tiger also felt their hearts palpitate. They couldn't help but tremble. In the small world, Xuanwang's half-soul opened its eyes. It was like a god that had woken up from an endless slumber. There was no fluctuation in its eyes. It seemed that it didn't have any independent consciousness. It was just a half-soul separated from Xianxia and left behind to cultivate. After opening its eyes, it directly turned into a beam of light and shot out of the small world. It broke through the big world barrier of the heavenly realm of nothingness and broke through a world tunnel that was about 10 feet long. It was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the world tunnel. Then, the world tunnel disappeared together with it. This old fellow. Back then, he extracted half of his soul and left it here. Seriously. The old gangster was still muttering to himself. He was obviously very surprised. Then, he quickly rolled his eyes. He didn't even get a single treasure. He was struck by the killing array for nothing. Lin Tianyi had long known that half of mysterious yellow's soul lived here, so he was not surprised. At this time, when he heard the old gangster talking to himself, he was quite speechless. This old guy kept thinking about his old friend's treasure, he was too unscrupulous. Then, he thought of something else and asked, "By the way, Primitive Emperor, have you revived?" When the old gangster took the Primitive Emperor's token away from him and said that he wanted to revive the Primitive Emperor, he was quite concerned about it. After all, the Primitive Emperor token had helped him a lot in the past, helping him through certain death situations several times. He's alive. He's cultivating in seclusion. I don't think he'll be able to come out anytime soon. The old gangster said casually. Lin Tian nodded. It was good that he was alive. At the same time, he thought of another thing. The old gangster knew Mysterious Yellow and was also acquainted with the Primitive Emperor. It seemed that the Primitive Emperor was not at the level of the Divine Emperor as he thought before. He was probably a big shot, perhaps not inferior to Mysterious Yellow. "Kid, I'll be off first. The heaven realm is not like the lower realm. There are tons of powerful existences. You guys be careful." The old hoodlum and Lin Tiandao walked into the distance and muttered, "The Kongming Dao sect has been making preparations for the ancient land they found. It's about time to open up that place. Let's go and retrieve some good stuff." Lin Tian watched the old gangster leave. When he heard the latter's words, he was moved and took a step forward. "Old fellow, you mentioned the Kongming Dao sect just now? The Kongming Dao sect found an ancient land and is preparing to open it?" He grabbed the old gangster. The old gangster nodded and looked at him strangely. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, we'll go with you and snatch all the good stuff in the ancient land they found." Lin Tiandao. He did not expect to hear about the Kongming Dao sect from the old hooligan at this time. Back then, the ancestor of the Kongming Dao sect had sent 3 Supreme Being Divine Kings to the lower realm to kill him. He had always remembered that. He had long planned to find trouble with the Kongming Dao sect after entering the Void Heaven world. Now, wasn't this the perfect opportunity to find trouble? The old gangster corrected him. "What do you mean by snatch?" "It's taking. I'm a man of principles. I've never done anything like robbing." Lin Tian looked at him from the corner of his eyes with a look of disdain. "You're even thinking about the treasured land of your old friend, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a man of principles. All right. Let's go." he urged. The old hooligan was a little annoyed by his disdainful expression. He took out a black mirror from his sleeve and activated it with his saint power. The black mirror immediately reflected strands of saint light, causing a spatial portal to appear directly in front of him. The silver light was mixed within. Lin Tian was moved. It was very difficult to tear open a spatial portal in the heaven realm. Even a saint king would find it difficult to do. This old guy, at this time, casually took out a black mirror and opened such a spatial portal. Old guy, you have a lot of treasures. Do you have any more? Give me a heavenly artifact. A void heavenly artifact is also fine. A sovereign artifact is also barely passable. He grabbed the old gangster's sleeve and looked around, trying to find something. Speaking of which, why didn't you take out these treasures in the lower realm? You could have killed the King of Chaos and the others directly. As he spoke, he kept looking in the old gangster's sleeve. Unfortunately, he could not find anything in the end. Scram, don't look around. There's no more. The old gangster said, these are all things that I stole from some old guys after entering the heaven realm of nothingness. Cough, I took them. Lin Tian was speechless. Okay, let's go. He was a little speechless again. Immediately, he, the old gangster, whooshing crocodile, white tiger, and little Taichu stepped into the spatial portal together and disappeared in the next moment. Then, after an unknown amount of time in another place, the void cracked open, and they were shocked out of the void. Looking around, there was a canyon in front of them. There were wisps of dark fog lingering in the canyon. Just looking at it from afar gave people a cold feeling, as if it was the fog of death that floated out from the underworld and could annihilate everything. It's in the canyon. It's said to be a secret palace left behind by the founder of the Kongming Dao sect. There are many good things, the old gangster said. Obviously, he knew a lot. Aren't we going in now? Lin Tian asked. After coming to this place, the old gangster did not plan to enter the canyon at this time. He was a little curious. We can't enter the secret palace now. We can only go to the edge of the canyon. The old scoundrel said, there is a very powerful restriction outside the secret palace. It can only be broken by a special method passed down from the founder of the Kongming Dao sect. The Kongming Dao sect has been making preparations recently, and they should be here in a few days. He said, when the people of the Kongming Dao sect break the restrictions outside the secret palace, we'll hide our presence and sneak in carefully. Now, we'll wait here. There were many ancient trees and large rocks outside the canyon. Lin Tianyi and the others stood on a small mountain far away and looked at the canyon from afar. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. 5 days later, more than 100 figures walked toward the canyon from afar. All of them were full of energy, especially the leader. He wore a purple gold dragon robe and had a Saint King level aura around him. Old fart. Lin Tianyi hid his aura and stood on a small mountain far away. He recognized this person at a glance. His appearance was exactly the same as the soul shadow he had encountered in the Dafan Divine Land. It was Dao Master Kongming, who had sent people to the lower realm to deal with him. Hey, kid, you know him? Do you have a grudge? The old hooligan asked. Naturally, he could see Lin Tianyi's dissatisfaction with Dao Master Kongming. He has a big grudge. Whooshing crocodile pursed his lips and answered for Lin Tianyi. He briefly explained some of the matters between Lin Tianyi and Dao Master Kongming, including how the Divine King of Darkness and the others had gone to the past to kill Lin Tianyi's young body. When the old hooligan heard this, he immediately glared at Lin Tian Dao. They sent people to the lower realm to suppress you, and in the end, the people who went to the lower realm to deal with you actually went to the past to kill you? He sure has guts. As he spoke, he sneered and said, of course, they are also very ignorant. Do they think that it is not a big deal to just go back to the past to kill one person? What a joke. How could the eras and events that had already passed be so easily changed? Even if they go back with their bodies cut off, in the end, if they really do something to change the past, they will still die without leaving anything behind. Really? Lin Tianyi was surprised. Back when he had learned from Xianxia and Ruoxian that the Divine King of Darkness and the others had returned to the past using their avatars, he had thought that returning to the past with avatars would change some things. At most, the avatars would be destroyed and the main body would have to pay a small price. He had not expected that it would not be that simple. Even if the avatars returned to the past with most of their connections severed, the main body would still suffer. Nonsense. Changing the past is truly a heaven-defying act. Even if a human king did that, he would still die without leaving behind even a speck of dust. No matter what method he used to cut off the karma connection, it would be useless. Even if a human king were to return to the past, as long as he wanted to change the past, he might suffer a backlash from the world. He might even die before he could change the past. Therefore, the more powerful a person is, the more they would not dare to return to the past to change history. The old hooligan was very serious, which was rare for him. He said, "Your daughter can only return to the past with her original body because she can control the laws of time and has the protection of time. She can even touch your body. If it were anyone else who returned to the past and came into contact with you like that, they would probably disappear in an instant and be devoured completely by the laws of a different era." Hearing the old hooligan's words, Lin Tianyi, Wuxing Crocodile, Little Tai Chu, and White Tiger could not help but be moved. It turned out that interfering with the past was much more terrifying than they had imagined. In particular, Lin Tianyi felt a chill run down his spine in an instant. He could not help but pat his chest. Fortunately, little Ruoxian had returned to the past to stop the 7 people. Fortunately, little Ruoxian had mastered the laws of time. Otherwise, he did not dare to imagine the consequences. However, speaking of which, you actually gave birth to such an outstanding daughter. You can actually control time. The old hooligan spoke again, staring at Lin Tianyi. At this time, he had an expression of disbelief. After all, although the power of time was not as good as order on the surface, it had unlimited growth potential. Since ancient times, no one had been able to control it. Lin Tianyi glanced at him. "My genes are very strong." "Genes? What's that?" The old hooligan frowned. "You won't understand even if I tell you." Lin Tianyi was a term used in the scientific and technological civilization on Earth. The powerful cultivators with ancient inheritances naturally did not know about it. "It means bloodline." The white tiger spoke. It had lived on Earth for a long time, so it naturally knew what these 2 words meant. Boom! Suddenly, a rumble came from the distance. Lin Tianyi and the others immediately looked over. In the distance, at the canyon, Dao Master Kong Ming and the others had already entered the canyon. Someone was working to disperse some of the dark fog floating in the canyon, causing the space there to tremble from time to time. Not long after, a large expanse of the dark black mist in that area was swept away. 2 of the 100+ figures remained outside the valley, while the others followed Dao Master Kong Ming into the valley. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled extremely far into the distance. That old man Kong Ming seems to be the strongest person in this generation of the Kong Ming Dao sect. He actually went in personally. Lin Tianyi looked over there. He had learned many things about Kong Ming from the Divine King of Darkness and the others, so he naturally knew that the other party was the strongest person in this generation of the Kong Ming Dao sect. After all, this is the secret palace of the founder of the Kong Ming Dao sect. It's very important. The strongest person in this lineage naturally has to come personally. The old hooligan said. Lin Tianyi looked over there. Soon, Kong Ming and the others entered deeper into the canyon and completely disappeared from their sight. "Are we going in now?" he asked the old hooligan. The old hooligan nodded. "Let's go." Immediately, the group concealed themselves and carefully approached the canyon. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the canyon. There were 2 god emperors guarding the edge of the canyon, and their divine senses were extremely powerful. However, the old hooligan was now at the quasi-saint realm, and he also had some unique treasures on him. Naturally, it was impossible for the 2 god emperors to discover him. He directly concealed his figure and aura, and passed under the eyes of the 2 god emperors. He directly stepped into the canyon, and then walked all the way into the depths of the canyon. Soon, they had traveled extremely far away. At this moment, another rumble sounded in front of them. Looking from afar, a strange small world appeared not far away. There were rainbow lights spreading and interweaving there, as if it was a new world of immortals. Obviously, this small world was a secret talisman that the founder of the Kongming Dao sect had left in this place. At this moment, Kongming and the others had clearly broken the restriction outside the secret palace. With Kongming in the lead, most of them stepped out of the small world in the blink of an eye, leaving behind 9 people to guard outside the small world. All of them were powerful quasi-saints. "Old man, can you hide from the perception of a quasi-saint?" Lin Tian asked the old hooligan. At this moment, they were still very far away from the location of the secret palace, so they didn't have to worry about being discovered. However, if they continued to get closer, then it would be hard to say. After all, there were 9 quasi-saints. "Don't worry," the old hooligan said. He held the strange mysterious mirror that had previously broken open the spatial door. It vibrated and emitted traces of transparent radiance, enveloping the group of people, and then moved forward. After that, just as the old hooligan had said, the mysterious mirror was extraordinary. With it, they could conceal their figure and aura. Even a quasi-saint wouldn't be able to discover them. The group of people very smoothly entered the secret palace under the protection of the 9 quasi-saints. As far as the eye could see, the inside of the secret palace was continuous with mountains and rivers, and there was a very rich interweaving of spiritual energy and divine qi. It was not much different from a real big world. Looking further away, there was a huge palace lying horizontally. The aura of time was frighteningly rich, and it was full of divine radiance. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. That palace should be the core of this secret palace, clang. Outside the palace, the divine radiance shook and transformed into a beam of killing light that directly annihilated a large area of space. Lin Tian and the others were immediately moved, and they quickly dodged the incoming beam of killing light. What's going on? Does that palace still have its own consciousness? Whooshing Crocodile stared with wide eyes. Lin Tian frowned. Perhaps we don't possess the aura of the Kongming Dao sect's inheritance, and the divine radiance of that palace just happens to have special Dao patterns. Those who don't possess the aura of the Kongming Dao sect's inheritance will be treated as outsiders, so they attacked us. "Oh, kid, you're quite knowledgeable." The old hoodlum spoke as he looked over. That's indeed the case. Compared to Lin Tian and the others, the old hoodlum's strength was undoubtedly much stronger. Moreover, he had lived for an extremely long time. When faced with such a situation, he instantly saw through many things. Clang, ahead, the divine radiance outside the palace shook as even more killing lights shot over. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian and the others naturally didn't dare to be careless in the slightest, and they dodged as quickly as possible. At the same time, outside the enormous palace, Dao Master Kongming and the others hadn't completely entered when their expressions changed. "What's going on?" "This is the secret palace of the founder, and there are special Dao patterns here. We all cultivate the Kongming ancient scripture, so the Dao patterns here won't be activated. Other living beings have appeared in this small world. Others have snuck in? Aren't there people guarding outside?" These people frowned, and most of them revealed a cold look in their eyes. "Get rid of them." 3 words resounded. Dao Master Kongming, who had already stepped into the palace, spoke, and then he continued to walk into the palace. Compared to a few outsiders who had snuck in, he was more concerned about the things inside the palace at this moment. After all, this palace was left behind by the founder of the Kongming Dao sect, and that founder was a 9th-level saint venerate back then. The Kongming Dao sect had records of the secret palace left behind by a 9th-level saint venerate. There were many divine items inside, and every one of them had extraordinary value. They were rare treasures even for saint kings, so he wanted to obtain those divine items first. Most importantly, although he did not know who had sneaked in and how many people there were, he was certain that they were definitely not stronger than them. Otherwise, they would not have concealed their auras and would have directly charged at them. "Don't worry, Dao Lord," someone responded. When they arrived at this place, most of them followed Dao Master Kongming into it. Only 10 people remained behind. Among them, 9 were at the 9th heaven of the 2nd saint realm, and 1 was at the saint realm. Although he was only at the initial stage of the saint realm, he was still extremely powerful. Immediately, the 10 of them moved together, all of them rushing towards the direction of the killing light that had been released by the palace's divine splendor. They moved very quickly. Lin Tianyi and the others quickly evaded the killing light from the palace and moved far away. They flashed out of the range of the palace's Dao Patterns detection, causing the divine splendor outside the palace to settle down. That killing light no longer slashed at them. However, at this moment, the old hoodlum's figure and aura that he had concealed using the mystic mirror were also exposed. Someone is rushing over, we've been discovered. Lin Tiandao looked ahead. There, 10 figures were rushing over rapidly. He could feel the strength of these 10 people. Whooshing Crocodile and the others naturally saw them too. Whooshing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and White Tiger's expressions changed slightly. 9 second saints and 1 saint. This, Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. Almost at the next moment, swoosh 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 sounds broke through the air. The 10 people from the Kongming Dao sect rushed forward in the blink of an eye. How dare a few ants rush into our race's ancient land? You've got guts. Looking at Lin Tianyi and the others, the eyes of the second saints turned cold. Cut the crap and kill them all. The leading saint-level expert spoke in a very cold voice. As soon as this person finished speaking, someone immediately made a move. He formed a holy light palm and pressed down on Lin Tianyi and the others. For a moment, the holy power surged and suppressed the void in all directions. Lin Tianyi felt a chill down his spine. With his current cultivation level and without that pair of divine eyes, it was really difficult for him to withstand the attack of a second saint expert. Old man, it's all up to you. He said to the old gangster and jumped behind him. It's all up to you, old man. Whooshing Crocodile spoke. He, Little Taichu, and White Tiger moved in unison and flashed behind the old gangster like Lin Tianyi. Now, the old gangster was the strongest in their group. In such a situation, they could only rely on the old gangster. A mere third heaven secondary saint is your backing? How dare you barge into our Kongming ancient land? You've got guts. Go to hell, all of you. The second saint who attacked said ruthlessly. He could see that the old gangster's current cultivation level was lower than his by 6 small stages. The old gangster glared and immediately became unhappy. F***CKU. You little brat, don't you know how to respect your elders? How dare you call an old man a dog? As he spoke, the old gangster shook his sleeve, and a short blade covered with many divine patterns flew out with a whoosh. It directly slashed toward the opponent. With a clang, a bloody light of about 10 feet shot out in an instant. With a whoosh, it shattered the great holy light palm of the second saint who attacked. Then, the bloody light continued to slash toward the opponent without slowing down. In the next moment, it landed on the opponent's physical body. Ah! A scream rang out, and blood splattered. The second saint who attacked was directly smashed into pieces, and even his divine spirit was annihilated. Such a scene made Lin Tianyi, Whooshing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and White Tiger stare. They were shocked that the old gangster killed a second saint who attacked them and survived the first round of danger. Where did you take out this short blade from? Didn't you say that you don't have it? Lin Tianyi said. He couldn't help but pull the old gangster's sleeve again. There seemed to be many good things hidden inside. At the same time, the other 9 people from the Kongming Dao sect were shocked. One of their second saints was killed just like that. Ant. The leading saint said with endless killing intent. A beast shadow rushed out from behind him and suppressed the old gangster. The beast shadow looked like a dragon but not a dragon, a phoenix but not a phoenix. Its aura was terrifying. Ant, your grandpa. The old gangster wasn't someone who would be polite. He cursed as soon as he opened his mouth. At the same time, he waved the short blade again, and another bloody light slashed out. Just like before, it easily shattered the saint's attack and then slashed it into pieces. His flesh shell and divine spirit dissipated in an instant. His body and spirit were destroyed. Even a saint was killed in one strike? Whooshing Crocodile stared. Lin Tianyi also revealed a shocked expression. He looked at the short blade that the old gangster took out. This short blade was really a little terrifying. Crack. It was also at this time that a crisp sound was heard. Cracks appeared on the short blade in the old gangster's hand and spread out in all directions like a spider web. The Slaughter Spirit Saber replica that can kill a saint can only be activated 3 times. I actually used it on you little bastards. What a waste. I'm really. Lin Tian, the Wuxing crocodile, the little Tai Chu, and the white tiger couldn't help but be moved. The old hooligan's words shocked them even more. It can kill a holy venerable? Lin Tian was shocked, and then couldn't help but stare. Then what were we waiting for just now? Couldn't we just take them out and kill Dao Master Kong Ming and the others? Didn't I say that we need to rely on them to open the layers of special restrictions? If the restrictions aren't opened, we can't enter. The old hooligan said angrily. They had concealed themselves all the way here. Originally, it would be difficult for even a holy king to discover them, and they were prepared to attack directly after all the restrictions were broken. However, they didn't expect that there would be strange Dao patterns outside the core palace of this place that actively attacked people who didn't have the aura of the Kongming Dao sect's inheritance. This caused them to be discovered, and a holy venerable charged over. Meanwhile, Dao Master Kong Ming and the others broke the restrictions outside the palace and entered the palace. At this time, a holy venerable and 9 peak secondary saints charged over. He had no other choice but to use the short blade to help them out. Lin Tian, on the opposite side, the other 8 secondary saints of the Kongming Dao sect were shocked, and then they turned around and fled. Even a sage-level powerhouse was obliterated in one strike. With their quasi-sage level cultivation, how could they possibly contend against it? Still want to run? Stay here. The old hooligan said angrily. He waved the short blade in his hand again, and a large patch of blood light flew out, covering all 8 secondary saints and killing them in the blink of an eye. It was also at this time that cracking sounds rang out continuously. The short blade in his hand cracked, and then it directly shattered. The so-called imitation was a part of the original divine weapon's power that was grafted by special means. The number of times it could be used was very limited. Once it reached the maximum number of times it could be used, the imitation would directly shatter and become a pile of scrap metal. A divine weapon that can kill a holy venerable is gone just like that. What a pity. Wuxing crocodile looked at the broken fragments of the short blade with a pained expression, as if it was his. The old hooligan looked like his liver was in pain. This was the most intimidating weapon he had at the moment. Lin Tian also felt that it was a pity, but he didn't think about it for too long. His gaze fell on the palace again. How do we get in? Besides that, how are we going to deal with Dao Lord Kong Ming and the others once we're in there? Do you have any precious weapons that are comparable to that dagger? He asked the old gangster. Outside the palace, there was a strange divine radiance surging. There were strange Dao patterns mixed within, and it was extremely terrifying. Once they came within a certain range, they would be attacked immediately if they did not possess the aura of the Kongming Dao sect's inherited cultivation technique. Those attacks were very shocking. It was very difficult for them to dodge those attacks and break into the palace. Even if they managed to enter the palace, what would they do if they were discovered by Dao Master Kong Ming, a sage king, and some other sages and quasi-sages? Unless the old hoodlum had a treasure that could suppress a saint king. We don't have any precious weapons to deal with sage king experts, but it's still not a problem to enter the palace. The old gangster stared at the palace and said, "Give me a quarter of an hour to engrave some special Dao patterns. With the space-splitting mystic mirror's concealment ability, we can avoid those divine patterns outside the palace. We don't have to worry about being attacked." What about Dao Lord Kong Ming and the others? What should we do if we encounter them later? Lin Tian asked this question again. We'll think about it when the time comes. The spirit slaughtering saber can't be wasted. I have to get some treasures here. The old gangster gritted his teeth and steeled his heart to steal the treasures in the palace. As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand moved slightly and began to inscribe Dao inscriptions. Within a quarter of an hour, strands of ancient seals were intertwined around his body. The mysterious realm that had previously struck out a space tunnel vibrated with a mysterious light, causing the group to be enveloped. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. At this time, he couldn't help but feel as if he was about to disappear. Even he found it difficult to feel his own aura. These Dao patterns are very powerful. He looked at the Dao patterns that the old gangster had engraved around them and was a little surprised. Of course. The old gangster snorted. How can the Tao patterns engraved by me be bad? The 2 men and 3 beasts walked towards the core palace in front. Because of the special Tao patterns engraved by the old gangster and the space-splitting mystic mirror, the divine light outside the palace was really as the old gangster had said. It was difficult to sense them and didn't attack like before. Soon, the 2 men and 3 beasts arrived in front of the main entrance of the palace and directly stepped in. As soon as they stepped into the palace, the 2 men and 3 beasts' expressions changed slightly. They felt an extremely shocking divine aura and Tao energy in the air of this palace. It was much denser than the outside world. Lin Tian's eyes couldn't help but light up. This place is not a cultivation treasure ground. There are no special earth veins underground, but there is such a dense divine aura and Tao energy. Could it be that there is a divine Lingjing? The divine Lingjing was very similar to the Lingjing and the immortal Lingjing. It was also similar to the divine vitality. It was formed by the condensation of dense divine aura and natural divine Tao laws. Not only did it have a very dense energy, but it was also intertwined with many divine Tao fragments. Even for Saint Kings, it was a very precious treasure. Not only could it be used to directly improve one's cultivation, but it also had a very high cleansing effect on one's divine Tao laws and saint power. Back then, he had asked Mysterious Yellow a lot of things and learned many things from Mysterious Yellow. The divine Lingjing was one of them, so he naturally knew about this thing. The conditions for the formation of this kind of thing were very harsh. It was also a treasure in the Void Heaven realm. There's no mistake, it's the divine Lingjing. There must be such things in this palace. And there must be a lot of them. The old gangster's eyes lit up. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with divine light, and the dragon burial scripture was activated immediately. Strands of dragon patterns appeared from the soles of his feet and spread out in all directions, searching for the divine Lingjing in this palace. He used the dragon patterns to follow the divine Lingjing's aura and mixed it with his divine emperor divine sense. With the cooperation of the old gangster's space-splitting mysterious mirror and special Tao patterns, he soon found an ancient stone room in the middle of the palace. Under the observation of his dragon patterns and divine sense, the stone room was open, and there were piles of transparent crystals inside. Found it, it's really the divine Lingjing. There are a lot of them. His eyes lit up, and he showed the scene that he found with his dragon patterns and divine sense to the old gangster and the others. Immediately, the old gangster, the whooshing crocodile, and the white tiger were overjoyed, and the little Taichu blinked his big eyes. There are so many divine Lingjing, it will be very useful to me. The old gangster looked excited and could not help but clench his fist. Let's hurry over and take them all. As he spoke, he let Lin Tian lead the way. They would definitely encounter Tao Lord Kong Ming's group if they headed directly to the stone room that contained the divine soul crystals. At this moment, Lin Tian stopped and didn't continue forward. After all, Tao Lord Kong Ming's group was extremely strong. Especially Tao Lord Kong Ming, he was a Saint King, and it was absolutely impossible for Lin Tian's group to go against him with their current strengths. Charge, 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 charge. We have to get those divine Lingjing. The old hooligan clenched his fists and said. We don't have the ability to fight against a Saint King expert now. If we rush over like this, the consequences will be very bad. Lin Tian frowned. The 5 Elements crocodile also nodded, Old man, although I'm a little unwilling, but what Lin Fan said is right. If we rush over now, we'll meet Kong Ming. You don't have a treasure weapon that can fight against a holy king. At that time, we'll be doomed. Beside him, the white tiger and little Taichu also nodded. The old hooligan clenched his fists. Obviously, he also knew this, but he was unwilling to give up. After a pause, he gritted his teeth and said, $. I'm going all out. As he said that, he took out the space-splitting mystic mirror that had broken through the void portal again. He intertwined his saint power and changed some of the Tao patterns on it. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the mystic mirror, and at the same time, a terrifying aura surged out. This aura was mixed with killing power. Although it was not as strong as the short blade from before, it was not much weaker. Lin Tian was moved. Old man, what did you do? This mystic mirror was very unusual, but before, it could only open up a space portal and help them hide their aura. He could feel that it did not have any offensive ability, but now, after the old hooligan changed a few of the Tao patterns on it, he could clearly feel that this mystic mirror was a little different. It was filled with a fierce killing aura, as if it could destroy everything. I changed it into a killing weapon, and it will be destroyed in 2 hours. The old hooligan said, revealing a painful expression. Lin Tian widened his eyes. This Xianxia mirror was definitely not ordinary to be able to open up a void passage in the heaven realm. Now, the old hooligan had forcefully turned this Xianxia mirror into a killing weapon for the sake of the god Lingjing in the stone room. Old man, you sure are heroic. The white tiger also glared. F***ck off. The old gangster scolded, hurry up. Time is limited. Go and rob all of the god Lingjing. Go. Lin Tiandao immediately led the way towards the stone room where the divine Lingjing was. The mystic mirror could only last for 2 hours. He had to make good use of every second and could not afford to waste it here. At the same time, he could feel how powerful Xianxia was. It could definitely stop a Saint King. He led the way at the front, and the group quickly shuttled through the palace. Soon, they arrived in front of the stone room. At the same time, just as he'd expected, Tao Lord Kongming and the others had rushed over as well. Immediately, all of them were discovered. It's you, Aunt. Tao Lord Kongming was wearing a purple gold dragon robe. When he saw Lin Tianyi and the others, he naturally recognized Lin Tian at a glance. Those 7 pieces of trash couldn't suppress you, and you actually jumped into the heaven of void realm. Hearing this, the other dozens of experts behind him were all moved. They all thought of some things that had happened in the past. This is the person that Tao Lord ordered to suppress in the lower realm? Those 7 people are dead. Now, he's in the heaven of void realm? He's only at the divine emperor realm. How did he come up? The person beside him seems to be at the quasi-saint realm. Did that person bring him up? It should be. Some people discussed. At the same time, these people also thought of some things that had just happened. Previously, there was a strange movement in the palace left behind by our ancestor. Someone outside our sect entered. Could it be them? It should be. But, didn't someone go to suppress them? They couldn't find them, and they managed to sneak in here? These people frowned, and there was coldness in their eyes. A cold snort sounded. It came from Tao Lord Kongming. His Saint King level aura surged out immediately. You came at the right time. Looking at Lin Tian, the strongest person of this generation of Tao Lord Kongming immediately attacked. His saint power surged and pressed down on Lin Tian. At the same time, his saint light giant palm also enveloped little Taichu and the others. He had killing intent toward the white tiger, whooshing crocodile, and the old hooligan, but he didn't have killing intent toward little Taichu. Obviously, he wanted to capture little Taichu for his own use. Lin Tian immediately felt a chill down his spine. The Saint King level aura was very terrifying to him now. Old man, kill him. He gritted his teeth and said to the old hooligan. I don't need you to tell me that. The old hooligan said. Because he wanted to take the divine Lingjing here and destroy a precious treasure of the sect, he was very distressed. At this time, he directly grabbed the dark mirror of slaughter and slammed it toward Tao Lord Kongming. The surrounding space immediately became distorted. With a swoosh, the saint light giant palm that Tao Lord Kongming had unleashed shattered immediately. Then, the killing light that the old hooligan sent out with the dark mirror of slaughter didn't slow down. It continued to fall on Tao Lord Kongming and steadily landed on his body. Poof, blood splattered. Tao Lord Kongming was directly shattered into pieces. Only his divine soul was preserved. Moreover, the other cultivators of the Kongming Dao sect nearby had suffered a great calamity. All of them exploded into pieces at the first possible moment, and even their souls weren't able to be preserved. They were directly obliterated by this strike of the old hoodlum. For a moment, the expressions of the other dozen or so cultivators of Tao Lord Kongming changed. Strong enough. Lin Tian couldn't help but be moved. Although he had already felt that the dark mirror of destruction that the old hooligan used as a killing weapon was very terrifying and could block a Saint King realm cultivator, he still couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression when he saw the old hooligan use the dark mirror to shatter Dao Lord Kongming, who was at the Saint King realm, and directly kill the other dozen or so cultivators nearby. The Wuxing crocodile, little Taichu, and white tiger were also shocked. They couldn't help but stare. Amazing! The white tiger was speechless. The bloody mist wriggled. Dao Lord Kongming's divine soul was immortal and reformed his physical body. He couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression when he saw the dark mirror of destruction in the old hooligan's hand. He only suffered a single blow and realized how terrifying this dark mirror of destruction was. Lord Dao Lord, what should we do? Behind him, someone from the other dozen or so people asked Dao Lord Kongming as they looked at the old hooligan with fear and vigilance. At this moment, these people naturally saw how terrifying the dark mirror of destruction in the old hooligan's hand was. It wasn't something they could block. Dao Lord Kongming's face was gloomy. He swept a glance at Lin Tian and the others before his gaze fell on the old hooligan. He said coldly, "Who are you? Have you thought about the consequences of breaking into my Dao Lord Kongming's secret palace and wantonly attacking with a killing weapon?" He didn't make a move at this moment. He only shouted because he could already feel that he couldn't block the old hooligan's dark mirror. Lin Tian revealed a strange expression when he heard the old hoodlum's words. "The Kongming Dao sect belongs to the Celestial Court?" he asked the old hoodlum. At the same time, there was another thing that he was extremely concerned about. No matter if it was Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, the Nether Taper, or the old hoodlum, all of them carried hostility towards the Celestial Court of the Celestial Void World. What exactly had the Celestial Court of the Celestial Void World done? It doesn't belong to the Celestial Court. It's only subordinate to the Celestial Court and works for the Celestial Court. The old hoodlum said with disdain, simply put, it's considered a slave of the Celestial Court. Dao Master Kongming's expression instantly became even more gloomy when he heard this. Their Kongming Dao sect had indeed submitted to the Celestial Court and worked for the Celestial Court. However, being described as a slave by the old hoodlum made him extremely uncomfortable, and a wave of coldness immediately surged out from him. "What? You feel uncomfortable?" "Unfortunately, this is the truth." The old hoodlum curled his lips. As he spoke, the mirror in his hand directly swung out once more. This attack was obviously much stronger than the previous one. It carried a strand of terrifying murderous ripples that rippled out like water. In the blink of an eye, it descended onto Dao Master Kongming's body, causing him to be blasted into pieces once more as blood sprayed out. At the same time, the other experts of the Kongming Dao sect at the side suffered as well. Most of them were directly blasted into pieces. After all, the Kongming Dao mirror at this moment was extremely terrifying. In an instant, besides Dao Master Kongming who hadn't died, only 5 other people were left standing. Terrifying. Wuxing crocodile stared with his eyes wide open. There were over 10 saints here, yet they were annihilated by the old hoodlum just like that. Dao Master Kongming's immortal soul swiftly condensed into a body. At this moment, he was extremely shocked and furious as he looked at the mirror in the old hoodlum's hand. On this day, the people who had come here were all the higher-ups of this generation of his Kongming Dao sect. They were the core forces of the Kongming Dao sect. However, more than half of them had been destroyed by that old hoodlum in the blink of an eye. This caused his heart to bleed. At the same time, he was shocked. Zhong Xianjing was too strong. He couldn't stop him at all. "Go." He gritted his teeth and spoke to the 5 Kongming Dao sect cultivators that were still alive, and then he transformed into a ray of light that charged out. At this time, his physical body had been shattered twice, and cracks had appeared on his soul. He was already very clear that even though he was a Saint King, it was impossible for him to block the black mirror in the old hooligan's hand. If he faced it head-on, he would definitely die. Thus, even though he was unwilling to allow an outsider to intrude into his primogenitor's secret palace, he had no other choice. In order to preserve his life, he could only give up on the primogenitor's secret palace and leave. "Old man. Don't let him go." Lin Tian Dao. Dao Lord Kongming wanted to kill him, and he was targeting the little Taichu. Lin Tian Dao naturally didn't want him to live. The old hoodlum directly made a move. He activated the Sky Destroyer mirror for the third time and slashed it towards Tao Lord Kongming. Instantly, a ray of divine light flew out. It was extremely swift, and it descended before Tao Lord Kongming in the blink of an eye. Rumble. That place directly exploded. Divine radiance surged while an aura of destruction raged. After a few breaths of time, the divine radiance there dispersed, and Tao Lord Kongming's figure couldn't be seen. Only a large expanse of blood could be seen on the ground. He really ran quickly. The old hoodlum narrowed his eyes. Lin Tian was moved. He didn't die? He was slightly surprised. He could sense the destructive force contained within that strike just now. It was absolutely terrifying, and it shouldn't be a problem for it to annihilate an ordinary Saint King. However, Tao Lord Kongming actually didn't die from that strike? No, he used a special method to escape. The old hoodlum said, however, he's almost dead. It'll take at least 1,000 years for him to fully recover. Swoosh, 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 the sound of air being torn apart rang out. In this place, the other experts of the Tao Lord Kongming sect were naturally frightened. At this time, they all quickly fled outside. The old hoodlum raised his hand and waved the sky-piercing mystic mirror for the 5th time. The treasure light emitted by the mystic mirror enveloped them at the same time. Ah! Screams echoed. The last few cultivators of the Tao Lord Kongming sect in this place couldn't resist and all died. In an instant, this place became quiet. More than 10 saints and dozens of quasi-saints, all dead. Whooshing crocodile glared. They were definitely the backbone of the Tao Lord Kongming sect. With them gone just like that, Tao Lord Kongming will probably faint from crying. Ignore that old guy. Let's collect the divine Lingjing here first. The white tiger said. He stared at the divine Lingjing in the stone room behind them. His eyes lit up, and his saliva almost flowed out. The old hoodlum's eyes also lit up. At this time, he didn't say a word and directly rushed into the stone room. He swept out a large expanse of holy light and collected piles of divine Lingjing into his sleeve. Old guy, don't collect them so quickly. Leave some for us. Lin Tian glared and immediately stepped in as well. He brought out his godly power and swept away a large number of divine Lingjing. The whooshing crocodile and the white tiger naturally joined in as well. They clamored for the divine Lingjing. Only the little Taichu didn't join in. He watched from the side as the 2 humans and 2 beasts fought over the divine Lingjing. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 breaths passed. The divine Lingjing in the stone room had all been collected by the 2 humans and 2 beasts. It's worth it to destroy the mystic mirror. With these divine Lingjing, the old man is 1 step closer to returning. The old hoodlum couldn't help but laugh. There were quite a lot of divine Lingjing in this stone room, and 3/5 of them had been collected by him. Old guy, don't you know how to love and be modest to your juniors? You took so many by yourself. Lin Tian curled his lips and said. He had only taken 1/5 of the divine Lingjing here. Get lost. I broke the spirit-slaughtering saber replica and the mystic mirror. You little brats are just following behind to take advantage of the situation. How dare you complain? The old hoodlum glanced at him. When Lin Tian heard this, he immediately felt a little embarrassed. He coughed twice and said, don't mind these details. Along the way, it was really the old hoodlum who did all the work. He only found this place because of the dragon pattern. As he spoke, he opened his mouth again and said, there should be other things in this secret mansion. Let's continue to look. At this time, Sect Master Kongming had escaped. Even if he was not dead, it was impossible for him to come back. Moreover, the old hoodlum modified the space-splitting mystic mirror could still last for more than an hour. During this time, they didn't have to be afraid of anyone below the holy venerable level. At this time, they naturally had to continue to explore the secret mansion and find more treasures. Go, go, go. The old hoodlum said. Immediately, the group walked out of this stone room and headed to other parts of the palace. Soon after, they discovered some more treasures, including precious immortal pills and precious medicines, as well as some extraordinary Saint King great ancient scriptures, all of which were quite valuable. The blood wall was covered with divine runes, and there was a terrifying aura coming from behind it as if it was sealing some ferocious creature. What's behind it? The whooshing crocodile was a little shocked. Open it and take a look, Lin Tiandao said. Although the blood wall was a little scary, it was really extraordinary. Moreover, this was the deepest part of the secret palace. The divine runes engraved here were obviously extraordinary, and it was hard not to want to know what was behind it. The old hooligan also nodded. The group was bold, and they did not hesitate at this time. The old hooligan held the dark mirror and smashed it directly at the blood wall. The dark mirror shone brightly and landed on the blood wall in the blink of an eye. There was a loud bang, and the entire palace shook. However, to everyone's surprise, the blood wall was extremely sturdy and was not damaged at all. It has something to do with the divine runes on the blood wall. A wisp of soul light intertwined in Lin Tian's eyes. These divine runes belong to the category of formation runes. He looked at them carefully and then used the Tiani soul spell. Wisps of soul light surged out and rushed toward the blood wall. Old man, hit it again, he said to the old hooligan. Tiani soul spell? It's really extraordinary on the path of formation runes. The old hooligan recognized the spell Lin Tian used at this time. He waved the dark mirror and attacked the dark mirror. There was a loud bang. This time, the blood wall shook, and a crack appeared. As the crack appeared, an even more terrifying chill spread out from behind. At the same time, there was also a wave of vigorous saint energy that was very majestic. Suddenly, the two people and three beasts could not help but be shocked. Whether it was the chill or the saint energy, they were both very shocking. Old man, continue, Lin Tian said to the old hooligan. The divine runes on the blood wall were extraordinary, but after a long time, they had decayed a lot. At this time, he used the Tiani soul spell to suppress these divine runes to a certain extent. The old hooligan used the dark mirror to suppress them, and gradually, the cracks on the blood wall became bigger and bigger. After a few dozen breaths, the blood wall finally shattered. Instantly, a bloody mist rushed out from behind the blood wall like a flash flood, corroding a large part of the air. The group was prepared. They all moved several dozen meters away, avoiding the bloody mist that was enough to corrode saint rulers. Then, after a few dozen breaths, the blood mist slowly dissipated. The group of people looked behind the blood wall. Then, they were all moved. Behind the blood wall, a withered corpse sat cross-legged on the ground. It was unknown how long it had been dead, but one could still sense a weak saint-level aura, comparable to that of a saint venerable. Opposite it was a stone man, whose stone body was covered in cracks. Holy Spirit! Lin Tian's gaze fell on the stone golem that was covered in cracks, and his eyes narrowed. There was a special energy intertwined on this stone man, which was connected with the earth pattern of this place. It was obviously a natural Holy Spirit, and a very unusual one at that. He could feel that if this Holy Spirit grew up normally, it could definitely reach the reaching heaven state. However, judging from the current situation, this saint spirit was rather pitiful. It had died before it could be born. There are formation patterns on the ground, Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian heard this and looked at the ground. There were indeed formation patterns that intertwined with each other. They were profound and complicated, intertwining to form a formation pattern. It was like the yin-yang tai chi. One point fell on the stone man, and the other point fell on the withered corpse. Moreover, there were many remnants of the divine Ling Jing on these formation patterns. Reverse seizing spiritual formation. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as he recognized this formation. He realized that the main point of this formation was the withered corpse. He paused for a moment and thought of something. This withered corpse is the ancestor of the Kongming Dao sect? Back then, he found this saint spirit that was still in gestation here. Then, he created a secret palace to conceal it, engraved the reverse seizing spiritual formation, and used the divine Ling Jing as the source to support and control it in a vain attempt to seize the power of the saint spirit that was still in gestation. However, although the saint spirit was still in gestation, it was very extraordinary. It forcefully resisted and died, causing the ancestor of the Kongming Dao sect to die here. The blood mist and cold air from before were formed from the resentment of the saint spirit because of this? He frowned as such a guess appeared in his mind. Hearing his words, Whooshing Crocodile and White Tiger were both moved. That should be it. the old hoodlum said. From the scenes here, Lin Tian's guess was more than 90% likely to be true. This is a pity. Wuxing Crocodile looked at the withered stone man and sighed. It could also feel that this stone man was extraordinary. If it grew up normally, it would definitely be a heaven-defying existence. However, before it was born, while it was still in gestation, someone tried to seize its power and forced it to fight against the other party. In the end, it died in this place. It's a pity. I thought there would be something good, but there's not a single spirit hair. The old hoodlum rolled his eyes. Lin Tian glanced at the old hoodlum. Dragon patterns gushed out from the soles of his feet, intertwining and spreading underground. He felt that this place was very unusual. Although he didn't feel anything unusual at this time, how could it be ordinary if this place could give birth to a saint spirit? Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. More cracks appeared on the stone man's body. With cracking sounds, there was a shocking light from within, mixed with majestic and vigorous saint energy. Immediately, the stone man completely collapsed in the next moment. The stones fell to the ground, revealing 9 pure white spirit pearls the size of a baby's fist floating inside. Each of them seemed to be condensed from the purest saint energy of heaven and earth. The power of the saint spirit was born from heaven and earth. Although the saint spirit died before it was born, the power born from heaven and earth didn't completely dissipate. It condensed into 9 saint pearls in its body? Lin Tian was shocked. He cultivated the dragon burial scripture. In an instant, he guessed what these 9 saint pearls were. At the same time, he also understood why saint energy gushed out from behind the blood wall. It was from these 9 saint pearls. Next to him, the Wuxing Crocodile and the white tiger both widened their eyes in shock. The old hoodlum was like Lin Tian, because he also knew what these 9 saint pearls were. His eyes lit up and he directly grabbed them. Old bastard! Lin Tian cursed. Previously, he explored this place with dragon patterns. There were a large number of dragon patterns underground. At this time, with a thought, a large number of dragon patterns rushed out and quickly wrapped around the 9 saint pearls. The old hoodlum was also very fast. He grabbed over with his saint energy and wrapped it in all directions. For a moment, halos surged. Then, the halos dissipated. Kid, don't you know how to respect your elders? The old hoodlum said angrily. His current cultivation was much higher than Lin Tian's, and he made the first move. However, Lin Tian's dragon patterns were underground when he explored this place, so Lin Tian took the initiative. Out of the 9 saint pearls, he only managed to grab 3. The other 6 were all taken by Lin Tian. Old man, don't you know how to love the young? Lin Tian replied and couldn't help but laugh. Each of the 6 saint pearls contained an extremely dense amount of energy. Just one of them was enough to greatly improve his cultivation. It would not be a problem for him to raise his cultivation by 2 small levels. After all, this was the saint energy of a super saint spirit that had been condensed. He laughed and put away all 6 saint pearls with a wave of his hand. He was going to refine them together with the little Tai Chu and the others later. Let's go, old man. He called out to the old hooligan. Coming to this place, the harvest was really amazing. At this time, he was ready to leave. As for the terrain here, although he felt that it was very unusual, he did not find anything strange after searching for a long time with the dragon burial scripture. He thought that it was because the stone man's saint spirit was born, which exhausted the general power of the earth veins here. Immediately, the 2 people and 3 beasts left this place. Not long after, they walked out of the palace and headed outside. Boom! At this time, the small world where the palace was located shook violently. The ground and the void began to crack, and waves of destructive aura spread out. This is? Lin Tianwei's expression changed slightly. The old hooligan was also shocked. This small world is collapsing. The rumbling sounds continued, and this small world shook even more violently. The destructive aura spread out and became denser. Collapsing? Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. Who is collapsing this place? Lin Tian thought for a while and said with a frown, it should be Sect Master Kong Ming. Kong Ming, old man? How is that possible? This is the secret palace of their Kong Ming Dao sect's ancestor. Why would he detonate this place? The white tiger was confused. Nothing is impossible. He was lucky to escape before, but he was seriously injured. He knew that he could not block the old man's Xianxia mirror. Even if he took the strongest weapon of the Kongming Dao sect, it would be useless. Under the situation that he could not stop us, everything in the secret palace would be ours. Of course, he would not be willing to do that. So, under the situation that he could not get it, in order to not let us get it and take revenge on us, he used special means to destroy this small world. Lin Tian said in a deep voice. Hearing his analysis, the white tiger could not help but be moved. It sounded like this analysis was very reasonable. Boom. The small world shook even more violently. Destructive light beams shot up from the ground of the small world. What should we do now? The scales all over the 5 elements alligator's body stood up. This miniature world had been left behind by a holy exalt. It was no weaker than some of the larger worlds in the lower worlds. Its self-destruction was enough to easily obliterate a saint ruler. At this moment, the old ruffian's Zhongxian mirror was already destroyed. Facing such a situation, it was simply a hopeless situation. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, he propped up his holy domain and enveloped himself, the old gangster, whooshing crocodile, little Taichu, and the white tiger at the same time. This is? The old hooligan's expression changed as he instantly recognized the sacred domain. Is it evolved from that world seed? Yes. Lin Tian nodded. This miniature world evolved by a holy exalt had been destroyed by someone. The destructive power inside was very terrifying. However, his sacred domain was nurtured by the world seed. In terms of level, it far surpassed the miniature world here. Therefore, even if this miniature world self-destructed at this moment, his sacred domain was definitely enough to protect the group. After all, the destructive power of this miniature world after it collapsed was different from a direct destructive attack. The sacred domain could withstand it. Boom. The miniature world shook violently, and the extent of its collapse was even more shocking. Destructive light kept rushing out from the large cracks. After a few more breaths, the entire miniature world completely collapsed. The destructive light directly flooded the surrounding space. Crack, crack, crack. Large cracks appeared one after another, swallowing everything around them. Lin Tian propped up his sacred domain. The light of the sacred domain surrounded them, completely isolating the destructive light from the miniature world. As expected of a world formed by the world seed. It can even withstand this. The white tiger stared at him. At this moment, they were inside the sacred domain and could clearly see the destructive light surging outside. However, the light produced by the sacred domain completely isolated the destructive light, making it difficult for it to get close to them. The rumbling sounds did not stop. Outside, the miniature world's collapse had reached its final stage, and there were waves of storms rolling out. Looking at these storms, Lin Tian frowned. We may be swept very far away, but we won't be in danger. The sacred domain that he had propped up covered an area of about 100 feet in radius, and was able to isolate the destructive power from the outside. However, as the destructive power grew stronger and stronger, he found it difficult to maintain the sacred domain in its original position. It was like a large boat in the middle of rolling waves. Although it would not sink to the bottom of the sea, it would be swept to other places by the waves. At practically the instant he finished speaking, the destructive force from the miniature world surged, and a storm swept out like a huge wave. Under the dazzling radiance that filled the sky, rumbling resounded as they were blasted flying along with their sacred domain. After that, they were forcefully swallowed by an enormous rift behind them, and they instantly vanished without a trace. After that, the destructive force of the miniature world expanded once more, and it only calmed down after a few more breaths of time. When they looked over, the gorge where the miniature world resided had completely transformed into ash, and there was nothing left. An enormous and deep pit lay on the surface of the ground. Ants, this is the outcome of trespassing into my Kongming Dao sect's secret palace. You'll be destroyed along with my sect's secret palace. On an enormous mountain in the distance, a middle-aged man in a violet gold dragon robe looked towards the gorge with an extremely icy cold gaze. At the same time, it was very unsightly. Surprisingly, it was Tao Lord Kongming. The first ancestor's secret palace. What a pity. The immortal spirit imperial family, the descendant of that old demon. What a pity. Damn it. He gritted his teeth. Earlier, he'd been injured by the old bastard's dark mirror, and he'd been lucky enough to escape. After that, he'd returned here once more. Under the circumstances that he knew he was unable to resist the dark mirror in the old bastard's possession, and for the sake of not allowing the treasures within the secret palace to be seized by others, and for the sake of taking revenge on the old bastard who'd heavily injured him and the death of Lin Tian, he'd used a special method to directly collapse the miniature world. At this moment, there was nothing left in the direction of the gorge, and he was sure that Lin Tian and the others were dead. Even though he'd vented his hatred, it was even more unbearable. After all, it was the secret palace of his Kongming Dao sect's first ancestor, and everything within should have belonged to him. Moreover, he had great use for the descendant of the immortal spirit imperial family. Yet now, all of this had been destroyed. At the bottom of an old cliff that was boundlessly far away from the gorge, numerous withered rocks lay on the ground. We've finally dodged a calamity. The white tiger let out a long sigh of relief. Just now, when the small world collapsed, even though Lin Tian propped up his saint domain and told it that it could withstand the destructive power of the small world's collapse, it was still a little frightened. Now, it was completely relieved. The old gangster looked at Lin Tian's saint domain and clicked his tongue. Kid, not bad. You made the world seed evolve into a real great world so quickly. It took a lot less time than I expected. I'm lucky. I found what I needed very quickly. Lin Tian Dao. As he spoke, he put the saint domain back into his body. The old cliff was very desolate. At first glance, it was a place where people rarely went. There were many dry stones and very few plants. Kid, I'll go first. I have to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. You guys should be careful in the void realm. The old gangster spoke at this time. He said something to Lin Tian Dao and left in the blink of an eye. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared into the distance. Lin Tian was speechless. This old man ran really fast. He glanced at the place and then called the whooshing crocodile, the little taichu, and the white tiger to lead this place. Let's find a place to cultivate in seclusion, he said. After leaving the old cliff, the surroundings seemed to be more desolate. Not long after, he found a hidden mountain cave. After entering, he took out the 6 saint pearls and the godling jing that he had obtained. For a moment, the entire mountain cave was enveloped by thick divine light and saint energy. Use them to cultivate, he said to the whooshing crocodile, the little taichu, and the white tiger. Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. The whooshing crocodile's face was full of excitement. The white tiger was the same. They activated their respective ancient scriptures one after another. Demonic light bloomed, absorbing the power of the saint pearls and the godling jing to cultivate. Beside him, the little taichu also began to circulate his own ancient scriptures, refining the godling jing and the saint pearl. Lin Tianwei took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged at the side. She began to circulate the Sun Heart Sutra and adjusted her essence, energy, and spirit. Then, she began to cultivate. Buzz. Golden divine light intertwined on the surface of his body. Shenlingjing's divine qi and the pure power of heaven and earth in the saint orb turned into wisps of divine light and quickly flowed into his body. All of a sudden, his essence, energy, and spirit increased at an extremely fast rate, like boiling water. At the same time, he propped up his sacred domain and circulated the nameless Tao Law. While borrowing the power of the divine Ling Jing and the sacred pearl to cultivate and raise his cultivation level, he also strengthened his sacred domain. At the same time, he also comprehended his own nameless Tao Law. There was nothing in the sacred domain, and it was hazy. As he absorbed the power of the divine Ling Jing and the saint pearl, his sacred domain grew and expanded just like his cultivation level. The Tao light from the nameless Tao Law also gradually became stronger. Just like that, time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The divine Ling Jing and the saint pearl were all used up. Buzz. Shocking radiance intertwined in the cave, and it was resplendent. The peak of the half-step Divine Emperor realm. Just a small step away from the Divine Emperor realm. This is a woo. The whooshing crocodile stopped cultivating and couldn't help but howl. Awesome. The white tiger was also excited. Just like the whooshing crocodile, he had also reached the half-step Divine Emperor realm. Beside him, the little Taichu's body was surrounded by faint six-colored divine light. In the blink of an eye, he had also reached the half-step Divine Emperor realm. This was a huge improvement. In just 3 months, their cultivation level had increased by a few small stages. Then, the whooshing crocodile looked to the other side. Lin Tian was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. Although the divine Ling Jing and the Saint Pearl had been used up, he was still cultivating. The divine light and Tao light outside his body were still very strong. In the sacred domain, there was a faint trace of life. Some green buds could be seen on the ground. These green buds were not worth mentioning. However, as soon as the green grass came out of the ground, the whooshing crocodile and the white tiger were moved. Even the little Taichu opened his big bright eyes. This sacred domain is no longer hazy and empty. It has life. The whooshing crocodile was shocked. Previously, the sacred domain that Lin Tian had evolved from the world seed was only vast. Everything else was hazy and there was nothing else. But now, there was green grass. This was undoubtedly a huge qualitative change. It was a huge growth of the sacred domain. In the sacred domain, there seemed to be a breeze. The green grass buds swayed and slowly grew. A faint life aura was intertwined in the sacred domain. At this moment, divine light surged out of the little Taichu's body. A light realm slowly appeared from his body. Primordial fairy realm? The whooshing crocodile was surprised. He asked, "Little guy, why did you summon it now?" "Yeah, I didn't. It ran out on its own." The little Taichu's big bright eyes opened even wider. "What? It ran out on its own?" The whooshing crocodile's eyes widened. Beside him, the white tiger also had a strange look on his face. The primordial fairy realm surged out of the little Taichu's body. Although it only occupied a space of a few hundred feet, it looked like the entire primordial fairy realm had appeared. It was just that its scale had shrunk countless times. One could see that many places were very damaged. Most of the areas were wastelands. Buzz. Almost at the same time that the primordial fairy realm appeared, the sacred domain trembled slightly. Strands of light flowed and entered the primordial fairy realm that had shrunk countless times. It was as if a rain of light had been sprinkled down. Then, in the next moment, the damaged land in the primordial fairy realm began to gradually heal. Many areas that had been reduced to yellow soil and desert actually had green plants growing. This scene immediately moved the whooshing crocodile and the white tiger. The little Taichu's big bright eyes widened even further. The primordial fairy realm is being repaired by the sacred domain. The whooshing crocodile was shocked. The primordial fairy realm was originally the spiritual land of the primordial fairy realm's royal family. It had been destroyed after a series of divine battles during the Antiquity Age. More than 1,000 years ago, the primordial fairy emperor had sent it into the little Taichu's body so that the little Taichu could refine it for his own use. Normally, it was very difficult for the little Taichu to summon it. It required a lot of effort and time. However, at this time, the primordial fairy realm seemed to have developed an independent consciousness. It surged out automatically because of Lin Tian's sacred domain and used the power of the sacred domain to repair itself. Buzz. At this time, Lin Tian was cultivating with his eyes closed. His essence, qi, and spirit increased bit by bit. The sacred domain grew strong and shone brightly. Beside him, the damaged primordial fairy realm trembled as well. It was almost leaning against the sacred domain. Strands of light from the sacred domain flowed into the primordial fairy realm, causing the primordial fairy realm to repair itself even faster. At the same time, strands of holy light appeared from within. Throughout the process, Lin Tian's sacred domain did not reject the primordial fairy realm at all. Why do I feel that the primordial fairy realm and the sacred domain have the same origin? The white tiger stared. Lord Crocodile has this feeling too. The primordial immortal world floated out of the little Taichu's body as the Saint Domain grew. With the help of the Saint Domain's growth, many of the broken lands were slowly healing. This surprised the whooshing crocodile and the white tiger. Even the little Taichu's eyes were wide open. Buzz, Lin Tian was surrounded by the Saint Domain. Dots of divine light intertwined, and strands of green sprouts emerged from the Saint Domain. Life energy appeared. Following the changes in his Saint Domain, the rate at which his essence, qi, and spirit rose outside his body became even faster. Moreover, the nameless Tao light that surrounded him became thicker and thicker, giving off a sense of vastness that encompassed everything. Just like that, another month passed in the blink of an eye. After a month, the broken primordial immortal world was almost 1/10 healed. Many of the destroyed areas were restored to normal. Green plants appeared in some deserts, and the sky became even bluer. Then, it automatically entered the little Taichu's body. It was also on this day that the sky trembled slightly. Rolling lightning intertwined, and a pitch-black thundercloud vortex slowly emerged. As the black thundercloud vortex emerged, bolts of dazzling lightning appeared immediately. The aura of destruction covered the sky and earth, as if it was going to destroy the entire world. The white tiger was shocked. Heavenly tribulation? He broke through to the God Emperor realm? So fast? The whooshing crocodile was also shocked. Before, Lin Tian was only a mid-stage God Emperor. Now, he had broken through to the God Emperor realm. However, in the next moment, it was no longer shocked. The energy contained in the 6 Saint Pearls was too shocking. In addition to the Godlingjing's power and the Saint Domain's growth, it was normal for Lin Tian to break through to the God Emperor realm. After all, they had only refined some of the Godlingjing's power and the Saint Pearl's power to reach the peak of the half-step God Emperor realm. Rumble, the sky shook violently. Tribulation lightning rumbled. The place instantly darkened, and all living things trembled in fear. At the same time, Lin Tian opened his eyes and woke up. The moment he woke up, he used his mind to temporarily suppress his cultivation level. The tribulation lightning dissipated in the blink of an eye. He stood up and put away the Saint Domain. The nameless Tao light that surrounded him also slowly disappeared into his body. "Ya!" The little Taichu called out in its baby voice and flew over. The whooshing crocodile and the white tiger also came over. "Lin, you're already in the God Emperor realm. The little fellow's primordial immortal empire has also recovered considerably thanks to your power of the sacred domain." It briefly told Lin Tian about the restoration of the immortal worlds. Lin Tian could not help but feel shocked. Previously, he had been wholeheartedly focused on cultivation and was unaware of what was happening in the outside world. However, he did not think too much about this matter. He only knew that the primordial immortal world was beginning to recover because of his holy domain. This was a great thing. After this, as his holy domain grew, perhaps the primordial immortal world would recover completely. Find a barren place. I'll undergo the God Emperor tribulation, he said to the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Taichu. There were many living things in this place. He couldn't undergo the tribulation here. It would kill many living things. He immediately left with the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Taichu. About 3 days later, he found a barren place. It was completely a desert. There were no signs of human habitation. There wasn't even a single blade of grass. "You guys stay away," he said to the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Taichu. He was prepared to break through to the God Emperor realm and undergo the tribulation. "Kid, you don't seem to be prepared. Are you going to undergo the tribulation directly? There won't be any problems, right?" the whooshing crocodile asked. "Don't worry. There won't be any problems." Lin Tiandao. He asked the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Taichu to stay far away. Then, without hesitation, he stepped into the God Emperor realm. In an instant, the sky trembled. Thunder rumbled. A pitch-black vortex appeared, and a destructive aura appeared. With a rumbling sound, blood-red lightning bolts interweaved in the thunderclouds one after another, giving people a terrifying feeling. "Come." He stood in the middle of the desert and looked up at the tribulation in the sky. Then, as if the thunderclouds had an independent consciousness, a blood-red lightning bolt struck down. It was a huge lightning beam. It was the main lightning punishment of the first round. This aura. It won't be a problem to kill a peak god emperor. In the distance, the whooshing crocodile couldn't help but tremble. He looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but reveal a worried expression. The white tiger and the little Taichu were the same. Even though they knew that Lin Tian was very powerful, they couldn't help but worry when they saw such a terrifying lightning bolt striking toward Lin Tian. The void was shattered in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the first round of lightning punishment fell on top of Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian also felt the terror of the first round of lightning punishment. However, he wasn't afraid at all. He waved his fist. Dong! With a loud bang, he waved his Chaos Emperor fist and shattered the first round of lightning punishment. This, one punch, in the distance, the whooshing crocodile and the white tiger stared. The terrifying first round of lightning punishment, which could shatter a peak god emperor, was shattered by Lin Tian with one punch. Such battle prowess was truly terrifying. Lin Tian stood at the center of the heavenly punishment. He raised his head and looked at the sky. His expression was very calm. The lightning punishment of an emperor god was very terrifying. However, it was only the first round of lightning punishment after all. It couldn't stop him. Again. He looked at the lightning punishment in the sky and said indifferently. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sky began to tremble as the second round of heavenly punishment began to descend. Subsequently, the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth rounds of lightning punishments fell one after another, emitting a terrifying aura. Lin Tian was fearless. He activated the 5 lightning heaven suppression technique and the Tao power of the lightning divine way intertwined. The sacred region was also propped up. The 3 of them combined into one and were extremely powerful. They blocked the few rounds of lightning punishment. Previously, because of the world seed, his heavenly punishment became more terrifying than before. With the combination of the lightning technique and lightning divine way, it was difficult to pass through several rounds of lightning punishment. He needed external help. Now, the world seed turned into a sacred region. Although it made the power of the heavenly punishment more terrifying, the sacred region's power is also very shocking. Its defense is unparalleled. It made it much easier for this kid to block the power of the heavenly punishment. The whooshing crocodile said. As soon as it said that, another ear-piercing lightning exploded in the sky. The 10th round of lightning punishment appeared. It was a lightning starry sky. The stars were formed by lightning and seemed to be able to easily destroy everything. With the appearance of this round of main lightning punishment, the power of the heavenly tribulation instantly underwent a qualitative change. The aura of destruction increased by too much, causing the 5 elements crocodile, who had just analyzed Lin Tian's current situation, to immediately have a drastic change in expression. At the same time, the white tiger and the little Taichu were also shocked. It's much more terrifying than the previous 9 rounds of lightning punishment combined. The white tiger's expression changed. With Lin Tian's current battle strength, it's impossible for him to block it. They could feel Lin Tian's current battle strength. After propping up the sacred region and dealing with the previous 9 rounds of lightning punishment, he was already a little out of breath. The 9th round of lightning punishment was the limit of what Lin Tian could withstand. At this moment, the 10th round of lightning punishment was much more terrifying than the previous 9 rounds of lightning punishment. They were immediately worried. However, Lin Tian himself was very calm. With his current battle strength, he really couldn't withstand the 10th round of lightning punishment. However, he still had other methods. He looked at the 10th round of lightning punishment in the sky. With a slight thought, he activated the reincarnation forging divine art. Boom! Wu Yi had spent 1,000 years to create the reincarnation forging divine technique for him. It was created so that he could easily pass through the heavenly tribulation. It was completely compatible with his reincarnation origin. This was the first time he used this precious technique after leaving the 10 Directions heavenly domain. In an instant, his essence, energy, and spirit soared. His strength in all aspects increased tenfold, causing the sky to tremble violently. He looked at the 10th round of the main lightning punishment in the sky. At this moment, he didn't feel any pressure at all. Without any overly complicated movements, he just raised his hand and punched toward the sky. Dong! It was as if a sacred drum had been beaten. As he swung his fist, the world trembled. A dazzling fist light broke through everything in an instant, and the 10th round of the main lightning punishment that fell from the sky was shattered in an instant. Such a scene directly caused the whooshing crocodile and the white tiger in the distance to change their expressions. Even the little Taichu widened his eyes. This brat, his aura suddenly increased tenfold or so? How did he do it? I didn't see him use any baodan to increase his battle strength. The whooshing crocodile and the white tiger were shocked. They didn't know about the existence of the reincarnation forging divine technique. When they saw the terrifying 10th round of the main lightning punishment, they were very nervous and worried for Lin Tian. However, they didn't expect that Lin Tian's divine power fluctuations would suddenly skyrocket. After that, he destroyed the 10th round of the main lightning punishment with a single punch. Boom! In the sky, a pitch-black lightning vortex appeared horizontally. Thunder rumbled, and blood-red lightning interweaved in the clouds. After the 10th round of the main lightning punishment was destroyed, a supreme existence in the thundercloud vortex seemed to be angry. Ear-piercing thunder rang out again. The 11th round of the main lightning punishment immediately pressed down, covering all directions. At this time, Lin Tian used the reincarnation forging divine technique. The 5 heaven-shaking thunder technique, the thunder divine way, and the saint domain surrounded him. His entire person was like an ancient god. He didn't fear the 11th round of the main lightning punishment in the slightest. Just like before, this time, he simply swung his fist and shattered the lightning punishment in the blink of an eye. Then, the thunder became even more violent. Round after round of lightning punishment struck down, each more terrifying than the last. Lin Tian had the reincarnation forging spiritual art to protect his body and increase his battle prowess. Coupled with the lightless heaven suppression art, lightning divine Tao, and the power of the saint domain, his battle prowess was so strong that it caused one's heart to palpitate. It was enough to move an ordinary quasi-saint as he shattered the main lightning punishments one after another. Soon, an hour passed. When the strange lightning shadows that filled the sky were shattered, the God Emperor's heavenly punishment completely dissipated. This brat, he completely relied on himself to pass the God Emperor tribulation. He no longer needs the help of the little fellow's primordial immortal empire. Moreover, it was so easy. Whooshing crocodile could not help but stare. It still remembered that Lin Tian's previous heavenly tribulations had been very difficult. He had needed the help of the little Taichu and the primordial immortal empire to survive. But now, he did not need any external help at all. He had easily passed through this heavenly punishment. At the same time, it was bewildered. What was going on with Lin Tian's sudden increase in battle prowess? How did he suddenly become stronger? Buzz. The heavenly punishment dissipated, and the sky regained its clarity. Soon, 7 colored auspicious clouds appeared. As soon as the 7 colored auspicious clouds appeared, 7 colored divine radiance descended and surrounded Lin Tian. This was the gift after the heavenly tribulation, and it contained the mighty power of heaven and earth. Lin Tian did not hesitate. He put away the reincarnation forging spiritual art and 5 heaven-shaking lightning art and activated the Sun Heart Sutra. He began to absorb and refine the 7 colored divine radiance to refine his flesh and blood. At the same time, he used it to stabilize his Tao foundation. Just like that, a quarter of an hour passed quickly. The 7 colored auspicious clouds in the sky gradually dissipated. Strands of divine radiance surrounded Lin Tian's body, making him look like a god. He clenched his fists and could clearly feel his current strength. His body was indestructible. Then, he looked inside his body. The divine power in his body was more vigorous, and his divine soul was more powerful. Even his life essence had become brighter. Good. A glint flashed across his eyes. With his current cultivation and battle prowess, he could be regarded as the strongest under the quasi-saint realm. Ordinary god emperors would definitely not be able to stop him. If he activated the reincarnation forging spiritual art, he would probably be able to contend with ordinary quasi-saints. He took a deep breath, and the radiance on the surface of his body was gradually absorbed. Then, he became no different from an ordinary person. It was also at this time that little Taichu, whooshing crocodile, and white tiger flashed over. "Kid, congratulations on reaching the God Emperor realm." Whooshing crocodile spoke. Then, he asked Lin Tian curiously, "Your divine power and battle prowess suddenly skyrocketed. What happened?" Beside him, White Tiger and Little Taichu also looked at him. They were very curious about this matter. Lin Tian naturally did not hide this. He briefly explained the reincarnation forging spiritual art and briefly mentioned the reincarnation tribulation crossing song at the same time. Whooshing crocodile, White Tiger, and Little Taichu were all shocked. The reincarnation forging spiritual art can increase battle prowess by 10 times. Together with the reincarnation tribulation crossing song, it can increase battle prowess by 100 times. This is really. Whooshing crocodile was stunned. After a dozen breaths, he came back to his senses. He could not help but sigh. As expected of Princess Wu Yi, she can actually create 2 Supreme Saint techniques that target your origin. Although these 2 techniques could not be used on the same person at the same time, Lin Tian could use the reincarnation forging spiritual art and Wu Yi could use the reincarnation tribulation crossing song. Together, they could directly increase Lin Tian's battle prowess by 100 times. What kind of thought was this? 100 times battle prowess. Even the most ordinary cultivator, with 100 times increase in battle prowess, was enough to be respected in any major realm, let alone a reincarnated body like Lin Tian. With such 100 times increase in battle prowess, he would be almost invincible in the future. It's a pity that only you and Princess Wu Yi can cultivate these 2 saint techniques. How good would it be if we could cultivate them too? White Tiger sighed. Then, he looked at Lin Tian. His eyes lit up. He rubbed his paws and said, "Why don't you give us a large amount of reincarnation origin too? So that we can cultivate these 2 saint techniques too." Whooshing crocodile's eyes lit up when he heard this. He immediately raised one of his crocodile claws. "This is a good idea." Grandpa Crocodile agrees. Lin Tian squinted at them and said angrily, "Get lost." Under the God Emperor level heavenly punishment, this place had been ruined beyond recognition. He took a deep breath and then called Whooshing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and White Tiger to leave this place. They flew into the air and soon traveled a few hundred feet. However, it was also at this moment that Lin Tian's expression suddenly changed. He came to a halt and turned his head to look towards the southeast of the desert that had been reduced to ruins by the heavenly tribulation. "What's wrong, kid?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. White Tiger and Little Taichu also looked at him. "There's something special." Lin Tian changed his direction and quickly came to the southeast of the Gobi. He looked at the underground of this place. His eyes changed. At this time, the eye of delusion opened. He looked straight at the underground. Then, his expression changed again. "What's special below?" White Tiger saw his expression and couldn't help but ask. The Tao Oblivion demon vein was similar to a spirit vein. The difference was that spirit veins were formed by the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, while the Tao Oblivion demon vein was formed by the filth and turbid chi of heaven and earth. It was much scarier than ordinary demon veins. The slightest contact with the Tao Oblivion demon vein would cause fatal damage to a cultivator's cultivation and foundation. At this time, Lin Tian opened his delusion breaker divine eyes and looked at the ground. Dragon runes intertwined under his feet, using a special method to break through some layers of soil. In the blink of an eye, a snake-shaped vein mixed with pitch black and blood red was exposed. As soon as the vein appeared, black and blood light intertwined, causing the air to tremble. This thing, Whooshing Crocodile's expression changed. He couldn't help but tremble as a sense of horror rose in his heart. Beside him, the White Tiger was the same. Even the Little Taichu couldn't help but tremble. "Kid, you should hurry up and stay away. This isn't anything good," White Tiger said. He could sense how terrifying the Tao Oblivion demon vein was. Even a saint would be in trouble if they touched it. "What's the rush? Although this isn't anything good, it's still very useful." Lin Tian Dao. As he spoke, more dragon runes intertwined under his feet. Strands of them entered the ground and surged toward the Tao Oblivion demon vein. Whooshing Crocodile and White Tiger's expressions changed again. "Kid, what are you doing?" Whooshing Crocodile glared. Lin Tian seemed to want to touch the Tao Oblivion demon vein. "Take it. It's useful." Lin Tian Dao. At this moment, he opened his divine eye of illusion breaker. Strands of dragon runes intertwined in his eyes. More dragon runes extended from his feet and surged toward the Tao Oblivion demon vein. "You want to take it? Can you do it? This is something that can even corrode a saint's cultivation and foundation." White Tiger's heart palpitated. "Moreover, what's the point of taking it? You don't have to worry about anything. With my current cultivation, although it won't be easy to retrieve it by relying on the dragon burial scripture, it is still doable." Lin Tian Dao. "As for what use it has, it's not much. Just bring it to visit the Kongming Dao sect." Dao Master Kongming wanted to kill him and suppress the little Taichu, so he was definitely their mortal enemy. Now, Dao Master Kongming had been seriously injured by the old hooligan, and his cultivation had definitely fallen below the Saint Ruler realm. The strongest person in the Dao sect of Kongming was only at the Saint realm, and there weren't many of them. This was because many of the Saint realm experts of this branch had already died in the Kongming secret palace. Under such circumstances, when he noticed a Tao of Oblivion devil vein that was capable of corroding the cultivation of a saint, he naturally had an idea at the first possible moment. He intended to utilize this Tao of Oblivion devil vein to make a trip to the Kongming Dao sect and seize the opportunity to annihilate Dao Lord Kongming. Go to the Kongming Dao sect? You want to deal with Dao Lord Kongming? Whooshing Crocodile revealed a shocked expression and immediately guessed Lin Tian's plan. White Tiger and Little Taichu also thought of this and were both astonished. "Yes, that's it." Lin Tian nodded. He had previously asked the old hooligan where the Kongming Dao sect was located. It wasn't very far from where they were now, and it would take about half a month for them to reach there. After he took out the Tao of Oblivion devil vein and did some special treatment, he directly headed to the Kongming Dao sect. Dragon patterns continuously surged out from under his feet, turning into small dragons that intertwined with the Tao of Oblivion devil vein, shining brightly. Just like this, a full 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. 7 days later. On this day, the Tao of Oblivion devil vein was covered in dragon patterns. He used the endless dragon patterns to form the dragon ceiling formation, forcibly compressing the Tao of Oblivion devil vein to the size of an inch, and then grabbed it in his hand. He really caught it. White Tiger trembled as it stared at the Tao of Oblivion devil vein in Lin Tian's hand. It couldn't help but feel a little scared. After all, this thing could even damage the cultivation base of a saint-level expert. At this time, when it was compressed to the size of an inch in Lin Tian's hand and held in his hand, it naturally felt a sense of fear as it looked at it from a close distance. A faint light intertwined in Lin Tian's hand, and in a flash, he put away the Tao of Oblivion devil vein. "I'll prepare some dragon pattern talismans that can cut off the Tao of Oblivion devil vein's aura before heading to the Kongming Dao sect." This place happened to be deserted, so he continued to circulate the dragon burial scripture and inscribe dragon pattern talismans that could cut off the Tao of Oblivion devil chi. After all, when he went to the Kongming Dao sect, he would definitely use the Tao of Oblivion devil light. Once the Tao of Oblivion devil chi spread, it would be very difficult for him to control it. Therefore, he had to prepare something that could cut off the Tao of Oblivion devil chi in advance. When he released the Tao of Oblivion devil vein, he would use the dragon pattern talismans to protect them so that they wouldn't have to fear the Tao of Oblivion devil chi at that time. Just like that, another 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. He inscribed 4 dragon pattern talismans and extracted the aura of the Tao of Oblivion devil vein for experiments. He could completely cut it off. He gave 3 of the dragon pattern talismans to Whooshing Crocodile, White Tiger, and Little Taichu so that they could keep it safe. Then, he led the way and directly headed to the northwest of this area. They were very fast. After that, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Half a month later. On this day, a continuous chain of celestial mountains appeared in front of them. It was difficult to count exactly how many celestial mountains there were. Every mountain had one or two divine palaces and pavilions, which gave off a grand and glorious feeling. Moreover, there was a very thick aura of time that interweaved between the divine palaces and pavilions. It was unknown how long these divine palaces and pavilions had existed for. "We're here." A bright light flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. This was the Kongming Dao sect. "Kid, are you really going? Is it really okay?" Wuxing Crocodile asked. Even though the Dao Annihilation Devil Vein could corrode a sage's cultivation and foundation and greatly reduce a sage's battle prowess for a short period of time, even to the extent of losing the ability to move, it still felt a little guilty to rely on this to establish the Kongming Dao sect. "Don't worry, it's fine." Lin Tiandao said, "Get rid of Dao Master Kongming and take away all the treasures that the Kongming Dao sect has accumulated over the years. At that time, all of you will be able to reach the Divine Emperor realm in a short period of time. You might even be able to reach the Divine Emperor realm. After all, the main clan of a large sect with a Saint King realm expert overseeing it definitely won't be lacking in treasures and resources." After hearing Lin Tian's words, the Wuxing Crocodile's eyes, which were originally a little worried, suddenly lit up and threw their previous worries away. "For the treasures and resources, for the sake of improving our cultivation, go. Get rid of that old bastard Kongming and empty the Kongming Dao sect." It clenched its claws and said, "Go, go, go." The white tiger also said, its eyes shining. Just like the Wuxing Crocodile, it was excited by the cultivation resources that Lin Tian mentioned. Only the little Taichu didn't react. It looked at the Kongming Dao sect in front of it and blinked from time to time. "Let's go." Lin Tiandao. The Kongming Dao sect was situated in the middle of a mountain range. It was grand and majestic, and divine energy surrounded it. Lin Tian led the Wuxing Crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Taichu towards the sect's main entrance. Naturally, they were immediately discovered by some of the Kongming Dao sect's cultivators who were guarding the main entrance. Someone immediately approached them. "Who goes there?" There were 7 people guarding the main entrance. At this moment, 5 of them came forward to inquire, and their expressions were slightly cold. "Independent cultivators paying a visit to your sect master Kongming," Lin Tiantan said with a smile. The few people who inquired were stunned, and then they revealed cold expressions. "What kind of status do you think our sect's ancestor has? Is he someone who just anyone can pay a visit to? Leave quickly, or leave your lives behind." Lin Tian didn't say anything else. His golden divine energy shook, and it transformed into a golden storm that swept out. Instantly, banging sounds rang out, and the 5 Kongming Dao sect's cultivators who went forward to inquire were all sent flying. His current cultivation level was at the Celestial Arch realm, while the few disciples guarding the main gate of the Kongming Dao sect were only at the true immortal realm. In his eyes, they were no different from transparent air. "You dare to attack? How dare you? Inform the elders." The other 2 Kongming Dao sect's cultivators who didn't come over were shocked and furious when they saw the scene. They never thought that someone would actually dare to attack them in front of the main entrance. "Is he trying to force his way into the Kongming Dao sect?" Immediately, one of the 2 ran into the Kongming Dao sect and shouted from afar that someone was trying to force his way into the sect. In an instant, all the disciples and elders in the Kongming Dao sect were moved and furious. "Someone is trying to force his way into our sect. He's courting death. Suppress him and tear him to shreds." The group of Kongming Dao sect's disciples shouted coldly, and many of them headed towards the main entrance. Lin Tian heard the voices of the cultivators outside the Kongming Dao sect, but his expression didn't change at all. In fact, there was even a faint smile on his face. He interweaved his God Emperor aura and pushed away the last Kongming Dao sect's cultivator guarding the main entrance. He led Wuxing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and the White Tiger straight into the Kongming Dao sect. As soon as they entered the Kongming Dao sect, Lin Tian and the others immediately felt that the divine energy fluctuations here were much denser than those outside. It was as if they were immersed in a sea of divine energy, making them feel extremely comfortable. "It's them? Arrogant things. Suppress them." When the group of Kongming Dao sect's disciples saw Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and the others, they immediately knew that it was Lin Tian and the others who were trying to force their way into the Kongming Dao sect. A large group of people immediately rushed over, and their bodies were covered in divine energy. A group of heavenly God realm cultivators, and you dare to rush over like this? Do you think we're pushovers? Wuxing Crocodile spoke, and the wings on his back flapped, forming a gust of 5 elemental wind that swept the group of people away. Half-step Divine Emperor? A mere half-step Divine Emperor dares to barge into our sect? Some of the Kongming Dao sect's cultivators saw through Wuxing Crocodile's cultivation, but their expressions didn't change. They were still as cold as ever, and they shouted coldly from afar. However, no one rushed forward. After all, the strongest cultivators nearby were only heavenly gods. They scolded the 5 elements crocodiles group and waited in place, waiting for their own deacons and elders to appear. The deacons and elders were all Divine Emperor realm cultivators. Ask your Kongming Dao sect master to come out and meet me. Lin Tian spoke, and at the same time, his right hand moved slightly. The Oblivion Path demon vein that he had suppressed to an inch fell from his sleeve, and with the help of the Dragon Burial scripture, it sank into the ground of the Kongming Dao sect. As he spoke, he didn't stop at all, and he walked towards the center of the Kongming Dao sect. The Kongming Dao sect's cultivators saw him walking forward, and many of their eyes turned cold, but they all retreated, because they could feel Lin Tian's strength. With their heavenly God realm cultivators, they would definitely be in trouble if they rushed over to stop him. You're courting death, madman. A cold voice sounded, and more than 10 figures appeared one after another. Their bodies were intertwined with majestic divine power, and they were all Divine Emperor realm cultivators. They were the deacons of the Kongming Dao sect. Take him down. One of the leading deacons said. Immediately, the other deacons acted, and the transmogrifying divine seal pressed down on Lin Tian. The divine seal intertwined with Dao runes and divine radiance, and the pressure caused the void to distort. Lin Tian didn't stop at all, and with a simple wave of his hand, the divine radiance turned into a gust of wind, and it directly shattered the divine seal. At the same time, the deacon who attacked coughed up blood and rolled a few 100 feet away. This scene shocked some of the Kongming Dao sect's disciples. The deacon who attacked just now was a Divine Emperor realm cultivator, but now he was seriously injured by Lin Tian with a casual wave of his hand. He's not simple, but he's only at the Divine Emperor realm. How dare he act so presumptuously in our Kongming Dao sect with such a cultivation level? Don't waste your breath. Let's attack together and suppress him directly. 2 of the deacons spoke out. Then, more than 10 of them unleashed their divine abilities, and pressed down on Lin Tian. All of them were at the Divine Emperor realm, and the strongest one was at the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. With more than 10 of them attacking together, the majestic divine radiance froze the surroundings. Lin Tian's expression was still indifferent, and there was no change. He waved his hand casually, and a large amount of divine radiance splashed out. Chi, the divine radiance that the deacons unleashed was instantly shattered. At the same time, a majestic force spread out and landed on the deacons, sending them flying. The deacons were all, how is this possible? The Kongming Dao sect's disciples were shocked. More than 10 Divine Emperor realm deacons attacked together, but they were still sent flying by Lin Tian with just a wave of his hand. Lin Tian's expression remained unchanged as he continued to walk toward the center of the Kongming Dao sect. However, in the next moment, he stopped in his tracks and looked at the sky in front of him. There, more than 10 figures appeared. Their essence, energy, and spirit were incomparably majestic, and there was a faint divine aura surrounding them. Secondary Sage. Lin Tian looked at this group of people, and naturally, he could tell their cultivation levels in an instant, but his expression remained unchanged. When the other ordinary cultivators of the Kongming Dao sect saw these people, they immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, elders. Elders, this person forced his way into our sect. Some of our fellow disciples and deacons have been injured. Elders, please suppress him. Someone said, pointing at Lin Tian with anger and coldness. The dozen people who appeared were in the sky, looking down at Lin Tian like divine emperors, their expressions cold. One of them said coldly, since the founding of our Kongming Dao sect, No one has ever dared to. You speak too much nonsense, Lin Tian said, directly interrupting him. Ask your sect master to come out and see me. His expression was calm, and this caused the secondary sage who spoke to look even colder. A mere divine emperor dares to be so insolent. Saint power surged and intertwined violently, causing the void to distort. The saint-grade palm seal completely sealed off the surrounding space. It seems that quite a number of secondary saints from your lineage died not long ago. Now, you still want more to die? Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all as he faced this attack. He appeared very calm. With a slight thought, the Oblivion Path demon vein, which was surrounded by endless dragon patterns, exploded beneath the Kongming Dao sect. Instantly, the entire Kongming Dao sect trembled violently. The ground cracked open, and wisps of dark red and dark black mist rushed out from the ground. In the blink of an eye, it covered every corner of the Kongming Dao sect. The entire Kongming Dao sect was covered by this black and red mist in the blink of an eye, contaminating the Kongming Dao sect's disciples one after another. What is this? Why would such a filthy thing rush out from beneath our sect? The Kongming Dao sect's disciples' expressions changed. They all sensed the ominous demonic qi. Then, in the next moment, they all began to tremble violently. My cultivation, I can't use it anymore. Me too. Is it related to this filthy demonic qi? It's corroding the foundation of my cultivation. Quickly, circulate your profound art to block it. Many disciples shouted in horror. After all, cultivation was extremely important to a cultivator. At this time, their cultivation and power had suddenly plummeted, and even their foundation was being corroded. This naturally caused these disciples to panic. At the same time, the saint-grade palm seal of the Kongming Dao sect's secondary saint dissipated as if it was melting ice. After that, the secondary saint who made the move and the other secondary saints trembled slightly. Their bodies were contaminated by the demonic qi that surged up from the ground. Their saint energy became chaotic, and their essence, qi, and spirit were rapidly weakened at an alarming rate. You did this? What did you set up under our sect? How could you tamper with our sect's underground? These secondary saints were shocked and furious. Moreover, they were also a little panicked. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He only smiled faintly. The Kongming Dao sect had all kinds of spiritual pools and great veins intertwined under it, and it was also protected by extremely shocking saint runes. However, he didn't need to touch these saint runes. He simply placed the Annihilation Dao demon vein in a shallower location and triggered it to explode. Then, the demonic qi of oblivion directly rushed to the surface and covered the entire Kongming Dao sect. He looked at the center of the Kongming Dao sect and led the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Taichu there. He'd faintly sensed Dao Lord Kongming's aura, and it just happened to be within a tall tower at the center. Whoosh! 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 The sound of something tearing through the air resounded. Almost at the instant he moved towards the tower, 7 figures charged out from within the tower. One of them wore a purplish-gold dragon robe. Shockingly, it was Sect Master Kongming. The people beside him were the Sect Master Kongming and a few Supreme Elders. What happened? Sect Master Kongming strode out with an icy cold voice. He was in closed-door cultivation to recuperate, but he hadn't expected that turbid demonic qi would charge into the tower. It greatly affected his closed-door cultivation, and he had no choice but to leave. Beside him, the profound Kongming sect master and the supreme elders of his faction were also filled with cold anger. The turbid demonic qi had greatly affected their cultivation. Oh, we meet again. Lin Tian stopped and raised his head to look at the tower. His gaze descended onto Sect Master Kongming, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Sect Master Kongming's expression immediately changed. It's you. All of you aren't dead? Earlier, he detonated the small world left behind by Sect Master Kongming, and nothing was left after it exploded. He was sure that Lin Tian and the others should be dead. Yet now, he'd seen Lin Tian alive. We won't die so easily. Lin Tianling smiled and said, however, you won't be able to survive today. As he spoke, he strode towards the tower. How presumptuous. How dare you speak to our sect master like this? The dozen or so quasi-saint elders who'd appeared earlier spoke out. At this time, even though they were panicking because of the damage to their cultivation, they still revealed coldness when they heard Lin Tian's words. Moreover, their panic turned into coldness and killing intent. The dozen or so people directly moved, grabbing at Lin Tian in unison. However, as soon as they made a move, these people's expressions changed again. They clearly discovered that their battle prowess had decreased tremendously in just a few dozen breaths. At this time, it was actually difficult for them to even display the strength of a god emperor. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. The divine power of a god emperor surged, turning into a storm that swept out and directly sent the group of people flying. Elders. The group of ordinary sect master Kong Ming disciples were anxious and palpitating because of their cultivation, but when they saw this scene, they couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, their quasi-sage elders were all swept away by Lin Tian in an instant. Even the Wuxing crocodile, the little Tai Chu, and the white tiger were astonished. Although they'd long known that the Oblivion Path demonic vein could greatly reduce the strength of a cultivator who'd come into contact with the Oblivion Path demonic vein, once infected, their strength would at most be comparable to that of a god emperor. But at this time, when they saw Lin Tian sweep away the dozen or so quasi-saints who'd been infected by the Oblivion Path demonic chi, they still couldn't help but be astonished. This scene was really too shocking. As for the Oblivion Path demonic chi that enveloped the sect, they didn't care about it at all. This was because they had the protection of the dragon pattern talismans that Lin Tian had refined beforehand. All the Oblivion Path demonic chi was isolated outside. At this time, the sect master of the Kongming sect and the others in the tower were also shocked. That's the Oblivion Path demonic chi. It's filthy and turbid, and it can corrode a cultivator's cultivation base and foundation. Our strength has decreased greatly now. However, it's fortunate that this corrosion is only temporary. With our cultivation base, it'll be enough to erase the Oblivion Path demonic chi in half a month's time. At that time, our cultivation base can be restored again. The sect master of the Kongming sect and the grand elders frowned. Their group originally had the cultivation base of a saint, but at this time, their strength was only at the god emperor level. One of them snorted coldly. It was the 9th grand elder of the current generation of the Kongming sect. He said, for now, peak god emperor level is enough to suppress him. As he spoke, this person bowed slightly to the sect master Kongming. Ancestor, please wait for a moment. I'll go and suppress this scoundrel. Clang, a golden sword light shot through the sky at an extremely fast speed. It interrupted this person's words and directly pierced through his chest. For a moment, blood splattered everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. Such a scene caused the expressions of the Kongming sect master and the other grand elders to change. Even though the 9th grand elder's cultivation base had decreased temporarily due to the Oblivion Path demonic chi, he was still a peak god emperor. Yet, he was pierced through by Lin Tian's sword just like that. They could clearly sense that Lin Tian was only an early-stage god emperor. How could an early-stage god emperor be so strong? Even Kongming Dao Master, who was the strongest in this generation of Kongming Dao sect, was shocked. Lin Tian, who was only at the early divine emperor realm, was actually able to injure a peak divine emperor so easily. This naturally shocked him. However, in the next moment, his eyes and expression turned ice-cold again. The sect protecting array of the sect has been corroded by the Oblivion Path demonic chi. It can't be activated temporarily. All of you, attack together. Following Dao Master Kongming's words, Kongming sect master and the other Daoist elders of this lineage moved at the same time. With a rumbling sound, several different divine abilities pressed down on Lin Tian at the same time. The Oblivion Dao Devil Chi that enveloped the Kongming Dao sect was blown away by the great force of these divine abilities. Facing their attacks, Lin Tian's expression did not change. Not enough. He calmly said. These people's cultivation bases and Dao foundations had been corroded by the Oblivion Dao Devil Chi. Their battle prowess had been greatly weakened. The strongest among them could only unleash the strength of a god emperor. In front of a reincarnation god emperor like him, they were truly weak. He raised his hand, causing a large piece of divine light to intertwine, forming a divine energy wave that swept out. For a moment, the divine abilities and secret techniques executed by these people were all shattered. Furthermore, they were all sent flying while coughing out blood. This scene caused the ordinary disciples of this lineage to feel their hearts trembling. Even though the sect master and several Taoist elders of their lineage had their combat strength greatly reduced due to the Oblivion Tao Devil Qi and were only at the peak God Emperor realm, they were still saints at their peak. Even if their cultivation had temporarily fallen to the God Emperor realm, their combat strength was definitely not something ordinary peak God Emperors could compare with. But at this moment, they were actually sent flying by Lin Tianyi in the blink of an eye. This scene was slightly frightening. At the same time, Kong Ming sect master and the others who were sent flying stabilized their bodies. After recovering from their injuries, their expressions were ugly. They were both shocked and furious. They were shocked at how strong Lin Tian was. They were furious because they were the current sect master and Taoist elders of the Kong Ming Dao sect. They were originally saints, but at this moment, their cultivation had been temporarily weakened due to the Oblivion Tao Devil Qi. They were actually sent flying while coughing out blood by a God Emperor Jr. This was truly too embarrassing. Damnable thing. The few of them clenched their fists. Their eyes became even colder. Their treasured light intertwined as they were about to act again. Enough. Tao Master Kong Ming spoke. His gaze landed on Lin Tian. He became even colder. This ant isn't simple. You are merely an early-stage God Emperor, yet you can display such strength. Not bad. Very good. As he spoke, the celestial mountains where the dark sky Dao sect was located trembled. A seal flew out from the depths of the Dao sect, exuding an incomparably terrifying divine radiance. It was engraved with all sorts of mystical runes, exuding an astonishing Saint King-level aura. Saint King weapon. Whooshing Crocodile's expression changed. At the same time, the white tiger was also moved. A Saint King weapon was extremely powerful. The seal interweaved with endless holy light that rushed out from the depths and hovered above sect master Kong Ming's head. What happened in the lower realm, what happened in the ancestral secret palace, and what happened today, I'll settle the score with you. Tao Master Kong Ming coldly said as he looked at Lin Tian. When he was in the lower realm, a strand of his divine soul was injured by Lin Tian, causing him to be humiliated. When he was in the ancestral secret palace, Lin Tian was together with the old scoundrel. Because of the old scoundrel, he was heavily injured and required 1,000 years to recover. Furthermore, everything in the ancestral secret palace had been snatched away. This was also counted as Lin Tian's fault. And now, Lin Tian had even barged into his Dark Sky Dao sect master clan. This caused his killing intent towards Lin Tian to become extremely dense. His gaze became cruel. Hong Long. Above his head, the seal trembled according to his thoughts. The Saint King level treasure radiance interweaved and shook the surroundings. It directly pressed down on Lin Tian. The foundation saint weapon of my sect. It is sufficient to suppress this thief. Lord Sect Master previously mentioned that this filthy fog covering my sect is the Oblivion Tao demonic Qi. It will only corrode one's cultivation and Tao foundation temporarily. After spending some time, it will recover to its original state. We don't have to worry. Now, let's see how this thief will be suppressed to death by our ancestor. The group of ordinary Dark Sky Dao sect disciples stared at Lin Tian. There was anger in their eyes, but there was also a cold light. It was as if they were already looking at an ice-cold corpse. It was also at this moment that the seal interweaved with the Saint King level treasure radiance arrived above Lin Tianyi's group and slowly pressed down. I won't kill you immediately. After I find out about that damned old man, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Tao Master Kong Ming said coldly. As the Saint King level treasure pressed down, the surrounding space distorted. Lin Tian felt an intimidating pressure. The Saint King level treasure was in the hands of Tao Master Kong Ming. Even though Tao Master Kong Ming could only unleash the cultivation of a half-step quasi-saint at this moment, it was completely impossible for him to block it with his current strength. After all, that was a Saint King level treasure. However, his expression did not change in the slightest. With a slight thought, seven-colored light interweaved, and the divine sword in his sea of consciousness directly materialized. He held it and directly slashed down with it. Clang, the sword light clanged. As the sword slashed down, the dazzling seven-colored sword light shot out and pierced through the vast void. The fierce sword aura directly sealed off all directions. In the next moment, the sword light landed on the dark sky Dao Sect's Saint King level treasure seal. Immediately, there was a loud bang. The Saint King level treasure seal trembled violently and was directly sent flying. Then, there was a crisp cracking sound, and a crack appeared on the Saint King level treasure seal. It was quite eye-catching. In an instant, Dao Master Kong Ming's expression changed drastically. At this moment, his gaze fell on the seven-colored divine sword in Lin Tian's hand, and his eyes could not help but widen. No matter what, he did not expect Lin Tian to actually have such a powerful treasure. In Lin Tian's hand, it actually blasted away the dark sky Dao Sect's hidden Saint King level treasure. Moreover, after a collision, a crack actually appeared on the Saint King level treasure. At the same time, the dark sky Dao Sect master and several supreme elders' expressions changed, and all of them trembled. That sword, the group of ordinary dark sky Dao Sect disciples also trembled. They originally thought that Lin Tian would be immediately suppressed after their patriarch took out the Saint King level treasure seal, but they did not expect the outcome to be like this. Lin Tian actually had a saint weapon that was even more powerful than a Saint King level treasure. Even the Wuxing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Taichu were surprised. They did not expect Lin Tian to summon this divine sword at this time. It seems that summoning this sword is getting easier and easier. The Wuxing crocodile's eyes widened, and then immediately became excited. This was because the seven-colored divine sword in Lin Tian's Sea of Consciousness was extremely terrifying. If he could summon it and use it frequently, it would naturally be a great thing, and it would help them easily solve many problems. Lin Tian's expression was calm as he held the seven-colored divine sword. Seven-colored light surrounded him, making him look like a seven-colored god. Before coming to the Dark Sky Dao Sect, he had calculated everything, and naturally did not neglect the existence of a Saint King level weapon in the Dark Sky Dao Sect. Saint King level weapons would not be corroded by the Annihilation Dao demonic chi, and a Divine Emperor cultivator. Holding a Saint King level weapon could threaten him, who was a Divine Emperor. And since he dared to come knowing this, he naturally had something to rely on. After his cultivation level entered the Divine Emperor level, the seven-colored divine sword in his Sea of Consciousness had always been active. He had calculated that he would be able to summon it when he came to the Dark Sky Dao Sect. And with the grade of the seven-colored divine sword, it was definitely not just a Saint King level weapon. Coupled with his Divine Emperor level cultivation level and the Annihilation Dao demonic vein, he could suppress the cultivation level of everyone in the Dark Sky Dao Sect to that of a quasi-saint. In this way, even if the Dark Sky Dao Sect had a Saint King level weapon, he would not be afraid at all. Overall, he could completely suppress the Dark Sky Dao Sect. I said, "You won't live today." He looked at the Dark Sky Dao Sect master with a calm expression. Holding the seven-colored divine sword, he slashed it out again. P.S. From tomorrow until the 11th of this month, 3 chapters a day, to make up for the 7 chapters 10 for the new year, and 3 chapters of interest. Then, tomorrow is the Lantern Festival. I will give out a few hundred cash red packets on my WeChat official account to thank everyone for their continuous support. It can also be considered as spending the Lantern Festival with everyone. Everyone can add my WeChat official account, and then happily spend the Lantern Festival and snatch red packets. Lin Tian wielded the seven-colored divine sword. With a simple slash, it caused the sky to shake violently. The sharp sword light slashed straight at Dao Lord Kong Ming. Daoist Master Kong Ming turned pale on the spot. Without any hesitation, he used his remaining half-step quasi-saint strength to activate his lineage's Saint Ruler seal to meet the attack. The seven-colored sword light arrived in an instant and collided with the Saint Ruler seal. Kacha, with a crisp sound, the Saint Ruler seal was directly penetrated. Then, the seven-colored sword light did not slow down and pierced straight through Dao Master Kong Ming's chest. Saint blood splattered across the sky. How could this be? Dao Master Kong Ming and the others trembled, and their expressions changed. Their strongest saint's weapon had been pierced through so easily. Then, their strongest ancestor's chest had also been pierced through by that sword. Wuxing crocodile and white tiger were also shocked. They were once again shocked by the power of Lin Tian's divine sword. Even the little Taichu was no exception. The Saint Ruler weapon could not withstand a single blow from it. Is it really a supreme void sky divine weapon in its complete state? Wuxing Crocodile trembled. Then, he looked at the Saint Ruler seal that was penetrated and glared at Lin Tiandao. Kid, be careful with your strength. This is a Saint Ruler weapon. Its value is very high. Don't destroy it. Got it. Lin Tian nodded. His gaze fell on Dao Master Kong Ming. Holding the seven-colored divine sword, he walked calmly toward him. He came here today mainly to kill Dao Master Kong Ming while Dao Master Kong Ming was heavily injured by the old hoodlum. Dao Lord Kong Ming's expression grew even colder and unsightly as he faced Lin Tian's approach. A mere God Emperor realm cultivator was actually pressuring a Saint King realm expert like him. Such an attitude caused him to feel both furious and uncomfortable. Raise all of your saint weapons. Attack together. He coldly ordered the Kong Ming sect's sect master and several grand elders. Yes, Patriarch. The Kong Ming sect leader and the others received the order, and powerful precious weapons emerged from their bodies, all of which were intertwined with saintly might. As saints and powerful cultivators of the great Dao sect, they all had saint-grade precious weapons. At this time, they all held up their weapons. Surging saint might surrounded this place, and the aura was somewhat frightening. Even a Saint King-grade artifact can't do anything to me. Do you think a few more Saint-grade artifacts will be enough to reverse the situation? Lin Tiantan said calmly. As he spoke, he slashed out with the seven-colored divine sword again. With a clang, the seven-colored divine sword vibrated and released a seven-colored sword ray that filled the sky. It turned into a rain of seven-colored sword rays that swept across the area. For a time, besides Dao Lord Kong Ming who had a Saint King treasure to protect himself, the Kong Ming sect's master and the others were blasted flying. Moreover, their saint-level treasures were blasted flying as well, and they smashed numerous mountains into pieces. Sect Master, Grand Elders. The group of ordinary Kong Ming Dao sect disciples all trembled when they saw the scene. Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. He looked at the saint-grade artifacts that were smashed into the mountains. He directly raised his hand and took advantage of the time when the owners of these saint-grade artifacts were sent flying and had yet to stand up. He used the weapon control technique to grab these artifacts. Ant! How dare you snatch the artifacts? A cold voice sounded. Sect Master Kong Ming made his move. He activated the Saint King Grade Artifact seal and once again pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tianyi had been paying attention to him all this time. He held the seven-colored divine sword and simply slashed out with it. With a clang, the seven-colored sword ray flew over and directly sent Sect Master Kong Ming flying again. At the same time, he used the weapon control technique and grabbed the saint-grade artifacts of Sect Master Kong Ming and the others. With the power of the seven-colored divine sword, he directly erased the other people's spiritual imprints on the artifacts. Then, he stored all the artifacts into his own body. Saint-grade artifacts. I got a few of them at once. I've struck gold. Wuxing Crocodile seemed to be a little excited. The expressions of Sect Master Kong Ming and the others became extremely ugly. They were even more shocked and angry. Their saint-grade artifacts had been snatched away in an instant. Damn you! Again! Sect Master Kong Ming roared. He couldn't help but charge directly at Lin Tian. He used his Phantom Saint energy to kill everything and grabbed at Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian glanced at this person. The seven-colored divine sword in his hand vibrated slightly and immediately sent this person flying again. Then, his gaze fell on Sect Master Kong Ming again. He took a step forward and closed in on him. He held the rainbow divine sword in his hand, and with a slight thought, a vast and awe-inspiring sword might immediately surged out. He held this sword and left behind afterimages with every step he took, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Dao Lord Kong Ming. Clang, the sound of the sword filled the sky. He held the divine sword and slashed down at Sect Master Kong Ming, cutting open the void. Sect Master Kong Ming used the Saint King Grade Artifact seal to resist with all his might. However, he was instantly sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. At the same time, another crack appeared on the Saint King grade artifact seal. It was sent flying along with Sect Master Kong Ming. Lin Tian raised his hand and used the weapon manipulation technique. With the power of the seven-colored divine sword, he took the Sect Master Kong Ming's artifact seal into his hand in the blink of an eye. With the power of the seven-colored divine sword, he wiped away the other person's spiritual imprint on it in an instant. Sect Master Kong Ming stabilized his body. When he saw that the Saint King grade artifact seal had been snatched away, he was as shocked and angry as Sect Master Kong Ming. His entire body shone brightly. After stabilizing his body, he immediately pounced at Lin Tian. In response, Lin Tian directly used a sword move. This sword move was stronger than the previous ones. It was enough to instantly kill an ordinary quasi-saint. The seven-colored sword light pierced through and smashed Sect Master Kong Ming into pieces. Blood sprinkled down like rain. However, this attack didn't kill Sect Master Kong Ming. His flesh and blood wriggled and quickly reassembled his body. You actually didn't die. As expected of a Saint King powerhouse. Lin Tian was slightly surprised. Sect Master Kong Ming had been severely injured by the old hoodlum. In addition, he had been contaminated by the Oblivion demonic chi. Now, he could at most unleash the strength of a half-step quasi-saint. Under such circumstances, he actually survived the attack of the seven-colored divine sword that could kill a quasi-saint with his God Emperor cultivation. Sect Master Kong Ming was shocked and angry. A junior whose cultivation was far lower than his, had injured him several times at this time. Then, he actually spoke to him in such a manner, as if an emperor was looking down on him. This made him extremely uncomfortable, and he clenched his fists tightly. Just you wait. In the end, he spat out these 3 words and directly turned into a beam of light, fleeing out of the Kongming Dao sect. Now, although he had endless killing intent towards Lin Tian in his heart, he was also very clear about the situation. In his current state, even if he combined the strength of the entire Kongming Dao sect, it was impossible for him to be a match for Lin Tian, who wielded the seven-colored divine sword. If he stayed and fought head-on, only death would await him. In such a situation, only escaping would give him a chance to survive. And he had absolute confidence in his speed. This was because he had an extraordinary movement technique. Originally, his cultivation was at the Saint King level. Although his cultivation had dropped to the half-step quasi-saint level now, relying on that movement technique and his accumulation of the Saint King level, the current him was definitely not inferior to an ordinary quasi-saint in terms of speed. With a speed that was not inferior to an ordinary quasi-saint's, he believed that Lin Tian, who was only at the God Emperor level, could not catch up to him. And if Lin Tian could not catch up to him, even if Lin Tian had such a terrifying divine sword in his hand, it would be useless. Your head and the sword in your hand will all belong to this lord. Everyone related to you will die in the future. A cold voice floated out from his mouth. His speed was extremely fast, and in an instant, he had crossed an endless distance. P.S. Today is the annual Lantern Festival. This dragon wishes my brothers and sisters all the best and a happy family. Then, today's second update will be around 21 p.m., and the third update will be around 22 p.m. Dao Master Kong Ming's speed was astonishingly fast. In just an instant, he had stepped out of the Kongming Dao sect's territory. This speed is absolutely comparable to a quasi-sage. The white tiger was moved. This old guy can clearly only unleash the strength of a half-step quasi-sage now, but his speed is so fast. At the same time, all the disciples of the Kongming Dao sect trembled when they saw the scene. Lord Dao Master, these disciples found it hard to believe that the most powerful person in their sect had actually fled at this time. Lin Tian looked at the fleeing Dao Master Kong Ming. His expression did not change, but it became colder. In the next moment, he moved. He circulated the reincarnation forging soul technique, and 10 times his strength instantly superimposed. Then, he used the duality steps and seemed to disappear from this world in an instant. The next moment, he appeared outside the Kongming Dao sect. This speed. The white tiger's eyes widened. It's actually several times faster than that old guy. Almost as soon as it finished speaking, Lin Tian had already stepped far away and directly blocked Dao Master Kong Ming's path. You. How is this possible? Dao Master Kong Ming immediately turned pale. His current speed was definitely not something a god emperor could compare to. But now, Lin Tian, a god emperor, had caught up to him in the blink of an eye and blocked his path. Lin Tian blocked in front of this person, his voice calm and cold. I said, your ending today is death. As he spoke, he raised the rainbow divine sword in his hand and slashed down with absolute killing intent. Clang, an ear-piercing sword cry shook the sky. A rainbow sword light that was hundreds of feet long condensed and slashed the sky. Facing this destructive sword, Dao Master Kong Ming's expression immediately changed. He could not help but shout, stop, stop, poof, the rainbow sword light slashed down as expected. A bloody mist exploded, instantly annihilating everything. For a time, this place became much quieter. Hey! This old guy tried to kill us with just a wisp of his divine soul back then. He wanted to suppress the little Tai Chu and almost succeeded. After that, he even sent a few god kings to the lower realm to kill Brat Lin. Who would have thought that he would end up like this? Wuxing Crocodile sneered. Within the Kongming Dao sect, the other cultivators trembled even more violently. How is this possible, Lord Dao Lord? He was actually, all of the Kongming Dao sect's disciples, including the Kongming Dao sect's sect master and the others who had recovered from their injuries, paled. The strongest expert of their bloodline in this era had been killed just like that. Damn it! Damn it! The Dark Sky sect master clenched his fists in anger. Originally, the Kongming Dao sect's sect master was extremely powerful. However, not long ago, the Kongming Dao sect's sect master was injured outside. His strength had greatly decreased, and he no longer had the strength of a Saint King. Moreover, some of the other sect's experts had died. He and the other Grand Elders were originally saints, and the sect had a protective array. However, Lin Tian used the rare Oblivion Demon Vein as a weapon, causing all of them to be unable to display their peak combat strength. The protective array was also corroded and temporarily unable to be activated. All of their strengths could not be displayed. From the beginning to the end, they had been suppressed by Lin Tian, who was far weaker than them. Now, even the strongest ancestor of their bloodline had been killed. This result made them feel aggrieved. None of them could accept it, and their hearts were filled with rage. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Outside the Kongming Dao sect, Lin Tian moved and stepped back into the Kongming Dao sect in the blink of an eye. Thief! The Kongming Dao sect's sect master roared as he rushed over. Unable to suppress the anger in his heart, he charged towards Lin Tian. At the same time, the other Grand Elders of the Kongming Dao sect also rushed over, their faces filled with murderous intent. Their Kongming Dao sect had been passed down for countless years. Now, a divine emperor cultivator had barged into their sect and acted so wantonly, and they could not stop him. This was something that they could not accept, and they almost went crazy. Lin Tian frowned. After pausing for a moment, he raised the seven-colored divine sword again. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As he spoke, the seven-colored divine sword slashed down forcefully. He had only come here to kill the Kongming Dao sect's sect master and take the Kongming Dao sect's cultivation resources. He had not thought of killing anyone else. Otherwise, there would have been a large number of Kongming Dao sect's disciples dying tragically since he had come here. It would be impossible for him to only kill the Kongming Dao sect's sect master until now. But now, he had changed his mind. These people were crazy for wanting to kill him. Moreover, their strength was not ordinary. He did not want to let them go. Since they wanted to kill him, then he would kill them. With a clang, the seven-colored killing light descended like the Milky Way, instantly covering the Kongming Dao sect's sect master and the others. The sharp sword might directly suppressed everything. Ah! A bloody mist exploded along with a blood-curdling scream. In just an instant, the Kongming Dao sect's sect master and the supreme elders were all slashed into pieces. At the same time, their spiritual bodies were not preserved. Under Lin Tian's seven-colored divine sword that was filled with killing intent, they were completely obliterated. This time, the entire Kongming Dao sect was dead silent. The group of ordinary elders, deacons, and disciples of the Kongming Dao sect were all terrified and could not stop trembling. Lin Tian tilted his head and swept his gaze across the group of cultivators in the Kongming Dao sect. He paused for a moment and said, "If you don't want to die, leave this place. If you want to die, stay." As soon as these words were spoken, the group of cultivators in the Kongming Dao sect could not help but tremble again. In the next moment, the group of cultivators moved together and rushed out of the Kongming Dao sect. Their speed was many times faster than usual. At this time, these people understood the meaning behind Lin Tian's words. He would not start a massacre. As long as they left the Kongming Dao sect, he would attack them. Therefore, why would these people foolishly stay here? After all, their sect master, and supreme elder were all dead. No matter what, they were no match for Lin Tian. Under such circumstances, there was no point in foolishly staying behind to die. Preserving their lives was the most valuable thing. Whoosh! 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 The sound of something breaking through the air rang out one after another. After a few dozen breaths, all the Kongming Dao sect's disciples, deacons, and elders had left the Kongming Dao sect and shot further away. Soon, they all disappeared from the sight of Lin Tian and the others. They ran really fast. Whooshing Crocodile said. The white tiger rolled his eyes. Can't they run faster? Lin Tian did not mind. His gaze swept across some special places in the Kongming Dao sect. Search for the rare treasures accumulated by this sect. Hearing his words, the whooshing crocodile and the white tiger's eyes lit up. Move! The whooshing crocodile howled. The Kongming Dao Master, and the grand elders of this branch were all killed by Lin Tian. The other ordinary elders, deacons, and disciples of the Kongming Dao sect had all fled. The vast Kongming Dao sect was very quiet for a moment. It's really big. The largest immortal court we established in the immortal domain is not even a corner of this place. The whooshing crocodile clicked his tongue and said. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He brought the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Taichu into the Kongming Dao sect. He walked towards the treasury of this branch and soon took out many rare treasures. Among them, there was a holy venerable level ancient scripture, thousands of quasi-saint level artifacts, and a lot of exotic Baodan, natural treasures, and Ling Jing. Their value could be said to be shocking. We're rich. The white tiger's eyes lit up and almost drooled. With all the rare treasures they collected in the Kongming Dao sect, the whooshing crocodile, and the little Taichu could all reach the deity emperor realm in a very short time. Let's go. Lin Tian Dao. He took all the treasures in the Kongming Dao sect. He took the whooshing crocodile, the little Taichu, and the white tiger into the sky and activated the 5 heaven-shaking lightning art. Blinding lightning struck down one after another. After a few dozen breaths, the Kongming Dao sect's mountain range and ancient palace were all split into pieces. The vast Kongming Dao sect was turned into ruins in the blink of an eye. Smoke and dust rose from the ground. He glanced at the ruins of the Kongming Dao sect and left with the whooshing crocodile, the little Taichu, and the white tiger. Not long after, they crossed a great distance. After a few hours, they entered a relatively ordinary mountain range. He found an extremely secluded place in this mountain range and set up one concealment formation after another. After that, he took out all the extraordinary Baodan and natural treasures he obtained from the Kongming Dao sect that could improve his cultivation. Moon scale grass, illusion flame plant, lemon shadow mark pellet, 9 heavens jade dew ointment, phoenix spirit soul returning fruit, they are all useful for cultivators below the great supreme god realm. After you absorb them, you should be able to reach the peak of the divine emperor realm. The amount of heavenly and earthly treasures and Baodan was not a lot, but it was not a small amount either. He took them all out and placed them in front of the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Taichu. Refine, refine, refine. Whooshing crocodile became excited and immediately operated the ancient scriptures with the white tiger and little Taichu to refine these immortal plants and Baodan. For a moment, 3 different kinds of treasure splendor intertwined in this place, and the essence, energy, and spirit of all 3 of them rose rapidly. Lin Tian stood aside quietly to protect them. Just like that, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. 1 month later, the moon scale grass, illusion flame plant, lemon shadow mark pellet, nine heavens jade dew ointment, and phoenix spirit soul returning fruit were all refined by the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Tai Chu. Their cultivation improved greatly, and just as Lin Tian expected, they all reached the peak of the great supreme god realm. Awesome! This is awesome! The white tiger was excited. In just 3 months, the whooshing crocodile, and the little Tai Chu had all advanced by a whole realm. The whooshing crocodile was also very excited. In the past, the chaotic realm was its limit, but now, it was about to reach the great supreme god realm. Thinking about it, it felt like a dream. Only the little Tai Chu was not excited. It blinked its big eyes. Even though it had been born for so long, it still looked like a child. At this moment, Lin Tian flicked his finger, and 3 rays of treasure light flew out. They were a pagoda, a saber, and a shield. They were all saint-grade precious weapons. They were taken from the Kongming sect master and the others. He took out 3 of them and gave 1 each to the whooshing crocodile, the little Tai Chu, and the white tiger. As for the other Baodan, ancient scriptures, and divine weapons, we have no use for them. We'll bring them back to the immortal court in the future, he said with a smile. After bringing these treasures back to the immortal court, the combat strength of our immortal court will have another shocking change, the whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. Divine radiance intertwined and wiped out the great formations engraved in this place. He left with the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Tai Chu. Soon after, their group traveled far into the distance. After several hours passed, they crossed several dozen immortal mountain ranges in succession. Where are we going next? The white tiger asked Lin Tian Dao. Lin Tian thought for a while and said, we'll find a place with abundant spiritual energy and divine qi to let the sacred domain grow. The growth of the sacred domain required a lot of spiritual energy. In order for the sacred domain to grow, abundant spiritual energy was very necessary. One of the most important reasons he entered the celestial void realm was to absorb the abundant spiritual energy and divine qi in the celestial void realm so that the sacred domain could grow quickly. This was because the sacred domain was evolved from the world seed. It was very meaningful. At the end of evolving the sacred domain, he might be able to obtain a power that was even stronger than order. This was undoubtedly very tempting. The whooshing crocodile said, a place with abundant spiritual energy and divine qi. Let's ask a few heaven realm cultivators about this. Clang, the ear-piercing sound of a sword reverberated, suddenly interrupting its words. In the distance, a sword ray slashed over. It was incomparably fierce and contained a tyrannical saint's might, causing the group to be shocked. Lin Tian acted immediately. He circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun, and golden divine light enveloped the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Tai Chu. He moved several thousand feet away to avoid this fierce sword. Then, he tilted his head and looked in the direction where the sword ray came from. There, 7 figures appeared. Their bodies were mixed with saint-level waves, and they were wearing the same black robes. Found them. They're related to those sinners. Suppress them and search their consciousness directly. Find traces of those sinners. Take back the lost stone key. The 7 people's eyes were cold. Some time ago, Lin Tian displayed the unique divine technique of Ao Jiantianzuan and the others. News of him being related to Ao Jiantianzuan and the others had already spread to many places. Many branches of the celestial court found out, and many experts were sent to search for him. These 7 people were the experts of the celestial court. At this moment, even though the 7 people could see that Lin Tian and the others' cultivation was only at the celestial emperor realm, they still attacked at the same time and pressed over together. This was because those who were related to those sinners involved a lot of people. They had to suppress them at the first possible moment. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. Hearing these 7 people's words, he naturally guessed their origins in an instant. Moreover, he also saw through the intertwining auras of the 7 people's bodies. They're all at the 9th heaven of the quasi-saint realm. It was also at this moment that the 7 people directly pressed forward with a rumble. 7 waves of saint power completely sealed off the surroundings. He, the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Tai Chu were all suppressed by the saint power in the blink of an eye. Their bodies were all in pain. However, his expression did not change at all. He was not afraid at all. Then, in the next moment, his thoughts moved slightly. A treasure seal rushed out of his body, intertwining with dense divine inscriptions. It immediately exuded an extremely dense Saint King aura. Under his control, it faced the 7 people. This is a Saint King weapon. He has a Saint King weapon? As soon as the Saint King precious weapon appeared, the Saint King's aura was vast and mighty, causing the 7 secondary saints of the celestial court to turn pale. The 7 of them were now at the 9th heaven of the secondary saint realm, and their cultivation was much higher than Lin Tian's. However, after Lin Tian used the Saint King precious weapon with his godly emperor cultivation, the power was definitely not something a secondary saint could withstand. Retreat first. Among the 7, the one in the middle said in a low voice. He quickly retreated and chose to leave at a very fast speed. Immediately after, the other 6 quasi-saints followed suit and retreated along the path they had come from. Lin Tian looked at the backs of the 7 people as they left. He activated the reincarnation forging mind technique and instantly increased his battle strength tenfold. His speed also increased tenfold. Using the yin-yang steps, he stopped the 7 people in the blink of an eye. Since you're here, there's no reason to leave again, he said calmly, and the Saint King precious seal pressed down. With a rumble, the void in all directions collapsed immediately. It could not withstand the Saint King precious weapon that was activated with tenfold battle strength. The 7 secondary saints of the celestial court attacked with all their might. Saint power surged as they met the attack together. However, they could not withstand it at all. The saint power that they released was crushed by the Saint King precious seal in the blink of an eye. Then, the precious seal bloomed with saint light and sent the 7 people flying with loud bangs. Each of them coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Lin Tian stepped forward. Using the yin-yang steps tenfold, his speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the 7 people who were flying. Without any unnecessary movements, he shook the precious seal and pressed it down directly. Poof, one of them was hit by the precious seal and exploded on the spot. Only his spirit survived and quickly escaped. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He activated the heavenly sword manual with the precious seal and slashed out a brilliant sword ray, slashing at the spirit. This person instantly revealed a horrified expression, and his flying speed increased by a few notches. However, the sword ray that Lin Tian released was even faster. In the blink of an eye, it slashed in front of the spirit and went straight through it. Ah! A miserable cry rang out. This person's soul was pierced through, and he disappeared on the spot. When the other 6 celestial court quasi-saints saw this scene, they were both shocked and furious. As expected of someone who is closely related to those criminals. How dare he kill us celestial court cultivators? Lin Tian spat, you came to kill me, but you don't allow me to kill you? He maintained the seal and pressed it towards the 6 people. Furthermore, there's no need to be surprised. I've killed people from the celestial court before. This isn't the first time. You, insolent thing. The 6 of them had ugly expressions. So what if I'm arrogant? Can you bite me? Lin Tian remained calm. The Saint Ruler seal, under his tenfold battle prowess, bloomed with dazzling holy light, like a divine sun pressing down. With a rumble, the majestic aura froze the space in all directions, directly enveloping all 6 of them. For a moment, the 6 of them were sent flying at the same time. Lin Tian raised his hand, and the seal pressed down, crashing into one of them, directly destroying his body and soul. Now, his cultivation was at the God the Arch realm, and his strength was enough to deal with a half-step quasi-saint. In addition to his tenfold battle prowess, even if he were to battle with an ordinary quasi-saint, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. With the support of such battle prowess, and with the use of a Saint King grade artifact, the battle prowess he could unleash was even enough to fight with an early-stage saint. A few peak quasi-saints wouldn't be able to stop him in this state. Clang, the seal vibrated, and he once again used it to execute the Heaven Ascending Sword. Dense Heaven Ascending Sword light once again enveloped the other 5 people. Pft, pft, pft. In the blink of an eye, another 3 people were penetrated, unable to withstand the Saint Ruler power in the Saint Ruler seal, and their bodies and souls were all destroyed. In the blink of an eye, only one of the 7 celestial court quasi-saints remained. Lin Tian stepped forward, and instantly appeared in front of this person, directly suppressing him with the seal, making it hard for him to move. The stone key that those 9 people snatched can open a stone door in a forbidden land. What's behind that stone door? He asked. He didn't have time to ask the UMO back then. Later on, he had asked the old ruffian, but the old guy didn't know. He felt that the people from the celestial court should know something. I don't know. Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. There was fear in the eyes of this quasi-saint from the celestial court, but he was also very unyielding. He gritted his teeth and said, "You sinner, don't be complacent. There are many elites from the celestial court hunting you and those 9 sinners. There just happens to be a saint king nearby, and he will definitely detect this place very soon. All of you will die without a burial, shut up." Lin Tian's fist landed on this person's abdomen, forcefully interrupting the latter part of his words, causing him to cough up a large mouthful of blood. Immediately after, he released a wisp of divine thought of the origin and directly entered this person's consciousness to search for what he wanted to know. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. He withdrew the divine thought of the origin and pressed down with the Saint King level seal, directly suppressing this person's body and soul. "How is it? What did you find?" Wuxing Crocodile stepped forward and asked. Lin Tian shook his head. This quasi-saint from the celestial court really didn't know what was behind the stone door in that ancient land. As far as he knows, in the celestial court, only elites above the Saint King level know a little about that stone door. He said. Saint King, the white tiger looked at Lin Tian and said, "Can you still use that sword of yours now?" Just now, that guy seemed to have said that there was a Saint King from the celestial court nearby. With that sword, you can suppress that Saint King and interrogate him, then you can suppress this king and interrogate him, can you do that? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded and interrupted the white tiger's words. Not far away, a purple-robed elder appeared and walked over step by step. The Saint King level pressure was surging and intimidating. He was at the 9th heaven of the Saint King level. Lin Tian was immediately moved. Previously, the quasi-saint from the celestial court had said that there was a celestial court Saint King nearby and that he would discover them very soon. He didn't expect that this Saint King would appear in the blink of an eye. "Go," he said in a low voice. He activated the reincarnation forging mind technique and increased his strength by 10 times. He used it to activate the duality steps and brought the Wuxing Crocodile, the white tiger, and little Taichu with him, directly fleeing into the distance. A 9th heaven Saint King was definitely not someone they could contend against. Even if they summoned the divine sword in their sea of consciousness, it would be useless. The difference in cultivation was too great. Moreover, he had no way of summoning that divine sword at this moment. He increased his strength by 10 times extremely quickly and brought the Wuxing Crocodile, the little Taichu, and the white tiger far away in the blink of an eye. The purple-robed Saint King's eyes were cold. He took a step forward and instantly appeared behind Lin Tian and the others. He directly reached out his hand and covered Lin Tian and the others. The pressure of a peak Saint King was extremely frightening. Lin Tianji felt his entire body turn cold. He directly propped up his Saint Domain to protect his group. At the same time, he activated the Saint King seal with 10 times his battle strength and blasted out a powerful attack. A Saint King weapon, very good. It was very difficult for a normal Saint King cultivator to have their own Saint King weapon. Even the strongest cultivator in a sect like Sect Master Kong Ming did not have his own Saint King weapon. He only had a treasure left behind by his ancestor. Therefore, when he saw Lin Tian take out the Saint King seal, the purple-robed Saint King was tempted. His eyes flashed and he wanted to take it. The Saint King light surrounded him and broke apart Lin Tian's attack with the Saint King seal. He continued to grab at Lin Tian. Lin Tian used the reincarnation forging spirit technique to increase his combat strength by 10-fold. He used the Saint King seal to launch another round of attacks, which pressed down on the purple-robed Saint King. During this process, he did not stop at all. He used his 10-fold strength to push his speed to the limit. While using the Saint Domain to protect his body, he took the Wuxing Crocodile, white tiger, and little Taichu and quickly escaped into the distance. The purple-robed Saint King snorted coldly. He broke apart Lin Tian's attack with a palm and quickly chased after the group again. You can't escape. This person's voice was cold. Saint Light intertwined around his body, forming a Saint Rain that pierced towards Lin Tianyi and the others. Lin Tian used the Saint Domain to protect his body. As he flew, he used the Saint King seal to attack the purple-robed Saint King again. At the same time, a cauldron rushed out of his body. It was a Saint King weapon that he had taken from the Kongming sect master. At this time, he directly injected his divine power into it, causing the Saint Qi inside to become chaotic. He threw it at the purple-robed Saint King. Explode! He said in a low voice and formed a seal. Suddenly, the Saint Qi emitted by the cauldron became extremely chaotic and exploded. The destructive Qi was like a surging Milky Way, pressing down on the purple-robed Saint King. At the same time, he did not stop. He took the Wuxing crocodile, white tiger, and little Tai Chu and continued to fly. The destruction of a saint-level treasure artifact was extremely frightening, but it was not enough to threaten a 9th heavenly layer saint ruler. He knew this very well. At this time, he detonated a saint-level precious weapon just to create some interference for the purple-robed Saint King so that they could escape more easily. With a whoosh, he took the Wuxing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Tai Chu, and in the blink of an eye, they were already extremely far away. Boom! Behind him, the saint power surged, and a great palm print of holy light appeared, shattering all the destructive power of the cauldron's self-destruction. The purple-robed saint was unaffected, but his eyes had become colder. A divine emperor cultivator had actually detonated a saint-level precious weapon to interfere with his actions. He had to say that this was somewhat extravagant. He, a dignified peak Saint King, did not have the capital to do such a thing. He was not rich enough to casually detonate a saint-level precious weapon to interfere with his enemy. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Most importantly, Lin Tian had succeeded in stopping him for at least 3 breaths. Ant. His voice was cold. He moved his feet and chased after him again. At this time, Lin Tian took the Wuxing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Tai Chu and crossed dozens of mountains, and were very far away. Shook him off? The white tiger's heart palpitated. Lin Tian shook his head. Although he had shaken off the purple-robed Saint King just now, and at this time, he could not even see the other party's figure behind him. However, his divine consciousness could sense the other party's aura, and it was quickly closing in on them. Before long, they would be caught up again. The Wuxing crocodile frowned. What should we do? With their current strength, it was impossible for them to stop a peak Saint King. It could be said that they were doomed. Lin Tian frowned and pondered. After pausing for a moment, he gritted his teeth and changed direction, heading south. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. He took the Wuxing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Tai Chu and walked very far away. The surrounding ancient trees and vegetation gradually became very thin, and the spiritual fluctuations also became very thin. A valley appeared. As far as the eye could see, the valley was intertwined with a hazy gray fog. It was like the fog of death, and it gave people a cold feeling. Just looking at it made people feel as if their souls were about to be swallowed, and it made people feel a chill down their backs. Kid, where is this? The Wuxing crocodile was moved. 10,000 Death Valley. Rumor has it that a few void sky rank existences have died there. Lin Tian Ondao. A few void sky rank existences have died there? The Wuxing crocodile immediately trembled, and then his expression changed again. Kid, don't tell me you're thinking of jumping into 10,000 Death Valley at this time? Yes. Lin Tian nodded. Previously, when he searched the knowledge sea of the Celestial Court's second sage, he learned that there was such a dangerous place nearby that even void sky rank existences did not dare to enter easily. At this time, he was being chased by a peak Saint King, so he wanted to use this place to deal with the other party. The white tiger could not help but tremble. Don't act recklessly, kid. This place is too dangerous. Not to mention the fact that a few void sky rank existences have died mentioned by Lin Tian. At this time, just looking at it from the outside made it feel as if its soul was about to be swallowed. It could clearly feel that the inside of this place was very dangerous. There's no other way. If we don't go in, it will be more dangerous for us. It's a dead end. Lin Tianandao. The whooshing crocodile and the white tiger immediately froze, because Lin Tian was right. Although this 10,000 Death Valley was very dangerous, there was still a 10% chance of survival. However, if they did not go in and use this place to deal with the purple-robed Saint King, they would easily fall into the purple-robed Saint King's hands and die. At this time, the void rumbled as the purple-robed Saint King's figure appeared behind them and caught up. The whooshing crocodile and the white tiger looked back and immediately trembled. Lin Tian also saw the purple-robed Saint King and did not stop at all. He directly led the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Taichu into 10,000 Death Valley and were instantly submerged in the grey fog. The purple-robed Saint King chased them to this place and saw this scene. Seeing the valley filled with grey fog, he was immediately moved. Obviously, he also knew how dangerous this place was and that several void sky realm existences had died here. Standing outside 10,000 Death Valley, he hesitated for a moment. He took a step forward, but then retreated. After all, this valley was really dangerous. As such, he hesitated in this place. In the blink of an eye, a dozen breaths passed. After a dozen breaths passed, he finally gritted his teeth and stepped into 10,000 Death Valley. Although this place was dangerous, Lin Tian was related to the 9 sinners. Once he was suppressed, the higher-ups would definitely reward him handsomely. At the very least, it would be a sovereign-grade ancient scripture. Such a reward was undoubtedly very tempting. Lin Tian led the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Taichu. At this time, they had already stepped into 10,000 Death Valley. The air was extremely cold, with a chill that seemed to be able to freeze everything. That old bastard also chased in. Whooshing crocodile cursed. He sensed that the purple-robed Saint King's aura had also appeared in this valley, and was approaching them. Lin Tian naturally also sensed this and said in a deep voice, "Go deeper." 10,000 Death Valley's aura was cold and the terrain was very complex. There were some special earth vein patterns intertwined. Using these earth vein patterns, he led the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Taichu to move and contend with the purple-robed Saint King. Soon, they had crossed another few thousand feet. Suddenly, huge skeletons appeared one after another in front of them. There were humans and beasts, but they still had some remnant auras. One of the demonic beast skeletons had a wisp of void sky realm aura. There really are such existences that died here. The white tiger trembled, and so did the whooshing crocodile. Even the little Taichu's eyes widened. Although they had heard from Lin Tian that a few void sky realm experts had died in 10,000 War Valley, seeing the skeleton of a void sky realm expert in this valley still made their hearts palpitate. After all, there was a big difference between seeing it with their own eyes and hearing about it from others. Lin Tian was also shocked, but he quickly regained his composure. "He's coming, let's go." He glanced behind him and called out to the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Taichu. Using the terrain of the valley, they continued to move deeper into the valley. At this time, he felt the aura of the purple-robed Holy King rapidly approaching. In the blink of an eye, a full quarter of an hour passed. After a quarter of an hour, the man and the 3 beasts had walked very far into the valley. Along the way, they did not encounter any evil spirits or vicious beasts, nor did they encounter any great dangers. However, the air was getting colder and colder, and even a little heavy. It was as if there was a galaxy pressing down on this place, and it was about to fall, making them feel suffocated. "Brat, are we still going to go deeper? Lord Tiger feels like I'm going to collapse." The white tiger panted. "Yeah." The little Taichu opened and closed its mouth from time to time. At this time, it also felt a little uncomfortable. Lin Tian frowned. At this time, he also felt a little uncomfortable. It was as if a piece of the sky was pressing down on his shoulders. Even with the support of his saint domain, it was difficult to isolate this uncomfortable feeling. He opened his mouth and said, "Continue, that person is about to catch up, there's no need to continue." A cold voice sounded, interrupting his words. Behind them, the purple-robed Holy King finally caught up at this time. His entire body was covered in holy light as he stared at Lin Tian and the others. F***ck, this old thing. The white tiger cursed. Lin Tian did not say anything. He used his saint domain to protect himself, the white tiger, whooshing crocodile, and little Tai Chu as they continued to move deeper into the valley. The purple-robed holy king coldly snorted and raised his right hand. Holy light intertwined and pressed down on Lin Tianyi and the others. Holy might intertwined, and it was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the holy king's head fell. Lin Tian used his divine domain to protect himself, and the reincarnation forging spirit art was constantly circulating. He used the dragon burial scripture with 10 times the strength to connect with some of the natural forces in 10,000 War Valley and block the opponent's holy light. Boom! With a rumble, he used the power of the natural layout to block his opponent's holy force. Then, he led the whooshing crocodile, white tiger, and little Tai Chu deeper into Thousand Death Valley. At this time, although he had borrowed some of the power of the earth veins in the valley to block the other party's attack, he had barely managed to block it. Moreover, this was the result of the other party not using his full strength. As for himself, he had already fully displayed his pinnacle-level power. Therefore, he did not dare to stop and could only continue to run. An ant that only knows how to run. The purple-robed holy king's face was very dark. He stepped forward and chased after Lin Tian. At the same time, he could not help but frown. I didn't encounter any dangers as I expected. But what's with the aura in the valley? After entering Thousand Death Valley, he did not encounter any terrifying dangers. However, the deeper he went into the valley, the more oppressive the air became. His strength was greatly suppressed, and it was difficult for him to display the power of a holy king. I have to suppress him quickly. And that little thing beside him seems to be a descendant of the immortal spirit royal family. His eyes were intertwined with a shocking holy light. Lin Tian led the whooshing crocodile, white tiger, and little Tai Chu. With the protection of his holy domain, he had already traveled far away. The air became heavier and heavier, and the layout of the earth veins became more and more complicated. Moreover, more skeletons appeared. Among them, there were a few void sky-level skeletons. It looked very terrifying. Kid, Lord Tiger feels that if we continue, it seems like we will die at any time. The white tiger said. In front of them, the gray fog became thicker. One could only vaguely see that there were many huge mountains in the fog. There was no vegetation on the mountains, and they were all red rocks. It was very desolate, but there was a faintly discernible and terrifying aura intertwined in that area. It was as if there was a peerless ferocious beast that could devour the world lying there. Lin Tian frowned. Naturally, he could see that the area in front of them was very scary. However, at this time, he shook his head. No, that person is coming. If we stop, we will only be. Boom. A beam of holy light pierced through from behind. It was extremely fast, and it interrupted Lin Tian's words. Lin Tian supported his holy domain and used the duality steps with 10 times his strength. He moved horizontally and dodged the beam of holy light. The purple-robed holy king caught up again. The holy light outside his body became thicker, and strands of holy runes floated. That's enough. I won't give you any more chances to escape. As soon as he finished speaking, the holy runes floating outside his body moved. They intertwined with an aura that could imprison all things. It was obviously a special sealing divine art that he had been preparing. At this time, it spread out in all directions and completely sealed the space around Lin Tianyi and the others. Lin Tian's expression changed. At this time, with them as the center, the space within a radius of 100 feet was completely sealed. At this time, they were directly trapped in this area. The purple-robed holy king snorted coldly. He took a step forward and closed in on Lin Tian and the others. At this time, the space here was sealed by his holy king grade Dao runes. Lin Tian and the others no longer had any possibility of escaping. He did not need to care anymore. He only needed to leisurely suppress the group and then leave Thousand Death Valley. He sneered and walked towards Lin Tian and the others. Holy light intertwined around his body. His saint power lingered in this space. It's over. Whooshing Crocodile was on the verge of tears. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and quickly thought of various ways to deal with the situation in front of him. In the end, he could only think of one way: to self-destruct the Holy King seal that he had obtained from the Kongming Dao sect. The self-destruction of a Holy King weapon would definitely be able to solve the crisis in front of him. Thinking of this, seeing that the other party was constantly approaching, he directly raised the Holy King seal and channeled a large amount of divine power into it. He twisted the divine power and began to guide the Holy King weapon to self-destruct. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind swept up in the thick gray fog behind them. It was somewhat cold. There, in the hazy gray fog, a pair of eyes as large as a house suddenly appeared. It was frighteningly deep. Such a scene was naturally seen by Lin Tianyi and the others, and they could not help but tremble. Even the powerful purple-robed Holy King could not help but tremble. He stopped in his tracks toward Lin Tian and the others. Those eyes were too frightening. It was as if they had seen through everything in the world. It was as if one look could tear everything apart. The eyes as large as a house looked in their direction. They were deep and cold. "Get out!" A cold voice came from the huge eyes. It shook the entire Thousand Death Valley. An even stronger gust of wind swept over, enveloping Lin Tian and the others, as well as the purple-robed Holy King. It was obvious that it wanted to sweep them out of Thousand Death Valley. However, in the next moment, this wanton gust of wind suddenly dissipated. Its eyes were as huge as a house, and its gaze fell on the whooshing crocodile in Lin Tianyi's group without blinking. This action was naturally seen by Lin Tian and the others. Brother Crocodile, it seems to be looking at you? You. When did you provoke it?" The white tiger trembled. Whooshing Crocodile met the gaze of the huge eyes, and the scales all over its body could not help but stand up. After listening to the white tiger's words, its heart palpitated and it was angry. Provoke my ass. This is the first time Lord Crocodile has come to the heaven realm. Lin Tian was naturally moved as well. He noticed that the fierce eyes were looking at Whooshing Crocodile, but he did not know what the other party meant. He became extremely vigilant, and the light emitted from his holy domain became even stronger. "Yeah." Little Taichu opened its big eyes and stared vigilantly at the fierce eyes. Not far away, the purple-robed Holy King also saw the strange look of the fierce eyes, but he did not dare to make a move. This pair of eyes terrified him, and his soul felt like it was about to crack. It was extremely uncomfortable. The gray fog lingered in front, and the gaze of the huge eyes fell on Whooshing Crocodile. Gradually, the surrounding fog dissipated, causing that place to become clear, revealing the fierce eye's true form. It was an incomparably huge exotic beast, shaped like a crocodile. It was at least 100 feet tall, and its body was covered with 5 colored scales. It had a pair of huge wings, and the edges of the wings were intertwined with 5-colored luster. Lin Tian was immediately moved, and his pupils could not help but constrict. "Yeah." Little Taichu stared. White Tiger's eyes also widened, and it was completely shocked by the other party's appearance. Then, in the next moment, one man and 2 beasts could not help but look at Whooshing Crocodile. In front of them, apart from the color of the scales, the color of the wings, and the size of the monster's body, the other parts of the giant beast were simply carved from the same mold as Whooshing Crocodile. The 5 elements crocodile himself also widened his eyes and was stunned. He couldn't even speak properly. You, the 300 jong tall crocodile looked over. His eyes were still incomparably deep. He looked at the Whooshing Crocodile and said, "Greet your ancestor." Ancestor? Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. Beside him, Lin Tian was also shocked. Even though he could tell that the giant crocodile in front of him was related to the Whooshing Crocodile, he still couldn't help but be moved when he heard the giant crocodile say these words. This was the ancestor of the Whooshing Crocodile bloodline? On the other side, White Tiger and Little Taichu were also as shocked as he was. Their eyes widened even more. The giant crocodile looked at Whooshing Crocodile, and its eyes moved. A 5-colored light surrounded it, and a special aura intertwined. This caused Whooshing Crocodile to tremble. The ancient scriptures in its body began to circulate, and a similar 5-colored light intertwined. Moreover, even its bloodline began to beat along with it, resonating with the aura of the giant crocodile's bloodline, causing the void to rumble. The same bloodline aura, the same technique aura. Lin Tian was moved again. He stared straight at the giant crocodile in front of him. This is the crocodile ancestor? Previously, Wuxing Crocodile had mentioned to him that it had obtained an ancient scripture in a dark canyon. It said that it was created by the crocodile ancestor of the Wuxing Crocodile bloodline. It was very compatible with its bloodline, and the ancient scripture had never been changed. Now that he saw this scene, his expression changed. This giant crocodile was the creator of the ancient scripture that Wuxing Crocodile was currently cultivating? The crocodile ancestor that Wuxing Crocodile had never seen before? White Tiger's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Brother Crocodile, this seems to be, really your ancestor. Wuxing Crocodile was completely stunned. The other party's bloodline aura and technique aura were exactly the same as its own. It could easily cause the bloodline and technique in its body to resonate with it. Without a doubt, this was the creator of the ancient scripture that it cultivated. It really was its old crocodile ancestor. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The purple-robed Holy King moved. At this moment, he rushed out of Wansheng Valley as if he was flying. This peak Holy King naturally saw that the giant crocodile and Wuxing Crocodile were of the same bloodline. So, how could he dare to not make a move? How could he dare to continue staying and not escape? If he continued to stay, he would definitely die. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed a great distance. The crocodile ancestor's eyes were deep and cold. He glanced at the purple-robed Holy King who was escaping, and a demonic light directly descended from the sky. Poof, there was no scream, only a bloody mist. This peak Holy King expert was instantly destroyed in both body and soul. Such a scene made Lin Tian and the others gasp involuntarily. A peak-level Saint King was actually obliterated so easily. Brother Crocodile, your ancestor, is a ruthless scum. White Tiger swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In front, the crocodile ancestor's eyes fell on Lin Tian and the others again. The demonic light trembled and turned into a middle-aged man in black. He stepped forward and instantly arrived in front of Lin Tian and the others. He looked at Wuxing Crocodile and paused. Your cultivation is not bad. Suddenly seeing a creature of the same bloodline in this place, and one that cultivated the ancient scripture that he had created back then, made him somewhat surprised and somewhat emotional. Wuxing Crocodile met the crocodile ancestor's deep gaze and felt that he was completely seen through. You what? Call me ancestor. The crocodile ancestor said. Wuxing Crocodile shrunk his neck and met the other party's deep gaze. The pressure was too great. Ancestor, the crocodile ancestor's gaze fell on the little Taichu next to him, and a light intertwined in his eyes. A descendant of the immortal spirit royal family, not bad. Then, his gaze moved and looked at Lin Tian. After a pause, he said, human, not bad. Lin Tian bowed. Senior, you flatter me. Since it was the ancestor of the Wuxing Crocodile bloodline, he naturally had to bow. Moreover, the other party had killed the purple-robed Holy King, which could be considered as saving their lives. The crocodile ancestor nodded and looked at Wuxing Crocodile again. Suddenly meeting the ancestor of his bloodline here, Wuxing Crocodile was a little uncomfortable at first because he was not mentally prepared. However, with his carefree personality, he got used to it in the blink of an eye. At this time, he met the crocodile ancestor's gaze and took the initiative to meet it. Ancestor, what are you doing here? Cultivating, and taking something along the way. The crocodile ancestor said. What is it? Wuxing Crocodile was puzzled. Then, his eyes lit up. Could it be some kind of heavenly treasure? It's not bad. The crocodile ancestor nodded and said to Wuxing Crocodile, follow me. Human, follow me. As he spoke, he stepped forward and walked towards the depths of Thousand Death Valley. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and White Tiger followed behind. Soon, they were thousands of feet away. The gray fog that was previously shaken off by the crocodile ancestor's aura intertwined again, completely covering the surrounding space. Even divine consciousness could not see through it. Soon, they followed the crocodile ancestor and entered a mine in the depths of Thousand Death Valley. Here, the crocodile ancestor stopped. This is? Lin Tian saw the other party stop and looked forward. He could not help but tremble. In the depths of the mine, as far as the eye could see, there were piles of divine Lingjing. It was difficult to count how many there were, and the divine aura and divine Tao law fluctuations intertwined with each other. Lin Tianyi and the others couldn't help but be shocked. There were so many divine Lingjing, many times more than the sum of the divine Lingjing they had obtained in the Kongming ancestors' secret palace and the Kongming Dao sect. It was like a treasure trove of divine Lingjing, and its value was difficult to estimate. This is really, seeing so many divine Lingjing, even with Lin Tian's temperament, he couldn't remain calm at this time. Ancestor, are these divine Lingjing the things you want to obtain? They are extraordinarily valuable. Wuxing Crocodile stared straight ahead, almost drooling. Lin Tian was a little speechless when he heard this, and couldn't help glancing at this guy. This crocodile ancestor in front of him, needless to say, was at least a sovereign. For such an existence, the divine Lingjing in this place was as worthless as sand. How could the thing he cared about and wanted to obtain be these divine Lingjing? The crocodile ancestor also glanced at Wuxing Crocodile, apparently having the same feeling as Lin Tian, but he didn't say anything. After a pause, he raised his hand slightly, and a five-colored divine brilliance overflowed, causing the divine Lingjing in front of him to become completely transparent, revealing a place about 100 feet deep, where there was a blood-red metal the size of a head. Vanishing sacred metal. Lin Tianyi was shocked. Back then, he had asked Mysterious Yellow about many things and learned a lot of things, including the vanishing sacred metal, a kind of weapon-forging material born by heaven and earth. Although it couldn't be compared to the Hongmeng heavenly crystal, it was still very valuable, and even transcending heaven existences would be jealous of it. He didn't expect to see a piece of vanishing sacred metal here. It turned out that the crocodile ancestor was here to obtain this thing. Young man, not bad. You have good eyesight. The crocodile ancestor was surprised. He never thought that Lin Tian, who was only a god emperor, would know about the void-dissolving holy gold and recognize it at a glance. On the other hand, the Wuxing Crocodile, the White Tiger, and the little Taichu were at a loss. They didn't know much about the void-vanishing holy gold. Lin Tian saw that they were puzzled and gave a simple explanation. Even the omnipotent realm experts are jealous of him? It really is a super godly item. The White Tiger glared at him. At that moment, everyone's gazes involuntarily landed on the ethereal transformation sacred metal. Senior, is it very difficult to retrieve this thing? Lin Tian asked the crocodile ancestor. It seemed that the crocodile ancestor had discovered the void-turning holy gold here long ago, but it had not taken it out until now. Obviously, it was somewhat abnormal. Although the value of the void-turning holy gold was extraordinary, he even had the Hongmeng heavenly crystal, so he didn't care about this thing. Other than being a little surprised when he first saw it, he had calmed down by now. There are very complicated natural divine runes wrapped around it. It is very difficult to crack. I have been waiting here for a long time. The crocodile ancestor said, but now, it is considered the final stage. I will be able to retrieve it soon. Because of the Wuxing Crocodile, although the crocodile ancestor's voice was indifferent, it did not hide anything. Lin Tianyi and the others stayed in the mine. The crocodile ancestor was in the middle. Strands of 5 elements treasure glory spread out from its body, penetrating into the large divine Lingjing in front of it, and surging towards the void-turning holy gold inside. The void-turning holy gold was naturally born from heaven and earth, and naturally, there were many natural divine runes wrapped around it. It was very responsible. The crocodile ancestor was using its powerful cultivation base and its own majestic saint power to dissolve the divine runes outside the holy gold. From time to time, strange runes would appear outside the holy gold, and then they would shatter under the power of the crocodile ancestor. Lin Tian watched the crocodile ancestor from the side and felt the energy fluctuations outside its body. He couldn't help but be shocked. Vaguely, he felt a wisp of pressure that surpassed the void sky rank. Ascension realm? His heart skipped a beat. The old ancestor of the Wuxing Crocodile had surpassed the void sky rank and was at the height of the ascension realm, the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Taichu were watching from the side. They also felt the pressure that surpassed the void sky rank released by the crocodile ancestor at this time, and couldn't help but widen their eyes. Brother Crocodile, this old ancestor of yours, is extraordinarily powerful. The white tiger swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After the whooshing crocodile recovered from its surprise, its eyes lit up. Not only did it see the crocodile ancestor of its bloodline, but it was also so powerful. It couldn't help but feel a little excited. Buzz. The 5 elements' holy radiance intertwined in front of the crocodile ancestor. 1 man and 3 beasts silently stood on one side, watching the divine patterns outside the holy metal. Just like that, more than a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a loud clanging sound came from the mine. The divine patterns outside the nullifying holy metal were completely dissolved, and a dazzling light intertwined. The nullifying holy metal seemed to have turned into a metal sun, and the light was cold and oppressive. Divine light flashed across the eyes of the crocodile ancestor. It shattered a large amount of divine patterns and grabbed the nullifying holy metal in its hand. Congratulations, Senior. Lin Tian stepped forward and said. At the same time, he felt his body turn cold. Being in close contact with the nullifying holy metal made his divine soul feel a little painful. He couldn't help but think that this nullifying holy metal was not simple. Congratulations, old ancestor. The whooshing crocodile stepped forward and congratulated Lin Tiandao. He stared at the holy metal in the crocodile ancestor's hand and said, Old ancestor, you see, caring for the younger generation is the responsibility and obligation of an ancestor. Why don't you give this holy metal to us as a greeting gift? Lin Tian, this guy was really shameless. The white tiger was also speechless. Even the little Taichu couldn't help but roll its eyes. The crocodile ancestor glanced at the whooshing crocodile and put away the nullifying holy metal in its hand. You can't use it even if I give it to you. As it spoke, it continued, however, I have to give you and your companions some benefits. You can use the divine Lingjing here. These divine Lingjing were previously wrapped in the nullifying holy metal and intertwined with the divine patterns outside the nullifying holy metal, so they couldn't be moved. However, at this time, the divine patterns outside the nullifying holy metal had been completely obliterated. He had also obtained the nullifying holy metal, so he didn't have to care about these divine Lingjing anymore. As for these divine Lingjing, although there were so many of them that it was a little scary, and even holy king-level masters would be moved when they saw them, they were useless to existences like the crocodile ancestor. He might as well give them to whooshing crocodile, Lin Tian, and the others as gifts. When the whooshing crocodile heard this, its eyes immediately lit up. It's not as good as the nullifying holy metal, but it's barely okay. It rubbed its claws and said. Lin Tian was a little speechless. This guy was still pretending to be obedient after taking advantage of him. Thank you, Senior. He bowed to the crocodile ancestor and thanked it. The crocodile ancestor nodded and looked at Lin Tian. It said, Human, you are very polite. Very good. As it spoke, its gaze fell on the whooshing crocodile again. Refine them with your companions, then come with me. You need to train them. The crocodile ancestor's intention was to personally train whooshing crocodile in the future. Lin Tian and the others couldn't help but be moved. That, ancestor, I'd better cultivate with Lin Brat and the others, okay? We won't bother you and take up your time. In exchange, you can just give us a random sky-reaching precious weapon. Whooshing crocodile rubbed its claws and said. Facing the ancestor of its lineage, it didn't have the initial uneasiness at all. Lin Tian was speechless when he heard this. He couldn't help but squint at this guy. He could totally guess what this guy was thinking at this time. He must think that he would be treated very harshly if he followed the crocodile ancestor to cultivate in the future. Just like when Ling Yun was brought by his master to cultivate, he refused to follow the crocodile ancestor at this time. He was completely afraid of suffering. Moreover, when this guy refused the crocodile ancestor's request because he was afraid of suffering in the future, he actually said something like, in exchange, I can just give you a heaven-ascending level treasure weapon. He was really shameless. The crocodile ancestor glanced at whooshing crocodile and didn't say anything. However, it had a majestic expression that couldn't be disobeyed. Okay, I got it. Whooshing crocodile was stunned. It could see that the ancestor of its lineage wouldn't listen to it at all. The crocodile ancestor turned into a human form, wearing a black robe. It stood quietly by the side and signaled Lin Tian and the others to refine the god Ling Jing. Lin Tianyi and the others didn't hesitate. They immediately operated their ancient scriptures in this mine, absorbing the god Ling Jing in this mine to cultivate. For a time, all kinds of different lights lingered in the mine, illuminating it brightly. Buzz. Outside Lin Tian's body, a golden light surged, and his essence, qi, and spirit increased bit by bit. The crocodile ancestor stood by the side, glancing at Whooshing crocodile, little Taichu, and white tiger. Its gaze fell on Lin Tian, and in its deep eyes, there was a strange light intertwined. The aura of the 9 people's techniques, is it that little brat? Watching Lin Tian cultivate, the crocodile ancestor felt the aura of the Sun Heart Sutra and other techniques on Lin Tian's body. It frowned for the first time, and then it couldn't help but shake its head. I don't feel a familiar aura. 4 different types of light revolved around the mine. Lin Tian cultivated seriously, and his essence, energy, and soul continued to rise. At the same time, the saint domain within his body grew as well, and the primitive aura of heaven and earth lingered within his body. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Ant's body's ancestors. His opened his eyes. 2 eyes fling. 2 eyes flashed as ancestor's ancestor. His eyes as Lin opens ancestor not. T's reach T. Baya he muttered to himself. There were too many god Lingjing in this place. Using these god Lingjing to cultivate, Shui Ying's cultivation had directly reached the peak of the middle stage god emperor realm from the early stage god emperor realm. He was just a strand away from reaching the peak stage god emperor realm. Moreover, at the same time, he was also absorbing god Lingjing's energy to evolve his saint domain. At this time, his saint domain became even more astonishing. It was no longer just grass, but also some ordinary small trees that danced in the wind. The aura of life within the sacred domain was even thicker than before. With the improvement of his cultivation base and the growth of his saint domain, he could feel that his combat strength had improved by leaps and bounds. His divine power, divine soul, and physique had all undergone great changes. God Emperor Realm. An excited voice sounded from the side. Whooshing crocodile clenched his claws. In 3 months, he had reached the early stage God Emperor Realm from the peak stage God Emperor Realm. At the same time, Little Taichu and White Tiger had also reached the early stage God Emperor Realm. The aura they emitted was much stronger. Lin Tian stood up and bowed to the crocodile ancestor. Many thanks, senior. These god Lingjing were given to them by the crocodile ancestor. Even though it was because Whooshing crocodile was its descendant, he still had to thank it. To them, this was a huge gift. The crocodile ancestor shook its head, indicating that Lin Tian did not need to be so polite. It then looked at Whooshing crocodile and directly grabbed him. The heaven realm is filled with dangers. Be careful. Pay attention to the celestial court. It said to Lin Tian Dao. Its words were simple, and then it disappeared in a flash. Lin Tian was immediately stunned. This existence really didn't hesitate in his actions. After a simple sentence, he directly grabbed the 5-elemental crocodile and left. They didn't even have time to say a simple goodbye to the 5-elemental crocodile. Oh, let's go too. He called out to the White Tiger and Little Taichu and left this place. The terrain in Myriad Death Valley was very complicated, and there were many earth veins, but it wasn't very dangerous. He had heard from the crocodile ancestor about the Void Heaven grade experts who had died in Myriad Death Valley when he followed the crocodile ancestor to the mine. Those experts were killed by the crocodile ancestor because they had discovered the void-dissolving sacred metal and wanted to compete with the crocodile ancestor. He brought the White Tiger and Little Taichu out of Myriad Death Valley very quickly. They crossed 3 magnificent celestial mountains in a row. Where are we going next? The White Tiger asked. Lin Tian thought for a while and said, let's find a place with denser divine qi. Let's go, Hong. Suddenly, a tyrannical fluctuation of Saint Qi appeared in the distant sky, interrupting his words. A total of 10 figures stepped towards this place, each of them exuding an aura that could suppress saints. Found it. Take them down quickly. The 10 people were all in the quasi-saint realm. Their eyes fell on Lin Tianyi and the others. They were wearing the unique uniform of the Celestial Court. A few months ago, a group of cultivators from the Celestial Court were searching for Lin Tian in this area. They were killed by Lin Tian and disappeared. This attracted even more Celestial Court cultivators to this area. Many Celestial Court cultivators had been searching this area during this period, and now they found Lin Tian and the others. What a bunch of people looking for trouble. The White Tiger rolled his eyes. Although the 10 people were all in the quasi-saint realm, Lin Tian had a Saint King-grade precious weapon. With such a Saint King-grade precious weapon, even if his cultivation was only in the Emperor God realm, how could a quasi-saint resist him? Lin Tian looked at the 10 people pressing down on him. He paused for a moment and asked the White Tiger and little Taichu to retreat while he went forward alone. Let's test our current battle strength, he muttered to himself. The weakest of the dozen or so people was at the first heaven of secondary saints, while the strongest was at the third heaven of secondary saints. At this moment, he directly circulated the reincarnation forging spirit art, stacking his battle prowess that was almost at the peak stage of the God the Arch realm by 10 times, bursting forth with overflowing divine rainbow light. Dong! He swung the primal chaos Empyrean fist with 10 times his current battle prowess and smashed an early-stage quasi-saint heavenly court cultivator who was charging at the forefront. After that, the transformation god talisman activated, and the sacred domain formed, enveloping the divine soul of this person. With a horrifying scream, the divine soul was directly crushed into pieces. How could this be? The other 10 quasi-saints from the Celestial Court had a change of expression. A middle-stage god emperor actually killed one of them so easily. Not far away, the White Tiger could not help but shrink his neck. He felt a chill down his spine. He did not use that sacred king-grade seal, and with his middle-stage god emperor cultivation, he actually killed a quasi-saint in the blink of an eye. This combat strength is truly. The voice that was filled with praise was very familiar. Lin Tian and the other 2 were all moved. They all looked in the direction of the voice. There, 2 middle-aged men stood together. One was dressed in purple, the other in black. Royal Lord of Celestial Spirit, Ao Jian Tianzuan. Lin Tianyi was shocked. He did not expect that these 2 ancient experts would appear here at this time. The White Tiger also widened its eyes. It recognized the 2 people in front of it and revealed a shocked expression. Yeah. Little Taichu revealed a joyful expression. It flew over and landed on the shoulder of the Royal Lord of Celestial Spirit. It was extremely happy. This was its father. It had been more than 1,000 years since they parted. The Royal Lord of Celestial Spirit stroked the little guy's head very dotingly. Sinner! How dare you appear? One of the more than 10 quasi-saint experts from the Celestial Court who had killed their way here spoke. At this time all of their gazes fell on Ao Jian Tianzuan. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, at this time, although these people's eyes were filled with murderous intent, none of them rushed toward Ao Jian Tianzuan. Instead, they were very wary. Quickly report to the Saint Kings. One of them spoke. Immediately, someone used a strange technique to convey the situation here to the higher-ups. This was because they knew very well that with their strength, they were no match for this person in front of them. If they went forward, they would only die. Clang, the sound of a sword rang out without warning. Behind Ao Jian Tianzuan, more than 10 sword rays silently appeared. In an instant, they directly chopped the dozen people into pieces. Their souls were also annihilated. Lin Tian was shocked. As Ao Jian Tianzuan attacked, he felt the other's aura. It carried the pressure of a Saint King. He's already in the Saint King realm. He was a little shocked. Ao Jian Tianzuan had reached the Saint King realm. He could believe that Celestial Venerable Zonglong and the others must have reached the same level. This really made his heart palpitate. After all, when he had ascended to the Celestial Void realm, he had heard that Ao Jian Tianzuan and the others were only at the level of a quasi-saint a few years ago. Unexpectedly, in just a few years, they had already reached the level of a Saint King. One had to know that there were a total of 9 small steps between the quasi-saint realm and the holy venerate realm. The higher one went, the more difficult it was to cultivate. To go from quasi-saint realm to holy king realm in just a few years, this cultivation speed was too fast. No matter what kind of fortuitous encounters the 9 of them had, or if it was purely because of their cultivation talent, this was enough to shock everyone. Then, he looked at the emperor of the immortal spirit tribe beside Ao Jian Tianzuan and could not help but be moved. From the looks of it, the overlord of immortal spirit seemed to be at the level of a saint king. These two people, one was the disciple of a human king, and the other had the peerless bloodline of the immortal spirit imperial family. They were at the height of saint kings, so how terrifying would their battle prowess be? Come to think of it, ordinary saint kings would not even be able to block a single blow from them. Young man, don't be so surprised. The emperor of the immortal spirit tribe smiled faintly and looked over. His gaze fell on Lin Tian. You are definitely not one bit weaker than us. In fact, you are even stronger than us. He said, when we were at your age and cultivation level, we were far from being as strong as you are now. Lin Tian was moved, not because of the emperor of the immortal spirit tribe's praise for him, but because the emperor of the immortal spirit tribe could actually see through his thoughts at a glance. It was as if he could see through everything. Then, he came back to his senses and said humbly, Senior, you are too kind. He stepped forward and bowed to the emperor of the immortal spirit tribe and Ao Jian Tianzuan. Then, he asked, Seniors, why are you two here? The emperor of the immortal spirit tribe smiled faintly and said, because of Ao Jian and the others, the celestial court is hunting you down. Naturally, we also know about this. We are certain that you have come to the heaven realm, so we are also looking for you. We are going to bring you to a place. Lin Tian was slightly moved when he learned that he was being hunted down by the celestial court. These days, the emperor of the immortal spirit tribe and Ao Jian Tianzuan were actually looking for him. Then, he asked again, where are we going? A special place. Let's talk as we walk. The emperor of the immortal spirit tribe said. Lin Tian nodded and immediately left the place. Together with the emperor of the immortal spirit tribe and Ao Jian Tianzuan, they headed southeast. Soon, dozens of celestial mountains were left behind. He also knew where the emperor of the immortal spirit tribe and Ao Jian Tianzuan were taking them. It was behind the stone door that required the stone key that Ao Jian Tianzuan and the others had snatched from the celestial court to open. What is in there? He could not help but ask. The white tiger and little Taichu also looked at the emperor of the immortal spirit tribe and Ao Jian Tianzuan. Naturally, they were very curious about this. It is a special spacetime, like a crack between worlds. The flow of time there is different from the outside world. The emperor of the immortal spirit tribe said, the difference is that 1,000 years in that spacetime is only about a day in the outside world. What? Hearing this, Lin Tian's expression changed immediately. Behind the stone door was a space of stone. 1,000 years and there was only about a day in the outside world? In that case, 1,000 years of cultivation and there was only about a day in the outside world? This was simply an extremely heaven-defying holy land for cultivation. The emperor of the immortal spirit tribe smiled faintly, as if he had seen through Lin Tian's thoughts. He said, that is a sacred place for cultivation. The reason we are looking for you is to bring you in to cultivate. Hearing this, Lin Tian was pleasantly surprised. Back then, because of the crack between worlds, he had lost 1,000 years of cultivation. Now, he could finally make up for it. How did that spacetime come about? He was very curious about this. The emperor of the immortal spirit tribe smiled and looked at Ao Jian Tianzuan. It was a place where master was enlightened. Ao Jian Tianzuan said. He was a man of few words by nature. Lin Tian's expression changed again. Although Ao Jian Tianzuan's words were very concise and vague, he still heard something. That spacetime was related to the human king. Beside him, the white tiger was also shocked. Even little Taichu, who was on the emperor of the immortal spirit tribe's shoulder, could not help but widen his eyes. After all, it was hard not to be moved by a place related to the human king. The emperor of the immortal spirit tribe smiled faintly. Because Ao Jiantianzuan did not explain in detail, he added, back then, the human king had secluded himself there to enlighten himself. After he finished his enlightenment, time and space became extremely chaotic and full of destructive power. At that time, the human king had wanted to destroy that place directly. However, later on, he felt that after a certain period of time, the destructive power would disappear. Time and space would be greatly different from the outside world, and this difference would be positive. It would turn that place into a holy land for cultivation. Therefore, he did not destroy that place at that time. He only sealed it with a stone door to isolate the destructive power that existed in that place at that time. At the same time, he left a stone key to open the stone door for future use. However, later on, due to some special reasons, the stone key was lost. The change in time in the space behind the stone door was completed almost 1,000 years ago. Outside the stone door, one could feel a trace of the uniqueness of the flow of time. It was very different from the outside world, and was discovered by some experts of the celestial court. The experts of the celestial court who discovered that place were pleasantly surprised and wanted to open it. However, the seal was set by the human king. How could it be so easy to open it? Therefore, after the experts of the celestial court discovered the stone door, they had been searching for the key to open it all these years. Finally, it was found by a branch of the celestial court in this generation. Lin Tian listened to the Emperor of the Immortal Spirit Divine Emperor talk about the stone door in detail, and he completely understood. Then, he was even more shocked. Just because the human king was meditating in seclusion there, that place naturally became a special space. The flow of time became different from the outside world. 1,000 years passed inside, but only a day passed in the outside world. How terrifying was that? Senior, are there other realms after the Heaven Ascension realm? He asked the Emperor of the Immortal Spirit Divine Emperor. Just because he was meditating in seclusion, the space there changed so much that even the flow of time was affected. He didn't know what level of cultivation was required to do this, but from the many things he had learned about the dark yellow world, he could sense that a Heaven Ascension realm expert was definitely not capable of this. The Emperor of the Immortal Spirit Divine Emperor obviously knew what Lin Tian was thinking. In the history of cultivation, there are no other levels of cultivation after the Heaven Ascension realm. However, there is no doubt that the Heaven Ascension realm is definitely not the end of the path of cultivation, because cultivation is going against heaven and earth. There is no end to the path of cultivation, so naturally, there is no end to cultivation. Lin Tian's eyes flickered when he heard this. There is no end to the path of cultivation. He thought about it seriously and couldn't help but feel that it seemed to make sense. Just as the Emperor of the Immortal Spirit Divine Emperor said, cultivation is going against heaven and earth. There is no end to the path of cultivation. Then, a strange feeling suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. It made him feel that he had heard these words somewhere before. Strange. He muttered to himself, and for a moment, he was a little confused. There is no end to the path of cultivation. He was sure that no one had ever said these words to him before. But why did he feel that it was very familiar? The Emperor of the Immortal Spirit Divine Emperor looked at him. What's wrong? Ao Jiantianzuan, the white tiger, and the little Taichu also saw his strange expression and couldn't help but look at him. Looking at the group of people's eyes, Lin Tian immediately came back to his senses and hurriedly shook his head. Nothing. The Emperor of the Immortal Spirit Divine Emperor looked at him suspiciously, but didn't ask. Anyway, don't think too much. Let's hurry. Lin Tian nodded. At that moment, he, the white tiger, and little Taichu followed the Celestial Spirit Emperor Pearl and Ao Jiantianzuan in a fixed direction. In the blink of an eye, several months passed. A few months later, they followed the overlord of the Fairy Spirit Tribe and Celestial Master Ao Jian to an ordinary mountain range. There was a clear gorge in the mountain range, and he saw the other 9 people here. Fengshen Tianzuan, Celestial Venerable Primal Chaos, Celestial Venerable Solar, Celestial Venerable Taiyin, Master Medicine, Celestial Venerable Array Emperor, Celestial Venerable Zonglong, Celestial Venerable Daoren, and the descendant of the ancient gods, nameless. Young man, we are destined to meet. Fengshen Tianzuan looked at Lin Tian and smiled. Lin Tian had mastered all 9 of their techniques and had cultivated them. This was indeed an indescribable fate. Lin Tian was very humble. He bowed seriously and said, "I have cultivated your ancient divine techniques without your permission and taught them to others. Please forgive me." Empyrean Divine Seal waved his hand. His essence, energy, and divine were much stronger than Empyrean Proudsword and Sovereign Fairy Spirit Sovereigns. His tone was gentle as he said, "There is no need to mind. This is the beginning of our destiny." "Thank you, Senior." Lin Tian bowed again. To be honest, he was a little emotional. Fengshen Tianzuan, Celestial Venerable Primal Chaos, Celestial Venerable Solar, Celestial Venerable Taiyin, Master Medicine, Celestial Venerable Array Emperor, Celestial Venerable Dragon, Celestial Venerable Daoren, Aojian Tianzuan. These 9 famous ancient figures, the 9 disciples of the human king, the Emperor of Immortal Spirit, and Nameless, were all standing together with this group of people. "Alright, Fengshen, it's about time. Let's go to the stone door," the Emperor of Immortal Spirit said. Fengshen Tianzuan and the others naturally had names. However, they usually referred to each other by their Daoist names. Fengshen was Fengshen Tianzuan's Daoist name. Fengshen Tianzuan nodded. "Let's go." On this day, Lin Tian, the White Tiger, and the little Taichu followed Fengshen Tianzuan and the others out of this ordinary mountain range. Not long after, they came to another place. As far as the eye could see, there was a celestial mountain in front of them. The divine qi was extremely dense. Many of the ancient trees in the celestial mountain were wrapped in strands of strange divine light. When they came here, Fengshen Tianzuan, Aojian Tianzuan, and the others looked ahead. Traces of light appeared in their eyes. Lin Tian stood to the side. He naturally saw the light in the eyes of the 9 people. He instantly understood a lot. It seemed that the space-time dimension was in this mountain range. At the same time, he also saw that the emotions of the 9 people were a little strange at this time. He understood. After all, their master had cultivated here before. Humph. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. In front of them, in the ancient Yu divine range, a group of figures suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, they stepped into the sky. Among the group of figures, there were 3 people in the lead. The aura of their bodies was extremely terrifying. They were surrounded by the aura of a sovereign. And behind the 3 of them, there were at least hundreds of people. All of them were extremely strong, and all of them were surrounded by the aura of a saint king. Such a scene made Lin Tian's expression change. Without a doubt, he guessed that these were definitely people from the celestial court. Among them, there were 3 sovereigns and hundreds of saint kings. This kind of lineup was a little scary. The White Tiger's expression also changed. He couldn't help but tremble. This, little Taichu lay on the shoulder of the Emperor of Immortal Spirit and couldn't help but shrink his neck. "Juniors, you're finally willing to come?" A cold voice sounded. Among the hundreds of figures, one of the 3 sovereigns in the lead spoke. After the celestial court discovered the stone door here, there had been people guarding it. After Fengshen Tianzuan and the others took the stone key, the guards here had been strengthened. In the past, there were only a few saint kings guarding here. Now, there were 3 more sovereigns and hundreds of other saint kings. This was because they knew that Fengshen Tianzuan and the others would definitely come here after taking the stone key. Fengshen Tianzuan and the others were now in the Saint King realm. The cultivation gap between them and the sovereigns was too huge. In terms of combat power, they were far from being a match for them. However, at this time, facing 3 sovereigns and hundreds of saint kings of the same level, their expressions didn't change at all. "You predicted that we would come here and waited here. But, do you really think you can deal with us?" Fengshen Tianzuan said calmly. This calm attitude made the 3 sovereigns of the celestial court freeze, and their eyes became colder. The sky above and the ground below were covered by endless divine runes. The 3 sovereigns and hundreds of saint kings of the celestial court stood guard. With the 3 sovereigns in the lead, they all looked coldly at Fengshen Tianzuan and the others, as if they were already looking at prisoners. "You have no room to resist. Today, you will only be suppressed," one of the sovereigns said. One of the sovereigns said as he sealed off the area. No one below the sky-reaching realm could go against him. As his words fell, the endless divine runes of the law-suppressing cage trembled slightly, emitting rays of light that froze everything. This scene shocked Lin Tian. He had cultivated the Formation Emperor's Tianyi Soul mantra, so he could naturally sense the terrifying power of the law-suppressing cage. It was as if it could suppress heaven and earth. The 9 disciples of the human king, the descendants of the celestial spirit royal family, and the descendants of the ancient gods. If we suppress you all together, the divine master will be extremely happy. Another dominator rank expert spoke. Ordinary Saint King cultivators simply couldn't enter their eyes, much less the eyes of the heavenly court's heavenly master. But, Empyrean Divine Seal and the others were absolutely not ordinary Saint Kings. Each one of them had a heaven-shaking origin. Suppressing a group of Saint Kings like this was extremely valuable and meaningful. Suppress, the sovereign said again. As his words fell, the law-suppressing cage's light shot up into the sky and directly pressed down on Fengshen Tianzuan and the others. Its aura was turbulent and surging. Facing this turbulent pressure, Lin Tian could not help but tremble. He only felt that his entire body had become cold. Then, he tilted his head and looked at Fengshen Tianzuan and the others. Fengshen Tianzuan and the others were not ordinary people. He believed that before they came, they must have expected that there would be people from the celestial court guarding here. This way, they would definitely have a way to deal with it. In fact, his guess was very accurate. You think too much, Fengshen Tianzuan said calmly. Beside him, the Emperor of the Immortal Spirit Emperor smiled faintly and did not say anything. In the next moment, strands of 6-colored divine light intertwined. Behind him, a soul shadow appeared. In the blink of an eye, it grew to a height of 300 meters. It was intertwined with the same 6-colored divine radiance, but it was unknown how much stronger it was. Its divine might was vast and mighty, and it caused the world in all directions to tremble. The sky directly collapsed. Chi! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. In the blink of an eye, the law-suppressing cage was shattered by the aura emitted by the soul shadow. This is? Lin Tian stood off to the side and looked at the soul shadow that had suddenly emerged from the Immortal Spirit Emperor's main body, and he couldn't help but shudder. The aura emitted by this soul shadow was too terrifying. It was shocking to the extreme, as if it could easily devour the world. Yeah. Little Taichu glared at the soul shadow behind the Emperor of the Immortal Spirit Emperor. The soul shadow's aura was exactly the same as the Emperor of the Immortal Spirit Emperor's. Its origin was resonating with it. The 3 sovereigns of the celestial court and hundreds of Saint Kings changed their expressions. The coldness they had just now disappeared in an instant, and they were all replaced by fear. That old demon, you, the sovereign of the celestial court, who had been indifferently saying that Fengshen Tianzuan and the others were no match for him, could not help but tremble at this moment. It's very rude to call someone else's ancestor an old demon, the Emperor of the Immortal Spirit Emperor said lightly. As he finished speaking, the soul shadow behind him opened its eyes. They were like 2 eternal black holes, extremely terrifying to the extreme. With a whoosh, the sovereign of the celestial court who had spoken was instantly disintegrated. Not a drop of blood flowed out, and it was directly weathered into sand. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. A sovereign was destroyed just like that. At the same time, he was also shocked by the Emperor of the Immortal Spirit Emperor's words. He stared unblinkingly at the soul shadow. This is the ancestor of the Immortal Spirit Emperor family? Previously, when he was in Dafan Holy Land, he had heard from a wisp of Tao Master Kong Ming's soul that the Immortal Spirit Emperor family had an extremely terrifying old demon. He did not expect to see it today. Although it was only a soul shadow, its aura was terrifying. It was as if there was nothing it could not do. The ancestor of the little guy's bloodline? The white tiger's eyes also widened, its face full of shock. Within the celestial mountain range, the other 2 sovereigns of the celestial court and hundreds of Saint Kings were all terrified. Then, without saying a word, they all fled into the distance. They had set up a law-suppressing cage here. Anyone below the level of Immortal Spirit Emperor family would be suppressed. They were already prepared to suppress Fengshen Tianzuan and the others, But they did not expect that the ancestor of the immortal spirit emperor family would appear here. That person was known as the Old Demon by the Celestial Court before the primordial antiquity. Even the immortal spirit emperors of the Celestial Court were wary of him. Although it was only a soul shadow that had appeared here, it was not something they could withstand. The emperor of the immortal spirit emperor's expression was calm. He did not say anything. Behind them, the soul shadow's eyes were extremely deep and weathered. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. In an instant, the fleeing elites of the Celestial Court trembled. Then, like the sovereigns before them, they shattered one after another. Even the other two sovereigns who had already stepped into the space tunnel were no exception. As the soul shadow's eyes moved, the space collapsed. Their bodies fell out and were directly shattered. Everyone's body and soul were destroyed in an instant. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian could not help but feel his scalp go numb. Such a group of elites had actually been wiped out in an instant. This is really, the white tiger swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Yeah. Little Taichu stood on the shoulder of the emperor of the immortal spirit emperor family. Looking at the soul shadow behind the emperor of the immortal spirit emperor family, he blinked his big eyes and looked like he was greeting him. The soul shadow was at least 100 feet tall. His eyes were deep and weathered, as if he had truly seen through everything. His gaze moved and fell on the little fellow. After pausing for a moment, a ray of 6-colored divine light shot out and entered the little fellow's forehead. Then, in the next moment, the soul shadow became faint and then slowly disappeared. Yeah. Why is it gone? The little fellow's eyes widened. Although its temperament had always been like a child, it had just understood that the soul shadow was the ancestor of its lineage. It had wanted to talk to the ancestor, but the ancestor had disappeared in an instant. The emperor of the immortal spirit emperor family rubbed the little fellow's head and said with a smile, "The ancestor is in seclusion in the long river of time. The amount of soul power he can separate is very limited. He won't be able to last for long. In addition, he seems to have given you some special power just now, so he disappeared. Don't worry, you will see him again in the future." Beside them, Lin Tian listened to the emperor of the immortal spirit emperor family's explanation to the little fellow. His heart could not help but twitch. The long river of time was very dangerous. Stepping into it, one's body and soul would be destroyed if one was not careful. However, the ancestor of the immortal spirit emperor family was in seclusion in the long river of time. Cultivating in seclusion in the river of time really made Lin Tian's heart palpitate. How terrifying. The white tiger trembled and couldn't help but swallow its saliva. Fengshen Tianzuan and the others were very calm. Obviously, they knew about this. They went to find the ancestor of the immortal spirit imperial family who was in seclusion and used a wisp of her divine soul to help. They entered the river of time together. "Let's go," Fengshen Tianzuan said. Immediately, Lin Tian followed Fengshen Tianzuan and the others and stepped into the group of immortal mountains in front of him. The immortal mountains were connected, and the ancient trees were very healthy. Not long after, the group arrived at the center of the immortal mountains. There was a small valley in the center of the immortal mountains. Fengshen Tianzuan came here because he had heard about what happened back then from the human king. He was very familiar with this place. Soon, they entered the depths of the small valley and came in front of a stone door. The stone door didn't have complicated divine patterns or ancient seals. It only had a groove in the shape of a key. Lin Tian came here and looked at the stone door in front of him. The first thing he felt was an extremely shocking time fluctuation lingering around the stone door. Moreover, there was an extremely obvious difference between the flow of time here and the outside world. He felt that behind the stone door, there seemed to be an independent river of time sealed. Behind that is the space-time space formed because the human king comprehended the Tao here. A bright light appeared in his eyes. The human king was a true invincible legend. Now, he had come to the place where that existence had comprehended the Tao. Fengshen Tianzuan stood at the front. His right hand flashed, and a simple stone key appeared. It was intertwined with an abundant ancient intent. He placed it into the groove on the stone door. Immediately, the stone door trembled and slowly opened. Light overflowed, as if a new world had been opened. The flow of time was different from the outside world. It became even more obvious. Even a true immortal cultivator could feel it. Let's go. Fengshen Tianzuan took out the stone key from the stone door and called Lin Tian and the others to enter the stone door. Lin Tian followed Fengshen Tianzuan and the others through the stone door. Immediately, the stone door closed with a creak. Standing behind the stone gate, he gazed into the boundless space before him. It wasn't too small, but it wasn't too large either. There were many ancient trees within, and they were shockingly thick. It was not something the outside world could compare to at all. It truly reached into the clouds. Moreover, the divine energy fluctuations in this space were incomparably rich, and it was also incomparable to the outside world. The difference was several dozen times. After about 10 days in the outside world, this space will collapse. Start cultivating immediately, Fengshen Tianzuan said. As soon as he said this, Lin Tian was immediately moved. White Tiger and Little Taichu were no exception. This space will collapse? He was a little surprised. Fengshen Tianzuan nodded. He was the strongest person in this place. He was very gentle and said with a smile, the flow of time in this space is similar to the world crevice. It is different from the outside world, but it is not as stable as the world crevice. The things that have always existed in this space, such as water, stone, and wood, will not affect it. However, if other things suddenly intervene, it will quickly break the balance and cause it to self-destruct. This is what Master told us when he first mentioned this space. Lin Tian immediately understood when he heard this. Their intervention at this time was the foreign things that would break the balance of this space. When the Lord of the Celestial Court first discovered this space, he only estimated the difference between the flow of time in this space and the outside world. He didn't know who created this space, nor did he know that this space would only last for about 10 days after it opens. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cared so much about this space. The Royal Lord of the Celestial Spirit Emperor smiled faintly. In this space, 1,000 years passed in this space. 1 day passed in the outside world, and 10 days passed in the outside world. This space would collapse. In other words, this space could give the practitioners an extra 10,000 years of cultivation time. 10,000 years of cultivation time was a very large number. However, for the lords of the Celestial Court, it was really nothing. After all, those who were crowned with the title of Lord of the Celestial Court in the Celestial Court were all at the ascending heaven level. For those at the ascending heaven level, an extra 10,000 years of time was meaningless and would not be tempting. However, these 10,000 years were undoubtedly very important to Fengshen Tianzuan and the others who were now at the Saint King level. With the density of the divine aura in this space and their aptitude, an extra 10,000 years of time could change many things. In this space, the celestial mountains were next to each other. They were all very majestic. Because this space could not be maintained indefinitely, although they could have 10,000 years of time, the group also cherished it very much. They each found a celestial mountain and directly began to cultivate. For a time, more than 10 different kinds of luster gushed out in this space. It was glossy and shiny. Lin Tian began to circulate the Sunheart Sutra. This was the ancient sutra that he had chosen to cultivate the most suitable for himself. With the circulation of this ancient sutra, golden divine light immediately intertwined outside his body and surrounded him. The divine aura from all directions surged toward him. It was very thick and made him feel as if he was in the Sea of Lingjing. Every pore on his body could not help but relax at this time. He was not surprised because when he first entered this space, he felt that the divine aura in this space was very thick. At this time, he was naturally very calm in such a state. He circulated the Sunheart Sutra and adjusted his essence, energy, and spirit to the peak state. Then, he propped up the Saint Realm. The evolution and growth of the Saint Realm required very thick divine aura. The environment in this space was very suitable for it. For this Saint Realm, people who did not know the reason would only think that it was a small world that a cultivator had evolved with his own divine power. It was very difficult to see that it was a real big world that was opened up by a world seed. He had never tried to hide it. Moreover, for Fengshen Tianzuan and the others in front of him, he did not need to hide at all. They were the disciples of the human king, the descendants of the ancient god clan, and the descendants of the immortal spirit royal family. In front of these people, there was no need to hide at all. Buzz. As soon as the Saint Realm appeared, the most primitive aura of heaven and earth immediately emerged and intertwined in this space. Outside this space, in the center of the Void Realm, in the center of the Heaven Realm, there were magnificent divine palaces connected to each other. No one knew how long they had existed. The aura of time was extremely thick. They're all dead? Among the group of divine palaces, in one of the divine palaces, a pair of cold eyes opened. They were extremely deep. Just now, someone came to report that the experts of the celestial court guarding the stone door were all dead. Those people of the younger generation entered it? In the divine palace, another pair of eyes opened. It was as if they had seen the universe. They were also very indifferent. At the same time, they intertwined with a very obvious coldness. There was a murderous light in them. That space is very special. We can't let them continue to live there, even if we have to destroy it. A third pair of eyes opened. The voice was cold. In this space, Buzz. Outside Lin Tian's body, his essence, energy, and spirit strengthened bit by bit. His Saint Realm also changed. The plants inside were growing rapidly. Just like that, time passed. In the blink of an eye, he had passed 500 years in this space. To step from the Divine Emperor realm to the Quasi-Saint realm, one needed to convert all the divine power in one's body into saint power. This was a very complicated process. Just as Xianxia had said, it was very difficult to carry out. In the lower realms, people such as Taishan had been trapped at the end of the Divine Emperor realm for many years before breaking through. But now, in this place of the Void Realm, which was once the place of enlightenment for human kings, the divine chi inside was very shocking. Therefore, in just a few hundred years, Lin Tian had reached the end of the Divine Emperor realm from the Middle Divine Emperor realm. Then, he completely converted all the divine power in his body into life force and rushed into the Quasi-Saint realm. At this time, he looked into his body. The saint power was flowing in his body. Although it was still golden, its quality was obviously different from the divine power. He could clearly feel that this saint power was much stronger than the divine power. At the same time, he observed his divine soul, sea of consciousness, and physique. All of them had undergone a huge qualitative change. The soul energy of his divine soul was pure and vigorous. His sea of consciousness was vast and boundless. His physique was even more indestructible. It was as if he could shatter everything with a punch. Good. His eyes were intertwined with a bright light. He couldn't help but say to himself. Now, he could feel his strength. Although he had just stepped into the Quasi-Saint realm and was at the first level of the Quasi-Saint realm, his combat strength was absolutely tyrannical. His combat strength alone was enough to fight anyone below the 7th level of the Quasi-Saint realm. And when he used the reincarnation forging spirit technique, ordinary cultivators below the Saint realm were absolutely no match for him. He took a deep breath and looked at Fengshen Tianzuan and the others who were cultivating nearby. Then, he continued to cultivate. However, in the next moment, he suddenly changed his expression. Where's the heavenly tribulation? He was slightly surprised. With his reincarnation constitution, after stepping into the airborne realm, every time he stepped into a major realm, it would trigger a destructive heavenly tribulation. But now, when he stepped into the Quasi-Saint realm from the Divine Emperor realm, there was no heavenly tribulation. After becoming a saint, there is no heavenly tribulation? He frowned and then looked at this spacetime. Or is it because this spacetime is isolated from the outside world, and the heavenly tribulation can't be suppressed temporarily? He thought seriously and thought for a quarter of an hour. Unfortunately, it was difficult to come to an accurate conclusion. After that, he couldn't be bothered to think about it. After all, he couldn't figure it out even if he thought about it. Continuing to think about it was undoubtedly a waste of time. He exhaled a mouthful of foul air, closed his eyes, and immersed himself in cultivation once more. Buzz. He activated the Heart Sutra of the sun outside his body, saint power interweaved, and saint might circled around him. After stepping into the quasi-saint realm, there was only one key to cultivation, and that was to refine the saint power in the body. This was similar to how a cultivator from the airborne realm began to refine their divine powers after stepping into the connecting immortal realm. However, the difference in difficulty was like heaven and earth. The refinement of holy powers was tens of thousands of times more difficult than converting divine powers into holy powers. Every step was very difficult. After Lin Tian stepped into the quasi-saint level, he began to refine his saint energy. Very soon, he sensed how difficult it was to cultivate at this level. It was as difficult as picking up a silver needle from the boundless ocean. It was both mentally and physically taxing. However, his will was very firm. Although he discovered that refining his saint energy was very difficult, he didn't care. His expression was as usual. The Heart Sutra of the Sun operated even faster, stripping away the impurities in his saint energy bit by bit. At the same time, the evolution of the sacred domain was also proceeding at the same time. The life aura inside became denser, and there were even miniature mountains appearing in some places. There were even some green trees that swayed with the gentle breeze. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, he was living in this spacetime. According to the flow of time in this spacetime, another 2,000 years had passed. In these 2,000 years, Lin Tian cultivated seriously while living in this spacetime. The saint power in his body was much purer, and the saint might outside his body was denser. His essence, qi, and spirit were more vigorous. His cultivation base went from the first level of the quasi-saint realm to the sixth level of the quasi-saint realm. It's so difficult. On this day, 2,000 years later, he opened his eyes and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. After reaching the quasi-saint realm, it was far too difficult to rely on one's own body to temper one's saint strength without relying on special heavenly materials. For Empyrean Divine Seal and the others to reach the Saint King realm from the quasi-saint realm in just several years, they must have had some sort of special lucky chance. He didn't think that his aptitude was very good, but it definitely wasn't bad either. Not many people could compare to him. However, it took him 2,000 years to reach the sixth level of the quasi-saint realm from the early stage of the quasi-saint realm. Even if he was distracted during this process, cultivating his body and evolving the sacred domain at the same time, it was enough to show how difficult it was to cultivate after the quasi-saint realm. This made him feel that even with Wu Yi's heaven-defying aptitude, it would be difficult to reach the Saint King realm from the early stage of the quasi-saint realm in just a few years with normal cultivation. Although Fengshen Tianzuan and the others were very powerful, in terms of aptitude, they were definitely far from being comparable to Wu Yi. It was absolutely impossible to reach the Saint King realm from the early stage of the quasi-saint realm from the early stage of the quasi-saint realm in just a few years with normal cultivation. There must be some special encounters that allowed them to reach the Saint King realm from the early stage of the quasi-saint realm in just a few years. Based on this level of difficulty, how much time would it take to reach the Heaven Ascension realm with normal cultivation? He couldn't help but sigh. Then, very quickly, he gradually calmed down again. This was because it was meaningless to think about such a problem at this time. He took a deep breath, and the Heart of the Sun Sutra circulated steadily, and continued to refine his saint power. Kaboom! At this moment, the space suddenly trembled as if there was an earthquake, shaking violently. This shocked him, and just as he was about to continue cultivating, he was forced to stop because of the shaking. At the same time, Fengshen Tianzuan and the others, who were cultivating, naturally felt it and opened their eyes one after another. Some people can't sit still anymore, and have started to attack outside the stone door. They probably want to destroy the space directly. The royal lord of the immortal spirit royal family smiled faintly. Lin Tian heard this and was immediately moved. Senior, do you mean that this shaking is from the people of the celestial court attacking the stone door and this space from outside? He asked. The royal overlord of the celestial spirit kingdom nodded. More or less. He smiled. However, we don't have to worry about them. The seal around this space was left behind by that existence. Even if all the Heaven Ascension celestial lords of the celestial court were here, they wouldn't be able to break the seal at all. They wouldn't be able to destroy the space through the seal. At most, they would cause the space to shake a little, and it wouldn't affect us at all. Lin Tian had naturally thought of the problem raised by the white tiger. When he heard the white tiger voice such doubts, he looked at the Emperor of Immortal Spirit, Fengshen Tianzuan, and the others. The Emperor of Immortal Spirit had only given him a strand of his spirit, and he could no longer rely on that method. Moreover, even if that strand of spirit was still there, it would probably be difficult to deal with the future situation. After all, those outside the stone door seemed to be the celestial master-level cultivators of the celestial court. They were all Ascension Realm cultivators, and those were not existences that could be dealt with by just a strand of spirit from the Emperor of Immortal Spirit. However, he was not worried at all. He believed that the Emperor of Immortal Spirit and the others must have other methods to deal with the future situation. After all, these people were not ordinary people. The outside world has made preparations. In the last year of the space-time space, we have made some preparations inside to deal with the problems at that time. Don't worry, the Emperor of Array said. A light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes, and he thought to himself, just as I thought. These people had indeed made all kinds of preparations. Continue to cultivate. This space-time space can still last for about 7,000 years. Although it's a lot of time, it's best not to waste it. Fengshen Tianzuan smiled faintly. On this day, Lin Tian stayed in this space-time space and continued to cultivate. The Heart Sutra of Sun was activated. Outside his body, strands of golden divine light intertwined, and his essence, qi, and spirit increased bit by bit. Saint power lingered in his body, and he seriously refined it, making the saint power in his body more and more crystal clear and pure. At the same time, he was also dividing his attention to evolve the sacred domain. As time passed, more mountains and plants appeared in the space-time space, and the aura of life became stronger, and the territory became wider. Boom! The space-time space shook as if there was a huge earthquake. This vibration was the same as the one just now. Lin Tian knew that there was a supreme cultivator from the celestial court outside the space-time space that was bombarding the stone door. In this regard, because he had already learned from the Emperor of Immortal Spirit and the others that the stone door in the space-time space was sturdy, he did not care and still closed his eyes to cultivate seriously. The refinement of the saint power and the evolution of the sacred domain were carried out together. Just like that, time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10,000 years passed. Nearly 10,000 years had passed. On this day, Lin Tian made another breakthrough and temporarily stopped cultivating. Ninth Heaven Sage. He muttered to himself as a bright light flashed across his eyes. Since reaching the 6th tier of the second saint realm over 7,000 years ago, he had relied on himself to cultivate seriously while evolving his saint domain. On this day, he had reached the 9th heaven of the saint realm and was not far away from the saint king realm. At the same time, the sacred domain became even more vast. There were even more mountain ranges inside. The life aura was extremely shocking. All right, he muttered to himself. After that, it thought of another problem. In the past 7,000 years, it had advanced from the quasi-saint stage to the saint stage, but there was still no heavenly tribulation in this space. The advancement process was very smooth. Strange, he muttered to himself. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. At this time, in many places in this space, the void suddenly distorted, and time and space began to become chaotic. This chaos was very faint, but it was mixed with a very terrifying aura, which made Lin Tian's expression change immediately. At the same time, Fengshen Tianzuan, the Emperor of Immortal Spirit, and the others also sensed this change. At this time, they all opened their eyes and stopped cultivating. The time of 10,000 years is almost up. It's about to start collapsing. Fengshen Tianzuan stood up, and a bright light flashed across his eyes. Hearing this, Lin Tian's expression changed again. This space was about to collapse, however, he quickly calmed down again. After calculating, it had been 10,000 years since he first entered this space. This space was indeed about to collapse. It's time to prepare, the Emperor of Immortal Spirit said. On the 9 immortal peaks next to them, Ao Jian Tianzuan, Wu Ming, and the others stood up one after another. The Array Emperor stepped into the sky, and his sacred power immediately appeared. The void in all directions trembled slightly, and endless array patterns surged out in an instant. As these array patterns appeared, Lin Tian was immediately startled. He could vaguely feel the Array Emperor's cultivation at this time. The Dominator Realm. He was shocked. At this time, Celestial Master Zhang Long walked out from another position. Dragon patterns appeared all over the sky, imprinting into the void and imprinting into the ground. The aura he emitted was not weaker than the Array Emperor, and was also at the Dominator realm. This made him shocked again. After that, he could not help but look at Fengshen Tianzuan, the Emperor of Immortal Spirit, and the others. They should all be Dominators. His heart thumped. But soon, he calmed down again. In these 10,000 years, he was multitasking. Under the situation where he cultivated his body and created the sacred domain, he could reach the 9th Heaven Saint realm from the Middle God Emperor realm. Then, Fengshen Tianzuan and the others could cultivate from the Sacred King realm to the Sacred Venerate realm, and then to the Dominator realm. This was naturally not surprising. After all, none of the 11 people were simple. Each of them had a very shocking origin. Then, he looked at the little Taichu and the white tiger. The little guy was the same as him, reaching the 9th Heaven Saint realm. The white tiger was slightly weaker, but it had also reached the 3rd Heaven Saint realm. At this time it was excitedly clenching its paws. Wang! The formation runes were everywhere, and the dragon runes were intertwined in all directions. The Formation Emperor and Celestial Lord Zonglong were working at the same time, setting up formation runes and dragon runes in this space. The two intertwined with each other, building a special holy formation. This sacred array was very complicated. Lin Tian looked at it seriously, and then found that he could not understand this sacred array at all with his current 9th Heaven Saint realm cultivation. However, he still looked at it seriously. He felt that it would be of great help to his Array Dao and Dragon Pattern Dao as he watched the two of them draw this sacred array. Time passed quickly. He carefully watched the Array Emperor and Celestial Master Zonglong draw the special sacred array. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this year, he carefully watched the two of them imprint the array patterns and dragon patterns. He had improved a lot on the path of Array Dao and Dragon technique. It was also on this day that the Array Emperor and Celestial Master Zonglong stopped at the same time. A vast sacred array intertwined, and every place in the space was surrounded by sacred light. It's done. Celestial Master Zonglong said. The sacred array covered the entire space. Lin Tian could not help but feel his heart palpitate. He only felt that this sacred array seemed to be able to swallow the sky. It was also at this time that cracking sounds were constantly heard. In this space, the void became even more distorted. At the same time, the stone door was shaking. It was as if someone was bombarding it from the outside. It's time to welcome the guests, Fengshen Tianzuan said. He flicked his finger, and the stone key left by the human king turned into a ray of light and flew out, instantly disappearing into the stone door. With a creak, the stone door shook and then slowly opened. Light poured in from the outside. At the same time, there was a special flow of time that intertwined outside the stone door. It was the aura of the flow of time in the outside world. It was completely different from the flow of time in the space. Boom! The entire space suddenly shook, and the sky became as dark as ink in the blink of an eye. Bolts of thunder and lightning surged down. 3 silhouettes suddenly appeared in time and space. They were like 3 real gods, and their auras were extremely terrifying. The Celestial Master of the Celestial Court, the Celestial Master. Lin Tian could not help but tremble. It was not because he was afraid at this time, but because the aura of the 3 was too terrifying. It was as if they could swallow the universe, causing his body to instinctively tremble at this moment, and the muscles all over his body were in severe pain. The white tiger and little Taichu were the same. Facing the majestic aura of the 3, they could not help but tremble. The aura of the 3 was as deep as the sea. They stood there like 3 black holes, as if they were going to swallow everything in the world. Your master and ancestors are not yet born, but you little things have been jumping up and down quite happily these years. A cold voice rang out in the sky. One of the 3 spoke, and his voice was like a divine bell that shook. Because of this voice, the void in time and space cracked inch by inch. Do you have the right to make my master step in? Fengshen Tianzuan looked at the person who spoke and was very calm. The Celestial Master of the Celestial Court, who spoke, suddenly had a cold look in his eyes, as if his tail had been stepped on. Ants. As the cold voice was heard, this person immediately made his move. The celestial master's saint power surged, forming a saint-level palm print that directly grabbed at Fengshen Tianzuan. At the same time, it also shrouded celestial Lord Zonglong and the others. This was a celestial master's move, and for a moment, it made time and space tremble violently. In the blink of an eye, the palm print directly pressed down on the heads of Fengshen Tianzuan and the others. Lin Tian could not help but tremble. As the palm print pressed down, he felt as if a real piece of the sky was falling down. The white tiger and little Taichu were the same. Facing this celestial master's palm print, their spiritual souls could not help but tremble violently. It was also at this time that the Formation Emperor and Celestial Lord Zonglong made their moves at the same time, each forming a seal. Suddenly, the same formation that the two of them spent a year to engrave in the time and space moved. The dragon patterns of the formation resonated with each other and formed a shocking light wall, blocking the huge hand that was pressing down. This caused Lin Tian's expression to change. He was somewhat in disbelief. Although Celestial Venerable Zonglong and the Array Emperor were very strong, they were only at the Dominator realm now. No matter how powerful the Holy Array was, it was impossible for it to block the attack of a transcending heaven-level powerhouse. However, he soon discovered an abnormality. It wasn't just the power of the Saint formation that blocked the heaven-reaching level palm print. Instead, it was the Saint formation that had activated the chaotic time force and space force in this space, blocking the terrifying palm print. Young man, work hard on your cultivation. In the future, we might be able to fight side by side. Fengshen Tianzuan looked at Lin Tian and smiled faintly. At the same time, the Emperor of the Immortal Spirit Tribe looked at Lin Tian. Little guy, I'm counting on you. Then, his gaze fell on little Taichu. He smiled and said, the next time we meet, it may be a long time. Father will miss you. Yeah? Little Taichu's eyes immediately widened. Lin Tian was also moved. Why did Fengshen Tianzuan and the Emperor of the Immortal Spirit Tribe suddenly speak like this at this time? He looked at the two of them. Seniors, you, Buzz. Suddenly, the holy light surged and directly interrupted him. It enveloped him, little Taichu, and White Tiger together. The Array Emperor formed a seal, and a space portal appeared behind them. In the blink of an eye, they were swallowed into it. Then, the space portal closed, and the three of them directly disappeared in the space. In the sky, the three heaven lords of the celestial court looked down at Fengshen Tianzuan and the others with indifferent eyes. They were not too moved by the Array Emperor sending away Lin Tian, little Taichu, and White Tiger. After all, a few saint-level cultivators were not even comparable to ants in their eyes. At this moment, they only cared about Fengshen Tianzuan and the others and this spacetime. You are worthy of praise for being able to block my attack, but in the end, it won't change anything. The Heaven Lord who attacked before spoke again. An even stronger holy light surged and pressed down on Fengshen Tianzuan and the others. This spacetime belongs to the Celestial Court. We will take it back now. As for you, we will not kill you for the time being. With your status, you will be of great use. Boom. This person attacked for the second time. The power was many times stronger than before. Heaven and earth trembled. You think too much. In the face of this terrifying attack, Fengshen Tianzuan was still very calm. The Array Emperor and Celestial Lord Zonglong attacked. Endless array patterns and dragon patterns combined to create a resplendent light wall that blocked the attack. At the same time, the spacetime trembled violently. Time and space became incomparably chaotic. Many places collapsed inch by inch, and a terrifying aura of destruction interweaved. The Celestial Court Lord who attacked was immediately moved because his second attack had been blocked. More importantly, he discovered that this spacetime was beginning to collapse and self-destruct. What did you do? Destroy this spacetime? This person's eyes became cold and murderous. At the same time, the other two heaven lords beside him were the same. They discovered this spacetime and had great expectations for it. But they did not expect that this spacetime would begin to collapse and collapse at this time. It was already impossible to protect it. Cracking sounds continued. The spacetime collapse became even more severe. Large cracks appeared in the void. Chaotic time vortexes and spacetime vortexes appeared in many places, intertwining with a terrifying aura of destruction that seemed to be able to devour everything. The Array Emperor and Celestial Lord Zonglong worked together to engrave the sacred array that bloomed with divine light, protecting Fengshen Tianzuan and the others. "Let me take you to a wonderful place," Fengshen Tianzuan said calmly. Next to him, the Emperor of Fairy Spirit, Wu Ming, and the others were also very calm. The Array Emperor and Celestial Lord Zonglong attacked at the same time. They formed seals at a speed that was difficult to be seen with the naked eye, causing the sacred array to burst with a towering divine light that enveloped everything in this place. The dazzling divine light shrouded their group and the 3 Heaven Ascension Realm Lords of the Celestial Court. In the blink of an eye, they all disappeared from this place. The next moment, dazzling divine light bloomed in another place. The Array Emperor, Celestial Lord Zonglong, and the others appeared. The sacred array moved with them. At the same time, the 3 Heaven Lords of the Celestial Court were also brought along and appeared here. As far as the eye could see, this place was extremely dark. Gravel was everywhere, but they were all floating in the air. It was as if there was no gravity here. More importantly, there were corpses and remains everywhere. The turbulent death aura seemed to be able to annihilate everything. This place. The 3 Heaven Lords of the Celestial Court immediately changed. "Are you crazy? How dare you come here? How many times have you slaughtered all living things? Do you still remember?" Fengshen Tianzuan said calmly. "This place is the last battlefield of great devastation. After countless years of evolution, it has become a synonym for death. It annihilates everything, and only death is allowed to exist. However, life and death have been interdependent since ancient times. If there is death, there will naturally be life. The life here is difficult to manifest, but death is not enough. If Heaven Ascension stage experts like you all die here, perhaps life can manifest." The 3 Heaven Lords of the Celestial Court were furious. How dare a few ants have such an idea? They could tell that Fengshen Tianzuan had brought them here to kill them here. After their deaths, the death aura here would continue to strengthen the death aura here, causing it to reach a peak. Then, it would trigger a special mutation, drawing out the invisible life force that existed in this land of death. He wanted to absorb that life force. Let's not talk about whether or not this land of death has that kind of life force. Do you think you can kill us with just a few ants? What a joke. The other 2 Heaven Lords spoke. Heaven Ascension Stage Saint energy shook violently, surging violently. At the same time, they released their Heaven Ascension Stage divine senses to search the surroundings, looking for a way out of this place. They knew how terrifying this place was. If they stayed here for too long, they would gradually be assimilated by the death aura here. In the end, their spirit and consciousness would melt, turning into a soulless empty shell. Even Heaven Ascension Stage experts could not avoid this. "We are only guessing that there is that kind of life force here, so we are taking a gamble. If we win, we will advance to a higher level. If we lose, we will die here," Fengshen Tianzuan said calmly. "As for whether we can kill you, there is no need to doubt. Since we dared to bring you here, we naturally have the means to kill you. We will not disappoint you." As his words fell, a golden needle flew out from his sleeve, quickly piercing into his body. Then, it rushed out of his body, piercing into the bodies of the Emperor of Immortal Spirit, Celestial Venerable Zonglong, Nameless, and the others. Instantly, the group's aura skyrocketed, reaching a terrifying height in the blink of an eye. Death Return Needle? The 3 Heavenly Masters were shocked and furious. Fengshen Tianzuan closed his eyes, as if reminiscing. Burying everything in one's body, burning everything in one's body, connecting with the outside world's Tao and Qi, increasing one's endless combat power, all for less than 1/10,000th chance of survival. This needle carries Junior Brother's hatred, pain, and unyielding spirit. We will gamble with it. He opened his eyes again, no longer as calm as before. His eyes had become incomparably cold. Kill. Boom, overflowing holy light surged, and the 11 moved at the same time. Under the corrosion of the endless death aura, they charged toward the 3 Heavenly Masters. Void Celestial Realm, in an unknown place, there were many green mountains, but they were not majestic and tall. Comparatively, they were more ordinary. Ka. At this moment, the void here suddenly split open, and the figures of Lin Tian, the white tiger, and the little Taichu fell out. After falling out of the void, the man and the two beasts stepped on the solid ground again. Lin Tian glanced around and immediately found the existence of array patterns nearby. Was it carved by the Array Emperor? When he said that the outside world was ready, was this it? Did they plan from the very beginning to teleport us directly from that space to here? He was moved. It seems to be so, the white tiger said, and then it was puzzled. But, why didn't they teleport here together? If they teleported here together, they could directly avoid the three heavenly masters, but they only teleported us here to continue to face the three heavenly masters. Could it be that there is something else too? Boom, suddenly, the sky shook, and thunder roared, directly interrupting its words. A huge thunderbolt vortex stretched across the sky. Black lightning raged, and the whole world seemed to be about to explode. In the blink of an eye, the green mountains were shrouded in a terrifying destructive aura. The white tiger and the little Taichu both trembled violently, and their expressions changed drastically. The lightning raging in the sky was too terrifying. The destructive aura was so strong that it was frightening. It seemed to want to swallow everything, and the whole world was shaking. Lin Tian was even more shocked. Naturally, he instantly recognized that this was his heavenly tribulation thunder punishment. The heavenly tribulation didn't disappear because I stepped into the Saint Realm. Instead, that space-time isolated the aura of the outside world. When I advanced in that space-time, the heavenly tribulation didn't come down. Now that I walked out of that space-time and was sensed by the Tao of the outside world, the heavenly tribulation that hadn't come down before appeared at this time. He thought of many things at once. Boom! The sky trembled and thunder rumbled. The world became even darker as black lightning rampaged in the sky. Before it could truly descend, it had already shattered expanse after expanse of space. Even the mountains here collapsed one after another. Boy, hurry up and find a place where there are absolutely few people to go through the heavenly tribulation. This place is not suitable for it. The white tiger said anxiously. Although this place was a little remote, it wasn't very remote. Not far from here, there would definitely be other cultivators and creatures. If he went through the heavenly tribulation here, he would definitely be discovered by others. At that time, a saint-level expert could still trigger the heavenly tribulation. It would definitely cause a commotion, and it might cause a lot of trouble. Impossible, it can't stop. Lin Tian shook his head and said, "You and the little guy, leave this place immediately." In the past, he could temporarily withdraw from the heavenly tribulation that he had triggered when he stepped into a major realm, causing the heavenly tribulation to disappear temporarily. He could then trigger it again later on. But now, he obviously couldn't do so. It was because he had stepped into the secondary saint realm from the God Emperor realm and then stepped into the ninth heaven of the saint realm from the secondary saint realm. Under such circumstances, how could he withdraw? There was no room for retreat at all. The heavenly tribulation couldn't be stopped no matter what. Moreover, at this moment, he felt a great threat. Perhaps it was because he had not triggered any heavenly tribulations after breaking through two great realms in a row. At this moment, the two heavenly tribulations pressed down together as if they had fused together, producing some kind of drastic change. The aura caused him to shiver at this moment. Even with the protection of the reincarnation forging spirit technique, he was not 100% sure that he could survive this heavenly tribulation. His spirit was trembling violently, and he felt intense pain. The most obvious and direct observation of this drastic change was that the lightning of the previous heavenly tribulation was red. However, the lightning of this heavenly punishment had turned black. It was obviously more terrifying than the red lightning. Boom! The blue dome of heaven shook violently once again as another clap of thunder resounded. There was a black light recklessly streaking across the dusky heaven and earth, causing people to be horrified. "Let's go!" Lin Tian shouted. He could feel that the destructive lightning punishment was about to descend. The white tiger and the little Taichu were in the middle of it and would definitely be implicated. "Be careful." "Yeah." The white tiger spoke, and so did the little Taichu. Naturally, they knew what the situation was at this time. Not only would they be in danger if they stayed here, but they would also affect Lin Tian's tribulation. Therefore, they immediately moved away as fast as they could. Only 10 days had passed in the outside world since they first entered the spacetime space. However, they had spent 10,000 years in the spacetime space and cultivated for 10,000 years. After cultivating for 10,000 years in the spacetime space, they were now in the Saint realm. At this time, their speed was naturally very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had moved extremely far away. It was also at this time that the blue dome of heaven shook again with a rumble. A dazzling black beam of light pressed straight down. This was a special heavenly punishment that combined the quasi-saint tribulation and saint tribulation into one. The first round of lightning punishment struck down with terrifying destructive power, as if it was a strike that could destroy the world. A large area of the void was directly annihilated. Before the black beam of light had truly pressed down, the ground under Lin Tian's feet instantly collapsed and sank by several feet. Lin Tian did not have the slightest bit of carelessness. He fully displayed his current cultivation of the ninth saint realm and waved his Chaos Emperor fist to meet the attack. His fist was wrapped in saint-level saint power. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the black beam of light that struck down. It directly caused the nearby void to collapse and become even more dilapidated. Waves of destructive airflow swept out in all directions. Then, after a few breaths, the black beam of light was shattered by him. At the same time, blood flowed out from the tip of his fist. It was injured by the black beam of light, revealing the eerie white finger bones. Moreover, a terrifying force entered his body through the wound at the tip of his fist, wantonly destroying his body as if it wanted to collapse from the inside. This caused his heart to tremble. This special heavenly punishment that combined the quasi-saint's tribulation and saint's tribulation was indeed too strong as he had sensed. This was merely the first round of the main lightning punishment, and it actually injured him. Moreover, the remnant might of the lightning actually entered his body through his wounds and continued to wreak havoc in his body, wreaking havoc in a frenzy. He gritted his teeth and activated the reincarnation spiritual forging technique. In an instant, his combat strength was multiplied tenfold. Then, the 5 heaven-shaking lightning incantation was activated as well. With the tenfold combat strength, he directly crushed the destructive lightning that entered his body. Boom! Almost at the same time, the sky shook violently. The second round of lightning punishment emerged. A black lightning river appeared, intertwined with traces of blood. It was as if the Milky Way was pressing down from the sky, wanting to destroy everything. The billowing destructive aura caused the world to tremble violently. It was unknown how many times stronger it was than the first round of lightning punishment. It shattered pieces of space and spread out in all directions, causing the living beings within a radius of tens of millions of miles to tremble violently. This aura, is a heavenly tribulation? Someone is crossing the immortal ascension tribulation? How can a heavenly tribulation of the immortal ascension realm have such a terrifying destructive aura? Some cultivators sensed the destructive aura that carried the unique fluctuations of a heavenly tribulation. They were all shocked. Let's go and take a look. Someone spoke. Many cultivators rushed in the direction of the destructive aura of lightning. Boom! Heavenly thunder rumbled. In the sky where Lin Tian was, the black lightning was even more wantonly. It was extremely terrifying. The second round of lightning punishment that emerged from this special heavenly tribulation pressed down directly at this moment. The black lightning river was mixed with traces of blood. Wherever it passed, everything disintegrated. Everything began to collapse and be destroyed. The fist radiance was dazzling. With his tenfold combat strength and the Chaos Emperor fist, the surging fist power shook the heavens and the earth. With a sizzling sound, the black lightning river that fell from the sky was instantly shattered. After all, although this round of the main lightning punishment was terrifying, Lin Tian's Chaos Emperor fist was also extremely powerful with his tenfold combat strength. It was naturally not difficult for him to shatter the second round of the main lightning punishment. Boom! In the sky, thunder rumbled and black lightning rampaged. With a sizzling sound, it shattered the space. As the second round of the main lightning punishment was shattered by Lin Tian, the third round of the main lightning punishment appeared in the blink of an eye. It was a black lightning rain. Within it, every bolt of lightning contained terrifying destructive power. It was enough to easily shatter a saint-level cultivator. Lin Tian was fearless. With tenfold combat strength, he activated the Chaos Emperor Fist and met it again. With a sizzle, the third round of the main lightning punishment was still unable to do anything to him. It was easily shattered by him. Boom! Thunder rumbled and rumbled continuously. Round after round of the main lightning punishment continued to strike. In the blink of an eye, 9 rounds of the main lightning punishment had struck down. The 9 rounds of the main lightning punishment were all shattered by Lin Tian. Then, at this moment, the 10th round of the main lightning punishment pressed down. This was a sea of lightning. The black lightning was like a vast ocean. The waves were monstrous. One could even vaguely hear the sound of the waves crashing down from the sky. In an instant, the ground beneath Lin Tian's feet collapsed again. It sank a few feet deeper. Facing the 10th round of the main lightning punishment, Lin Tian's eyes intertwined with sacred light. He activated the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique. Strands of black lightning arcs intertwined on the surface of his body. They turned into a black lightning beam and shot straight into the sky. The black lightning was a sign that the 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation had reached the 5th level. After spending 10,000 years in spacetime and cultivating for 10,000 years, his cultivation had reached the 9th heaven of the Saint Realm. Naturally, he had cultivated the 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation to the last level. Sizzle, the aura of the black lightning beam was ferocious and domineering. It had the power to weaken the lightning punishment of the heavenly tribulation. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the 10th round of lightning punishment. Lin Tian was at the center of Tianfa. The black lightning produced by the 5 heaven-shaking lightning spell circled around his body. The reincarnation forging spirit technique circulated, increasing his battle strength tenfold. Then, his saint domain was also supported by him. Inside, there were many mountains and rivers. Then, in the next moment, the 11th round of punishment appeared. Its aura was terrifying as it pressed down. Immediately after, the sound of thunder exploded, and round after round of main lightning punishment struck down one after another. In this place, the void was collapsing because of this heavenly punishment, and the earth was sinking because of this heavenly punishment. The surrounding green mountains had completely collapsed, and the territory was in ruins. Under such heavenly punishment, Lin Tian propped up his saint domain, channeling the reincarnation forging divine art and the 5 lightning heaven suppression art at the same time. Then, he also propped up the divine Tao of lightning and the divine Tao of nature to resist the heavenly punishment. In the blink of an eye, a total of 36 rounds of main lightning punishment struck down, and they were all shattered by Lin Tian one after another. However, the heavenly punishment still continued. With a rumble, the 37th round of main lightning punishment pressed down. Black lightning stars trembled, and it was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian's expression was heavy. Ever since he reached the airborne realm, he had been going through heavenly punishment. Along the way, he had gone through more than 20 heavenly punishments, but there had never been a single heavenly punishment with more than 37 rounds of main lightning punishment. At the same time, in the distance, the white tiger and the little Taichu were also shocked. It's been 37 rounds. Why is it still not stopping? The white tiger was anxious. Yeah. The little Taichu was also very worried. At this time, the heavenly punishment continued to strike down 37 rounds of main lightning punishment. Just watching from afar made their souls tremble. They could clearly feel that the heavenly punishment at this moment had become even more terrifying. As the main lightning punishment of the heavenly punishment continued to strike down, they were all anxious, worried about whether Lin Tian would be able to survive. It was also at this time that swishing sounds rang out. In a place further away, one figure after another appeared. Because of the terrifying aura of this heavenly tribulation, they had rushed over from afar. Then, all of them saw the rolling thunder in the sky of this place. It's really a heavenly punishment. This level of heavenly punishment, These cultivators came here and looked at the rolling thunder in the sky. All of them were shocked. The destructive aura of this heavenly punishment was really too strong. It was as if it was going to destroy the heavens. Even some of the quasi-saints among them were horrified. Then, these cultivators naturally saw Lin Tian at the center of the heavenly punishment, and they were shocked again. He's going through the heavenly punishment. He's the one who's going through the heavenly punishment? He's the one who attracted the heavenly punishment? He clearly has the saint's aura outside his body. He's a saint. A saint attracted the heavenly punishment? How can this be? How is this possible? These cultivators were all in disbelief. Since ancient times, cultivators would only attract the lightning punishment of heavenly punishment when they stepped into the immortal realm. But now, a saint had actually attracted the heavenly punishment and was undergoing the heavenly punishment here. Wait. This person, isn't he the person that the celestial court was pursuing some time ago? That's right. I think, it's that person. He killed a celestial court expert and is related to a criminal wanted by the celestial court. He's wanted by the celestial court himself, and now he attracted the heavenly punishment as a saint. Who exactly is he? The celestial court's pursuit of Lin Tian was no secret. At this time, at this place, many people recognized Lin Tian. Seeing that Lin Tian was undergoing the heavenly punishment as a saint here, they were even more shocked. Gradually, more and more cultivators gathered here. Seeing this scene, all of them were shocked. Little Taichu and White Tiger saw the arrival of these cultivators, but there was nothing they could do. They could only watch Lin Tian undergo the heavenly punishment. Please don't let anything go wrong. The White Tiger had a praying look on its face, hoping that Lin Tian would be able to survive this heavenly tribulation safely. It hoped that other cultivators would not find out that Lin Tian had attracted the heavenly tribulation with his saint-level cultivation. Boom! The heavens shook and thunder rumbled. Round after round of the main lightning punishment struck down, and the destructive aura became stronger and stronger. Lin Tian was in the center of the heavenly punishment. He was focused on overcoming the heavenly punishment. Reincarnation forging spiritual skill, 5 thunder heaven suppression technique, saint region, nature divine path, and thunder divine path were all used together. In the blink of an eye, 55 rounds of the main lightning punishment had struck down, and almost half of his saint power had been consumed. At this time, the destructive power of the lightning punishment had become many times stronger. His physical body had been shaken into many bloody wounds. The threat of death gradually emerged, and his face became extremely grave. Boom! The 56th round of the main lightning punishment was extremely terrifying. When it landed on Lin Tian's body, a blinding light immediately flooded the surroundings. This time, Lin Tian couldn't block it. With a poof, his 9th heaven sage body was directly split into pieces. Blood splattered all over the sky. It was a ghastly sight. Kid! In the distance, the White Tiger and Little Taichu's expressions changed. The White Tiger couldn't help but cry out. At the same time, the other cultivators who had come to this place trembled. They weren't worried for Lin Tian, but they were shocked to see Lin Tian suddenly being split into pieces after going through dozens of rounds of the main lightning punishment. That feeling was exactly the same as when a mortal was walking in the dark night and suddenly saw a fierce ghost with a bloody face. He's already gone through dozens of rounds of the main lightning punishment. Is this a heavenly tribulation? Heavenly tribulation. Isn't 9 the limit, and only 9 rounds of the main lightning punishment? These cultivators were shocked and puzzled. According to ancient records, heavenly tribulation could only be triggered when a cultivator reached the immortal realm. Moreover, it was always 9 as the limit. But now, these cultivators were stunned. It was already shocking enough for a saint-level cultivator to trigger a heavenly tribulation. But unexpectedly, the heavenly tribulation he triggered still showed no signs of stopping after dozens of rounds of the main lightning punishment. Boom! The sky shook violently, and thunder exploded. A pitch-black lightning vortex appeared, as if it was going to swallow everything. Lin Tian's saint-level body collapsed. The broken pieces of flesh and the blood that splashed out quickly gathered together, and blood-red flames curled up. The sun's nirvana technique operated on its own, causing his physical body to reform in the blink of an eye. After reforming his physical body, he looked at the sky with a solemn expression. The heavenly tribulation that fused the 2 great realms, quasi-sage and saint-sage, was truly too terrifying. Even with the help of the reincarnation forging spirit technique that Wu Yi had created for him, it was incomparably difficult for him to hold on at this moment. At this moment, his entire body was in intense pain. Most importantly, as the one undergoing the tribulation, he could sense the heavenly tribulation to a certain extent. He could feel that this heavenly tribulation was far from over. There were at least a dozen more rounds of the main lightning punishment, and the following main lightning punishments would definitely be more terrifying than the previous one. At this moment, he had no confidence that he could survive this lightning punishment. Is that the only way? Under the sea of lightning, he glanced at the group of cultivators nearby and couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Dong! Dazzling lightning radiance manifested, and another thunderbolt exploded. Within the pitch-black thunderbolt vortex, the 57th round of the main thunderbolt punishment appeared. It was one thunderbolt mountain after another, completely condensed from black thunderbolts, and its aura was terrifying. Following the appearance of the main lightning punishment, before it could even descend, Lin Tian trembled violently, and cracks appeared on his body. At the same time, the other cultivators nearby were horrified, and all of them trembled violently. Retreat! Retreat further away! Someone shouted and quickly retreated. Most of the cultivators who came to this place were below the quasi-sage realm. At this time, although they were very far from the center of the heavenly tribulation and couldn't be struck by the main lightning punishment, just the destructive aura of the 57th round of the main lightning punishment made these cultivators fearful. They felt like their bodies were about to shatter, and they didn't dare to continue staying in the same place. They all retreated further away. It was also at this time that the 57th round of the main lightning punishment directly struck down with a rumble. The black thunderbolts were connected one after another, as if they were going to crush the heavens. Lin Tian clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and circulated the Sun Heart Sutra to the limit. The reincarnation forging spiritual technique, 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique, sacred domain, nature divine Tao, lightning divine Tao, and other techniques and Taos that were useful for him to overcome the heavenly tribulation were all activated. His entire body erupted with dazzling holy light, and he faced the 57th round of the main lightning punishment that was pressing down. In the blink of an eye, the 57th round of the main lightning punishment struck and directly collided with him. The space in all directions instantly collapsed. At the center of the heavenly tribulation, the destructive aura surged like the Milky Way. Poof, Lin Tian was struck into pieces again. Bright red blood splattered everywhere, and shredded flesh and shattered bones were scattered in the void above. It was a ghastly sight. However, his spirit was incomparably tough and indestructible. The Sun Nirvana technique was activated, and blood-red flames leaped. Soon, his physical body was reformed again. He was panting slightly, and his face had already become very pale. He had suffered very serious injuries. However, the heavenly tribulation didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. The 58th round of the main lightning punishment appeared and instantly pressed down. Then, the rumbling sound of thunder became louder and louder. The 59th round of the main lightning punishment, the 60th round of the main lightning punishment, and the 61st round of the main lightning punishment appeared one after another. They pressed down mightily, and everywhere they passed, everything was destroyed. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and supported all his techniques to resist with all his might. Poof, 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 bright red blood splattered everywhere. Under the combination of the heavenly tribulation of the quasi-saint tribulation and the saint tribulation, the destructive power of the lightning punishment had reached a point where it was difficult for him to resist. At this time, within the main lightning punishment, someone as powerful as him was shattered again and again. Blood continued to splatter everywhere, and his essence, qi, and spirit quickly weakened to the bottom. There's no hope. Such a heavenly tribulation. It's impossible for him to survive. He can't stop it. Far away, a group of cultivators was horrified by the aura of the heavenly tribulation at this time. At the same time, many people shook their heads. Looking at the scene in front of them, they had already seen the clues. Lin Tian was beginning to lose the ability to resist, and his life force was weakening. Even if he can't survive it, he's destined to be famous in the world. A saint can actually attract a heavenly tribulation, someone said. Rumble. Thunder rumbled, and black lightning kept falling. Brat, hang in there. You're Lin Tian. A mere heavenly tribulation lightning punishment won't be difficult for you. Shatter it like before. Shatter it. Yeah. Yeah. In the distance, the white tiger couldn't help but shout. Little Taichu also spoke. Seeing Lin Tianyi being chopped into pieces again and again, feeling that Lin Tian's essence, qi, and spirit were constantly weakening, and the heavenly tribulation still showed no signs of stopping. They were extremely anxious. In the center of the heavenly tribulation, blood-red flames jumped. The broken pieces of flesh and bones gathered together, and Lin Tian once again reformed his physical body. His face was extremely pale, and his aura was extremely weak. His body was trembling uncontrollably, and he almost didn't even have the strength to stand up. Dong! Thunder exploded, shaking all directions. The 62nd round of the main lightning punishment appeared. It was a black lightning palace, and the destructive power was much more terrifying than the previous rounds of the main lightning punishments. As this round of the main lightning punishment appeared, the space in all directions trembled violently in an instant, and the entire world seemed to be about to collapse. Lin Tian trembled violently. This round of the main lightning punishment hadn't been suppressed yet, but it made his spirit feel intense pain, and blood flowed out of his mouth. Brat, shatter it! Shatter it! In the distance, the white tiger shouted. Seeing Lin Tian's body trembling under the heavenly tribulation, it was really afraid that Lin Tian wouldn't be able to withstand it. Yeah. Lin Tian. Little Taichu was also anxious and shouted from afar. Lin Tian could hear their voices and hear their worry. He closed his eyes slightly and then opened them again. I can only use that method. He muttered to himself, looking at the rolling thunder in the sky. His eyes suddenly became very sharp, and his black hair moved without wind. The next moment, he formed a seal with one hand, and his body trembled slightly. Lin Tian's black hair fluttered and danced wildly. Being in the center of the heavenly tribulation, his aura began to recover rapidly. On the surface of his body, the black lightning intertwined with the 5 heaven-shaking thunder's incantations suddenly became violent. The crackling sound was extremely ear-piercing, and it shook the already dilapidated void in the vicinity, causing it to become even more dilapidated and collapse inch by inch. His aura is recovering? Is he becoming stronger? What's going on? Why did he suddenly? In the distance, the group of cultivators were all shocked. Lin Tian's aura had clearly weakened to the point where it seemed as if he had lost the ability to resist and could not even stand properly. However, at this time, his aura suddenly began to recover. Moreover, they clearly did not see Lin Tian use any divine pills or miraculous medicine. At the same time, the white tiger and little Taichu were also shocked and then revealed looks of joy. Good. Good. The white tiger clenched its claws. Squeak. The little Taichu also made a sound. They also did not understand why Lin Tian's essence, energy, and spirit suddenly rose sharply at this time. However, they were naturally happy that Lin Tian's aura was improving. Boom! Thunder roared and a pitch-black lightning vortex stretched across the sky. The 62nd round of the main lightning punishment did not immediately descend. It continued to brew in the lightning vortex, and the destructive aura became stronger and stronger. The entire sky seemed to be about to collapse. Lin Tian was in the center of the heavenly tribulation. His eyes were sharp and indifferent as he looked at the increasingly terrifying lightning in the sky. His black hair danced wildly in the wind, and the aura on his body grew stronger at a rapid pace. The surrounding space became even more chaotic and collapsed even more violently because of the rapidly increasing aura on his body. Let's see what you can do to me. His voice was cold. He had the reincarnation constitution, the strongest constitution and the strongest bloodline in the world. In order to prevent his constitution from being exposed again and to prevent people other than his family and friends from finding out, he had sealed his reincarnation constitution to a certain extent. After that, whether it was people above the heavenly venerable level or special dead people, no one could see through his reincarnation constitution. Even if someone used their spirit to enter his life essence, they would not be able to tell that he was a reincarnated body if they did not carefully investigate. It was precisely because of this method that the evil blood ancestor was unable to tell that he was a reincarnated body when he used his spirit to enter his life essence in the extremine hull. However, although this method was very ingenious and could prevent others from seeing through his constitution, it had a certain flaw. That was because his life essence was sealed and suppressed, his battle prowess could not truly be unleashed to its peak. In the past few years, he had never truly unleashed his peak potential, truly unleashing his greatest battle prowess. Once he truly unleashed his peak potential and unleashed his greatest battle prowess, his constitution would immediately be exposed. Before this, he had encountered many dangers. These dangers were either not something that could be dealt with by unsealing his life essence or could be avoided. There was no need to unseal his life essence. Therefore, ever since he sealed his life essence, he had never unsealed it even though he had encountered danger time and time again. But now, he had unsealed his life essence here. This was because, at this time, under the heavenly tribulation, unsealing the origin was useful and necessary for him. If he unsealed his life essence now and used the reincarnation forging mind technique that Wui had created for him, he was confident that he could survive this heavenly tribulation in one piece. However, if he did not unseal his life essence, he was certain that he would not be able to escape death. At the same time, he also knew that there were many cultivators surrounding this place and watching him undergo the tribulation from afar. Once his quintessence was completely unsealed, these people would instantly see through his reincarnation physique, and it would definitely cause great trouble in the future. However, at this moment, he could no longer care about that because if he didn't unseal his quintessence at this moment, he would definitely not be able to survive. If he was about to die, then what was the point of worrying about that? Boom, his source was unsealing bit by bit, his aura rapidly rising. It was as if a volcano that had been dormant for endless years was erupting, as if a matchless demonic sovereign was awakening. In this place, the surrounding space began to tremble even more intensely. In the blink of an eye, his aura recovered and his injuries healed. Moreover, his vitality continued to rise. Then, in a short span of 3 breaths, his essence, chi, and soul climbed to an extremely shocking level. It was also at this moment that the reincarnation origin that he had used a special method to seal was completely unsealed. Roar! At that moment, divine light surged around him. Vaguely, the roars of gods and demons rang out from his body, shaking up the entire world. A golden pillar of saint force radiated out from him. It surged violently and pierced into the sky. Sizzle, the 60-second lightning tribulation that was still brewing in the sky was forcefully pulverized by the divine light. The pitch-black lightning vortex could not help but tremble. The surrounding space constantly twisted. At the same time, the cultivators who resided extremely far away all trembled as their expressions changed drastically. He. The cultivators all trembled. All the cultivators there shuddered. At that very moment, the rolling lightning bolts up in the sky suddenly disappeared from their eyes. It was as though they could no longer sense the terrifying aura of devastation from the heavenly tribulation up in the sky. All of their gazes fell upon Lin Tian. Looking at Lin Tian, the cultivators all trembled. Their faces were filled with horror and disbelief. Reincarnation body? He's a reincarnation body. A saint-level powerhouse said in a trembling voice. His body was also trembling. His eyes could not help but flicker. Even his hands were trembling. In the legends, the strongest physique and the strongest bloodline. He's actually, the cultivators were all stunned. They were almost stunned. Even some of the saint-level powerhouses were no exception. What did they see? In this place, Lin Tian, who had attracted the heavenly tribulation with his saint-level cultivation, was actually a reincarnation body. It was the legendary strongest physique that had never appeared before. It could suppress all king physiques and all bloodlines in the world. At the same time, the white tiger and little Taichu's expressions also changed. It was not because of Lin Tian's reincarnation body. They both knew that Lin Tian was a reincarnation body. The reason for their expressions was that Lin Tian had exposed his reincarnation physique at this moment. If they could see through it now, so could the others. They would definitely be in big trouble in the future. How did this happen? The white tiger clenched its claws. Lin Tian was at the center of the heavenly tribulation. Holy light surged around his body. As his reincarnation origin was completely unsealed, coupled with the reincarnation forging spiritual art, his essence, qi, and spirit were many times stronger than before. Black lightning circled around his body, crackling as it exploded. He was like a thunder god that could destroy the world. Dong. The 63rd round of the main lightning punishment fell, and the sky became even darker. Boundless lightning spread, and it was extremely terrifying. The sky seemed to be collapsing, and the aura of destruction surged. It was terrifying. Lin Tian was in the center of the heavenly tribulation, and black electric arcs surrounded his body. His aura was terrifyingly strong, and he directly waved his emperor fist. With a boom, a dazzling fist light shot out from the tip of his fist, and in the blink of an eye, it entered the sky and collided with the 63rd round of the main lightning punishment that was descending. Chi. With a soft sound, the 63rd round of the main lightning punishment shattered immediately. Such a scene caused many of the surrounding cultivators to be horrified. Previously, Lin Tian's tribulation had clearly been so difficult, but now, when he faced this even more terrifying 63rd round of tribulation lightning, he directly shattered it with a single punch. This is the true combat power of a reincarnated being? This is simply. Many people trembled, and they were still shocked by the fact that Lin Tian was a reincarnated being. At the same time, they were also shocked by this scene. Boom! The lightning did not stop, and it became even more violent. The pitch-black lightning vortex was horizontal in the sky, and the black lightning was rampant inside, and the aura became even more terrifying. Again. Lin Tian stood under the heavenly tribulation, and his eyes were sharp. The black hair in front of his forehead danced, and he looked like an immortal peerless god of war. Dong. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky immediately exploded, and the 64th round of the main lightning punishment appeared. Then, the 65th, 66th, and 67th rounds of the main lightning punishment appeared together and pressed down one after another. For a moment, the space in this place was even more severely damaged, and the territory sank again because of this aura. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. After his origin was unsealed, he could truly unleash his peak combat power, and he was not afraid of the descending heavenly punishment. Buzz. The reincarnation diagram rushed up from behind him, and it was mixed with vastness, holiness, and pressure. It turned into a ray of light that rushed towards the sky. This was his king's region, and it was extremely powerful. In addition, he had unsealed his origin at this moment, and coupled with the reincarnation spiritual forging technique, the power of the king's region was extremely terrifying. In an instant, it crushed the 64th round of the main lightning punishment that was pressing down. Immediately afterwards, Wang Yu continued to move towards the sky and crushed the 65th, 66th, and 67th rounds of the main thunder punishment. Chi, 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 3 soft sounds rang out. The 65th, 66th, and 67th main lightning punishments all shattered in the blink of an eye. After that, Wang Yu didn't stop. Instead, he interweaved with monster saint energy and pressed it towards the thunderbolt vortex in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the reincarnation diagram rushed into the lightning vortex and exploded in the lightning vortex, causing the lightning vortex to tremble violently. The bomb was directly destroyed. Dong. A deafening roar came from the lightning vortex, and there seemed to be an invisible and terrifying existence inside. At this moment, it was furious that Lin Tian couldn't die after being struck for a long time. The 68th round of the main lightning punishment appeared, and a total of 9 layers of lightning sea condensed together. Each layer was interweaved with an extremely terrifying aura, as if it was going to destroy everything. A violent gust of wind swept up one after another, and it was also mixed with a shocking destructive power. It shattered pieces of space one after another. The speed at which the void was reorganized could no longer keep up with the speed of the shattering, and the spatial turbulence spread out wantonly. Lin Tian raised his hand, and the reincarnation spiritual forging technique was stacked 10 times his combat power. The reincarnation diagram of the king's region was once again supported. Moreover, the nameless Tao Law, Thunder Divine Tao, and Nature Divine Tao also emerged together and overlapped with each other, turning into his most powerful divine Tao reincarnation diagram. As soon as the reincarnation diagram of the divine Tao was released, the reincarnation origin was completely unsealed, and the battle power was stacked 10 times. With his cultivation at the 9th heaven of the Saint Realm, the power was so powerful that even heaven and earth trembled. Chi. Before the 68th round of the main lightning punishment could truly descend, it was directly shattered by the reincarnation diagram of the divine Tao. Lin Tian's gaze was sharp as he stared at the pitch-black lightning vortex in the sky. He took a step forward and turned into a ray of light that rushed into the sky. Holding the reincarnation diagram of the divine Tao, he directly pressed against the lightning vortex. Moreover, the 5 lightning divine domain of the 5 lightning heaven shaking technique was also opened by him. The black 5 lightning divine technique rose against the sky and pressed against the heavenly tribulation vortex together with the reincarnation diagram of the divine Tao. Such a scene caused the nearby cultivators to be shocked again. Many of them couldn't help but tremble. Since ancient times, cultivators had been forced to shatter the main lightning punishment that descended from the heavenly tribulation again and again. But now, Lin Tian actually went against the sky and attacked the lightning vortex of the heavenly tribulation with a divine technique. This was a little crazy. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian rushed into the lightning vortex. The 5 lightning divine technique and the reincarnation diagram of the divine Tao clashed in the lightning vortex, releasing wave after wave of terrifying saint aura. The black lightning that belonged to the 5 lightning heaven shaking technique that surrounded his body collided with the black lightning of the heavenly tribulation. The two of them sizzled and shattered each other, shaking the sky. Boom! Explosions rumbled in the lightning vortex. The main lightning punishments constantly appeared, each one more terrifying than the last. Lin Tian was surrounded by black lightning. He propped up the reincarnation diagram of the divine Tao and channeled the reincarnation forging spiritual technique. He charged into the lightning vortex that constantly appeared with the main lightning punishments, shattering them one after another. He even rushed into the depths of the lightning vortex, bombarding it with terrifying fists. The lightning vortex constantly trembled and cracks appeared one after another. In the blink of an eye, he charged into the lightning vortex. He was like a god of destruction fighting. He endured the main lightning punishments one after another until he reached the 80th main lightning punishment. The destructive aura became even more terrifying, as if it wanted to devour the entire world. However, Lin Tian had completely unsealed the origin of samsara. Coupled with the reincarnation forging spiritual technique that Wu Yi had created for him, his battle prowess was just too great. With so many techniques, the terrifying 80th main lightning punishment was still useless against him. It was shattered in the blink of an eye. The last round. Come. He was in the lightning vortex, surrounded by lightning. His voice was cold, intertwined with a domineering aura that looked down on the world. He could feel that this special heavenly tribulation was only left with the last round of the main lightning punishment. If he could endure it, he would have passed. Boom. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the firmament exploded, and the loudest and most terrifying sound of thunder rang out. Within the lightning vortex, numerous phantoms appeared. There were angels with broken wings, headless knights, immortals with broken arms, ferocious ghosts, ferocious savage beasts, and blind blood shadows. All of them were condensed from lightning, and they were intertwined with an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. The moment they appeared, they caused this place to shake violently, and the heavens and earth seemed to be on the verge of disintegrating. Facing this dense lightning shadow, Lin Tian once again felt a sense of threat, and a deathly pressure appeared. However, his expression did not change at all. With a thought, he directly channeled the Sun Heart Sutra to the limit. At the same time, he shook the origin of samsara, causing its aura to rise wildly. The origin of samsara in his body boiled like a torrent. The light of reincarnation origin rushed out of his body and surrounded him, exuding an extremely vast aura. Countless phantoms of gods and demons appeared, all of them exuding a terrifying aura. This is? Outside the range of the heavenly tribulation, the expressions of all the cultivators changed drastically. Even Lin Tian himself was shocked. He had not expected this to happen at all. He had only activated the origin of reincarnation and unleashed his peak potential. He had not expected this to happen. Then, his saint body trembled slightly, and he was shocked again. As the phantoms of gods and demons appeared, his saint power was being consumed rapidly and decreased rapidly. Roar, countless gods and demons roared, their voices shaking the sky and causing the world to tremble. Above the firmament, the pitch-black lightning vortex shook violently. Because of the roar, cracks appeared one after another. After that, the lightning became even more berserk. In the unseen world, there really seemed to be a supreme existence within. At this moment, that supreme existence was completely enraged. The entire lightning vortex, together with 6 different types of destructive lightning, pressured towards Lin Tian. This was a terrifying scene. The pitch-black lightning vortex struck down with endless lightning and destructive lightning phantoms. It was as if the firmament was really pressing down. The destructive aura completely covered the space within a radius of 10,000 feet. Retreat! Run! Someone cried out in horror. They had already retreated far away. Now that they were facing the final round of the main lightning punishment, just the shockwaves alone caused many cultivators to be terrified. All of them fled into the distance. The white tiger and the little Taichu also retreated once again. This last round of the main lightning punishment was really too terrifying. Rumbling sounds could be heard as destructive gales swept out in all directions, sweeping out in all directions. Lin Tian stood under the heavenly tribulation, facing the pitch-black lightning vortex and sensing the terrifying destructive aura. He quickly put away his surprise at the phantoms of gods and demons that appeared behind him, and his eyes became fierce again. Kill! He spat out these words in a low voice. His black hair danced, and killing intent surged out of his body, as well as his battle chi. Behind him, the phantoms of gods and demons seemed to have sensed his killing intent and battle chi, and they roared again. In the next moment, the souls of the gods and demons soared into the sky and charged towards the lightning vortex. In the blink of an eye, the fiend god soul phantoms clashed with the lightning phantoms and the lightning vortex. Rumble! In this place, the space in all directions had completely collapsed. Hurricane after hurricane surged wildly. In the blink of an eye, a total of 7 breaths had passed. The lightning vortex disappeared, the dense lightning shadows disappeared, and the fiend god souls also disappeared. The darkness in the sky gradually dispersed, and the world became bright once more. Smoke and dust swirled in the air. Bolts of lightning crackled before disappearing. Lin Tian's face was a little pale. He was panting slightly, but he still stood in the air. Buzz! The sky trembled as 7-colored divine radiance revolved around it. A 7-colored auspicious cloud converged, intertwining with a divine and auspicious aura. For a time, all the cultivators in the distance were moved. I've endured it. Someone said with a trembling voice. That terrifying heavenly tribulation seemed to be able to destroy everything. Just the aftermath alone was terrifying. Now, Lin Tian had endured it perfectly. Reincarnation constitution. He can even attract heavenly tribulation at the sage level. A total of 81 rounds of heavenly tribulation. He has withstood all of them, many cultivators muttered to themselves in a trembling voice. At the same time, they could not help but tremble slightly. On this day, what they saw in this place was too shocking. It was almost unforgettable. In the distance, the white tiger and the little Taichu were overjoyed. He made it. That's great. Yeah. Both of them were overjoyed as they headed towards Lin Tian's place. It was also at this moment that the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. In the crowd far away, dozens of figures moved. All of them were intertwined with the aura of a sage king. They all rushed towards Lin Tian, who had just survived the heavenly tribulation. Such a scene caused many cultivators to change their expressions again. The strongest physique. Its origin is the supreme treasure of heaven and earth. It surpasses everything. Everyone wants to obtain it. Some of the older cultivators murmured. After the other cultivators were moved, they also understood why these sage kings rushed towards Lin Tian. At this time, Lin Tian, who had just survived the heavenly tribulation, was very weak. These people did not want to let go of this opportunity and wanted to seize the reincarnation origin. You're all courting death. Yeah. The white tiger and the little Taichu were shocked and angry. They rushed towards Lin Tian as fast as they could. From afar, they used their great magical powers and secret techniques to suppress the dozens of sage kings who were rushing towards Lin Tian. For a moment, rumbling sounds could be heard. Even though they were only sages, their auras were very terrifying. They could be called kings in the same realm, especially the little Taichu, who was at the 9th heaven of sages. At this time, his entire body was surging with 6-colored divine light. 6-colored divine flames covered the sky as if they were going to ignite the heavens. However, their speed could not compare to the sage kings. In the blink of an eye, dozens of sage kings rushed in front of Lin Tian. Their eyes were filled with greed and madness. This was because in front of them was a reincarnation entity, the strongest physique in heaven and earth. As long as they seized Lin Tian's reincarnation origin, they would obtain endless benefits. Their future achievements would be limitless. They might even become a new reincarnation entity. With a rumbling sound, dozens of large hands grabbed at Lin Tian together, causing the space around Lin Tian to shatter. Damn it! Get lost! The white tiger roared angrily and crazily sped up. The little Taichu was also anxious and angry. He increased his speed again and used his special ability. The 4-spirit guardian divine elephant shook the sky. At this time, they could feel that Lin Tian, who had survived the destructive heavenly tribulation, was very weak. His saint power was almost depleted. Under such circumstances, he was no match for dozens of sage kings. Don't come over. Watch from the side. It was also at this time that Lin Tian's voice rang out, causing the white tiger and the little Taichu to be moved. They could not help but be stunned. After going through this heavenly tribulation, his saint energy was almost depleted and he did not have much left. However, facing the dozens of Saint King level powerhouses who were charging at him, his expression did not change at all. His eyes were cold and piercing. 7-colored divine light intertwined in his body. A divine sword rushed out from his sea of consciousness and immediately emitted a monstrous sword power. Clang, the ear-piercing sound of the sword rang out in all directions, directly shattering the sky. The dozens of sage kings who were charging at him immediately trembled. The madness, greed, and excitement in their eyes suddenly dissipated by a lot. Such a sharp sword will made their souls ache. They could not help but feel a bone-piercing chill run down their spines. Then, they stopped in their tracks and quickly retreated. However, they had all rushed too close to Lin Tian. At this time, although they retreated very quickly, they could not completely avoid the sharp sword chi emitted by the 7-colored divine sword. Pft, pft, pft. The blood was bright red and dazzling. Dozens of saint kings were cut into pieces at the same time, causing the expressions of the cultivators here to change. Again. That sword, many cultivators trembled. At this time, they could all feel the terrifying sword power of the 7-colored divine sword beside Lin Tian. That sword power seemed to be able to easily annihilate everything. At the same time, the white tiger and little Taichu were also moved. This kid can summon that sword again. The white tiger was pleasantly surprised. It knew very well how terrifying the 7-colored divine sword was. It was definitely not weaker than a heaven-reaching divine weapon. Since Lin Tian had summoned this sword, then there should be no danger in front of him. After all, it could feel that the strongest cultivators here were only saint kings. People of this level could not withstand the power of the 7-colored divine sword at all. Gulialu. Flesh and bones wriggled. The blood all over the sky gathered in different directions. Dozens of saint kings were cut into pieces, but their souls were immortal. At this time, they reformed their bodies. This was a total of 35 saint kings. The strongest was at the 3rd heaven of the Saint King realm. At this time, the madness and greed in their eyes for Lin Tian's reincarnation origin disappeared even more. Looking at the 7-colored divine sword beside Lin Tian, the Saint Kings could not help but tremble. Lin Tian stood in the sky and looked coldly at the dozens of Saint Kings. He reached out to grab the 7-colored divine sword and slashed straight down. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing. It landed on the person in front of the dozens of Saint Kings. This time, he controlled the sword with his mind. The sword light was undoubtedly much more terrifying than before. It was terrifyingly swift and fierce. With a poof, the Saint King at the front did not have time to dodge and was directly hit. He exploded again. And this time, his soul was not able to survive. It was annihilated by the sword light along with the Saint King's body. Dead, dead? A Saint King, one hit, many cultivators were terrified. At the same time, the other 34 Saint Kings trembled again. The greed for the reincarnation origin in their eyes completely disappeared. Then, in the next moment, these Saint Kings did not hesitate and all retreated far away. Don't even think about leaving after attacking me, Lin Tianling said. The sword in his hand trembled. It instantly erupted with sword might. A 7-colored sword realm appeared and completely sealed the space within 100 feet. All 34 Saint Kings were all trapped. When he unsealed his origin, he knew that he would be targeted by some people in this place. The moment the heavenly tribulation dispersed, they would attack and steal his reincarnation origin. Therefore, after unsealing his origin, he immediately communicated with the Rainbow Divine Sword in his sea of consciousness while he was undergoing the heavenly tribulation. Finally, when the last heavenly tribulation passed, he successfully communicated with the Rainbow Divine Sword in his sea of consciousness. The Rainbow Divine Sword in his sea of consciousness gave him a response. He summoned the 7-colored Divine Sword. Even though he did not have much saint power left, he could still use this sword to unleash a destructive sword light. It was no problem for him to deal with Saint Kings. Moreover, at this moment, the rainbow clouds hovered in the sky after the heavenly tribulation dispersed. 7-colored divine light descended, enveloping him. His vitality rapidly recovered. The might of the divine swords he could use would become more and more powerful with the passage of time. The several dozen Saint Kings had no way of contending with him at all. It was impossible for them to stop him. Clang, the sword realm trapped dozens of people. He waved his sword again. Another 7-colored sword light slashed out and landed on another Saint King. This Saint King tried to block it, but he could not block it at all. The divine technique he used was directly shattered. Then, the sword light landed on his body. With a poof, it shattered. His spiritual soul was also shattered along with his physical body, vanishing into thin air. Another Saint King. In the distance, many cultivators could not help but tremble. In the blink of an eye, 2 Saint Kings had been wiped out. Moreover, it was all with one strike. Of the 35 Saint Kings, only 33 were left now. They trembled even more violently. The 33 people looked at Lin Tian. For a moment, their expressions became extremely ugly. They saw that Lin Tian's aura had weakened to the bottom after passing the heavenly tribulation. They wanted to take the opportunity to capture Lin Tian and seize Lin Tian's reincarnation origin. However, they did not expect that Lin Tian would summon such a terrifying divine sword. The power of this sword was too strong. It terrified them. At this moment, their bodies were in intense pain from the pressure of the sword might. Lin Tian looked at the 33 Saint Kings. Without saying anything, he stood where he was and waved the divine sword in his hand again. With a clang, this time, a total of 3 sword lights flew out and pierced through the great void. Poof, 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 the 3 Saint Kings were pierced. Their physical bodies exploded. Their spiritual souls were also shattered. Just like the previous 2, their spiritual souls were destroyed. For a moment, the remaining 30 Saint Kings were even more terrified. Stop. We only had bad intentions. We haven't done anything to you yet. Don't kill us, someone said. At this moment, the surrounding space had been sealed up by the sword world, so they were unable to escape. Moreover, the might of the 7-colored sword in Lin Tian's hand was so terrifying that they were unable to resist it. As a result, they could only beg for mercy. Lin Tian looked at the person who spoke. His eyes were cold. Still, he did not say anything and directly slashed out with his sword. Pooh! As expected, this Saint King who spoke was directly obliterated in body and soul. Blood mist drifted in the air. In the blink of an eye, only 29 of the 35 Saint Kings were left. In the sky, the rainbow auspicious clouds trembled after the heavenly tribulation. More rainbow light fell and entered Lin Tian's body. This rainbow light was the condensation of the great Tao of heaven and earth. It contained endless energy. After entering his body, his saint energy that was about to dry up from the heavenly tribulation quickly recovered. In the blink of an eye, he had recovered 30% of his saint energy. After recovering 30% of his saint energy, his face gradually became rosy and was no longer pale. He waved the divine sword again. With a loud clang, this time a total of 7 sword lights flew out. The sword might was even more terrifying than before, and each sword light accurately landed on a Saint King's body. In the blink of an eye, the 7 Saint Kings all exploded into a mist of blood. Another 7 Saint Kings were destroyed in body and soul. You didn't lose anything now. Don't be too cruel. Don't be too ruthless. There were only 22 of the 35 Saint Kings left. One of them spoke, and the Saint King's body could not help but tremble. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked. Without saying anything, he slashed out with his sword just like before. Poof, blood splattered. The person who spoke was cut into pieces. Like the other Saint Kings, their bodies and souls were destroyed. In the sky, the rainbow auspicious clouds trembled. More rainbow light fell, causing his saint energy to recover to 50%. His sword aura was extremely sharp. He raised his sword and slashed down at the last 22 Saint Kings. With a clang, a sharp sword light shot out and directly cut another Saint King into pieces. Even his divine soul was shattered. You are so cruel. You've already killed more than a dozen people, and you still want to continue? One of the remaining Saint Kings said angrily. At the same time, there was fear in his eyes. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at him coldly. The 7-colored divine sword released a blinding sword light and cut this person into pieces. A group of people had their eyes on his reincarnation origin and came to suppress him to steal his origin. They were no match for him and were killed by him. Now, they were saying such words. This really disgusted him. He shook the divine sword in his hand. Sharp sword chi swept out and completely enveloped this area in sword aura. The remaining 21 Saint Kings were all shocked by the sword chi. They could not help but tremble. Damn it! Let's fight it out with him. Someone roared in shock and anger. Saint power surged out and directly came into contact with his strongest divine technique. Then, almost at the same time, the other Saint Kings also attacked together. They knew that Lin Tian would not show mercy. At this time, in order to survive, they all used their strongest techniques. Dozens of destructive divine techniques pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was cold. After the heavenly tribulation dispersed, the 7-colored light fell from the sky and enveloped him, causing his essence, chi, and spirit to rise. He stood in place and waved the 7-colored divine sword in his hand. Streaks of sharp sword light shot out. Poof, 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 blood splattered everywhere as one Saint King after another was cut down, accompanied by horrified screams. In the blink of an eye, there was only one Saint King left. Within the range of the sword realm, he staggered back again and again. Spare me. Spare me. Even though he knew that Lin Tian would not show mercy, this last Saint King could not help but tremble and beg for mercy. Lin Tian did not say a word. He raised his hand and slashed, destroying this person's body and spirit. Dead, all dead, 35 Saint Kings, just like that. In the distance, the cultivators couldn't help but tremble. Lin Tian held the 7-colored divine sword and scanned the surrounding cultivators coldly. Who else wants my source energy? His voice was ice cold. As soon as these words were spoken, all the cultivators trembled violently. They all shook their heads and couldn't help but stagger backwards. What a joke! More than 30 Saint King realm masters had been killed in the blink of an eye, so how could any of them below the Saint King realm dare step forward to die? Even if he had the heart to seize the source of reincarnation, he didn't have the strength or guts to do so. Lin Tian swept his gaze over the crowd. Holding the 7-colored divine sword, he stood in the void. After a pause, he retracted his gaze. Buzz. After the heaven's tribulation dispersed, the 7-colored auspicious clouds hovered above his head, sprinkling down strands of 7-colored light that contained the boundless power of heaven and earth. At this moment, he was channeling the Heart Sutra of Sun, quickly refining the power of the seven-colored light. As such, the aura on his body grew stronger bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a full 15 minutes had passed. After 15 minutes, with the help of the power of the seven-colored auspicious clouds, his essence, qi, and spirit had completely recovered. His strength had increased a lot, and he was even closer to the Saint King realm. At the same time, the seven-colored auspicious clouds trembled slightly and slowly disappeared. With two whooshing sounds, the little Taichu and the white tiger flashed over. "Let's go." Lin Tian glanced at the cultivators here, called the little Taichu and the white tiger, and directly went into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the sight of the cultivators here. The cultivators stood in place, many of them dumbfounded. His divine sword is too powerful. It's at least a sovereign-level precious weapon, or even stronger. What's that sword? The most important thing is his physique. The reincarnation physique, the legendary physique, the strongest physique that has never appeared, actually appeared. I actually saw the legendary strongest physique. Many cultivators looked in the direction Lin Tian left, their eyes flashing. The reincarnation physique, the legendary strongest physique that had never appeared before, could suppress all the king physiques and bloodlines. Any physique and bloodline were not worth mentioning in front of the reincarnation physique. Many cultivators originally thought that such a physique would never appear, after all, it was too heaven-defying and shocking. However, they did not expect that such a physique would appear now. The heaven realm is going to be in an uproar. An older cultivator murmured. Then, on this day, what happened in this place seemed to have grown wings in the blink of an eye, spreading to all parts of the heaven realm. There were even people who sent out spiritual imprints, which included Lin Tian's appearance and the scene of Lin Tian's heavenly tribulation. For a moment, the entire heaven realm of nothingness was shaken. Reincarnation. Reincarnation physique? It appeared? This person. Isn't he the person that the celestial court has been chasing a while ago? He's actually a reincarnation physique? Reincarnation physique, this, everywhere in the heaven realm, in different places, everyone was shocked. The appearance of the legendary strongest king physique caused such a huge commotion that the entire heaven realm was in an uproar. Reincarnation physique. It's mine. Inside the ancient successions and forbidden lands, eyes sprang open one after another. Their eyes were filled with godly glows. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In a green mountain in the void realm, after transcending the heavenly tribulation, Lin Tian left the place where he transcended the tribulation with the white tiger and the little Taichu. He stayed in this ordinary green mountain and spent 3 days in seclusion to stabilize his realm. On this day, he came out of seclusion. "Boy, you're in big trouble now," the white tiger said, his face full of worry. The reincarnation physique was known as the strongest physique. This was indisputable. The reincarnation origin was definitely the #1 treasure in the world, the #1 panacea. Countless people wanted to get it, and even experts at the heaven realm could not resist that temptation. Now that Lin Tian's reincarnation physique was exposed and spread everywhere, it would definitely attract one ancient existence after another. "Do you know where your perverted master is? Ask him to come out and protect us. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble." It was a little anxious. Lin Tian shook his head. His master was always wandering around. How could he know where he was now? The white tiger gritted its teeth. "Then, we'll leave the void realm with the realm-crossing talisman given by Xianxia and go to the lower realm. Those in the heaven realm who want to seize the reincarnation origin will probably only search in the void realm. They didn't expect us to go to the lower realm." Boom! Suddenly, a powerful saint aura came from afar. Holy light swept across, and waves of light surged, shattering many nearby mountains. The mountains collapsed, and the green mountain where Lin Tian and the others were also collapsed, revealing Lin Tian and the others. Reincarnation physique, found. Over the past few days, the void realm had been in an uproar. They were all shocked by the birth of the reincarnation body. At the same time, many experts had their eyes on the reincarnation origin. One expert after another moved, searching for Lin Tian all over the heaven realm. At this time, 3 ninth heaven saint kings appeared here. They had been friends for 10,000 years. They worked together to search. When they passed by many mountains, they bombarded them with their saint power. They never thought that they would find Lin Tian at this time. Suppress him. The three of them were pleasantly surprised and excited. They rushed toward Lin Tian. One of them spoke, and the three of them each held up a great divine technique. The reincarnation body was the strongest physique. The origin of such a physique contained infinite possibilities. It was a supreme treasure. Damn it! The white tiger was shocked and angry. They had already hidden so well. This place was a very ordinary green mountain. Generally speaking, no cultivators would come here. They did not expect that they would be discovered in just a few days. Lin Tian's face was also solemn. He used the king's domain with the cultivation of a ninth heaven saint and blasted the three of them with the reincarnation map. Let's go. After the reincarnation map was released, he directly called the white tiger and the little Taichu to retreat. At this time, he could no longer summon the seven-colored divine sword. Although his battle strength was strong, he was only a ninth heaven saint. When he used the reincarnation forging technique, he might be able to kill a first heaven saint king expert and contend with a second heaven saint king expert. However, he was definitely no match for a ninth heaven saint king. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The man and the two beasts were very fast. They all cultivated strange movement techniques. In the blink of an eye, they had rushed far away. Don't even think about escaping. Among the three saint kings, someone spoke and all of them sped up to catch up. Lin Tian, the white tiger, and the little Taichu all maintained their speed at this time. The saint power outside their bodies was surging. In the blink of an eye, dozens of immortal mountains were left behind. That is? Cycle of reincarnation. In the past few days, the news of the birth of the reincarnation body had spread throughout the entire heaven realm of nihility. The appearance of the reincarnation body, Lin Tian, was also included in the news. Many cultivators naturally recognized Lin Tian. Behind him, that's 3 saint kings, they are. There's no need to think about it. Those people must be trying to seize the reincarnation source origin. As for the 3 saint kings who were chasing after Lin Tian, these cultivators naturally guessed that their goal was to seize the reincarnation source. This was because in the past few days, countless experts had been searching for Lin Tian. Their goal was the reincarnation source. Moreover, the greed in the eyes of the 3 saint kings could not be concealed at all. Anyone with a discerning eye could instantly see through their intentions. The 3 saint kings' eyes were filled with greed and excitement. At this time, even though there were many cultivators looking at them, they did not care at all. They did not care that they were considered evil. This was because in the entire heaven realm of nihility, too many experts were searching for the reincarnation bodies. Their goal was to seize the reincarnation source. With so many people searching for the reincarnation bodies and seizing the reincarnation source, what else did they care about? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. They chased after Lin Tian, the little Taichu, and the white tiger. Their speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they were endless distance away. Lin Tian, the little Taichu, and the white tiger ran all the way. Along the way, they were seen by many cultivators, and all the cultivators were shocked. In the blink of an eye, another few dozen immortal mountains were left behind. They appeared on a relatively wide plain. There were even more cultivators in this place, but there were not many powerhouses. The strongest was only in the quasi-sage realm. Reincarnation body. Seeing Lin Tian, the reincarnation body, all the cultivators near the plain were moved. Their eyes could not help but shine with other lights. Everyone was shocked and shocked. At this moment, they were all staring at Lin Tian. There had never been a constitution in the world. The strongest constitution and the strongest bloodline. It was impossible not to attract attention even if he did not want to. The 3 saint kings were chasing after them. At this time, they had also caught up to the plain. Those 3 are 9th tier saint kings. They want to seize the reincarnation source. The cultivators on the plain naturally also saw the 3 saint kings. Seeing them chasing after Lin Tian, they knew their purpose in an instant. Reincarnation body, the strongest constitution and the strongest bloodline. I really don't know if it's lucky or sad to have such a constitution. Someone sighed. The reincarnation body was very strong and very heaven-defying. It had the capital to be called invincible in the future. However, now that the reincarnation body was exposed, it immediately attracted the covetous eyes of all the experts in the world. It attracted the disaster of life and death. Was it a blessing or a curse? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the air being torn rang out one after another at an extremely fast speed. The three Saint Kings were getting closer and closer to Lin Tian and the others. After entering the plane here, they finally really closed in and appeared several zhang behind Lin Tian, the little Tai Chu, and the white tiger. Reincarnation body. You are ours. The three Saint Kings' eyes were filled with excitement and greed that could not be concealed. They raised their hands together and grabbed at Lin Tian. As for the little Tai Chu and the white tiger beside Lin Tian, the three Saint Kings did not care at all. In the blink of an eye, the three Saint Kings' big hands reached above Lin Tian's head. Saint Might intertwined around him. It was also at this time that Lin Tian, who had been running all the way forward, suddenly turned around with a ruthless and cold look in his eyes. Saint Light surrounded his hands, extremely dazzling. At this time, a Saint King grade seal was revealed. A destructive aura directly spread out like a mountain flood. The aura was terrifying. The three Saint Kings were shocked. I'll give it to you. Lin Tian's voice was cold as he interrupted the three Saint Kings. The Saint King grade seal in his hand was mixed with destructive energy. He shook his hand and threw it out, landing beside the three Saint Kings. The Saint King grade seal was obtained in the Kongming Dao sect. Previously, when he was in Wansheng Valley, he wanted to use it to deal with the 9th heavenly layer Saint King of the Celestial Court. However, the crocodile ancestor suddenly appeared and did not cause the seal to self-destruct. Now, he was being chased by three Saint Kings. During this process, he was not just simply running away. He was secretly triggering the Saint King grade seal to self-destruct. At this time, the self-destruction process reached its peak. Boom, when the seal landed beside the three Saint Kings, it immediately exploded. The shockwave of destruction immediately flooded the surroundings. The destructive wave was extremely terrifying. It was equivalent to a 5th heavenly layer Saint King self-destructing. The impact was shocking. The three 9th heavenly layer Saint Kings could not dodge. They were immediately drowned by the destructive wave from the self-destruction of the seal. Immediately, there were miserable cries. At the same time, there was anger. 3 mists of blood exploded in the air. A shocking sand mist lingered in the air. Gravel flew everywhere. A huge crater with a diameter of more than 300 meters was blasted into the ground. It was extremely terrifying. Moreover, the destructive wave from the self-destruction of the seal continued to spread, spreading even further. Along the way, the ground collapsed inch by inch. It was a terrifying scene. The self-destruction of a Saint King level treasure artifact was naturally very terrifying. The destructive wave spread out. In the blink of an eye, the destructive wave spread out for over 200 meters, creating a huge crater that was over 200 meters wide. Sand and dust floated in the air as the destructive chi intertwined in the air. It was extremely terrifying. At the same time, blood, flesh, and bones floated in the air. They belonged to the 3 9th heavenly layer saint rulers who had been blown apart. Damn it! Shocked and furious voices rang out. They were rather weak. The bodies of the 3 saint rulers had been destroyed and cracks had appeared on their souls. However, they had not been destroyed in the end. At this moment, they had reformed their bodies. After regathering their Saint King grade bodies, the trio's faces were pale and their essence, chi, and soul were much weaker. The self-destruction of a Saint King level treasure artifact had drowned them in such a terrifying destructive force. It was already a miracle that they had survived. You actually did this. They looked at Lin Tian in shock and anger. Saint rulers like them who had been saint rulers for tens of thousands of years did not even have a single one. Now, Lin Tian had actually destroyed a Saint King level treasure artifact to deal with them. How could they have expected this? Previously, they had all heard that Lin Tian had an extremely powerful sword that could kill ordinary saint rulers. However, they did not care. After all, they were ninth heavenly layer saint rulers. Moreover, there were 3 of them. They did not think that a sword that could kill ordinary saint rulers was enough to threaten them. They were still thinking that after taking Lin Tian's samsara origin, they would obtain the sword as well. However, they did not think that Lin Tian would directly destroy a Saint King level treasure artifact to deal with them. They had not expected this at all and had been heavily injured. Lin Tian looked at the 3 of them. His eyes were extremely cold, sharp, and cruel. He took a step forward. At this time, the 3 Saint Kings were severely injured by the self-destruction of the Saint King Grade Seal. Their combat strength was not even at the level of an ordinary Saint King. At most, they were comparable to a cultivator in the 3rd heaven of the Saint Realm. How could he be afraid? He moved extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived before the 3 of them. He raised his hand and swung the Chaotic Emperor's fist down. Dong! He activated the Primal Chaos Emperor fist with his cultivation at the peak of the 9th heaven of the Saint Realm. The might of his fist was terrifying as it shattered the void. The 3 Saint Kings immediately felt a chill run down their spines. Shocked and furious, they quickly retreated. This kind of punch was something none of them would have cared about when they were in their peak condition, but at this moment, all of them had been severely injured by the self-destruction of their Saint King grade seals and felt that it would be difficult for them to block this punch. They retreated quickly, but Lin Tian's punches were even faster. The next moment, the fist force directly enveloped the 3 of them. Pooh! 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 The 3 Saint Kings were instantly smashed into pieces by this punch. However, as 9th heavenly layer saint rulers, the souls of the 3 of them were extremely tough. They did not disperse from Lin Tian's punch, reforming their bodies in the blink of an eye. Go! One of them gritted his teeth, unwilling to give up. He looked at Lin Tianyi with a face full of murderous intent and immediately retreated. The allure of the samsara source was infinite, but at this time, after being hit head-on by the self-destructing Saint King grade seals, all of them had suffered extremely heavy injuries and were far from being able to display their peak strength. At this time, in terms of combat power, they were no longer Lin Tian's opponent, so all they could do was flee. Although the reincarnation origin was infinitely tempting and had supreme value, their lives were undoubtedly more important. In a situation where they were certain that they could not obtain the reincarnation origin, it was naturally more important to protect their lives. Boom! At this moment, a hurricane swept over, and the white tiger flashed over. It was very fast, and the saint-level treasure light directly pressed down on the 3 of them. At the same time, the little Taichu also flashed over. The wings on its back flapped, and the 6-colored divine light instantly spread out in all directions. Pooh! 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 Once again, the 3 Saint Kings were shattered, and blood splattered across the sky. The 3 of them were even more shocked and furious, quickly reforming their bodies. U3F** curs. The white tiger's voice was cold as it stood guard by the side. Yeah. The little Taichu glared at the 3 of them, and the 6-colored divine light lingered around its body. Lin Tian's eyes were cold and cruel. He stood in another position, and together with the little Taichu and the white tiger, they formed a triangle and surrounded the 3 Saint Kings in the middle. The 3 saint-level auras intertwined, directly sealing the space in all directions. The 3 Saint Kings immediately trembled. They could feel that at this moment, the space in all directions had been frozen, and they had no way of retreating at all. Lin Tian stared at the 3 Saint Kings, and his eyes were cold. Do it. Do it as cruelly as possible, he said coldly. Then, he directly moved. Golden pure yang flame surged out of his body, burning the void in all directions, and directly engulfing the 3 Saint Kings. In the blink of an eye, the golden divine fire completely engulfed the 3 of them. Ah! Immediately, the 3 Saint Kings let out miserable screams. They struggled continuously, wanting to put out the flames on their bodies, but then they realized that they could not put out the flames at all. Lin Tian's eyes were emotionless. At this moment, he used the pure yang flames, which were divine fire that could even burn divine power and doctrine principles. Under exquisite control, he slowly burned the three's flesh, divine souls, origin, and spiritual seeds bit by bit. The process was extremely painful, and it was completely an inhumane torture. Ah! The three of them screamed. Their flesh and blood were burned bit by bit into ashes, and their blood was evaporated bit by bit. Their saint power and God principles were also burned bit by bit. They were in extreme pain, and all of them fell to the ground, rolling desperately. Little Taichu said angrily. With a flap of its wings, the six-colored divine fire that was not weaker than the pure yang flame surged out. It was its innate divine fire, and at this moment, it surged toward the three of them. Under Lin Tian's guidance, it controlled its power like Lin Tian did, slowly burning the three's flesh, divine souls, origin, and spiritual seeds bit by bit. Previously, I obtained many ancient scriptures and divine techniques in that super ancient tomb, and I've comprehended many of them. There's a very vicious technique that corrodes one's soul and erodes one's bones. Let's try it out. The white tiger sneered. Saint-level demonic power surged, and it performed that great technique. A strange demonic light directly enveloped the three of them. Ah! At this moment, the three of them trembled violently, and they let out even more miserable screams. They kept rolling on the ground, and kept struggling. Near the plains, many cultivators saw this scene and heard the three screams. They could not help but tremble. At this moment, they could feel that the three saint kings were suffering inhumane torture. It could be said that they were living a life worse than death. Ah! Stop it. I beg you, stop, ah. The three saint rulers screamed in agony as they rolled on the ground, struggling for their lives. Even though they knew that Lin Tian would not show them mercy, they still begged for mercy as the pain they were enduring was too great. The other cultivators near the plains could not help but feel a chill run down their spines when they saw the scene. Lin Tian's expression was cold. These people wanted to steal his reincarnation origin, so he naturally would not treat them kindly. He purposely used the cruelest method to kill them, purposely letting the other cultivators near the plains see it. He wanted to let the world know that he was not a merciful person, and if they wanted to steal his reincarnation origin, they would have to be prepared to pay the most painful price. Of course, he was clearly aware that there wasn't much meaning in doing so. Because his quintessence was too tempting to other cultivators, and such temptation was sufficient to make them charge fearlessly towards him. But even so, he still did it. At least, doing so would allow him to vent his anger to a certain extent. Ah! Shrill screams echoed in the area. The three saint rulers were enveloped by the pure yang flames, the six-colored divine flames, and the arcane technique of the white tiger, enduring inhumane torture. Their bodies were burned bit by bit, their blood evaporated bit by bit, their souls were annihilated bit by bit, and their bones were rotting bit by bit. Just looking at it made one's scalp tingle. Then, the screams lasted for an hour, and the three disappeared in endless pain. Their flesh, souls, origin, and Saint Chi were completely burned by the pure yang flames and the six-colored divine flames. Their bones were completely corroded by the white tiger's arcane technique, and even their marrow was burned dry bit by bit. So cruel. Near the plains, a group of cultivators could not help but tremble when they saw this scene, and many of their faces turned pale. At Lin Tian's feet, three human-shaped ashes fell to the ground. He glanced at the cultivators nearby, and did not hesitate. He immediately called the white tiger, Little Taichu, to leave. Almost at the moment they stepped out of this place, terrifying waves of energy appeared from dozens of different positions in the distance, intertwining with extremely sharp saint aura, all rushing towards this place. Go! Lin Tian said in a low voice as he called out to the white tiger and Little Taichu. Then, with the fastest speed they could muster, they disappeared into the distance. Now that the Saint Ruler seal had self-destructed, he could only deal with enemies in the first layer of Saint King at most. The Saint aura that appeared in the distance at this time showed that it was not weaker than the previous three people. It was even stronger. He was not a match for it now. He could sense that those people were definitely coming for him and his samsara origin source. Almost at the instant he left, dozens of figures rushed over from afar, all of them at the Saint King level. As soon as these people appeared, they immediately stared in the direction that Lin Tian had left in. Unconcealable greed filled their eyes as they cautiously glanced at the other saint rulers before chasing after Lin Tian. Those people are also doing it for the origin of samsara. Those people seem to be the patriarchs of different imperishable sects, but now, they're actually, at this place, many cultivators were moved. At the same time, they sighed. Now that samsara had appeared in the world, in order to get the origin of samsara, all the independent cultivators and patriarchs of the great sects had taken action. The fate of the reincarnated body would probably be very sad. Lin Tian left the flat ground before, leading the white tiger and little Taichu to escape at the fastest speed. At this time, they were already very far away, leaving more than 100 celestial mountains behind them. The white tiger said to Lin Tiandao, "Boy, like I said before, we'll use the realm-crossing talisman to go to the lower world." Lin Tian frowned, then nodded. "That's the only way. Find a place where no one can see and disturb us." Now, in the heaven realm of void, many experts were chasing after him. It was too dangerous to stay in this world at this time. Relatively speaking, it was much safer to leave the heaven realm and go to the lower world. On the other hand, using the realm-crossing talisman to open the world door from the heaven realm to the lower world required a certain amount of time. It couldn't be disturbed by others, otherwise, it would fail. Moreover, he couldn't let others see him use the realm-crossing talisman. Otherwise, if others saw him going to the lower world, it wouldn't be much different from staying in the heaven realm of void. There would definitely be people chasing after him. Under normal circumstances, those who could chase him to the lower world were all existences above the sovereign realm. At that time, it might bring some unnecessary disasters to the lower world. Therefore, using the realm-crossing talisman couldn't be seen by others. Immediately, he and the white tiger and little Taichu sped up again, heading towards some desolate and uninhabited places. Boom, at this moment, Saint's might rolled out, coming from behind them. It was mixed with the terrifying might of a Saint King. The dozens of Saint Kings from before were closing in at this moment. Damn it! The white tiger was shocked and furious. These people actually caught up so quickly, so they didn't have the chance to find a hiding place to use the realm-crossing talisman. Lin Tian's expression was also very heavy. He called out to the white tiger and little Taichu and continued to escape. The white tiger and little Taichu weren't as fast as him. He used the reincarnation forging divine technique. Under the situation where the reincarnation origin was completely unsealed, his strength increased tenfold. He used it to activate the yin-yang steps and brought the white tiger and little Taichu to escape into the distance. However, even so, with dozens of Saint Kings chasing after him, the distance between them was still constantly closing. Their speed was still faster than when he used the yin-yang steps. His expression was not very good, but it was impossible for him to stop here. He continued to escape into the distance at his fastest speed. Not long after group of cultivators appeared in the direction he was fleeing. They were all shocked when they saw him, a reincarnated being. Then, they were all moved when they saw him being chased by dozens of Saint Kings. Isn't that the patriarch of the 9 revolutions, Saint Cordonside? He's chasing after the reincarnated body and wants to take the reincarnation origin? The pavilion master of the Fantasy Ocean Treasure Pavilion, the old Saint King of the Thunder and Fire Fairy Land, the previous island master of the immortal bestowment ancient island, this, the divine nun of the Luotian nunnery is also, many cultivators were shocked. They recognized the dozens of Saint Kings, and all of them came from extraordinary sections. These cultivators' voices were filled with shock. They weren't loud, but Lin Tian, who was running all the way, still heard them. His reincarnation physique had been exposed, and he was being hunted down by people he had no grudges with. He was a treasure in the eyes of others, and all of them wanted to take his reincarnation origin. Lin Tian was naturally filled with endless anger and murderous intent. Insolence. The dozens of Saint Kings behind Lin Tian naturally heard his voice, and at the same time, they all said coldly with greed. They chased after Lin Tian, and the distance between them and Lin Tian was constantly closing. Lin Tian led the white tiger and little Taichu as they flew all the way, crossing one celestial mountain after another. The dozens of Saint Kings were getting closer and closer to him, and they were only less than 1,000 feet away. Damn it! He gritted his teeth. During the process of escaping, he had been trying his best to communicate with the Rainbow Divine Sword in his consciousness. However, perhaps because he had just used it not long ago, the Rainbow Divine Sword did not respond at all. At the same time, he was also trying his best to vibrate his Saint Power origin, trying to open that pair of special divine eyes, but it was to no avail. This made him angry, and at the same time, he was also extremely anxious. The current situation was really terrible. However, even so, he could not give up, and continued to flee with the little Taichu and white tiger. Soon, dozens of celestial mountains were left behind, and dozens of Saint Kings were even closer to him. You can't escape. Among the dozens of Saint Kings, one of them made a move, and the pressure of a peak Saint King surged as he directly raised his hand to grab Lin Tian. At the same time, the other dozens of Saint Kings also made a move. For a moment, dozens of Saint King auras surged, and it was mighty, sealing off the surrounding space. At this time, dozens of people made a move together. They did not attack each other, but they were all on guard against the others, because there was only one reincarnation body, and it could only be obtained by one of them. No matter who caught the reincarnation body, they would be surrounded and attacked by dozens of others. Everyone knew this very well, and they were all on guard against such a situation. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, and faced the Saint Power of the Peak Saint Kings. He directly held up the Divine Path reincarnation diagram to meet it. At the same time, the White Tiger and Little Taichu also used their strongest techniques to meet the attacks of dozens of Saint Kings. In the blink of an eye, both sides' Saint Power and Divine Arts collided. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the void in all directions was destroyed, and the nearby mountains were directly shattered. Lin Tian was immediately sent by the reincarnation body, and his face turned pale, and blood gushed out of his mouth. As a samsara body, he was extremely powerful, especially now that he had completely unsealed his samsara origin. Coupled with the samsara forging soul-type technique, he could use his most powerful technique, which was enough to kill first heavenly layer saint rulers. However, he was obviously not the opponent of several dozen ninth heavenly layer saint rulers. Although he managed to block their attacks, he was heavily injured. At the same time, White Tiger and Little Alpha Primordium were also trembling. They were both injured. However, Lin Tian held up a defensive light screen, and most of the power was absorbed by Lin Tian, so they were not heavily injured. Let's go. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, and continued to fly with the White Tiger and Little Taichu. He was definitely no match for these people in a head-on fight. The dozens of Saint King's eyes were cold, and with greed, they chased after Lin Tian once again. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours had passed. In these 2 hours, he had been pursued by dozens of peak stage Saint Kings. Lin Tian had continuously unleashed the Divine Path reincarnation diagram, destroying one sect after another. The saint-level precious weapons he had obtained from the Kongming Dao sect had interfered with the pursuit of the dozens of Saint Kings, but he was still unable to shake them off. Moreover, he had suffered even more severe injuries, and his entire body was in intense pain. More than 2 hours later, he had left even more immortal mountains behind him. His speed had become much slower than before. Boom! It was also at this time that other Saint Aura appeared in front of him. The aura was even more terrifying than the dozens of Saint Kings behind him, causing him to stop in his tracks. In front of him, a brown-haired elder appeared, and stared at Lin Tian. His eyes were sunken, but at this time, they were filled with light. He saw Lin Tian's hand in the distance, and he was rushing towards him at a ghostly speed. Saint Venerable level. Lin Tian's expression immediately became even uglier. There were dozens of peak Saint Kings chasing after him, and at this time, another Saint Venerable level elite actually appeared in front of him, and was rushing towards him. The White Tiger and Little Taichu's expressions also changed. They naturally saw that the brown-haired elder was an elite. The Saint Venerable level's aura was too powerful. Damn it! The White Tiger was shocked and furious. The dozens of peak Saint Kings were also shocked. They did not expect that at this time, a Saint Venerable would appear in front of them. Seeing that a Saint Venerable level elite had appeared to grab Lin Tian, these dozens of peak Saint Kings could not help but stop, and they showed unwilling expressions. They wanted to snatch the reincarnation origin, and they yearned for the reincarnation origin, but at this time a Saint Venerable level elite had appeared to make a move. How could they fight for it? In front of a Saint Venerable level elite, they were not much different from ants. With a boom, the Saint Venerable level brown-haired elder's large palm print reached in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. It was extremely fast. Mine. A cold voice rang out, and the brown-haired elder was directly sent flying. Another terrifying aura appeared. It was a middle-aged man wearing a purple crown. His eyes were eerie green, and very frightening waves surrounded him. After sending the brown-haired elder flying, he directly grabbed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression changed again. First, it was a peak Saint King, then a Saint Venerable, and now, a Dominator had actually appeared. He was shocked and furious, and then his body could not help but tremble. As the Dominator-level purple-crowned middle-aged man's large hand reached over, the space around him was completely frozen. At this time, he could not move at all. At the same time, beside him, the white tiger and the little Taichu were also affected. Like Lin Tianyi, they were also suppressed by the Dominator-level aura of the purple-crowned middle-aged man, and could not move. The dozens of peak Saint King's expressions were also very ugly. Even a Dominator-level elite had come. They were completely not fated with the reincarnation origin, and it was no longer their turn. Immediately, they all retreated at the first moment. The Dominator-level elite attacked Lin Tian. They were not very far from Lin Tian's position, and that kind of pressure made them feel extremely uncomfortable. They were afraid that if they were not careful, they would be crushed by that kind of pressure. Very quickly, the dozens of people retreated very far away. The Dominator-level purple-crowned old man's large hand just happened to press down on Lin Tian's head. Facing the Dominator-level elite's large hand of divine power, Lin Tian's body could not move, but he was trying his best to communicate with the divine sword in his mind. At the same time, he hoped that he could open that pair of divine eyes. With his current cultivation, even if he opened that pair of special divine eyes and summoned the divine sword in his mind, he might not be able to block the Dominator-level elite. However, he could not just give up like this, and it was impossible for him to not put up any resistance. Then, it was also at this time that a demonic wind suddenly swept up, and a black-robed middle-aged man appeared beside him. His eyes were very cold. Pooh! Bright red blood splattered in the void. It was a ghastly sight, causing everyone in this place to tremble involuntarily. A Dominator-level powerhouse was actually obliterated so easily, disappearing from the world. His body and soul were destroyed. The Dominator-level powerhouse who pressed down on the giant hand was dead. Lin Tian could move at this time. Looking at the middle-aged man in black who appeared beside him, he was immediately moved and then revealed a trace of joy. This middle-aged man in black was an acquaintance. It was the crocodile ancestor. "Thank you, Senior." He bowed. The crocodile ancestor waved his hand and looked at Lin Tian. There was a trace of light in his deep eyes. "Young man, you surprised me." It did not expect that this human who had a good relationship with its descendant was actually the legendary reincarnation imperial physique. "I didn't tell you this before. Please forgive me, Senior." Lin Tian bowed again. The crocodile ancestor came from afar to help him. He was very grateful. Then, he looked beside the crocodile ancestor and did not see Wuxing crocodile. He could not help but ask, "Where is that guy?" "In the 5 elements barrier that I set, refining his bloodline in seclusion. He doesn't know about the outside world," the crocodile ancestor said. Wuxing crocodile was in seclusion. He was originally protecting Wuxing crocodile. After hearing the outside world's news, he was immediately moved. He left a large formation in the place where Wuxing crocodile was refining his bloodline in seclusion. Then, he came because he knew that Lin Tian was in a bad situation. Lin Tian was his descendant's best friend, so it was naturally impossible for him not to help. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Tian. His eyes, which were already very fast, became even deeper. He frowned slightly. "Senior, what's wrong?" Seeing the crocodile ancestor looking at him with a frown, he was slightly puzzled. "Nothing." The crocodile ancestor shook its head, but its eyes became deeper. Senior, you really came at the right time. Yeah. The white tiger and little Taichu spoke one after another. Fortunately, the crocodile ancestor appeared at this time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the distance, the dozens of Peak Saint Kings who were chasing Lin Tian could not help but be moved at this time. They looked at the crocodile ancestor next to Lin Tian. They never would have thought that such a terrifying person would be behind Lin Tian. He had killed a dominator with a single look. What kind of existence was this? The crocodile ancestor could naturally see their gazes, but he didn't care at all. A group of Saint Kings still could not enter his eyes. Come with me, he said to Lin Tian Dao. Lin Tian nodded and followed the crocodile ancestor into the distance with the white tiger and little Taichu. Boom! Suddenly, in this place, the heavens trembled, the void trembling fiercely. There was an extremely terrifying pressure that surged, congealing all directions. The void broke open and 3 hazy figures stepped out. Only their eyes could be seen. All of them were shrouded in a hazy and terrifying radiance. Their eyes were cold and indifferent, like a few black holes of destruction. Buzz! The moment the 3 of them appeared, they attacked at the same time, all of them raising their hands to grab Lin Tian. For a moment, 3 terrifying auras were vast and mighty. In this place, the entire sky changed color, and the wind and clouds surged. This scene made Lin Tian tremble. The 3 large hands pressed down on him, making him feel as if he was being drowned by 3 great worlds of destruction. Ascending level. The white tiger and little Taichu's expressions also changed. In the distance, the dozens of Peak Saint Kings were also frightened. There were actually 3 ascending level existences here. Boom! The 3 large handprints covered all directions and covered all things. The ascending level divine power vibrated as if it was going to annihilate all things. In the blink of an eye, the 3 large handprints arrived above Lin Tian's head. Everything in all directions was suppressed. The crocodile ancestor's eyes were deep with a kind of coldness. Boom! In the surrounding void, suddenly, rays of 5-colored light appeared. The 5 elements aura was surging, giving birth to rays of 5 elements killing light. Each ray was extremely terrifying. Puff! 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 The 3 large hands were shattered immediately, and the 3 figures shrouded in hazy divine light were pushed back at the same time. Such a scene made the dozens of Peak Saint Kings' hearts tremble again. Ascending level. They looked at the crocodile ancestor, and chills ran down their spines. Previously, the crocodile ancestor killed a dominator with just a look. They already felt that the crocodile ancestor was very terrifying, but they did not expect that this terrifying crocodile ancestor was an ascending level existence. Moreover, it was not an ordinary ascending level powerhouse. It could easily injure and send the other 3 ascending level existences flying. Even Lin Tian was moved, shocked by the strength of the crocodile ancestor. The 3 ascending level existences shrouded in hazy divine light were sent flying hundreds of feet away by the crocodile ancestor, and they all stabilized their bodies. As expected of the famous crocodile ancestor before the primordial age. The primordial 5 elements power is indeed terrifying. One of them said in a low voice, standing together with the other 2. Clearly, they were of the same origin. Hiding your head and covering your face. Scram if you don't want to die. The crocodile ancestor's voice was very cold. It did not take the 3 powerhouses of the same level seriously at all. It was strong and domineering. The 3 ascending level existences were shrouded in hazy divine light, and their faces could not be seen. Their eyes were deep and indifferent. After the ascending level, although there are no other levels, the ascending level is definitely not the end of cultivation. There are many higher levels. The origin of reincarnation can help us step out of the ascending level and reach a higher level. One of them said. The 3 of them stood together, and the light around their bodies trembled. An even more powerful divine light surged out, and the ascending level pressure was fully displayed. For a moment, the sky seemed to be falling in this place. The 3 ascending level pressures shook heaven and earth, and all of them were locked onto Lin Tian, causing Lin Tian to tremble violently again. He was only a ninth heaven saint now. Under the pressure of the ascending level experts, he only felt that there was a peerless killing blade on his neck, and that this killing blade could cut off his head at any time. However, in the next moment, he trembled again and relaxed. The ascending level pressure that shrouded him disappeared. Then, you are deliberately courting death. The crocodile ancestor's voice was cold, and the ascending level pressure surged into the sky, directly repelling the three people's pressure. Then, with a rumble, a giant crocodile shadow that was 10,000 feet tall appeared behind him. It was intertwined with an extremely terrifying aura, as if it could easily shatter a great world. With the appearance of this giant crocodile shadow, the three ascending level experts on the opposite side trembled slightly and were all blasted several feet away. Ascending heaven Dharma form? The three of them narrowed their eyes, and their expressions changed at the same time. Only a handful of sky-level beings were able to comprehend the heavenly Dharma form. It was an extremely terrifying technique. Boom! As soon as the crocodile ancestor's heavenly Dharma form, the divine crocodile holy shadow, appeared, the heavens and earth trembled, and its aura was terrifying. Its giant claws pressed down, shrouding the three heavenly transcendents at the same time. It was extremely overbearing. The three heavenly transcendents were all shaken. Each of them growled, and each held up a heavenly transcendence divine technique to meet the giant crocodile. For a moment, the place was filled with all kinds of light and shadows, and directly turned into an area of destruction. The crocodile ancestor stood straight, his eyes cold. The giant crocodile behind him pressed down its giant claws, colliding with the divine technique held up by the three heavenly transcendents. It was blocked for a moment, and then slowly continued to press down on the three of them. The heavenly transcendence divine technique held up by the three of them slowly dimmed under the giant crocodile's claws, and then shattered. This scene caused the expressions of all the cultivators in the area to change. So strong. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. Brother Crocodile's ancestor is really amazing. The white tiger's eyes widened. Yeah. Little Taichu's eyes were also wide open. The heavenly transcendence level was the end of the cultivation realm. Those who could reach this level were not simple people, and all of them had heavenly potential and talent. But now, these three heavenly transcendents were suppressed by the crocodile ancestor alone. It seemed that the crocodile ancestor was absolutely on top, and it was hard not to be shocked and shocked. Boom! The crocodile ancestor collided with the three heavenly transcendents. The three of them were suppressed under the heavenly transcendence divine technique, and their divine technique and saint power were crushed little by little. Their faces were a little gloomy. The heavenly transcendence divine technique is indeed extraordinary, but you're only one person, and one person's power is limited after all. One of the three heavenly transcendents said in a cold voice, "Today, we'll take the reincarnation body." As his words fell, there was a loud boom, and the three of them were covered in saint light, and in the blink of an eye, it was like a raging sea. In this place, the wind and clouds changed in an instant, and all directions were eclipsed. The aura of the three of them reached a very terrifying height in the blink of an eye, and the crocodile claws of the heavenly transcendence divine technique began to slowly lift up the crocodile ancestor. Lin Tian was moved. The crocodile ancestor's heavenly Dharma idol was actually pushed back by the three of them and was no longer suppressed. At the side, little Taichu and white tiger were naturally moved, and they couldn't help but show worried expressions. Further away, the dozens of peak saint kings who were chasing after Lin Tian at the beginning were shocked, and then they secretly clenched their fists. At this time, they hoped that the crocodile ancestor would be killed by these three transcending heaven existences. After all, the crocodile ancestor was one of Lin Tian's people, and was protecting Lin Tian. If the crocodile ancestor was still alive, it would free up its hands to find them to settle the score for Lin Tian, and then they would all be finished. Holy energy intertwined as the three heavenly ascension level beings stood together, their bodies blazing with holy light. The crocodile ancestor's heavenly ascension Dharma form was constantly being propped up, and the huge crocodile claws began to dim. The heavenly Dharma form should be your strongest technique, right? You're just one person, and even if you have the heavenly Dharma form, it's useless. Now, retreat and stop resisting us, and we can spare your life. Among the three of them, the heavenly ascension level being who spoke before spoke again. The crocodile ancestor stood in front of Lin Tian, its eyes deep and cold, and spat out 4 words coldly, 3 worms. These words made everyone tremble, and even Lin Tian was no exception. The 3 heavenly ascension level beings were actually called worms by the crocodile ancestor. Then, in the next moment, this small world shook, and behind the crocodile ancestor, the heavenly ascension Dharma form shone brightly, and rose again. Its aura was more than 10 times stronger than before in the blink of an eye, and it was once again pressed down by the huge crocodile claws held up by the 3 of them. And this time, the crocodile claws were no longer pressed down slowly, but fell straight down in a crushing manner. With 3 sizzling sounds, the Saint Energy Divine Art propped up by the 3 heavenly ascension level beings was instantly crushed into pieces. The 3 of them were shocked. Boom, the crocodile claws pressed down, and the sound was earth-shattering, covering the 3 heavenly ascension level beings, sealing off all directions, and directly pressing them down. Poof, 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 3 mists of blood intertwined, and under this huge claw, the 3 heavenly ascension level beings were instantly crushed. This scene once again caused the expressions of Lin Tian, the white tiger, the little Tai Chu, and the dozens of peak-level saint kings in the distance to change. 3 sky-reaching level beings had their saint bodies crushed just like that. Gulialu. The sound of flesh and blood squirming was heard, and the heavenly ascension level beings were naturally not so easily killed, and in the blink of an eye, they reformed their physical bodies. After reforming their physical bodies, the 3 of them became gloomy. One of them said, as expected of the crocodile ancestor, "It is indeed very," boom, the demonic power shook all directions, interrupting this person's words. The crocodile ancestor's eyes were cold, and the heavenly ascension Dharma form pressed down on the 3 of them again. This time, the power of the heavenly ascension Dharma form became even more terrifying, sealing off all directions and covering the 3 of them again. The 3 of them were shocked, and they roared in unison, supporting the most powerful divine art to meet it. Around them, the void collapsed, and the 3 divine arts met the heavenly ascension Dharma form of the crocodile ancestor, colliding fiercely. Poof, after a few breaths, a bloody mist burst out, and one of them was directly shattered. Then, the other 2 could not hold on, and their divine arts were destroyed by the heavenly ascension Dharma form of the crocodile ancestor, and they were also shattered. The 3 of them had immortal divine souls, and at this time, their expressions became extremely cold. Then, the 3 divine souls shook, and all of them emitted extremely bright divine soul rays. Absolute silence. Collapse of the universe. World burning in thunder. The 3 of them shouted, and the 3 divine souls burst out with even stronger divine soul rays, and 3 terrifying auras directly rushed up. Lin Tian was immediately moved. The 3 of them used their divine souls to cast spells, and the waves that intertwined were so strong that it shocked him. At this time, he even felt that the world around him was changing because of these 3 auras, as if the rules of heaven and earth were shaking. The white tiger, little Tai Chu, and the dozens of peak saint kings in the distance also changed their expressions, and they were all shocked by these auras. Boom, the 3 auras went against the sky and rushed toward the crocodile ancestor. The heavenly ascension Dharma form of the crocodile ancestor was blocked again, and it was supported little by the 3 of them, just like before. "I already said that you alone can't stop us." The 3 of them had cold eyes, and their divine souls glowed. While supporting the 3 sects' precious arts to attack the crocodile ancestor, they also reformed their physical bodies. The 3 auras were extremely terrifying, and it made people's hearts palpitate. The crocodile ancestor's Dharma form was supported little by little, and it faced the 3 sects' great arts without any ripples. In the next moment, the heavenly ascension Dharma form behind it emitted a stronger light, and its aura increased by dozens of times. With a sizzling sound, the 3 heavenly ascension masters' great arts were crushed again. The crocodile ancestor's eyes were cold, and it took a step forward. The heavenly ascension Dharma form became stronger, and it slammed toward the 3 of them again. The 3 heavenly ascension masters' expressions changed. The crocodile ancestor's heavenly ascension Dharma form could be strengthened? Lin Tian was also shocked. Looking at the heavenly ascension Dharma form behind the crocodile ancestor, the giant crocodile shadow had already grown to nearly 90,000 feet tall, like a divine crocodile. That kind of aura and majesty was shocking. Boom! The pitch-black hand pressed down, and its demonic aura filled the sky. It was as if a demonic lord from beyond the heavens was attacking. Lin Tian immediately trembled. The demonic aura enveloped him, and his soul instantly turned cold. He felt an extremely terrifying aura. It was definitely not weaker than the 3 people who were being suppressed by the crocodile ancestor. In fact, it was even stronger. Immortal level. Far away, the dozens of Saint Kings who were chasing after Lin Tian couldn't help but tremble. The crocodile ancestor suppressed the 3 immortal level cultivators and looked at the demonic palm pressing down. It snorted, and the giant crocodile behind it extended another hand. The demonic light shook, and it faced the demonic palm. In the blink of an eye, the two collided, and a destructive light exploded. The demonic palm retreated, and the sky cracked, revealing a figure shrouded in demonic light. His eyes were green. Demonic Lord of Myriad Transformations. The crocodile ancestor's eyes were cold. He obviously recognized this person. The demonic Lord of Myriad Transformations was shrouded in demonic light. His aura was extremely strong. He looked at the crocodile ancestor and said with a strange voice, "Brother Crocodile, we haven't seen each other for many years. You still look so good." As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Tian and narrowed his eyes. He then looked at the crocodile ancestor and said, "You and I have been in the immortal level for countless years. If we have the help of the legendary source of the strongest physique, we might be able to reach a higher level. Why are you protecting this human? If you work with me and study the source, your cultivation will definitely improve greatly in the future. Then, it won't be impossible for you to catch up to the human king level." The crocodile ancestor looked at the demonic Lord of Myriad Transformations coldly. The immortal level cultivators were suppressed by the immortal level cultivators at the beginning. Then, it raised its hand and slapped. Ugly thing. Its huge hand pressed down, and its demonic aura was vast. It was even more terrifying than the immortal level cultivator's dharma. At the same time, the immortal level cultivator's dharma behind it shook, and it continued to press down on the 3 people. The demonic Lord of Myriad Transformations narrowed his eyes and snorted. He raised his hand to meet the crocodile ancestor's huge hand. "Brother Crocodile, don't be too stubborn. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless," it said coldly. The crocodile ancestor no longer responded, but its eyes remained cold and indifferent. Its demonic aura grew stronger as boundless demonic light shot up into the sky. The Myriad Transformations demon lord snorted coldly again. Demonic radiance surged around him as demonic shadows appeared one after another and charged towards the crocodile ancestor. The two collided, and in the blink of an eye, this place turned into a sea of destruction. Raging waves spread out wave after wave. The battle was evenly matched. However, on the other side, the 3 heavenly ascension level fighters were in a bad state. Under the crocodile ancestor's heavenly ascension celestial form, as well as the destructive saint energy from the collision between the crocodile ancestor and the Myriad Transformations demon lord, they were severely injured and exploded. This made Lin Tian's expression change. The sky-piercing realm did not have any divisions, but the strength of one's combat power was also divided into different levels. At this moment, he could see that these 3 people were no match for the crocodile ancestor and the Myriad Transformations demon lord. Demonize the world. Boundless demonic light gathered above the Myriad Transformations demon sovereign's head, forming a pitch-black demonic disk. It was as if it could destroy the world as it pressed down mercilessly. Following the appearance of this demonic disk, the surrounding area shook as if it would collapse in the next moment. The scene was horrifying. The crocodile ancestor's eyes were cold as 2 blinding demonic lights shot out from his eyes. They turned into 2 holy crocodiles made of light and faced the Myriad Transformations demon lord's pitch-black demonic disk. Obviously, this was an extremely powerful divine art. At the same time, the heavenly ascension celestial form behind him moved as well. Its giant claws shook and pressed down on the 3 heavenly ascension level fighters who had appeared at the beginning. So powerful. The white tiger trembled. Lin Tian was also moved. The crocodile ancestor was indeed very powerful. While facing the terrifying Myriad Transformations demon lord, he did not forget to kill the 3 heavenly ascension level fighters at the beginning. Damn it! The 3 heavenly ascension level fighters who had appeared at the beginning were shocked and angry. The crocodile ancestor's heavenly ascension celestial form was now even stronger. The three of them roared and used all kinds of great techniques to face the crocodile ancestor's heavenly ascension celestial form. Then, they joined forces with the myriad transformations demon lord to fight the crocodile ancestor. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the area was filled with destructive light waves. The 5 heavenly ascension level fighters were fighting, and the aura was extremely terrifying. The sky was cracking, and the earth was sinking. The speed of the void's reconstruction could not keep up with the speed of destruction. Lin Tian looked straight ahead and clenched his fists. At this time, the crocodile ancestor was fighting for him, facing the attacks of 4 heavenly ascension level fighters together. He was grateful, but at the same time worried that the crocodile ancestor would not be able to hold on. After all, no matter how strong the crocodile ancestor was, he was only one person. Facing 4 heavenly ascension level fighters at the same time was not a good situation. Boom, suddenly, an extremely powerful aura appeared in the distant sky. A figure shrouded in endless blood-red light appeared. Only his eyes were pitch black, like 2 black holes in the universe. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Tian. The endless blood-red light around him turned into a blood-red vortex and swallowed Lin Tian. The space around him was being pulled inwards. Lin Tian's expression changed immediately. His body trembled violently, and then he was uncontrollably sucked into the blood-red vortex. He could not resist at all. Brat! The white tiger and little Taichu were shocked. They each grabbed one of Lin Tian's hands to help Lin Tian resist the sucking force of the blood-red vortex. However, it was useless. This was because someone who had the guts to make a move while the crocodile ancestor was fighting with the demon lord of myriad transformations and the others was undoubtedly a heavenly ascension level fighter. How could they resist someone of this level? You're courting death. The crocodile ancestor turned around, and a piercing cold light shot out from his eyes. For the first time, the heavenly ascension dharma exploded with a monstrous murderous aura, slapping towards the blood-red shadow. At the same time, the demon lord of myriad transformations and the other 3 heavenly ascension level fighters attacked the blood-red shadow together. Of course, the 4 of them were not helping Lin Tian. Instead, it was because Lin Tian, the reincarnated body, was their target. At this time, they naturally could not watch Lin Tian, the reincarnated body, be taken away by others. However, the blood-red shadow's speed was too fast. After the 5 of them stopped fighting and pressed towards the blood-red shadow, they could not catch up in time. The blood-red shadow's eyes were pitch black, and there was a terrifying aura of blood. The blood-red vortex turned, and Lin Tian was pulled closer in the blink of an eye. Reincarnated body, I will take, boom. Suddenly, the greater void cracked, and the world barrier shattered. A world portal appeared, and a blinding holy light suddenly rushed out from it. It carried an extremely frightening Xianxia that seemed to be able to pierce through the heavens and earth. It blasted towards the blood-red shadow and interrupted its next words. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. The holy light, which carried the Xianxia, was extremely fast and powerful. It pierced through the blood-red shadow. The figure surrounded by mysterious yellow light was a strange beast about 10 feet long. It looked like a qilin, but it was not. Its eyes were deep and cold, and the aura it emitted was extremely strong, especially the mysterious yellow light outside its body, which seemed to be able to annihilate everything. Lin Tian was wrapped in the mysterious yellow light, and he was immediately moved. Senior. The white tiger and little Taichu also changed their expression slightly. Yeah. Little Taichu said in a childish voice. After the surprise, he revealed a happy look. This strange beast was mysterious yellow. It appeared here at this moment, no doubt because it found that Lin Tian was in trouble and came to help. Mysterious Yellow's body was surrounded by mysterious yellow light, and it saved Lin Tian, White Tiger, and little Taichu from the blood shadow. It turned into a middle-aged man in a yellow robe. Its eyes were extremely deep, and it fell on Lin Tian. Human, you have surprised me again and again. Back then, it talked to Lin Tian because of the little Taichu of the fairy spirit royal family. At first, it did not pay much attention to Lin Tian. It only trusted Lin Tian because of the relationship between Lin Tian and the fairy spirit royal family. Then, it saw Lin Tian fighting the Grand Supreme, and could mobilize the chi of heaven and earth to fight with a pair of strange divine eyes. At that time it was very shocked, and it was surprised by Lin Tian's extraordinariness. Then, in recent days, its strength recovered, and it occasionally used its great technique to observe the heaven realm, and it accidentally learned about Lin Tian. In addition to the pair of divine eyes that could mobilize the chi of heaven and earth, Lin Tian also had the most powerful legendary reincarnation imperial body. I didn't tell you before, please forgive me. Lin Tian apologized like he did to the crocodile ancestor at the beginning, and then asked, Senior, have your injuries completely recovered? Mysterious Yellow nodded and said, thanks to you, half of my soul returned. The endless years of cultivation of the divided soul had a good effect. With that kind of soul power in my body, and with the few drops of fairy spirit royal blood that the little guy gave me before, I have completely recovered. That's good, congratulations Senior. Lin Tian Dao. Xianxia nodded. His gaze fell on Lin Tian. His deep eyes became even deeper. Black-yellow. A cold voice came out, and the blood evil chi was violent. The blood shadow who had been penetrated by the Xianhuang chi healed his wounded body. His eyes were extremely cold, and he obviously recognized the Xianhuang chi. On the other side, the myriad transformations demon monarch looked at Xianhuang with deep eyes. Xianhuang, you are also related to this human? The other three Tong Tian powerhouses narrowed their eyes. They didn't expect that in addition to knowing the crocodile ancestor, Lin Tian would also recognize Mysterious Yellow. They all knew of Xuanwang's fame. Before the desolate antiquity era, it was known as the Great Vicious, and its strength was extremely terrifying. Xianhuang glanced at Blood Shadow, demon monarch of myriad transformations, and the three omnipotent realm warriors. His gaze landed on the crocodile ancestor. It's been so many years. You're still alive. Even if you turn into ashes, I still won't die. The crocodile ancestor said coldly. Obviously, the two of them knew each other. Xianhuang didn't say anything else. He shifted his gaze again and looked at Blood Shadow, demon monarch of myriad transformations, and the three omnipotent realm warriors. Then, he made his move. Xianhuang light was vast and mighty, and it was as strong as the crocodile ancestor. It directly pressed toward the five powerhouses. He knew very well that it was impossible to make these people retreat without taking back the reincarnation origin. Since it was impossible to make them retreat, he could only use force and kill them all. Xianhuang, you are still as ferocious as before the desolate antiquity era. Demon monarch of myriad transformations snorted coldly. Thousands of demons came out together, and endless demonic shadows roared, shaking the heavens and the earth. Blood Shadow's eyes were pitch black, like two bottomless black holes. Bloody vortexes appeared around him one after another. Each of the bloody vortexes seemed to have the ability to devour everything, causing the void in the area to be continuously devoured. The other three omnipotent realm warriors also made their moves together. Three different great techniques were manifested, and all of them were extremely terrifying. Xuanhuang's eyes were cold. He took a step forward, and the Xianhuang chi shook like a tidal wave, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble. Chi, chi, chi. The divine powers that the demon monarch of myriad transformations and the others had released were immediately shattered into pieces. Xuanhuang's great strength rolled over, and at the same time, the five of them were pushed back. The three omnipotent realm warriors, who were relatively weaker, even had blood flowing out of their mouths. Lin Tian was shocked. Although he knew that Xianhuang was strong, he didn't expect it to be this strong. It was facing five omnipotent realm warriors at the same time, and it was able to shatter their great techniques in an instant. It even injured three of the omnipotent realm warriors. It's stronger than before the antiquity age. Crocodile ancestor's eyes flashed. Then, in the next moment, it moved again. The omnipotent celestial form moved, and its demonic power became even sharper. It attacked the demon monarch of myriad transformations and the others together with Xianhuang. Its thoughts were no doubt the same as Xuanhuang's. The five of them wanted to take back the reincarnation origin, and it was impossible for them to retreat easily. Therefore, it could only be solved by force. Xianhuang glanced at the crocodile ancestor and attacked even more fiercely. Together with the crocodile ancestor's omnipotent celestial form, it pressed down on the demon monarch of myriad transformations and the others again. Although they are strong, there are only 2 of them, and there are 5 of us. Now, let's fight together. After that, we'll split the reincarnation origin equally. Demon monarch of myriad transformations said. Sure. Blood Shadow nodded. His eyes were pitch black, and a bloody aura surrounded his body. It was eerie and cold, like a peerless ghost. No problem. The other 3 omnipotent realm warriors nodded. Then, the 5 of them began to fight together. Their combat power merged with each other, and they were instantly much stronger. In a moment, the 5 of them were fighting against Xianxia and the crocodile ancestor. All kinds of destructive light and God's law power were unleashed, and the aura was terrifying. Boom, in this place, the great void kept collapsing, and the sky kept breaking. The land kept sinking, and the scene was terrifying. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Lin Tian watched from the side and was shocked. The battle between omnipotent realm warriors was too shocking. Every move contained a terrifying destructive power. Such a battle could only be withstood by a vast world like the celestial realm of nothingness. If it were an ordinary world in the lower realm, it would not take long for it to collapse because of a battle of this level. Reaching the heavens. I wonder when Lord Who will be able to reach such heights. White Tiger clenched his fists. In front, holy light, demonic aura, and all kinds of different forces collided fiercely. The 7 of them were evenly matched. Use all your strength. If this drags on, it will be bad. Xianxia said to the crocodile ancestor. Now that Lin Tian had reincarnated into the world, he would definitely attract more and more experts. If a few more transcending heaven realm experts came, they might not be able to stop them even if they were as strong as they were. It would be troublesome then. The crocodile ancestor nodded. Naturally, he understood Xuanhuang's meaning. His eyes moved slightly, and the omnipotent Dharma form disappeared. With a shake of his body, he directly transformed into his original form, revealing a giant crocodile that was 1,000 feet long. Then, he became 10,000 feet long, and his aura suddenly skyrocketed. Behind him, the 5 colored wings shook gently, and the power of the 5 elements rolled, shaking heaven and earth. Xianxia and the crocodile ancestor, both of them were famous existences in the desolate antiquity era. At this time, they attacked together, revealing their true forms. 2 terrifying waves of heaven-piercing ferocious power shook the world. The primordial Xianxia light and the primordial 5 elements power were vibrating. The 2 blended together and pressed down on the myriad transformations demon lord and the others. The myriad transformations demon lord and the other sky-level powerhouses moved as well. Facing the auras of the crocodile ancestor and Xianxia, they did not dare to be careless. They attacked at the same time, each supporting a powerful divine skill and supreme divine law. Boom, the divine powers of both parties collided and directly interweaved into a terrifying storm that filled the sky, surging violently. In the next moment, a few muffled groans were heard. Bang! 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 The myriad transformations demon lord and the other 4 were all sent flying. So powerful. Lin Tian was shocked. His eyes flickered. Beside him, the white tiger and little Taichu were also shocked. These 2 are indeed very fierce. The white tiger stared at them. Facing 5 piercing heavens existences, at this time, mysterious yellow and the crocodile ancestor were actually able to send them flying at the same time. This kind of strength was shocking. The myriad transformations demon lord and the others were sent flying. The saint energy outside their bodies was surging, and their faces turned pale. The 5 of them worked together to kill the crocodile ancestor and Xianxia. However, they were injured by the 2 in the blink of an eye. It was embarrassing. I don't believe that the 5 of us can't defeat the 2 of them. The myriad transformations demon lord said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a rumble. The demonic aura outside his body was surging. It was dozens of times stronger than before. Blood Shadow and the other 3 sky-level powerhouses also activated their saint energy. Each of them unleashed an even stronger aura. Kill! Blood Shadow said eerily. The murderous aura around him was surging. Bloody vortexes appeared one after another, swallowing the sky and the earth. In the blink of an eye, the 7 powerhouses were fighting again. As the sky-level powerhouses clashed, each of them exuded a terrifying saint energy. Lin Tian watched quietly from the side. He realized that the crocodile ancestor and Black Earth still had the upper hand when they joined forces. As he watched the battle between the 7 of them, his eyes lit up. The battle between the 7 of them was extremely intense. Each of their moves seemed to contain a power that could obliterate everything. At the same time, they also carried an extraordinary Taoist rhyme. At this moment, as he watched the intense battle between the 7 of them, he felt that he had learned a lot in a short period of time and had gained a lot of enlightenment. Boom, 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 all of a sudden, 3 terrifying auras appeared from 3 different directions, and 3 beams of light rushed over. The 3 beams of light were all intertwined with heavenly ascension-level might. All of them locked onto him, causing his saintly body to tremble violently. Another 3 sky-reaching level beings? Far away, the dozens of peak Saint Kings who had been chasing Lin Tian earlier trembled slightly. The existence of the Divine Master Realm was the highest level of existence in the known cultivation level. Usually, it was very difficult to see a cultivator of this level. But now, because of the reincarnation body, there were 10 of them here in the blink of an eye. Wang, the 3 beams of light rushed over, reaching out their hands from far away. Taking advantage of the fierce battle between the Xianxia crocodile ancestor and the myriad transformations demon lord, they grabbed toward Lin Tian. The 3 sky-reaching level beings froze all directions. Xianxia and the crocodile ancestor revealed their true forms at this time. They were both tens of thousands of feet tall. Xuanhuang's eyes were cold, and Xianxia light vibrated. As if teleporting, they appeared in front of Lin Tian in an instant. Roar, a roar came out of his mouth. The sound waves rolled, shattering all directions and shattering all 3 giant hands. After the 3 giant hands were shattered, the 3 sky-reaching level beings' eyes were cold. Behind them, divine shadows of spells rushed out. Without any pause, they continued to rush forward, emitting stronger auras. Xuanhuang's eyes moved, and Xianhuang Qi rolled, dyeing the sky yellow and red. His voice was very cold. Taoist Qi Dong, Island Master Gu Ni, Evil King Paimi, do you want to die? Xianhuang, you are very strong, but you and the crocodile ancestor can't change the situation. You can't protect the reincarnation body. Evil King Paimi said. Taoist Qi Dong and Island Master Gu and I didn't say anything, but they attacked more fiercely. On the other side, Demon Lord Wan Hua, Blood Shadow, and the other 3 sky-reaching level beings attacked the crocodile ancestor together. They moved closer to Lin Tian, waiting for an opportunity to seize the reincarnation origin. Their bodies were much smaller than the crocodile ancestor's true form, but their battle strength was very strong. The crocodile ancestor's eyes were cold. The 5 colored wings behind him shook, and a monstrous storm rolled out. The power of the 5 elements was frightening. You can't take anything away. Xianhuang said, facing Taoist Qi Dong, Island Master Gu Ni, and Evil King Paimi. The Xianhuang light became more terrifying. In the blink of an eye, it and the crocodile ancestor joined forces again to fight Evil King Paimi and the other sky-reaching level beings. Evil King Paimi and the other sky-reaching level beings naturally joined forces to besiege Xianhuang and the crocodile ancestor. After all, they were very clear that in order to seize the reincarnation origin, they had to kill Xianhuang and the crocodile ancestor first. Boom, 10 sky-reaching level beings were fighting, and the confrontation here became more intense. The aura of destruction swept out wave after wave. The situation is not good. White Tiger gritted its teeth. At this time, Xianhuang and the crocodile ancestor were facing the 8 sky-reaching level beings together, and it was difficult to maintain the upper hand. Lin Tian clenched his fists, and his face was not very good. At this moment, he naturally saw this point. Boom, in front, 10 sky-reaching level beings were fighting fiercely, and the battle aura swept out in all directions, surging violently. Xianhuang, crocodile ancestor, if this continues, you can't stop us. Why do you have to fight with us to protect the reincarnation body? In the end, you may die. Island Master Gu Ni said, and a strange blue light intertwined in her eyes. She said, why don't we stop and share the reincarnation origin equally, and each of us can surpass ourselves in the future and reach a higher realm. Isn't that good? Saying this sky-reaching level and the other 8 sky-reaching level beings were still fiercely attacking Xianhuang and the crocodile ancestor. Xianhuang and the crocodile ancestor's body were surging with Xianhuang light and 5 elements qi, both vast and powerful. Can't stop you? Xianhuang opened its mouth, and its eyes became deeper, revealing a trace of piercing coldness. Immediately, in the next moment, the primeval Xianhuang light shook slightly outside its body, and a very special aura spread out. As this aura came out, the air in this place seemed to stop flowing for a moment. Then, this aura merged with the primeval Xianhuang light, turning into a wave of light that swept toward Island Master Gu and I. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, a light sound came out, and the holy light divine art of Island Master Gu and I and the others instantly shattered. All of them trembled, and each of them was shocked to the point where they vomited blood and flew away. Cracks appeared on their bodies, and blood spread out, looking shocking. The 8 of them stabilized their bodies, and their expressions changed slightly. The crocodile ancestor's eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of light flashed across. Lin Tian did not control order, but he was very familiar with the aura of order. After all, Wu Yi had perfect control of order. He had sensed it many times, so it was easy for him to distinguish the aura of order. At this time, he could clearly feel that the special aura that Xianhuang brought out contained the aura of order. Although it was only a very faint trace, it was still very frightening. It carried with it the power of the rules of heaven and earth. Then, he suddenly remembered that when he had asked Xianhuang about order, Xianhuang had said that he had barely comprehended a trace of order. Now, it seemed that Xianhuang had displayed the trace of order that he had comprehended. Myriad transformations Demon Lord and the others' faces changed. Their faces turned ugly. They all felt that the Xianhuang light contained the aura of order. Although it was very weak, it still made their hearts palpitate. After all, it was the power of order. Not many people could control it. This power was also called the rules of heaven and earth. It was a kind of rules that surpassed the great path, immortal path, divine path, and eternal divine path. Just a trace of it was already very terrifying. It was enough to do many things. Can it stop you? Xianhuang's voice was very cold. The aura of order surrounded the Xianhuang light. Although it was very weak, it was very frightening. Even the eyes of the crocodile ancestor were filled with light. The faces of the myriad transformations Demon Lord and the others darkened. Qidong Taoist said coldly, it's just a very weak trace of the power of order. It can't even be considered the real power of order. It might not be able to suppress us. That's right. Evil King Paimi said. Beside Xianhuang, endless Xianhuang surged and turned back into his human form. The weak aura of order lingered around him. He stepped forward, and a tyrannical pressure shrouded Daoist Qidong, Evil King Paimi, and the others. Come and have a try. His eyes were cold. The moment he finished speaking, he moved. He attacked with the Xianhuang light that was mixed with the aura of order. With a rumbling sound, the profound yellow light that carried the aura of order appeared. Although it was only a trace, it was terrifyingly strong. As the profound yellow light was activated, it was contained within the profound yellow light. Wherever the profound yellow light passed, everything collapsed. Nothing could block it. Evil King Paimi and the rest of the 8 attacked with all their might. Their divine abilities and Dao techniques were all unleashed. 8 towering auras gathered together to fight against Xianhuang. However, all of them were constantly pushed back. The divine abilities and Dao techniques they unleashed could not unleash their true power. Lin Tian looked at this battle and once again experienced the terror of order. Mysterious Yellow had barely comprehended a trace of it, but it was able to raise its battle strength to such a level. At this time it was fighting against 8 people, and it was still in the upper hand. Let's attack together and destroy them quickly. Mysterious Yellow said to the crocodile ancestor in a deep voice. It only controlled a trace of order, and at this moment, it was already at its limit to suppress these 8 transcending heaven-level powerhouses. It had to deal with them as soon as possible and leave with Lin Tian. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. This was because the transcending heaven-level powerhouses in the world weren't the only ones. If it dragged on and a few more transcending heaven-level powerhouses came, it wouldn't be able to stop them even if it had a trace of order. After all, it didn't have complete control over order. The crocodile ancestor nodded. It understood. It shook its wings, and the 5 elements rolled, cooperating with mysterious yellow to attack the 8 people. Boom! For a time, this place was turbulent, and the 10 heavenly masters fought fiercely again. This time, the demon lord of myriad transformations and the others were in a difficult situation. They were already suppressed by mysterious yellow's trace of the aura of order. At this time, the crocodile ancestor joined in, and the 8 of them were in an absolute disadvantage. After a while, they were all coughing up blood. Wang! The crocodile ancestor shook its demon body and used its original body to display the heavenly dharma, increasing the power of the heavenly dharma by more than 10 times. It was not much weaker than the trace of the aura of order that mysterious yellow displayed. It directly slapped at the 8 heavenly masters. At the same time, mysterious yellow vibrated a trace of the aura of order, and attacked together with the crocodile ancestor's heavenly dharma. Immediately, blood sputtered, and the 8 heavenly masters were all shattered at the same time. Damn it! After all, the 8 of them were heavenly masters. Although their physical bodies were shattered by mysterious yellow and the crocodile ancestor, their divine souls were difficult to destroy. Their soul light shone brightly, and in the blink of an eye, they reformed their physical bodies and fought with mysterious yellow and the crocodile ancestor again. However, they were still in an absolute disadvantage, and were sent flying again and again. I hope no more heavenly masters come. The white tiger watched the battle and prayed. Lin Tian was on the side, and naturally had the same thoughts as the white tiger. He prayed that no more heavenly masters would come for his reincarnation origin. Otherwise, the situation would be out of control. Boom! Suddenly, in the distant sky, the firmament trembled, and a total of 9 overbearing auras appeared, each of them intertwined with heavenly pressure. Lin Tian was immediately moved. He looked in that direction, and his face turned pale. There, 9 figures appeared, and 9 heavenly pressure enveloped him, making him feel as if he had fallen into a bottomless snow abyss. Even his divine soul became bone-chilling, as if his divine soul was frozen. At the same time, the white tiger and the little Taichu's faces changed, and they could not help but tremble. Barely controlling a trace of the aura of order and comprehending the heavenly dharma. Mysterious yellow, crocodile ancestor, you guys are really not bad. An indifferent voice sounded, with a hint of coldness. In the distance, the 9 figures came together, and one of them spoke. With the appearance of these 9 people, the demon lord of myriad transformations and the others narrowed their eyes, and their faces changed. Heavenly Master Mu Ao, Heavenly Master Lu Wu, Heavenly Master Feng Pu, Heavenly Master Southern Sea, Heavenly Master Yu Lin, Heavenly Master Dong Huan, Heavenly Master Qi Heng, Heavenly Master Mu Lei, and Heavenly Master Di. Taoist priest Qi Dong's pupils constricted, his voice low, the heavenly quartz people. Mysterious yellow looked at them, and a piercing cold light shot out from his eyes. His aura became stronger, and the mysterious yellow light shook all directions. At the same time, the crocodile ancestor's aura became stronger, and he looked coldly at the 9 people who came at this moment. The celestial court, the heavenly masters. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. The celestial court also came to seize his origin, and they sent 9 people, all of whom were heavenly masters. Extremely far away, the expressions of the dozens of peak stage Saint Kings who had been chasing after Lin Tian naturally changed. Each and every one of them could not help but tremble. For the sake of the reincarnation source, even the colossus of the void celestial world, the heavenly court, had moved. A total of 9 heavenly masters had come personally. The heavenly masters of the celestial court were all important figures in the heavenly ascension realm, and now 9 of them came together. The 9 heavenly masters of the celestial court came from afar, and soon appeared in front of the crocodile ancestor. The aura around their bodies was extremely dense, and it was stronger than that of the demon lord of myriad transformations and the others. Their eyes were cold and indifferent, and they glanced at the mysterious yellow crocodile ancestor. I will take the reincarnation origin first, and then I will send you on your way. This time, none of you will survive. The one who made the move was Heaven Master Lu Wu, one of the 9 Heaven Masters of the Celestial Court. It was just a simple move, but there was already a surging Heaven Master's aura that was extremely oppressive. It was like a huge wave that was about to drown everything. As this person moved, the pressure of the heaven-piercing realm caused Lin Tian to tremble violently before he even got close. Get lost. Xianxia opened his mouth, his voice cold. A faint trace of order power surged. While fighting with the demon lord of myriad transformations and the others, it blocked Heaven Master Lu Wu, isolating his Heaven Master aura from Lin Tian, making it difficult for him to reach Lin Tian. As expected of the order power. Even though you can barely control a trace of it, you still have such a strong ability. Heaven Master Lu Wu was not angry after being blocked by Xianxia. His eyes were still deep and cold as he bombarded Xianxia with his saint power. At the same time, Heaven Master Mu Ao and the other 8 Heaven Masters moved together. They attacked Lin Tian at the same time. Boom, 5-colored demonic power filled the sky. Behind the crocodile ancestor, the Heaven Master Dharma form burst out with endless light, its aura terrifying. In an instant, the giant crocodile saint shadow that was manifested by the Heaven Master Dharma form grew to a height of 180,000 feet, almost piercing through the sky. It pressed down with its claws, as if it was really going to destroy the world, blocking Heaven Master Mu Ao and the other 8 Heaven Masters. Heaven Master Dharma form, you can actually hold on to this extent. You are stronger than before. Heaven Master Mu Ao looked at the crocodile ancestor, his voice cold. The crocodile ancestor's eyes were cold. The 5-colored wings on its back shook, and together with the Heaven Master Dharma form, it stirred up a shocking destructive hurricane. As soon as the hurricane appeared, the void in all directions collapsed. Large cracks appeared one after another in this place. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the battle here became more intense. Xianxia and the crocodile ancestor worked together to block a total of 17 Heaven Masters. Xianxia kept activating the weak order power, while the crocodile ancestor maintained the Heaven Master Dharma form. The 2 powers were very strong, and their auras were terrifying. However, although the 2 were very strong, facing 17 Heaven Masters together, they were not as strong as before. They were at a disadvantage. Damn it! In the distance, the white tiger gritted its teeth and clenched its claws. Beside him, Lin Tian's expression was even more unsightly. In the blink of an eye, a total of 17 powerful beings of the divine realm had appeared in this place. They were here for his reincarnation origin. Even though the crocodile ancestor and Xianxia were incomparably strong, there was absolutely no way they could defend against so many powerful beings of the divine realm. He began to try his best to communicate with the 7-colored divine sword in his sea of consciousness. If he could summon this divine sword and give it to Mysterious Yellow and the crocodile ancestor, it might be of great help. However, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness did not respond at all. It was as motionless as an ancient boulder. Boom, ahead of them, saint energy churned, and the might of the transcending heaven level surged, shattering the void and land one after another. Mysterious Yellow supported the weak power of order. The crocodile ancestor fully activated the heavenly Dharma form and fought fiercely against the 18 heavenly masters. Futile resistance. Useless. Heaven Lord Lu Wu spoke. Boundless light surrounded him. With a palm strike, thousands of palm shadows appeared, enveloping Mysterious Yellow and the crocodile ancestor. The Celestial Court has 108 heavenly masters of the divine realm. Do you think that only the 2 of you can fight against us? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a rumble in the distance. 3 more figures appeared, all of them surrounded by powerful saint aura. Heaven Lord Shanping. Heaven Lord Wu Luan. Heaven Lord Yulong. The demonic lord of myriad transformations and the others were shocked. Another 3 heavenly masters of the celestial court had arrived. Each of them had a terrifying aura. Lin Tian could not help but tremble. His expression changed again. The reincarnation body will belong to the celestial court. In the distance, among the dozens of peak saint kings who had been chasing after Lin Tian, one of them muttered. The celestial court was the most powerful force in the celestial realm of nihility. They were the true giants of the ancient times. Who could stop them from taking the reincarnation body? Who could fight against them? Heaven Lord Xianping, Heaven Lord Wu Luan, and Heaven Lord Yulong stepped forward from afar. Their gazes were indifferent. They were looking at Lin Tian with streaks of light. Heaven Lord Wu Luan made his move. He took a step forward, leaving afterimages in the sky. His heavenly saint aura surged as he charged toward Lin Tian. Mysterious Yellow and the crocodile ancestor's eyes turned cold. They made their moves at the same time, blocking Heaven Lord Wu Luan while fighting against the demonic Lord of Myriad Transformations and the others. Take care of yourselves. An indifferent voice sounded. Lord Xianping and Lord Yulong made their move. Two waves of towering saint aura surged, intercepting Xianhuang and the crocodile ancestor's divine arts that were heading towards Lord Wu Luan. They forcefully blocked the two divine arts that were heading towards Lord Wu Luan. Get lost. Mysterious Yellow's eyes stood up, and a monstrous mysterious yellow light burst out. The weak aura of order shook violently. The crocodile ancestor flapped its five-colored wings. The primeval five elements power and the heavenly Saint Dharma form attacked together, charging toward Lin Tian. However, the two of them were already at a disadvantage when fighting against the Myriad Transformations Demon Lord and the other 17 Divine Masters. Now that Heavenly Master Xianping and Heavenly Master Yufeng had joined the fray, they were unable to break through and stop Heavenly Master Wu Luan. Heaven Lord Wu Luan took a step forward. In an instant, he appeared in front of Lin Tian. Reincarnation body, you must have a lot of secrets. His eyes were deep, and there was a strange glow in them. He reached out his hand and grabbed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian could not move at all. How could he, a saint, withstand the heavenly saint aura? At this moment, he was in despair. However, in the next instant, he suddenly trembled slightly, and the pressure on his body instantly disappeared without a trace. At the same time, with a bang, Heaven Lord Wu Luan was sent flying, bringing with him a large amount of blood. He crashed into Heaven Lord Xianping, causing Heaven Lord Xianping to cough up blood. Then, Heaven Lord Wu Luan was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. A middle-aged man appeared in front of Lin Tian. He was dressed in a white robe, and his back was facing everyone. 9th tier Saint Realm. You've improved very quickly. The middle-aged man said with a faint smile. He rubbed Lin Tian's head like a loving father who had not seen his son for many years. Lin Tian's expression changed. Then, he was pleasantly surprised. Master. An old drunkard came at the most desperate moment. He was so happy that he did not call him old man as usual. Instead, he called him master. The white tiger was moved. Then, it was also surprised. It knew that Lin Tian's master was very powerful and abnormal. Yeah. Even the little Taichu was happy. At the same time, the Xianhuang, the crocodile ancestor, the heaven lords of the celestial court, and the Myriad Transformations Demon Lord all looked over. Who is it? Heaven Lord Lu Wu said coldly. He had heard Lin Tian call an old drunkard master earlier. He knew the relationship between Lin Tian and the person who came here. The reason he asked this question was because the old drunkard had caught his attention. To be able to injure Heavenly Lord Wu Luan and send him flying, and even injure Heavenly Lord Xianping after colliding with him, this was definitely something only a Heavenly Ascension expert could do. Moreover, this person was definitely not an ordinary Heavenly Ascension expert. However, among the Heavenly Ascension experts he knew, there was no such person before him. Most importantly, he and the others did not know how an old drunkard appeared. It was not easy for a group of reaching heaven experts to not notice how a person appeared. Heaven Master Lu Wu's eyes narrowed. At this time, his gaze fell on an old drunkard, coldly interrogating an old drunkard. At the same time, Heaven Master Mu Ao and the Myriad Transformations Demon Lord also looked at an old drunkard, their eyes cold. Xianhuang and the crocodile ancestor also looked at an old drunkard. Master? Xianhuang frowned slightly. Lin Tian actually had a master. This surprised him a little, as he had never heard of such a thing before. Moreover, it seemed that Lin Tian's master was definitely not a simple person. Further away, the dozens of peak Saint Kings who were chasing Lin Tian earlier also changed their expressions. No matter what, they did not expect Lin Tian to have a master, and it was obvious that he was very powerful. Otherwise, how could he send Heaven Master Wu Luan flying, An old drunkard was dressed in a white robe, his back facing Heaven Master Mu Ao and the others. He looked at Lin Tian and smiled. Your spirit is also not bad. Not bad. Lin Tian put away his surprised expression and asked, how do you know about this? I can't let my disciple die in front of me, so I will pay attention from time to time. An old drunkard smiled. You really know how to talk. The situation was obviously very tense when a group of reaching heaven experts came to seize his reincarnation origin. However, with an old drunkard's appearance, Lin Tianyi felt less nervous. He asked, where is Master's wife? In seclusion. An old drunkard smiled faintly. After so many years, the master and disciple met again and talked about many things. Heaven Master Lu Wu's face darkened. He was the Heaven Master of the Celestial Court, a top figure in the reaching heaven level. Now that he asked an old drunkard, he was directly ignored by an old drunkard, not even looking at him. Since he appeared, an old drunkard had his back to him and the other Heaven Masters, completely ignoring them and talking to Lin Tian as if no one was present. I'm asking you a question. His voice became very cold. It carried a bone-piercing chill, causing the surrounding space to distort. At the same time, two whooshing sounds rang out as Heavenly Master Wu Luan and Heavenly Master Xian Ping returned from several 100,000 feet away. Their expressions were extremely gloomy. Who are you? Wu Luan stared coldly at an old drunkard. Clearly, he knew that the person who had injured him was an old drunkard. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian stopped chatting with an old drunkard and looked at Heaven Master Lu Wu, Heaven Master Wu Luan, and the Myriad Transformations Demon Monarch. An old drunkard turned around and looked at Heaven Lord Lu Wu and Myriad Transformations Demon Monarch. Leave. Looking at the dozen or so Heavenspan experts, he spoke in a calm voice. The expressions of Heaven Master Lu Wu, Heaven Master Wu Luan, and the others all sank again. An old drunkard's voice sounded very calm, but it was as if he was giving an order, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. You want to protect the reincarnation body? You want to stop us? Heaven Master Lu Wu said coldly. Nonsense, this is Lin Tian's master. Why wouldn't a master protect his disciple when he's here? You old idiot, why are you asking the obvious? Have you lived for so many years in vain? The white tiger scolded from behind. Subconsciously, it felt that an old drunkard could solve everything. Therefore, when facing the Heaven Master of the Celestial Court, it didn't feel any fear or respect at all. Most importantly, since the people of the Celestial Court wanted to deal with Lin Tian and steal the reincarnation origin, they were also its enemies. What was there to be afraid of when facing an enemy? Heaven Master Lu Wu's eyes suddenly turned cold. A saint-level demon dared to insult him as an old idiot. Ant. His voice was cold, and two piercing cold lights shot out from his eyes. They carried the might and killing intent of a Heavenspan expert as they pierced through the great void and headed straight for the white tiger. The white tiger immediately trembled, and its entire tiger body trembled. An old drunkard's expression remained the same, and he glanced at Heaven Master Lu Wu indifferently. With two sizzling sounds, the two cold lights shot out from Heaven Master Lu Wu's eyes shattered. Then, with a bang, it was as if an invisible force had landed on the other party's body. It shook the other party until he vomited blood and flew far away. Such a scene suddenly shocked everyone in this place. Even people as strong as Xianhuang and Crocodile Ancestor couldn't help but narrow their eyes. They were moved by the scene in front of them. There was no holy light. It was just a look, but it destroyed Heaven Master Lu Wu's killing light and injured him. What kind of strength was this? So strong. The white tiger couldn't even speak clearly at this moment. Yeah. The little Taichu's eyes widened. Even Lin Tian was moved again, and he couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. He had always known that his master was very powerful and abnormal. From the fact that an old drunkard had forced Heaven Master Wu Luan to retreat, he had also guessed that an old drunkard should be above the heavenly ascension realm. However, when he saw the scene at this moment, he couldn't help but be shocked. With just a look, he had injured Heaven Master Lu Wu and sent him flying. This kind of strength was too shocking. Damn it! An icy voice sounded from afar, with a bone-piercing murderous intent. Heaven Master Lu Wu stabilized his body and rushed back from afar. His gaze fell on an old drunkard. His gaze was like a sharp blade, causing the surrounding void to collapse inch by inch. Not simple. Very good. Let me see how strong you are. His voice was even colder. The holy light around his body surged, and the turbulent aura of God rule intertwined as he attacked an old drunkard. A broken galaxy formed by interweaving light appeared behind him. It was a very powerful divine art. Almost at the same time, another cold snort sounded. Heaven Master Wu Luan, who had been sent flying earlier, made his move at this time. A treasured wheel appeared, and together with Heaven Master Lu Wu, it pressed down on an old drunkard mightily. Two heavenly ascension realm figures, two super saint arts, combined together, and the killing power of their saint arts instantly skyrocketed. In just an instant, the two of them used their two great arts to press down on an old drunkard. They were like two apocalyptic war gods, with monstrous killing intent. Be careful. Lin Tian couldn't help but warn an old drunkard. The divine arts that Heaven Master Lu Wu and Heaven Master Wu Luan had used at this time were just too terrifying. An old drunkard didn't say anything. He bent his finger lightly, and a faint light drew out. With two soft sounds, the great arts that Heaven Master Lu Wu and Heaven Master Wu Luan had used were instantly shattered. Then, Heaven Master Lu Wu and Heaven Master Wu Luan trembled as if they had been struck by lightning. They coughed up blood and were sent flying, smashing a large area of the void into pieces. This scene moved everyone in this place, and the shock in their eyes became even stronger. Very strong. Xian Huang said in a deep voice. He was a great evil from before the primordial age. His strength was tyrannical, and he had even comprehended a trace of the power of order. Not many people in the heavenly ascension realm could defeat him, but at this time, he couldn't help but be shocked by an old drunkard's strength and admit that he was inferior. At the very least, he couldn't injure Heavenly Master Lu Wu and Heavenly Master Wu Luan so casually like this. He was able to injure Heaven Lord Lu Wu and Heaven Lord Wu Luan with just a flick of his finger. Even people as strong as Xian Huang and Crocodile Ancestor were deeply moved. Lin Tian was naturally shocked as well. It was hard to imagine how powerful his master had become. He was too powerful. Heaven Lord Mu Ao, Myriad Transformations Demon Lord, and the others were naturally moved as well. Heaven Lord Lu Wu and Heaven Lord Wu Luan had used their superpowers just now, but they were still injured with a flick of his finger. Such combat power was somewhat terrifying. Who are you? Heaven Lord Mu Ao looked at an old drunkard and asked in a deep voice. Just like Heaven Lord Lu Wu, there was no such person among the heaven-reaching realm experts that he knew. Myriad Transformations Demon Lord, Blood Shadow, and the others were also surprised. They looked at an old drunkard with different lights intertwined in their eyes. Boom, boom, two monstrous divine powers rushed from afar and arrived in an instant. Heaven Lord Lu Wu and Heaven Lord Wu Luan had rushed back. Their faces were even colder at this time. People like them were famous in the heaven realm, but now, they were injured and sent flying so easily. It was a little embarrassing. Don't waste time talking nonsense with him. The reincarnation body has many secrets. We must get him. Let's attack together and kill him, then suppress the reincarnation body. Heaven Lord Lu Wu said coldly. Heaven Lord Mu Ao heard him and nodded. They must capture the reincarnation body and bring him back to the celestial court. Then, with a boom, the 12 heaven lords from the celestial court intertwined with terrifying saint powers outside their bodies. The divine Tao Law also surged together. The 12 heaven-reaching realm auras combined together, causing Xian Huang to frown. Kill. Heaven Lord Wu Luan's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. He was the first to suppress an old drunkard, and his saint power surged. Then, the other 11 heaven lords followed behind. Each of them cast a powerful saint technique and shrouded an old drunkard. 12 immortal ascension experts intertwined with 12 saint powers and cast 12 divine arts, sealing off the old drunkard's surroundings. Xian Huang and the Crocodile Ancestor furrowed their brows. 12 heaven masters joining forces was a terrifying battle array. Their feet moved as if they wanted to help, but in the end, they didn't. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, 12 powerful forces landed in front of an old drunkard. Will it work? Lin Tian was a little worried. Standing behind an old drunkard, he could naturally feel how terrifying the 12 saint powers were. It was as if they could annihilate everything in the world. An old drunkard smiled faintly and didn't make any complicated movements. Just like how he had dealt with Heaven Lord Wu Luan and Heaven Lord Wu Luan, he flicked his finger, and 12 beams of light shot out like arrows. Swish! 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 The saint energy techniques the 12 heaven lords had used were instantly shattered, and an invisible force sent all 12 of them flying. The sky-reaching level blood splattered in the air. It was a ghastly sight. Instantly, all of the cultivators in the area were shocked. 12 heaven masters, 12 sky-reaching level existences, had attacked together, but they were still easily sent flying. So scary. The white tiger stared. Squeak. The little Taichu also stared. Lin Tian was also shocked. The heaven masters of the celestial court were all important figures. They were not weak in the sky-reaching level and were not ordinary sky-reaching level experts. But now, 12 of them had attacked together, but they were still no match for an old drunkard and were easily injured. Heaven Lord Wu Luan and the other heaven masters were sent flying. When they stabilized themselves a few dozen feet away, they were also shocked. The 12 of them were very strong, but now they had attacked together, but they couldn't withstand a mere flick of the other party's finger. They looked at an old drunkard and were shocked by an old drunkard's strength. Their faces were a little gloomy, and then turned cold. Very good. Very powerful. Very powerful. Heaven Master Mu Ao said coldly. However, there is a limit to one person's strength. The celestial court has plenty of experts. You can't stop us. The celestial court wants the reincarnation body. No one can stop us. Heaven Master Di said coldly. As soon as the two of them finished speaking, the void rumbled in the distance. 9 more figures appeared and strode toward them. In the blink of an eye, the 9 of them arrived. Each of them had a terrifying sky-reaching level aura around them, and they were no weaker than Heaven Master Di and the others. They were all sky-reaching level experts, and their eyes were deep and cold. Heaven Master Yuan Gua, Heaven Master Shi Wu, Heaven Master Zhong Yuan, Heaven Master Mafo, Heaven Master Hongwen, Heaven Master Lian Zhen, Heaven Master Tsang Yi, Heaven Master Tai Lan, and Heaven Master Ling Yu. The myriad transformations Demon Lord and the others were shocked. Naturally, they recognized the 9 people who had appeared. Shan Huang and the crocodile ancestor looked at the 9 people. At this time, they frowned, and their eyes were cold. Lin Tian was also shocked. The celestial court actually had 9 more sky-reaching level heaven masters. Heaven Master Yuan Gua and the others arrived and stood together with Heaven Master Wu Luan and the others. There were a total of 21 sky-reaching level experts. Just by standing there, a terrifying aura lingered around them. You still haven't taken him down? Heaven Master Yuan Gua looked at Lin Tian and asked Heaven Master Wu Luan and the others. At the same time, his gaze fell on an old drunkard. This was because he could feel that Heaven Master Wu Luan and the others were looking at an old drunkard. Their expressions were heavy and cold. This person isn't simple. Heaven Master Wu Luan said in a cold voice. He looked at an old drunkard and said to Heaven Master Yuan Gua and the others, there's no need to try anything. Attack together and kill this person first. Then, we'll suppress the reincarnation body and bring it back. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud boom. Saint energy surged around Heaven Master Wu Luan's body, becoming even more terrifying than before. At this moment, he began to push his strength to the peak. His aura was extremely powerful. At the same time, Heaven Master Xian Ping and the others also pushed their saint energy to the limit. Their auras were extremely terrifying. Heaven Master Yuan Gua and the other 9 Heaven Masters who had just arrived saw the 12 Heaven Masters acting this way. With their understanding of the 12 Heaven Masters' strength, they could naturally see that the 12 Heaven Masters were concerned about an old drunkard. Moreover, the reincarnation body had not been suppressed by the 12 Heaven Masters until now. Naturally, they believed Heaven Master Wu Luan's words. Then let's attack together. Heaven Master Yuan Gua said. The 9 celestial court Heaven Masters who had just arrived also pushed their auras to the peak. In an instant, 21 Heaven Master level auras spread out and sealed off the entire area. In the next instant, all 21 Heaven Masters moved. With Heaven Master Wu Luan in the lead, they stepped forward and pressed down on an old drunkard. Lin Tian couldn't help but worry again. 21 Heaven Master level Heaven Masters were attacking together, and they were clearly using their full strength. It was much more terrifying than the 12 Heaven Masters who had joined forces earlier. Enough. It was also at this time that an old drunkard spoke. His eyes were as calm as ever, causing the 20 Celestial Court Heaven Masters to tremble. A hurricane began to sweep across the area, distorting the sky. The entire celestial realm of nothingness was shaking. Countless creatures in the vast celestial realm of nothingness were trembling in fear at this moment. The 21 Heavenly Masters from the Celestial Court were all shocked. They could not stop trembling. The myriad transformations Demon Lord and the others were also trembling. Some of them could not help but step back. Even people as strong as Xianxia and the crocodile ancestor were not affected by this pressure. However, they were still trembling like the myriad transformations Demon Lord and the others. The two famous ancient existences from the primordial era were completely stunned by this aura at this moment. This pressure and this aura were enough to destroy the vast celestial realm of nothingness. It was undoubtedly terrifying to have such a feeling. After all, the celestial realm of nothingness was extremely sturdy. Even if tens of thousands of sky-reaching realm existences attacked together, they would not be able to destroy this vast macro world. But now, the old drunkard emitted a wisp of pressure, which made them feel that this boundless and incomparably solid celestial realm of nothingness was like tofu under this pressure, and could disintegrate at any time under this aura. Xuanhuang's lips moved as if they were as heavy as a mountain. Almost comparable to the human kings of the past. Far away, the dozens of peak saint kings who were chasing Lin Tian earlier were trembling even more violently. Their faces were all pale. The dozens of saint kings were completely terrified. They did not expect Lin Tian's master to be so terrifying. This pressure and this aura actually caused the entire celestial realm of nothingness to tremble. The white tiger was stuttering. All the hair on his body stood up. He had guessed that an old drunkard was very strong, but he did not expect him to be this strong. The little Taichu's eyes were wide open. He looked at an old drunkard with a dumbfounded expression. It was as if he was looking at a monster. Lin Tian's expression also changed. The pressure that an old drunkard was emitting right now was too terrifying. At this moment, he truly felt how powerful his master was. He was simply invincible. Wu Luan's group stared at an old drunkard and didn't dare to move. Only their bodies and voices were trembling. As powerful as they were, they felt fear, terror, and helplessness at this moment. In the same generation, I don't care if anyone tries to cause trouble for him. An old drunkard's voice was indifferent as he glanced at Heavenly Lord Wu Luan, Myriad Transformations Demon Monarch, and the others. However, if any of the older generation makes a move, don't blame me for being merciless. As these words were spoken, the heavens began to tremble. The entire sky became heavy and oppressive to the extreme. Heavenly Lord Wu Luan and the others trembled violently again. They all opened their mouths, wanting to say something. However, they were suppressed to the point that they couldn't speak. In the next moment, an invisible force surged and sent Heavenly Lord Wu Luan and the other Heavenly Masters of the Celestial Court, Myriad Transformations Demon Monarch, and the other Heavenly Masters flying. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. At the same time, the dozens of peak saint kings who were chasing after Lin Tian were also sent flying by the invisible force. In the blink of an eye, only an old drunkard, Lin Tian, the white tiger, little Taichu, Xianxia, and the crocodile ancestor were left. Do you know why you didn't kill them? An old drunkard turned around and smiled at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was still shocked by an old drunkard's strength. When he heard an old drunkard's words, he came back to his senses. After thinking for a while, he nodded. I can roughly guess, he said. Now, other than them and the Xianxia crocodile ancestor who had rushed over to help, there were only Myriad Transformations Demon Monarch, Heavenly Lord Wu Luan, and the others who had come to steal his reincarnation origin. An old drunkard could easily kill myriad transformations demon monarch, heavenly lord Wu Luan, and the others. However, after killing these people, the others who wanted to steal his reincarnation origin would not know what had happened here. An old drunkard did not kill these people because he wanted to use them to spread the news of what had happened today. In this way, the other old monsters who wanted his reincarnation origin would naturally not dare to cause trouble for him. Perhaps killing these people and spreading the news of what had happened here to various parts of the heaven of nothingness could also achieve this goal. However, this method would definitely not be as effective as letting the experts who had come to steal his reincarnation origin spread the news themselves. He believed that after these people returned, although they would not directly tell the world what had happened here, they would mention it to some people who were related to them. After that, this news would gradually spread. Most importantly, the old drunkard wanted to use these people to spread the words he had said before he defeated Heavenly Lord Wu Luan and the others. No one of the older generation was allowed to cause trouble for him, but anyone of the same generation was allowed to do so. This was to establish his prestige, and at the same time, not to let the entire heaven realm fear him and not dare to touch him. After that, the older generation would not dare to do anything to him and would not dare to have any ideas about his reincarnation origin. However, the supreme masters of the same generation would definitely come to him one after another. This was to set up the biggest stage for him to compete with the heroes of the same generation. An old drunkard smiled faintly and said, "A strong physique and powerful bloodline are only a higher starting point. They cannot decide everything. A mortal physique can also be invincible in the world. In this vast world, in all the realms of the heavens, there are many supreme masters who do not have strong physiques and powerful bloodlines." As he spoke, he rubbed Lin Tian's head. There was still a gentle smile on his face, and there was a luster of trust in his eyes. "However, my disciple will not lose to anyone of the same generation." Hearing this, Lin Tian nodded seriously. To be respected by the same generation, it should be done. Otherwise, it will bring shame to the sect. He said as if he was making a promise. An old drunkard smiled again and said, "Your master's wife is in seclusion. She is very important and needs someone to protect her. I'm leaving." As he spoke, he looked at Xianxia and the crocodile ancestor. His eyes were very calm, but also very deep. "Thank you." He smiled at Xianxia and the crocodile ancestor, and then disappeared silently. This place fell silent in an instant. This is really frightening." The white tiger trembled and patted its chest with its tiger claws. It was still palpitating from the pressure that an old drunkard had emitted. It was really too terrifying. Then, it gradually came back to its senses and asked Lin Tiandao, "Oh right, why didn't the old pervert kill those people?" An old drunkard had become a synonym for pervert in its heart. Lin Tian spoke and simply explained the reason why an old drunkard did not kill Heaven Master Wu Luan and the others. The white tiger suddenly understood. So that's the case. The old pervert is really thoughtful. On the other side, Xianxia and the crocodile ancestor stood together, both in a daze. What a terrifying person. An old drunkard's strength was too powerful, reaching a very terrifying height. Even Xianxia and the crocodile ancestor were shocked. "Young man, you really surprise us again and again. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful teacher." Xianxia looked at Lin Tian and sighed. "Terrifying." The crocodile ancestor also said. Lin Tian smiled modestly, stepped forward, and bowed to the two again, thanking them for coming to help this time. "There's no need to be so polite. I've told you before that there will be a war that will destroy the world in the future. You'll be on our side in the end. You'll be one of the main forces in that war. Helping you is a natural thing." Xianxia said, and then said, "Your teacher let those people go. His righteousness is really good. While making those old monsters not dare to have any ideas about you, he also made some supreme masters of the same generation come to you one after another, creating a big stage for you to experience." As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a spiritual imprint appeared. Inside it was interwoven everything that the old drunkard had experienced from the very beginning until the very end. With a flick of his hand, he tossed it into the distance. Through Heavenly Master Wu Luan and the others, the matter here should also spread. However, adding a spiritual imprint won't do any harm. It can make this matter spread even faster. The spiritual imprint he made was very clear. In the blink of an eye, it floated far away and disappeared at the end of the sky. Thank you, Senior. Lin Tian thanked him again. Xian Huang waved his hand and said to Lin Tian, there are many young supremes of the same generation as you in the Heaven Void world. Because of what your teacher said, those young supremes of the same generation as you will have their eyes on you and your reincarnation origin. They will come to you one by one. In the future, the battles between you and your peers will be endless. Remember to be careful. As he said, he added, also, pay special attention to the celestial court. This branch is very terrifying. There are several people as strong as your teacher in the celestial court. When Lin Tian heard this, he couldn't help but be moved. An old drunkard's current strength was absolutely terrifying. Even the void heaven realm was completely destroyed by him alone. The celestial court, there was an existence that was not weaker than an old drunkard? And there was more than one person? Really? White Tiger was also moved. Even little Taichu stared with a look of surprise. An old drunkard was already very terrifying, but there was more than one person in the celestial court who could be compared to an old drunkard. Xian Huang nodded and confirmed his words. Then he said, however, you don't have to worry for the time being. Those people were injured, disabled, sealed, and even killed by the human king. Now, those who are still alive are all in seclusion to heal their injuries. They won't be able to recover in a short period of time. Therefore, the current celestial court's strongest battle strength is the 108 heavenly lords on the surface. They will be afraid of your teacher for the time being and won't dare to make a move against you. However, when those people recover, I'm afraid they will find you first. He continued, so, before that, you have to cultivate diligently and improve your strength as quickly as possible. The current celestial court, although the people of the older generation won't dare to touch you for the time being, they will definitely send out many experts of your generation. You have to be very careful of those young experts sent by the celestial court, even if they are of a mortal body. This is because the young experts sent by the celestial court to deal with you are definitely the strongest among their generation and have the ability to fight against 10,000 people. Lin Tian was a little dazed when he heard this. The celestial court was really terrifying. Thank you for your reminder. Lin Tian will remember it in his heart. He said seriously. Xian Huang nodded, the crisis has subsided. I will leave first. There are some things I need to do, so be careful. As he said this, the great evil from ancient times nodded to the crocodile ancestor. Then, he turned into Xian Huang light and disappeared in an instant. Be careful. The crocodile ancestor didn't say much. He told Lin Tian that he had to go back to help the Wuxing crocodile refine the 5 elements bloodline. Then, he left directly. Lin Tian bowed in the direction where the two left. He was very grateful that the two of them came to help him. Then, he stood up straight. Rays of light intertwined in his eyes as he swept across the vast celestial realm of nothingness. What are we going to do next? The white tiger asked. Beside him, the little Taichu also looked at him. I will go into seclusion to break through to the Saint King realm. Then, I will destroy dozens of sections. After that, I will fight with the experts of my generation. Lin Tian Andao. Previously, after going through the dual heavens tribulation of a quasi-saint and a saint, his cultivation had improved again. Now, he was even closer to the Saint King realm. It wouldn't take long for him to break through. At this time, without the threat of those old monsters, he decided to go into seclusion temporarily to raise his cultivation to the Saint King realm. Then, he would destroy the Thunder Fire Fairy Land and the Immortal Bestowment Ancient Island. The ancestors of those sects had chased after him to snatch the reincarnation origin. They were the peak battle strength of their respective sections. In other words, the strongest battle strength of those sects was only at the peak of the Saint King realm. As long as he broke through to the Saint King realm, it wouldn't be difficult for him to destroy those sections. An old drunkard had established his prestige for him. After that, he would have to establish his prestige for himself. Those who had tried to snatch the reincarnation origin. Now that he had the ability to deal with them, he would naturally have to pay them back and wipe them out one by one. Let's go. He called the white tiger and the little Taichu and quickly left this place to find a suitable place for seclusion. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. Xianhuang's spiritual imprint was transmitted to every corner of the heaven realm. Vaguely, some news was also transmitted from the myriad transformations demon monarch and the others. For a moment, the entire heaven realm of nothingness was shaken. Every cultivator was shocked. The reincarnation body has a master. Moreover, previously, the tremors in the heaven realm were caused by the master of the reincarnation body? This. In every corner of the heaven realm, every cultivator was shocked and terrified. Previously, when the heaven realm trembled, every living creature felt it. However, they had never thought that it was caused by a wisp of pressure from the master of the reincarnation body. How terrifying was that? How could a person's pressure be so strong? With such a terrifying master, who dares to touch the reincarnation body? Who dares to have designs on the reincarnation origin? Wrong. Didn't you see the contents of the spiritual imprint? The master of the reincarnation body said that the older generation can't touch the reincarnation body. However, if anyone of the same generation wants to cause trouble for the reincarnation body, he won't care. In other words, even if someone of the same generation kills the reincarnation body and takes the reincarnation origin, the master of the reincarnation body won't say anything? He won't interfere? That's what it means. Isn't it a bit ridiculous? If anyone of the same generation wants to cause trouble for the reincarnation body, that master won't care? Even if they get killed, he won't care? Why? Why don't I believe it? Moreover, in the heaven realm of nothingness, there are so many young supremes in the same generation. Even if the reincarnation body is the #1 physique and the #1 bloodline in the world, it can't stop all the young supremes in the heaven realm of nothingness, right? Since that level of existence said that he won't care if anyone of the same generation wants to cause trouble for the reincarnation body, then naturally, he won't care. Would such an existence go against his own words and slap his own face? Definitely not. And the reason why he allowed anyone of the same generation to cause trouble for the reincarnation body is probably to train his own disciple. In the heaven realm, for a time, in every area and every corner, many people were discussing the matter of the master and disciple of the reincarnation body. The huge heaven realm was once again in an uproar. It was also at this time that in a barren mountain in the heaven realm, Lin Tian brought the white tiger and the little Taichu here and found a hidden valley in this barren mountain. Kid, how long do you need to cultivate in seclusion to reach the Saint King level? The white tiger asked Lin Tian. About 3 to 5 months. Lin Tian was now at the end of the Saint realm, only a very small distance away from the Saint King realm. However, this was the distance between the Saint King realm and the Saint King realm. Although it was very small, it would still take a lot of time to cross it. All of you, protect me. He set up layers of barriers around the valley, and then let the white tiger and little Taichu protect him. Then, he immediately activated the Sun Heart Sutra, absorbing the heaven and earth spirit chi in the heaven and earth spirit chi into his body, and began to break through to the Saint King realm. For a moment, a faint golden light appeared outside his body, and his essence, chi, and spirit slowly increased. The white tiger and little Taichu stood far away, one on the left and one on the right beside Lin Tian, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Now, the news of an old drunkard establishing his power for Lin Tian must have spread throughout the heaven of void realm. The experts of the older generation would definitely not dare to find trouble with Lin Tian, but the people of the same generation would not have such scruples. Many of the people of the same generation had probably already moved, and were looking for Lin Tian. Under such circumstances, although this place was very hidden, and the cultivation of the people of the same generation was similar to Lin Tian's, there was a possibility that they would discover Lin Tian here, so they had to be careful. Speaking of which, that old pervert is really too scary, the white tiger said. Thinking of the pressure that an old drunkard exuded, he only felt that half of his soul had gone cold. When little Taichu heard this, he also thought of what had happened before. He shrunk his neck and echoed the white tiger's words, too scary. The white tiger, this little fella really learned everything. The heaven of void realm was in an uproar. More and more cultivators were talking about Lin Tian and an old drunkard. Many ancient sects also made their moves one after another. Anyone of the same generation can find trouble with the reincarnated body, but that person doesn't care? This is an opportunity. Let the divine sun go out for a walk. Go and invite the holy maiden to come out of seclusion. In a very short time, the ancient sects in the heaven of void realm had similar reactions. The divine sons and saintesses of the sects walked out of their mountain gates one after another. At the same time, in the center of the heaven realm, in the celestial court, 105 figures gathered together, each with a majestic aura. These were 105 of the 108 heavenly masters of the celestial court. Heavenly Master Wu Luan and the others were also present. Those lords are all in seclusion to treat their injuries. Right now, we don't have the slightest ability to contend against that person, said one of the heaven lords. He was the strongest of the 108 heaven lords of the celestial court. At this moment, he was looking at the spiritual sense imprint in front of him. It was the scene of an old drunkard appearing and attacking. His brows were deeply furrowed, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Just through the spiritual sense imprint, he could sense how powerful and terrifying an old drunkard was. That person is very strong. Heavenly Master Wu Luan gritted his teeth, his divine soul trembling as he recalled the pressure he had felt from an old drunkard. Heavenly Master Profound Ping, Heavenly Master Mu Ao, and the others also had unsightly expressions. For a moment, the 105 divine sun existences were very quiet. After a long while, the strongest of the 100 or so heaven lords of the celestial court spoke once more. Where are Myriad Talisman, Tongyu, and Jian? According to the report of the accompanying heaven generals, they went to the space-time dimension and then disappeared with the human king's 9 disciples and old demon Xian Ling's descendants. No one knows where they went, but I think they went to hunt down that group of juniors. A blue-robed heaven lord said. Then let's ignore the 3 of them for now. With their strength, although the human king's disciples and old demon Xian Ling's descendants are extraordinary, the difference in cultivation is still too great. In a few days, the 3 of them will suppress them and bring them back. The strongest of the 100 or so heaven lords said, his eyes turning deep. For now, use all our strength to suppress the reincarnation body. Send out all the young supremes of the celestial court who are of the same generation as the reincarnation body and bring her back alive. The other 100 or so heaven lords nodded in succession. On this day, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard as young paragons rushed out of the heavenly court one after another. In the barren mountains of the celestial world, Lin Tian was in seclusion in a barren mountain valley, the Sun Heart Sutra circulating at high speed as his essence, energy, and spirit rose bit by bit. Outside his body, Tao radiance and golden divine light resonated with each other. At the same time, the saint domain naturally rose along with his cultivation, becoming even more vast and expansive. In this way, 5 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a sudden clap of thunder boomed in the sky, and the sky instantly turned pitch black. A pitch-black vortex of lightning appeared in the sky, blood-red lightning intertwining within. A destructive aura descended, as if wanting to annihilate everything. He has reached the Saint King realm. The white tiger stood at the side, looking at the lightning in the sky. Naturally, it knew that Lin Tian had triggered it. Oh, this is a normal heavenly tribulation. The previous super-heavenly tribulation that combined the quasi-saint realm and the saint realm descended. The color of the lightning was terrifying black, but now it was blood-red, just like before. Boom, the deafening thunder resounded through the sky, and the void exploded in all directions. The destructive aura became even thicker, causing the white tiger to tremble involuntarily, and the little Taichu shrank its neck. However, in the next moment, the sky trembled slightly, and the lightning dissipated. The dark sky became clear again in the blink of an eye. In the valley, Lin Tian opened his eyes. 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes, and the next moment, he stood up. As usual, just now, he had stepped into the Saint King realm and triggered the Saint King heavenly tribulation. However, he retreated temporarily, causing the Saint King heavenly tribulation to dissipate. Let's go to the immortal bestowment ancient island. He called out to the white tiger and the little Taichu. Hearing that, the white tiger's eyes flickered. Go to the immortal bestowment ancient island to undergo the tribulation? Good idea. It had followed Lin Tian for a long time. Naturally, it could guess Lin Tian's plan. Previously, the Saint King, old ancestor of the immortal bestowment ancient island, had chased after Lin Tian in an attempt to seize the reincarnation origin. Lin Tian was obviously going to destroy the immortal bestowment ancient island and undergo the Saint King tribulation there. On this day, Lin Tian left the barren mountain and followed the white tiger and the little Taichu. Soon, they arrived at a busy street and appeared in front of a young cultivator. "Fellow cultivator, may I ask where the immortal bestowment ancient island is?" he asked politely. The Saint King, old ancestor of the immortal bestowment ancient island, had chased after him in an attempt to seize his reincarnation origin. Now, he wanted to go to the immortal bestowment ancient island to seek revenge. However, he did not know the exact location of the immortal bestowment ancient island, so he had to ask a cultivator from the heaven world. On the main road, all the cultivators naturally saw Lin Tian, and all of them couldn't help but have a drastic change in expression. Luan, for a moment, many people couldn't speak properly. Not long ago, the news of an old drunkard helping Lin Tian to establish his authority had spread throughout the entire heavenly void realm. In this vast heavenly void realm, almost every cultivator knew that the reincarnated body had an extremely terrifying master. Even the desolate antiquity celestial court was afraid of him. Now, in this place, when a group of cultivators saw Lin Tian, the reincarnated body, how could they not be afraid? The heavenly god-tier cultivator who was questioned by Lin Tian almost fainted from fear. Lin Tian saw his expression and naturally knew that he was afraid. He said calmly, "Fellow cultivator, don't be nervous. I don't mean any harm. I just want to know where the immortal sealing ancient island is. Fellow cultivator, just tell me briefly." When the heavenly god-tier cultivator heard his words, his nervousness eased a little. He quickly told Lin Tian the location of the immortal sealing ancient island. "Thank you." Lin Tian thanked him politely. After that, he did not linger in this place. He called the white tiger and little Taichu and left directly. The man and the two beasts moved very quickly. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the sight of the cultivators. In this place, the group of cultivators watched the man and the two beasts leave. They could not help but feel relieved. Then, many people were shocked by Lin Tian's question. The reincarnated body wants to go to the immortal sealing ancient island? What is he going to do? Could it be? I heard that the island master of the immortal sealing ancient island once went to seize the origin of the reincarnated body. He must be going there to cause trouble. He seems to be a peak saint. The immortal sealing ancient island has a peak saint king. Even if he's a reincarnated body, the difference in cultivation base is so big. He can't do anything to the immortal sealing ancient island. I don't think he's going there to cause trouble, right? If he's not going there to cause trouble, could it be that he's going to find his enemy to drink tea and chat? At this place, many cultivators were discussing. Many of them trembled. Lin Tian left the main road that was crowded with cultivators. His speed was very fast, and before long, he was already far away. From the heavenly god-level cultivators, he learned where the immortal bestowing ancient island was. It was not too far away from his current territory. He called out to the white tiger and the little Taichu. Soon, they arrived before a vast ocean. As far as the eye could see, one could vaguely see many treasure islands at the center of the ocean. Every island had an extraordinary aura. Immortal bestowal ancient island. Lin Tian stood at the edge of the sea and sneered. He called the white tiger and little Taichu over. He walked on the surface of the sea, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at a treasure island at the head of the group of islands. As far as the eye could see, within the group of precious islands, immortal palaces appeared one after another. All of them interweaved with resplendent radiance, appearing extremely extraordinary. As soon as he arrived at the island, he was discovered by a few young cultivators from the immortal bestowment ancient island. For a moment, the expressions of the young cultivators changed. Luan, just like the group of cultivators on the main road, when they saw Lin Tian appear in front of them, the young cultivators from the immortal bestowment ancient island couldn't even speak clearly. Then, the young cultivators immediately retreated, heading back to their own bloodlines to make a report. They could roughly guess the reason why Lin Tian appeared here. After all, their branch's ancestor had tried to snatch Lin Tian's origin. Now that Lin Tian had come here, he definitely came with ill intentions. Encountering this kind of situation, with their level, they didn't know how to deal with it. At the same time, they couldn't deal with it. After all, their cultivation base was too far away from Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't mind it. He called out to the white tiger and the little Taichu and continued to walk inside. Soon, he arrived in front of the palaces on the island. The palaces were the real structure of the Immortal Bestowment Ancient Island. Most of the people from the Immortal Bestowment Ancient Island were inside. At the same time, when he arrived, he saw many figures in front of him. Lin Tianyi immediately saw a familiar face among them. It was the previous island master of the Immortal Bestowment Ancient Island. He had tried to snatch Lin Tianyi's reincarnation origin and chased after him. "We meet again." He looked at the person with a faint smile on his face. However, there was a hint of mockery and coldness in the smile. The previous island master of the Immortal Bestowment Ancient Island was the current Immortal Bestowment progenitor of the Immortal Bestowment Ancient Island. When he saw Lin Tian, his expression darkened as he recalled an old drunkard's terrifying aura. His eyes were filled with great fear. "Reincarnation flesh, what are you doing here?" he asked in a deep voice. He had a strong desire for the reincarnation origin. Previously, he had tried to snatch the reincarnation origin but failed. Now that Lin Tian had appeared before him again, he did not dare to make a move. An old drunkard had said that if anyone of the older generation dared to make a move on Lin Tian, he would definitely attack mercilessly. As for him, he had personally witnessed how terrifying an old drunkard was. Even now, he was still terrified when he thought about it. Now, as someone of the older generation, how could he dare to touch Lin Tian? An old drunkard had also said that anyone of the same generation could find trouble with Lin Tian regardless of the outcome. However, when he and the other saint rulers were chasing after Lin Tian, he had already grasped Lin Tian's strength. Among the people of the same generation as Lin Tian in the Immortal Bestowment Ancient Island, none of them were a match for Lin Tian. They were all far inferior to him. On the side, the current island master of the Immortal Bestowment Ancient Island, the deacons, the ordinary elders, and the great elders were intimidated too. Lin Tian looked at the celestial immortal progenitor with a faint smile. "You've really gotten old, to be so forgetful. When you were chasing after me, didn't I say that I would uproot the Immortal Bestowment Ancient Island, the Thunder and Fire Immortal Land, and the other factions?" The celestial immortal progenitor's face turned cold upon hearing this. The current island master of the Immortal Bestowment Ancient Island, the deacons, the ordinary elders, and the great elders wore cold looks too. Lin Tian was implying that he was here to wipe out their factions. The Immortal Bestowment Ancient Island had existed for a very long time, yet no one had ever dared to barge into the island and claim that they were here to uproot the Immortal Bestowment Ancient Island. Besides, Lin Tian was only a martial saint. This was simply an insult to them. Too presumptuous and bold. However, despite that, they did not dare to do anything to Lin Tian, as they were too intimidated by an old drunkard. "Uproot the Immortal Bestowment Ancient Island? Do you really think you can do it with your cultivation in the martial saint realm?" The celestial immortal progenitor said coldly. "I'll give your master some face. I won't hold you responsible for the trouble you've caused. Leave at once." The truth was, he really had the urge to kill Lin Tian and claim the origin of reincarnation, but he did not dare to do so. "Won't you know if I can do it or not after trying?" Lin Tian's expression remained the same. He glanced at the disciples of the Immortal Bestowment Ancient Island and said calmly, "My hands are stained with blood, but I'm not a bloodthirsty person. I'm here today to slay your progenitors and erase the Immortal Bestowment Ancient Island. Now, I'll give you some time. Apart from your progenitors, the others are free to leave. I won't trouble you." Lin Tian's voice was calm, but it sounded extremely arrogant in the ears of the Immortal Bestowment Ancient Island's patriarch and the others. "Patriarch, don't waste your breath on him. Didn't his master say that he doesn't care if anyone from his generation fights with him? Let me deal with him." A young man stepped out and said coldly. He was wearing a purple robe, and his energy was extraordinary. He carried a sage's aura. "Saint, Seeing the young man step out, the disciples of the Immortal Bestowment Ancient Island were shocked. The Immortal Bestowment Ancient Island's patriarch looked at him and said, "Yaoi, step back." The young man was called Yaoi, and he was a rare genius in the Immortal Bestowment Ancient Island. His cultivation was at the 9th heaven of the Sage Realm, just like Lin Tianyi. However, he knew that Yaoi was no match for Lin Tian. "Patriarch, don't worry. I've cultivated the Immortal Bestowment Divine Art to a higher level, and I can break through to the Sage King realm at any time. I'm different from before." Yaoi did not step back. Instead, he walked out with greed in his eyes. His master said that even if someone from his generation kills him, he won't do it. Everyone knows that. Now, I'll kill him and take the reincarnation origin. He was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was 3 feet away from Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at this person with a calm expression. "Little brat, you dare to say that you'll kill Lin Tian and take the reincarnation origin? Are you out of your mind? What makes you think you can do that?" The white tiger mocked. Yaoi snorted and stared at Lin Tian. Powerful saint light shot out from his body, causing the void around him to distort. In the next moment, he waved his right hand, and a blood-red baodan appeared in his hand. He swallowed it quickly. Boom! Immediately, his sage's aura surged. Phantom Moon Thunder Yen Pill. Those from the quasi-saint to the Sage King realm can temporarily increase their combat power by 10 times. The disciples of the Immortal Bestowing Ancient Island were startled. They clearly saw what the blood pill Yaoi had just swallowed was. Rumble. Yaoi's saint aura was rolling outside his body. His essence, qi, and spirit had become much stronger. His entire body was shrouded in saint aura as if he was made of light. The air was screaming because of this powerful saint aura. "Yaoi, step back!" Patriarch Feng Xian shouted. Even though Yaoi's combat strength had increased tenfold, he still didn't think that Yaoi could stop Lin Tian. Furthermore, this time around, he directly raised his hand and grabbed at Yaoi, wanting to pull him back. However, Yaoi moved the moment he raised his hand. He turned into a ray of light and pounced towards Lin Tian. "Old ancestor, don't worry. I will suppress the reincarnation body today. The essence of reincarnation belongs to us, the League of Immortals." As he spoke, he rushed in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. His eyes were filled with greed and excitement as he raised his hand and pressed it down. 10 times the fighting strength. Although I will have to pay a price in the future, it is worth it to suppress a reincarnated body. Thank you for coming here personally. Lin Tian stood where he was and looked at the saint of the Immortal Bestowing Ancient Island who was rushing towards him. He didn't say anything. He merely flicked his finger and a ray of golden light flew out. It instantly annihilated the surging saint aura outside his opponent's body. Then, with a poof, it pierced through his opponent's forehead. Yaoi trembled violently. His charging figure suddenly stopped. The light of life in his eyes quickly dissipated. Recently, he had made a breakthrough and was infinitely close to the Saint King realm. Now, with the Baodan increasing his fighting strength tenfold, he was full of confidence. He believed that he was invincible under the Saint King realm. Even a reincarnated body wouldn't be able to stop him. Even if Lin Tian could stop him after his battle prowess increased by 10 times, or even if he was no match for Lin Tian after his battle prowess increased by 10 times, it would still be fine. He believed that the ancestors of the Immortal Bestowment Ancient Island would save him. However, he didn't expect that with his fighting strength increased tenfold, he would rush towards Lin Tian at that moment. With just one attack, with just a simple flick of Lin Tian's finger, everything he had was crushed. He could feel that his life was coming to an end. There was no turning back. His vision quickly dimmed. All the light was disappearing bit by bit. At the last moment of his life, his heart was filled with fear and despair. He stuttered out the last 3 words. Then, his life aura completely disappeared. At the same time, the Immortal Bestowing Ancient Island's patriarch's hand reached out and grabbed him. However, what he grabbed was only a corpse. Saint, the Immortal Bestowing Ancient Island's disciples' expressions changed. They couldn't help but tremble. Their saint was extremely powerful. Furthermore, he had consumed the Baodan that increased his fighting strength by tenfold. However, he was killed with just a flick of a finger. Reincarnation flesh. With a furious roar, the immortal bestowing ancient island grabbed Yu Yaoi's corpse and glared at Lin Tian. Beside him, the immortal bestowing ancient island's current island master, supreme elder, and the others were also glaring at Lin Tian with anger and hatred. Yu Yaoi was their immortal bestowing ancient island's strongest genius in recent generations. His talent was outstanding, and he might even reach the Dominator realm in the future. However, he was killed by Lin Tian just like that. Such a loss was too great. With Yu Yaoi around, in the future, their immortal bestowment ancient island would definitely be countless times stronger than it was now. All of them were looking forward to the day when Yu Yaoi truly grew stronger. They were looking forward to the day when the immortal bestowment ancient island would undergo a qualitative change. But now, that expectation was gone. All of their hopes were crushed by Yu Yaoi with a flick of his finger. Facing their gazes, Lin Tian's expression remained calm. Angry? Hate me? Do you have the right to be angry and hate me? Yu Yaoi wanted to kill him to retrieve the reincarnation origin. Now that he had killed him, these people still had such an expression on their faces. It truly disgusted him. Looking at these people, his expression gradually turned cold as he glanced at the other disciples of the immortal bestowing ancient island. I'll say it one last time. Other than the immortal bestowing ancient ancestor, the rest of you should leave at once if you don't want to die. Otherwise, don't blame me in the future. He said coldly. Following his words, the white tiger and the little Taichu were the first to make their moves. They flew out of the island. Little bastards of the immortal bestowing ancient island, Kid Lin has given you a chance. If you want to live, leave now. The white tiger curled its lips and said while flying out of the island. The scene startled many people of the immortal bestowing ancient island. They were utterly confused. Weren't these two beasts close to Lin Tianyi? Why did they not care about Lin Tian at this moment? Why did they run out of the island? At the same time, there were also quite a few people who had a bad premonition. Looking at this scene, thinking back to Lin Tian's words and the white tiger's words, they felt that if they didn't leave, something bad would definitely happen. However, even so, no one left. They did not think that a saint could do anything to the immortal bestowing ancient island, even if he was a reincarnated body. After all, one's cultivation level determined everything. I've given you a chance. Don't blame me if you die later. Lin Tian glanced at the crowd and said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he released his aura and entered the Saint King realm again. Boom! The pitch-black lightning vortex covered the sky. Blood-red lightning bolts connected one after another. The entire area became oppressive. The entire immortal bestowment ancient island and the nearby islands were completely covered by the lightning vortex. The space crackled and twisted inch by inch. This is? Everyone below the immortal bestowment ancient island was shocked. At this moment, everyone felt a terrifying aura of destruction descend upon them. Even their spirits couldn't help but tremble. Heavenly tribulation. Everyone shuddered. Even the most powerful celestial realm patriarch was shocked. The lightning vortex that appeared in the sky was too terrifying. The destructive energy waves made him feel like he was about to die. You've reached the Saint King realm. You're here to undergo the heavenly tribulation? Celestial realm patriarch was furious. He could sense that Lin Tian had reached the Saint King realm from the Saint realm 9th level. He also knew that the heavenly tribulation was attracted by Lin Tian. The destructive aura made him unable to care about the fact that the peerless genius of his line had been killed by Lin Tianyi. The aura of the heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. The Peak Saint King was not surprised that Lin Tian could attract the heavenly tribulation when he reached the Saint King realm. When the secret of Lin Tian's reincarnation physique was spread, the scene of Lin Tian undergoing the heavenly tribulation was also spread. All the cultivators in the heaven realm knew that Lin Tian's reincarnation physique continued to attract the heavenly tribulation. The immortal bestowment ancient island's current island master, the ordinary elders, and grand elders were also shocked and furious. Dong! Thunder rumbled in the sky, exploding one after another. Lin Tian stood in the middle of the heavenly tribulation. He glanced at Celestial Realm Patriarch with an indifferent expression. The other disciples were disappointed. The heavenly tribulation hasn't fallen yet. You still have time. Other than Celestial Realm Patriarch, those who don't want to die, leave. He said. As his words faded, another bolt of thunder exploded in the sky. It was as if he was trying to show off his might. The disciples on the immortal bestowment ancient island shuddered upon hearing the thunderous roar. These disciples couldn't help but look at Ancestor Feng Xian, Island Master Feng Xian, and the other big shots from their own faction. In the next moment, some people immediately moved and fled out of the treasure island. They were really shocked by the heavenly tribulation that Lin Tian had attracted. These disciples of the immortal Sealing Island felt that a random bolt of lightning from such a heavenly tribulation would be enough to take their lives. With the first person taking action, more people began to take action. All of them began to flee. These people were very clear about the strength of their clan. The strongest protective array was at the Saint King level, the strongest precious weapon was at the Saint King level, and the strongest ancestor was also at the Saint King level. It was impossible for them to withstand such a heavenly punishment. When the heavenly punishment fell, this place would definitely be destroyed. If they continued to stay, they would definitely be annihilated by the lightning. Therefore, at this time, how could these disciples dare to stay? Although it would be unfair to the sect to flee at this time, it was still better than staying behind and throwing away one's life. Preserving one's life was the most important thing, and no one was willing to die like this. Bastard! Ancestor Feng Xian was enraged when he saw the scene. His own disciples were fleeing in front of the enemy. Now, they were fleeing in front of him, the ancestor. He immediately attacked and a large amount of killing light swept out, enveloping the group of disciples who were fleeing. Who dares to flee? Die! He roared. However, even though he attacked and roared, he still couldn't stop the disciples from fleeing. This was because the disciples who were fleeing at this time knew very well that if they fled at this time, Ancestor Feng Xian would mercilessly punish them by killing them. However, it would be difficult for him to attack everyone at the same time. In the end, they still had a chance to survive. However, if they stayed, Lin Tian's heavenly punishment would fall and they would definitely die. The heavenly punishment was too terrifying and there was no way to deal with it. Therefore, in comparison, they naturally chose to continue fleeing. At least they still had a chance to survive. Swoosh, 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 the sound of the air being torn apart continued to be heard as one disciple after another fled towards the outside. All of them were filled with urgency and fear. Ancestor Feng Xian was extremely angry. He attacked mercilessly, personally killing the disciples of the immortal Sealing Ancient Island one after another. However, it still didn't have any effect. It could not stop the disciples from fleeing. Bastard! Ah! For a moment, this peak Saint Ruler expert couldn't help but roar in anger. His immortal Sealing Ancient Island had been passed down for countless years. However, now, a single person came to his immortal Sealing Ancient Island and caused all his disciples to abandon their sect and flee. How humiliating was this? Lin Tian stood under the heavenly punishment and watched everything calmly. His gaze landed on Ancestor Feng Xian. How does it feel to be abandoned by your friends? This is the price you have to pay for stealing my source. This is only the first step. Next, you will slowly experience death and watch your immortal Sealing Ancient Island walk toward destruction in my hands. As he spoke, he moved and walked toward Ancestor Feng Xian step by step. Ancestor Feng Xian was furious. Reincarnation body. You've crossed the line. When you tried to steal my source, did you think of those two words? Lin Tian's expression didn't change, nor did his pace. He continued to walk toward Ancestor Feng Xian. Weren't you completely fine in the end? What did I really do to you? How dare you take revenge like this? Ancestor Feng Xian roared in anger. How can you say such disgusting words? You've really wasted all your years living like a dog. Lin Tianlong laughed. Because his evil intentions didn't succeed, he didn't cause any real harm to him. Therefore, he shouldn't take revenge. After speaking, he didn't say anything else and directly attacked. He raised his hand and threw out the Reincarnation Emperor's fist. With a loud boom, he activated the Reincarnation Emperor's fist with his Saint King realm cultivation. At the same time, he also activated the Reincarnation Forging Divine Art. Immediately, the power of the fist was vast and mighty. This simple punch shattered everything. Ancestor Feng Xian faced this punch and couldn't help but tremble because of this punch. He became even more furious and let out another roar. He took a step forward and activated a Saint King Realm Grand Skill to meet this powerful punch. In the blink of an eye, his Grand Skill collided with Lin Tian's fist light. A deafening explosion erupted and the fist light and divine art were both shattered. At this moment, Lin Tian continued to step forward and instantly appeared in front of him. He extended his right hand and formed a sword finger. A golden sword light appeared and directly slashed at Ancestor Feng Xian's head. Poof, blood splattered. Ancestor Feng Xian couldn't dodge and was directly beheaded. A large amount of Saint King blood splattered everywhere. Ancestor. The Immortal Sealing Ancient Islands Island Master and the Supreme Elders were all stunned. Their peak Saint King, the strongest person of this generation, was beheaded in the blink of an eye. What kind of battle prowess was that? Even the White Tiger, who was watching from afar, was astonished. This brat is really terrifying. Lin Tian had just entered the Saint King realm, and he hadn't even passed the Saint King tribulation yet. Yet, he could already suppress a peak Saint King so easily. It was truly shocking. One had to know that there were 9 small cultivation levels between them. Even the little Taichu beside him widened his eyes in shock. Boom! On the Immortal Sealing Ancient Island, a dazzling Saint King rushed up. The Immortal Sealing Ancient Ancestor was beheaded, but his godly soul was not destroyed. At this moment, his body reformed, and he stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. He was shocked because Lin Tian had just entered the Saint King realm, but his battle prowess was already so strong. He couldn't block it just now. He was furious because he, a Saint King who had been in the Saint King realm for tens of thousands of years, was beheaded by a junior. It was truly humiliating. To him, it was a great humiliation. Lin Tian looked at him indifferently. He took a simple step forward, and Saint Light surrounded his body as he charged at the Immortal Sealing Ancient Ancestor again. Kung! The sound of a sword rang out. Outside his body, sword lights appeared. With sharp sword intent, he directly slashed at the Immortal Sealing Ancient Ancestor. Wherever the sword chi passed, a shockingly huge crack appeared in the void. The Immortal Sealing Ancient Ancestor attacked again, using an even more powerful technique to block Lin Tian's sword chi. Attack together, kill him together. His expression turned cold as he clenched his fists. Today, he came to our Immortal Sealing Ancient Island to cause trouble. First, he killed our peerless genius. Then, he threatened and forced our disciples to flee. Even if we kill him, his master won't be able to say anything. The current island master of the Immortal Sealing Ancient Island and the 7 Grand Elders shuddered when they heard the words of the Celestial Sealing Ancestor. However, they clenched their teeth and nodded with a gloomy expression. Now, Lin Tian was here, threatening the disciples one after another, saying that he wanted to kill their old ancestors and destroy the Immortal Bestowment Ancient Island. How could they be willing to accept this? Each and every one of them was an important figure in the Immortal Sealing Ancient Island. Naturally, they could not watch as their own ancestor was killed by Lin Tian. They could not watch as Lin Tian destroyed the entire Immortal Sealing Ancient Island. They had no choice but to intervene. Moreover, Venerable Feng Xian was right. It was Lin Tian who had come here to cause trouble for them, not the other way around. Therefore, if they killed Lin Tian in this situation, they wouldn't need to worry about Lin Tian's master pursuing the matter. If we join forces, he won't be our match. Kill him as soon as possible, and the heavenly tribulation will naturally disperse. Our sect will not be threatened by the heavenly tribulation. Kill him and take the reincarnation source. He came here to cause trouble. Even if he's killed, he can't blame us. The current island lord and the 7 great elders spoke. Their eyes turned cold, and at the same time, they were filled with greed. They naturally wanted the reincarnation source. Previously, they were afraid of an old drunkard, so they didn't dare to do anything to Lin Tian. However, at this moment, they had figured out the problem. Their greed for the reincarnation source was fully revealed. Activate the sect-protecting killing formation. Summon the hidden treasure weapon. Venerable Feng Xian yelled. Then, the island lord and the 7 great elders moved together, each forming a seal. Immediately, the entire immortal bestowment ancient island was surrounded by dense Dao runes and formation runes. Each of the formation runes and Dao runes intertwined with each other to release a terrifying killing intent. The sect-protecting formation of the immortal bestowment ancient island was activated. At the same time, deep within the immortal sealing ancient island, there was a loud rumble. A blue pearl shot up and arrived above the heads of the 9 people. It immediately intertwined with a shocking Saint King's aura. It was the strongest weapon of this faction, a peak Saint King weapon. Instantly, the entire immortal sealing ancient island's Dao runes and formations intertwined. The aura and the blue pearl mixed together and sealed every corner of the island. Kill! Venerable Feng Xian shouted. The 9 of them activated the Saint King grade blue pearl together and activated the sect-protecting killing formation of the immortal sealing ancient island. Together, they pressed down on Lin Tian. A shocking murderous aura instantly froze the surrounding void. Facing such an attack, Lin Tian's expression was cold. Faint saint light intertwined around his body as he slapped down with his palm. That palm was intertwined with the power of the One Heavenly Soul technique. Together with the reincarnation forging spiritual skill, it increased its power tenfold. With a swoosh, it directly wiped out the killing runes of the sect-protecting killing formation of the immortal sealing ancient island. At the same time, he also activated the weapon controlling technique. He grabbed the Saint King grade pearl that was pressing down on him and wiped out the other people's seals inside. Venerable Feng Xian and the others immediately trembled and staggered back. The 9 of them trembled. The 9 of them worked together to attack, but the sect-protecting killing formation lost its effect. Even the Saint King grade treasure was easily taken away by Lin Tian. Damn it! Again! Venerable Feng Xian roared. He rushed toward Lin Tian and tried to grab the blue pearl in Lin Tian's hand. That was the treasure of their faction. How could they let an outsider take it away? Outside his body, the holy light became even stronger, surging violently, shattering pieces of the void. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Without any fancy moves, he simply slapped down and destroyed all the saint light outside the Venerable Feng Xian. With a bang, the Venerable Feng Xian was sent flying a few hundred feet away. The Saint King's blood splattered across the sky. Damn it! Take back the Saint King weapon. Join hand sacrificial soul technique. Kill! 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 Venerable Feng Xian and the 7 supreme elders were furious. They attacked together, using their strongest moves to attack Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't move at all. He just watched the 8 of them charge at him. He had the reincarnation body. Along the way, he had been refined by heavenly punishment and refined many natural treasures. Although he had just reached the early stage of the Saint King realm, his combat strength was extremely strong. Now that he had the reincarnation forging spiritual technique, even Venerable Feng Xian, who was at the peak of the Saint King realm, was as weak as an ant in front of him. The strongest among Venerable Feng Xian and the Supreme Elders was only in the 3rd level of the Saint King realm. He didn't care about them at all. I gave you a chance to live, but since you want to attack me and steal my origin, you'll die. His voice was cold as he waved his hand. With a clang, 8 golden sword lights instantly intertwined and slashed directly at Feng Xian Island Master and the others who were rushing over. The Saint Ruler's blood splattered in the air. The current Island Master and 7 great elders of the immortal sealing ancient island had died. Only the peak Saint Ruler ancestor Feng Xian was still alive. Reincarnation body. Ancestor Feng Xian was extremely shocked and furious. He rushed over again. Saint Light surged and slashed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He shattered everything with one palm, then grabbed Ancestor Feng Xian and shook him forcefully. Ancestor Feng Xian was injured. He couldn't help but cry out in pain and spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Tian's palm seemed light, but it actually carried the power of the godly laws. It directly injured him. Dong, thunder rumbled. In the sky, the lightning vortex became even more terrifying. The blood-red lightning inside became even denser. Then, the first round of the main lightning punishment finally fell. Everywhere it passed, the void twisted. Moreover, after the first round of the main lightning punishment, there were many other ordinary lightning bolts that landed everywhere on the immortal bestowing ancient island. In just a blink of an eye, dozens of majestic immortal palaces on the immortal bestowing ancient island were destroyed. Lin Tian flicked his finger. A golden light flew out and clashed with the first round of the main lightning punishment, destroying it. I won't kill you for now. I'll let you watch your immortal sealing ancient island being destroyed in my hands. By now, all the ordinary disciples on the immortal sealing ancient island had run away. Only he and ancestor Feng Xian were left on the immortal sealing ancient island. He made his move. He slapped ancestor Feng Xian out of the immortal sealing ancient island. Then, he threw out a silver 4-symbol seal Dao diagram, trapping ancestor Feng Xian in the void outside the immortal sealing ancient island. Boom, the sky exploded. At the same time, the second round of the main lightning punishment fell. It was a sea of lightning with shocking destructive power. Lin Tian was fearless. He activated the reincarnation forging spiritual art. With 10 times his battle prowess, he easily destroyed it. Soon after, thunder rumbled endlessly as round after round of lightning punishment descended. Ear-piercing thunder continued to resound within the range of the immortal bestowment ancient island. As Lin Tian continued his tribulation, more and more lightning bolts landed on the immortal bestowment ancient island, destroying even more immortal palaces. Moreover, as time passed, there were even islands that were struck by lightning bolts. Very soon, they fell to the bottom of the ocean and were swallowed by the boundless ocean. No. Stop. Stop. Patriarch Celestial, who was sealed by the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols, couldn't help but tremble as he watched what was happening. TSK serves you right. If you want to steal someone else's source energy, you naturally have to pay the price. The White Tiger sneered. Serves you right. Little Taichu echoed White Tiger's words with a childish voice. In front of him, thunder rumbled endlessly. Lin Tian activated the reincarnation forging spiritual art. Then, the lightning divine way, the nature divine way, and the 5 heaven-shaking lightning incantation also activated together, shattering round after round of lightning punishment. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Half an hour later, the last round of the main lightning punishment appeared. Just like before, the sky was still full of lightning figures. Every one of them was intertwined with an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. It was as if they were real and could destroy everything. This round of lightning punishment was incomparably terrifying. However, with the help of the reincarnation forging spiritual art created by Wu Yi, the 5 heaven-shaking lightning incantation that could weaken the power of heavenly tribulation, the lightning divine way, and the nature divine way, Lin Tian easily destroyed it. In an instant, this Saint King tribulation had completely dispersed. 7-colored light appeared, and a 7-colored auspicious cloud appeared. It was a gift after the heavenly tribulation, containing endless power of heaven and earth. Lin Tian refined it. After half an hour, the 7-colored auspicious cloud dispersed, and his essence, qi, and spirit were completely stabilized. Very good. He said to himself. After passing the Saint King tribulation, and receiving the baptism of the 7-colored auspicious cloud's power, his battle prowess was even stronger now. It was also at this time that the immortal bestowing ancient island was in a mess. The continuous chain of immortal palaces were completely destroyed, and more than half of the island sunk to the bottom of the sea. The remaining treasured islands were almost all charred black, and there was not a single piece of land that was intact. The huge immortal bestowing ancient island was completely destroyed at this time, no longer existing. He stepped forward, walking out of the immortal bestowing ancient island. Bastard! You bastard! You actually destroyed my sect. You are so cruel. You are a demon. Patriarch Feng Xian roared, almost going crazy. His immortal bestowing ancient island's inheritance had been passed down for countless years, but now, it was completely destroyed by Lin Tian just like that. Lin Tian stepped forward, arriving in front of Patriarch Feng Xian, and said indifferently, "This is the price you have to pay for stealing my origin." The immortal bestowing ancient island was destroyed because of you. He sneered. How is it? Does it hurt? Patriarch Xianxia trembled, shocked, and regretful. He regretted stealing Lin Tian's reincarnation origin. That time, he did not get anything, but he ended up like this, causing the destruction of his sect that had been passed down for countless years. However, in the blink of an eye, his regret disappeared completely. Endless hatred and madness appeared on his face as he stared at Lin Tian. You demon, you destroyed my sect. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Become a ghost? That's what you have to do. Lin Tian Ondao. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. He directly pointed with his finger and pierced through Patriarch Xian's forehead, shattering his sea of knowledge and divine soul. Then, Patriarch Xian's physical body was also shattered. Patriarch Xian died completely and disappeared from this world forever. You're really powerful. You just entered the Saint King realm, but you destroyed a great sect with a peak Saint King so easily. The white tiger flashed over and clicked its tongue in admiration. Then, it rolled its eyes and sighed. However, there should be a lot of treasures in this huge inheritance. But now, under your heavenly tribulation, we can't get anything. The immortal bestowing ancient island was now destroyed beyond recognition. There was no way the treasures inside could be preserved. Don't worry about it. There are dozens of other inheritances that are not weaker than the immortal bestowing ancient island. Go and destroy them one by one. Take all the resources they have accumulated over the years. Lin Tian Ondao. He had never been a merciful person. He had his own principles. If someone treated him well, he would treat them even better. If someone treated him badly, he would treat them even worse. Not bad, not bad. White Tiger nodded. When he heard Lin Tian's words, he seemed to have seen piles of treasures. He asked, then, which great sect are we going to next? The celestial land of thunder and fire. Lin Tian Ondao. With his strength, he could only deal with the people who wanted to kill him and steal the reincarnation origin. The old Saint King of the Thunder and Fire Fairy Land had participated in that. Now, he decided to go to the Thunder and Fire Fairy Land. At the same time, he raised his hand and shot out dozens of spiritual imprints, showing him the entire process of destroying the immortal bestowing ancient island. Lin Tian sent out dozens of spiritual imprints, which depicted the destruction of the immortal sealing ancient island. In the blink of an eye, they were sent to all directions. Let's go. As the spiritual imprints disappeared into the distance, Lin Tian called the white tiger, Little Tai Chu, to go to the thunder and fire fairy land. In the heaven realm of nothingness, the sky was blue and there were white clouds floating in the sky. Lin Tian sent out dozens of spiritual imprints, which depicted the destruction of the immortal sealing ancient island. Soon, they were discovered by others, and those who saw them could not help but tremble. Then, the news spread to more places, and more people knew about it. The immortal sealing ancient island was destroyed. The reincarnation body has entered the Saint King realm. He destroyed the immortal sealing ancient island on his own. He just entered the Saint King realm, but he could suppress the immortal sealing ancient ancestor, who was at the peak of the Saint King realm. Is this the power of the reincarnation body? In the heaven realm of nothingness, the group of cultivators was stunned. He had just entered the Saint King realm, but he could kill a peak Saint King and destroy a sect on his own. How terrifying was that? No. No wonder the reincarnation body is known as the strongest physique and bloodline. Indeed, it's terrifying. He was hunted down before, and now he even destroyed the sect and inheritance. He's so powerful. So ruthless. Countless cultivators were shocked. Then, some cultivators thought of something else. The ancient ancestor of the immortal sealing ancient island chased after the reincarnation body to take back the reincarnation origin. Now, the reincarnation body has entered the Saint King realm and destroyed the immortal sealing ancient island. Forces like the Thunder and Fire Fairy Land and the Fantasy Ocean Treasure Pavilion also participated in the hunt for the reincarnation body. Their strength is about the same as the immortal sealing ancient island. Now that the reincarnation body has destroyed the immortal sealing ancient island, his next step Won't he destroy the inheritances of the Thunder and Fire Fairy land? Many people could not help but tremble when they thought of this. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was possible. Almost at the same time, the illusory Sea Treasure Pavilion and dozens of other inheritances that had participated in the hunt for Lin Tian naturally saw the mental energy imprint of the immortal sealing ancient island being destroyed, and their expressions changed. The immortal sealing ancient island was, how could this be? After destroying the immortal sealing ancient island, the reincarnation body, he's going to deal with us next. Within the dozens of inheritances, the expressions of all the important figures changed. As for the ordinary disciples, they were all horrified. The heaven world was in an uproar again. At this time, Lin Tian and the White Tiger, Little Tai Chu, were already very far away from the immortal sealing ancient island. Dozens of celestial mountains had already been left behind. It was also at this time that Lin Tian felt a little awkward. He realized that he did not search for the ancient books in the immortal sealing ancient island to find the exact location of the inheritances of the Thunder Fire immortal land. As a matter of fact, he had thought about it before he went to the immortal bestowing ancient island. He initially planned to do it before destroying the immortal bestowing ancient island, but he had forgotten about it in the end. But now, the immortal sealing ancient island was completely destroyed, leaving nothing behind. It was impossible for him to search for the ancient books on the immortal sealing ancient island to find the locations of the other great powers. Well, I can only ask someone else. He muttered to himself. He called out to the White Tiger and the Little Tai Chu, and once again headed towards the place where the cultivators were densely gathered. Not long after, he arrived at the main road where many cultivators were coming and going. He walked directly to the main road and asked a young cultivator about the exact location of the Thunder Fire immortal land. The young cultivator's cultivation base was not high. When he saw Lin Tian appear in front of him, his face instantly turned pale. He did not expect that not long after he saw the Lin Tian destroyed the immortal sealing ancient island's mental imprint, the real person would appear in front of him. At the same time, the other cultivators on the main road beside him all trembled, and their expressions changed drastically. They had also seen the Lin Tian destroyed the immortal sealing ancient island's mental imprint. Many of them could not help but tremble. Destroying a great power with a peak Saint King alone, this person in front of them was a super ruthless person. It was terrifying. Fellow Taoist, don't be nervous. I just want to know the location of the Thunder Fire immortal land. I have no ill intentions. Lin Tian naturally saw that the young cultivator was afraid, so he spoke again and asked for advice very politely. Then, he learned the exact location of the Thunder Fire immortal land from the young cultivator's trembling voice. Thank you, fellow Taoist. He thanked the young cultivator, paused, and said again, well, if you don't mind, can you tell me the locations of other sects with inheritances? He said the names of dozens of great sects with inheritances such as the Mirage Ocean Immortal Treasure Pavilion and the Luotian Nunnery. The ancestors of these great sects had previously chased after him and tried to steal his reincarnation origin. The young cultivator was very afraid of Lin Tian. When Lin Tian stood in front of him, he felt that he could not even breathe. He only hoped that Lin Tian would leave quickly, so he quickly told him the locations of the Mirage Ocean Immortal Treasure Pavilion and the Luotian Nunnery. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Lin Tiandao thanked him and took out a divine emperor weapon and handed it to the young cultivator. Then, he called the White Tiger and the Little Tai Chu and left, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. The young cultivator's cultivation was at the peak of the divine realm. Holding the divine emperor weapon that Lin Tian handed to him, he could not help but widen his eyes. Then, he immediately showed an excited expression and forgot his fear of Lin Tian. He was only at the peak of the divine realm, but now he had obtained a divine emperor weapon. Moreover, it was a peak divine emperor weapon. It was like a dream. There were many cultivators on this path, but their cultivation was not very high. The strongest one was only at the divine emperor realm. At this time, when they saw the divine emperor weapon in the young cultivator's hand, they could not help but be moved. Their faces were full of shock, because for them, the value of a divine emperor weapon was simply immeasurable. The reincarnation body is so generous, someone said, staring at the divine emperor weapon in the young cultivator's hand with envy and jealousy. Some people even showed greed in their eyes. A divine emperor weapon was really too valuable for these people. However, although these people were envious and jealous, and some even had greed in their eyes, no one dared to snatch it. This was because Lin Tian, the reincarnation body, had personally given it to them. Moreover, Lin Tian had single-handedly destroyed the immortal Sealing Island, a powerful sect that had been passed down for countless years. Therefore, how could these people dare to snatch it? They did not have the guts to do so. Lin Tian left the path from before with the white tiger and the little Taichu. At this time, they had already traveled far away, following the coordinates of the Thunder Fire Fairy land that the young cultivator had given them. Not long after, they had left tens of millions of miles behind. At this time, a stretch of celestial mountains appeared in front of him. Divine Qi lingered inside, and there were many magnificent palaces. We've arrived at the Thunder Fire Fairy land. Inside the group of immortal mountains, there were many palaces connected to each other. They were dazzling and majestic. Lin Tian brought the white tiger and little Taichu to this place and walked toward the group of immortal mountains. At this moment, when they arrived at the periphery of the group of immortal mountains, a light screen instantly appeared. It didn't have any offensive power, but it was shockingly tough, as if it could block everything. TSK, the Lightning Fire Immortal Land has clearly seen the spiritual consciousness imprints you sent out. This faction is clearly afraid and guessed that you would attack them. Therefore, before this, they seem to have exhausted all their abilities to set up a sealed defensive formation around the periphery of the place where the faction is established. The White Tiger said. In fact, this guess was completely correct. Moreover, at this moment, the group of big shots in the Thunder Fire Immortal Land had noticed that Lin Tian had brought the White Tiger and little Taichu to the periphery of the Immortal Mountains where the Thunder Fire Immortal Land had set up their sect. He's really here. He wants to deal with us like how he dealt with the Immortal Sealing Ancient Island? Arrogant bastard. In this branch, inside an immortal palace, 9 big shots gathered together. The one in the lead was wearing a purple robe. He was the strongest ancestor of this generation of this branch. Previously, he had tried to seize Lin Tian's reincarnation origin, but had returned empty-handed in the end. At this moment, the 9 big shots looked at the group of immortal mountains from afar. Their expressions were unsightly and chilling. After seeing the divine consciousness imprint that Lin Tian had sent out to destroy the immortal Sealing Ancient Island, they realized that Lin Tian's battle prowess was really strong. They didn't have the ability to face him head-on at all. In the end, they could only use all their strength to set up a defensive array to block Lin Tian outside the sect. This feeling made them very uncomfortable. We've used all our strength to set up the saint-breaking immortal array with the help of many saint stones. No one below the Dominator realm can break it. You think that you can do anything after entering the Saint King realm and your battle prowess is so strong. You want to destroy our Thunder Fire Immortal Land? That arrogant brat can only retreat in the end. Several people said coldly. 9 icy gazes landed on Lin Tian. They were filled with anger and dissatisfaction, as well as traces of greed. Reincarnation body. He's actually a reincarnated body. If he didn't have such a terrifying master, we would do everything in our power to seize his origin even if we were half crippled. What a lucky little bastard. The Thunder Fire Pavilion Master and the others gritted their teeth as they stared at Lin Tian. It was as if Lin Tian was the most powerful treasure in the world. Outside the group of immortal mountains, Lin Tian was looking at the defensive barrier in front of him. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked inside the group of immortal mountains. What happened? The White Tiger asked. Lin Tian smiled indifferently. It's nothing, just a few unfriendly gazes looking at me. Now that he had stepped into the Saint King realm, his divine sense had become much stronger. At this time, even though there was a powerful defensive array in front of him, he could still sense the gazes of Thunder Fire Ancestor and the others on him. The White Tiger was a little surprised. Is it Thunder Fire Ancestor and those old guys? They've already discovered that we're here? Since they've set up such a defensive array, they've naturally been paying attention to the outside of the Immortal Mountains. It's normal for them to discover that we're outside of the Thunder Fire Fairy Land. There's nothing to be surprised about. Lin Tian Dao. Oh, that's right. The White Tiger nodded and looked at the defensive light barrier in front of him again. Can you break this thing? He could feel that the defensive array in front of him was not simple. It was very tough, so even though he knew that Lin Tian was very strong, he was not sure if Lin Tian could break this defensive array. Of course. Lin Tian nodded. He had mastered the Heavenly One Soul secret art. Even an existence like Mysterious Yellow had praised this technique. With his current Saint King realm cultivation, it would not be easy to break through the spirit array here by relying on the Heavenly One Soul secret art, but it was definitely possible. Immediately, he activated the Heavenly One Soul technique. At the same time, strands of soul power intertwined and surged into the defensive light barrier in front of him. After more than 2 hours, the defensive light barrier was directly crushed by him. Let's go. He called out to the White Tiger and Little Tai Chu and went directly into the Immortal Mountains. At the same time, in the Thunder Fire Fairy Land, Thunder Fire Ancestor and the other great figures' expressions changed drastically. How is this possible? They had spent so much effort to set up the defensive array. No one below the Sovereign Realm should be able to break it, but now, it was broken by Lin Tian. Lin Tian was directly heading towards the Thunder Fire Fairy Land. What should we do? The 9 great figures' expressions changed. In a short time, Lin Tian had already led the White Tiger and Little Tai Chu into the Thunder Fire Fairy Land. Wheel, in the Thunder Fire Fairy Land, the ordinary disciples could not help but change their expressions when they saw Lin Tian appear. Outside the front gate, the disciples of the Thunder Fire Fairy Land could not help but retreat when they saw Lin Tian. Previously, an old drunkard had established his prestige for Lin Tian, which had already frightened countless cultivators in the heaven realm of nihility. Not long ago, Lin Tian had destroyed the Immortal Bestowment Ancient Island to establish his prestige, and these cultivators had also seen it. At this time, when they saw Lin Tian coming to the Thunder Fire Fairy Land, they vaguely guessed that Lin Tian's intention was to destroy the Thunder Fire Fairy Land. Because they knew that the ancestor of this generation of their lineage had taken Lin Tian's reincarnation origin, just like the ancestor of the Immortal Bestowment Ancient Island. Lin Tian had destroyed the Immortal Bestowment Ancient Island, so naturally, he was coming to destroy the Thunder Fire Fairy Land. Outside, isn't there a defensive array set up by the ancestors? How? The disciples of the Thunder Fire Fairy Land trembled and could not help but retreat. Lin Tian's expression did not change as he looked at the disciples of the Thunder Fire Fairy Land. He brought the White Tiger, Little Tai Chu, to the center of the Thunder Fire Fairy Land in the blink of an eye and looked at the Immortal Palace in front of him. Clang! Looking at the Immortal Palace in front of him, he directly raised his hand and a golden sword light flew out, instantly shattering the Immortal Palace into pieces. The Immortal Palace was destroyed and debris scattered in all directions. 9 figures rushed out of the palace. They were the ancestor of the Thunder Fire Fairy Land, the master of the Thunder Fire Fairy Land, and the 7 great elders of this lineage. Among them, the ancestor of the Thunder Fire Fairy Land was at the peak of the Saint King realm. As for the other 8, the master of the Thunder Fire Fairy Land was at the early Saint King realm, and the 7 great elders were at the 3rd sky of the Saint King realm. Ancestor. Master. Elders. Seeing these 9 people, the disciples of the Thunder Fire Fairy Land could not help but cry out. Now that Lin Tian had come to the Thunder Fire Fairy Land, these ordinary disciples were afraid and could only rely on these 9 people. Lin Tian still did not care about these ordinary disciples of the Thunder Fire Fairy Land. He did not even care about the master of the Thunder Fire Fairy Land and the 7 great elders of this lineage. His gaze only fell on the ancestor of the Thunder Fire Fairy Land. We meet again. He looked at the ancestor of the Thunder Fire Fairy Land with a faint playful smile on his face. Facing such an expression, the ancestor of the Thunder Fire Fairy Land's face was naturally very ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "What do you want?" "Kill you and destroy the sect. It's that simple," Lin Tiantan said indifferently. As he said this, he directly raised his right hand and transformed it into a holy light palm, grabbing towards the ancestor of the Thunder Fire Fairy Land. The holy light palm was a profound divine technique recorded in the medicine encyclopedia. It was intertwined with countless pill patterns and had a terrifying aura. Moreover, he also activated the 5 heaven-shaking lightning art. Strands of black lightning intertwined around the holy light palm. The ancestor of the Thunder Fire Fairy Land was shocked and angry. He directly used a great technique to resist. However, it was useless. In the blink of an eye, it was shattered by the holy light palm. Then, the holy light palm continued to press down. The space in all directions was congealed due to the pressure of this holy light palm. The ancestor of the Thunder Fire Fairy Land immediately trembled. His eyes were filled with horror and he could not help but shout, "Stop, stop! Have mercy!" In this regard, Lin Tian's face only had a trace of disdain. How could he have mercy? Die! The Saint King blood floated in the air. With a flick of his finger, Lin Tian annihilated the Saint King blood that belonged to the Thunder Fire Patriarch. Ancestor Lei Hua was a 9th-level Saint King and was as powerful as the celestial ancestor. However, he was nothing in Yumo's eyes. Moreover, Yumo had just used 2 powerful divine arts, so his killing power was naturally not small. Therefore, he had killed his opponent in an instant. Old ancestor! The disciples of the Thunder Fire Fairy Land trembled violently. The most powerful person of their generation was killed by Lin Tian with just a wave of his hand. Even the sect master and the 7 supreme elders of the third sky of the Saint King realm couldn't help but tremble. The 8 great figures looked at Lin Tian with fear in their eyes. Some of them even stepped back involuntarily. Lin Tian glanced at them and said calmly, "I came here to kill your old ancestor and destroy this place. I won't kill you. Leave now." Hearing his words, the disciples of the Thunder Fire Fairy Land couldn't help but tremble. They never thought that Lin Tian would come here to kill their old ancestor and destroy the Thunder Fire Fairy Land. However, he wouldn't kill them. One must know that since the ancient era, the sects that had been exterminated had all had their entire population massacred. Yet, Lin Tian actually did not do that when he came to exterminate a sect. "Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to be destroyed together with the Thunder Fire Fairy Land?" Lin Tian looked at them and said. Hearing his words, many of the people from the Thunder Fire Fairy Land trembled. They glanced at the Thunder Fire Fairy Land sect master and the supreme elders. Immediately, some of them moved. With their fastest speed, they rushed out of the Thunder Fire Fairy Land. They were afraid that Lin Tian would change his mind and kill them all. With the first person taking action, the others naturally followed suit. Very quickly, groups of disciples of the Thunder Fire Immortal Land fled out of the sect, bringing along bursts of sonic booms. Reincarnation body. Just you wait, one day, we will definitely seek justice from you. You won't have a good ending. I will definitely avenge this. The Thunder Fire sect master and the 7 ancestral elders spoke. Their voices were filled with fear, as well as resentment and hatred as they left the sect. They hated Lin Tian, but they also knew that they were no match for Lin Tian. Only by leaving could they save their lives. Lin Tian glanced at the 8 people indifferently. "You don't have to leave," he said coldly and raised his hand. 8 rays of sword light appeared and slashed straight at the 8 people. He gave these 8 people a way out and didn't want to kill them. However, these 8 people didn't know what was good for them. The resentment and enmity in their eyes was too obvious. It was as if they wanted to fight him to the death in the future. Thus, he naturally wouldn't show them any mercy. He wasn't stupid enough to let these people live when he knew that they would become his enemies in the future and wanted to kill him. 8 streaks of sword light, carrying a sharp sword will, landed above the 8 people in the blink of an eye. The 8 of them trembled as they were filled with fear. The Thunder Fire sect master was shocked and furious. "You went back on your word, puff. Puff. Puff." 8 glaring bloody mists exploded. Before the Thunder Fire sect leader could finish his words, his body and soul were directly destroyed. Within the Thunder Fire Immortal Land, not all of the ordinary disciples had run away. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but tremble. Some of them couldn't help but let out frightened cries. After that, they ran even faster towards the outside of the Thunder Fire Immortal Land. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air being torn apart rose and fell. Only after a full 100 breaths had passed did this place finally quiet down. All the disciples of the Thunderfire Immortal Land fled. Only Lin Tian, the White Tiger, and little Taichu were left in the huge sect. Loot the treasures. Get moving. The White Tiger roared excitedly. Now that the Thunderfire Immortal Land's ancestor, sect master, and 7 supreme elders were all dead, and the rest of the disciples had all fled, the Thunderfire Immortal Land was now their possession. All the treasures and rare treasures inside would belong to them. Lin Tian, on the other hand, was very calm. He led the White Tiger and little Taichu to various places in the Thunderfire Immortal Land. Not long after, they found many precious treasures. There was 1 Saint King grade treasure, 8 Saint grade treasures, dozens of quasi-saint grade treasures, hundreds of God Emperor grade treasures, and countless other grade treasures. At the same time, they also found a lot of Baodan immortal herbs and some precious materials for refining weapons. There was also a lot of divine Lingjing. Oh, why is there no Baodan or immortal herbs that can help saint-grade cultivators increase their cultivation quickly in such a big sect? The White Tiger was a little disappointed. Lin Tian glanced at him and said, only sects with Dominator Realm experts would be able to obtain treasured pills and immortal medicines that can allow saints to increase their cultivation in a short period of time. A sect like the Thunderfire Fairy Land doesn't have such treasures. He led the White Tiger and little Taichu to the depths of the Thunderfire Immortal Land. Not long after, he found even more treasures of shocking value. Finally, he came to the deepest part of the Thunderfire Immortal Land. There was an ancient pagoda on the ground, and the words Thunderfire Treasure Pavilion were engraved on the top of the ancient pagoda. He led the White Tiger and little Taichu here and stepped into the Thunderfire Treasure Pavilion. There were ancient scriptures and divine techniques inside, and they were all extraordinary. Especially the Thunderfire Treasure Tome, which he found at the top of the pavilion, was the most profound. It was the strongest ancient scripture of the Thunderfire Immortal Land. It was a Saint King grade ancient scripture, and the cultivation methods recorded inside were very mysterious. He looked at the Thunderfire Treasure Tome, and his eyes flashed as he flipped from the beginning all the way to the end. Didn't you learn all the techniques of those 9 people? Their grades are much higher than this Thunderfire Treasure Tome. Why are you looking at this Saint King grade Thunderfire Treasure Tome? The White Tiger asked curiously. Lin Tian finished reading the Thunderfire Treasure Tome, and casually threw it to the White Tiger. There's no harm in looking at it. You take a look too. Then, he flipped through the other ancient scriptures and divine techniques here. He even flipped through the true immortal grade scriptures. The reason for this was because he had reached the Saint King realm. According to Wu Yi's advice, he was preparing to create his own ancient scripture divine technique at the Saint King realm. Only by creating his own ancient scripture divine technique could he truly step into the forest of the strongest in the future. It was difficult for others to surpass their predecessors. In order to create his own ancient scripture divine technique, he naturally had to study other people's techniques. The more he studied, the more helpful it would be for him to create his own technique in the future. Therefore, at this stage, no matter what the grade of the technique was, as long as it was in front of him, he would take a look. Who knows, an ordinary nirvana divine technique might be able to give him great enlightenment. In the blink of an eye, he flipped through one ancient scripture divine technique after another in the Thunderfire Treasure Pavilion. 3 days and 3 nights passed in the blink of an eye. Let's go. Hearing Lin Tian's greeting, the White Tiger nodded. We've taken all the valuable treasures that we can. It's time to go. Little Taichu flapped its wings and followed Lin Tian. Lin Tian stepped forward and led the White Tiger and little Taichu into the void. Boom! Rolling thunderbolts surged in an instant, and streaks of black lightning appeared. He activated the 5 heaven-shaking thunderbolts, and the black lightning kept striking down. In the blink of an eye, the Thunderfire Fairy Land was torn into pieces, and the immortal palaces were all destroyed. Where are we going next? The White Tiger asked. The Luotian Nunnery. Lin Tian. There were dozens of inheritances that he could deal with now, and the Luotian Nunnery was one of them. He had already found out the exact location of these great sects when he was flipping through many ancient books in the Thunder and Fire Fairy Land. They were not far from the Heaven Realm where he was currently located. It would not take long for him to reach them by simply flying through the air. he took White Tiger and little Taichu with him. Not long after, they arrived at the place where the Luotian nunnery was located. Looking around, there were many ancient buildings in the Luotian nunnery, which had an extraordinary Taoist rhyme. Lin Tian led the White Tiger and little Taichu to the place and directly stepped in. Reincarnation. Reincarnation body. Panicked voices came from the Luotian nunnery. Seeing Lin Tian, the disciples of the Luotian nunnery were in a panic. At the same time, these disciples were all women, and they were all very beautiful. The White Tiger's eyes immediately lit up. "Junior sisters, are you willing to fight with me?" Slap. Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped it away. This guy's lecherous nature was acting up again. After that, he did not pay attention to the ordinary female disciples of the God-down nunnery. He activated his powerful Saint King level divine thought and quickly found the God-down ancestor, who was in the depths of this vein. In fact, the god's fallen ancestor had already sensed his arrival. At this time, he rushed out with a Saint King level divine tower, directly pressing down on Lin Tian. Moreover, at the same time, several other figures followed behind them. They were the sect leader of this generation of the Luotian nunnery, the supreme elder, and the others. Each of them held up a saint weapon and jointly launched an astonishing formation, interweaving boundless killing light. For a moment, the entire Luotian nunnery was filled with turbulent winds and clouds. The storm of saint energy was terrifying. Clearly, the old ancestor of this branch knew that Lin Tian was going to kill his way here. He also knew the purpose of Lin Tian's visit. Therefore, just like the thunder fire immortal land, he had been preparing. At this time, when Lin Tian arrived, he directly charged out from the depths. "Originally, I only came to kill the old ancestor of your bloodline. Since you want to make a move as well, then you can disappear together with him." Lin Tian glanced at the old ancestor of the Luotian nunnery, the sect leader, and the supreme elders of this branch, and directly faced him head-on. The Five Thunder Sky Shock technique and the Chaos Emperor Fist were used together. With the help of the Reincarnation Forging Spirit technique, his saint energy surged like a raging fire. In the blink of an eye, a few breaths had passed. Poof, the saint energy divine techniques of the old ancestor of the Luotian nunnery, the sect leader, and the supreme elders of this branch were all crushed. The saint weapon was also taken away. Lin Tian used the Ling Tian sword scripture and directly slashed the old ancestor of the Luotian nunnery into pieces. Even his spiritual soul was annihilated. Then, the sect leader of the Luotian nunnery and the supreme elders of this branch naturally met the same fate. They were all killed by him. "I won't make things difficult for you. Leave." Looking at the group of ordinary disciples in the Luotian nunnery, he spoke calmly. After the old ancestor of the Luotian nunnery and the others were killed, the disciples in the Luotian nunnery were already trembling in fear from Lin Tian's divine power. At this time, when they heard Lin Tian's words, they immediately fled as if they had been pardoned. In the blink of an eye, only he, the White Tiger, and the little Taichu were left in the Luotian nunnery. "It's time to reap the harvest again." The White Tiger clicked his tongue. Lin Tian was very calm. He led the White Tiger and the little Taichu to various parts of the Luotian nunnery and took away many of the resources of this branch. Finally, he entered the scripture repository of this branch and read all the ancient scriptures and divine techniques in this branch one by one. It took him a full 5 days to finish reading all of them. Then, he put away these ancient scriptures and called the White Tiger and the little Taichu to leave. Boom, he led the White Tiger and the little Taichu to the void above. He activated the 5 heaven-shaking thunder incantation and black thunderbolts fell one after another. In the blink of an eye, the Luotian nunnery turned into a pile of ruins and was removed from the heaven realm. "Let's go." He called the White Tiger and the little Taichu and left directly. In the blink of an eye, they were already far away. The sky was blue and white clouds were flowing. In the next 2 months, he led the White Tiger and the little Taichu to dozens of sects such as the Mirage Ocean Treasure Pavilion, the Immortal Sword Sect, and the Eternally Fallen Treasure Sect. He killed all the old ancestors of these sects who had tried to seize his reincarnation origin and took away all the accumulation of these sects over the endless years. Then, he destroyed all the places where the sects were established. During this process, every time he destroyed 1 or 2 great sects' inheritances, he would send out a divine consciousness imprint. He would broadcast the process of him destroying these great sects to every corner of the heaven realm, so that every cultivator in the heaven realm of nihility would know about it very quickly. Until 2 months later, the dozens of sects were all destroyed. The huge heaven realm of nihility was once again in an uproar. The immortal bestowment ancient island, the thunder and fire fairy land, the Luotian nunnery, the mirage ocean treasure pavilion, the immortal sword sect. Dozens of sects all had peak saint kings guarding them. They had been passed down for at least 1,000,000 years, but now, this is really, the hearts of all the cultivators trembled. They were all frightened by Lin Tian's methods and might. Alone, in the short span of 2 months, he uprooted dozens of great sects with peak stage saint kings. Such a thing had never happened in the heaven realm before. The strongest physique, the most terrifying bloodline, indeed, he lives up to his reputation. Someone sighed. At the same time, in different corners of the heaven realm, young figures were moving one after another. Their eyes were intertwined with a bright light and majestic sacred aura. He is indeed not simple. He does not disgrace the legend of this physique. The strongest origin should belong to me. The young figures were all vigorous and had almost the same goal. They were all searching for Lin Tian. At this time, Lin Tian and the white tiger and the little Taichu were walking in a celestial mountain. They naturally knew about the uproar in the outside world, but they did not care too much. He walked in the celestial mountain. A bright light flashed in his eyes from time to time, and sacred light intertwined around his body from time to time. Lin Tian had cultivated many ancient scriptures and divine techniques, and he had read many ancient scriptures and divine techniques during this period of time. He walked into the celestial mountain, comprehending these ancient scriptures and divine techniques in his mind. The divine light outside his body flickered from time to time. With so many ancient scriptures and divine techniques, it was impossible for him to master all of them in just 2 months. Some of the ancient scriptures and divine techniques could be considered to have been fully understood, but most of them were only briefly read and memorized. Now, he had to fully comprehend all of the ancient scriptures that he had read before and had yet to fully comprehend. Whoosh! There was a wind blowing in the celestial mountain. The white tiger and little Taichu had already known that Lin Tian was about to create a new technique. At this time, they could roughly guess that Lin Tian was silently deducing the many ancient scriptures that he had read in the past 2 months, so they were quiet and did not disturb him. Not long after, he walked out of this celestial mountain and stepped into a more ordinary mountain range. He was still quietly comprehending divine techniques. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In half a year, he walked in some inaccessible mountain ranges and fully comprehended all of the ancient scriptures and divine techniques that he had obtained from the thunder and fire fairy land and dozens of other great sections. His essence, qi, and spirit had improved a lot, and his cultivation had also improved a lot. He vaguely showed signs of stepping into the second heaven of the Saint King realm, which made the white tiger unable to help but be moved. Comprehending more divine techniques has such a wonderful effect that it can even improve cultivation? Well, it seems that Tiger Master also needs to comprehend more techniques. It was a little surprised. Little Taichu tilted its head and looked at Lin Tian, blinking its big eyes from time to time, but it did not feel any emotion. Find a quiet place, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. Lin Tian Dao. He led the white tiger and little Taichu, and soon entered another inaccessible mountain range and found a valley. Faint white fog floated in the valley, and it was very desolate. He engraved 9 Saint King level isolation arrays outside the valley, isolating all the aura in the valley from the outside world. Then, he came to the center of the valley and sat down on a big rock. All of you, protect me, he said to the white tiger and the little Taichu. Then, without hesitation, he closed his eyes and began to deduce the ancient scriptures. There were many ancient scriptures and divine skills in the world. The essence of these ancient scriptures and divine skills was the special operating method of vital essence, divine power, or saint power. The different operating methods of the ancient scriptures and divine skills made the ancient scriptures and divine skills of different grades and strengths. Now that he had comprehended the various techniques, he was actually trying to create a new way of operating the saint energy. He had cultivated many ancient scriptures and comprehended many secret techniques. These ancient scriptures and secret techniques all had different operating methods. At this moment, he began to refine and borrow the subtleties of the saint energy operating methods of these ancient techniques. He slowly explored and deduced a new operating method of the saint energy, and then used the saint energy in his body as an experiment. Buzz. For a moment, the holy light outside his body was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Sometimes it was like surging sword chi, and sometimes it was like the rumbling of thunder. In the celestial realm of nothingness, the scorching sun hung high in the sky, sprinkling the sky with blazing sunlight. Dozens of great sects of the thunder and fire fairy land were destroyed by the reincarnated body. It has been half a year. Where is the reincarnated body? Those powerful young supremes are now searching everywhere, but no one has found any trace of him. Could it be that he is hiding because he is afraid? After all, the young supreme beings who are searching for him are not weak. Some of them have even reached the level of Saint Venerables. Rumor has it that they can fight against true Saint Venerables. They can even kill some ordinary early-stage Saint Venerables. More than half a year ago, Lin Tian alone destroyed dozens of great sects of the Thunder and Fire Fairy Land, which shocked the cultivation world of the Heaven Realm. However, after that, there was no movement from Lin Tian in the cultivation world, and there was no trace of Lin Tian. Many experts of the same generation as Lin Tian were searching for him, but to no avail. This made many people in the cultivation world curious. Afraid? It shouldn't be. Judging from the strength of the reincarnated body, it doesn't seem like he is afraid of people of the same generation. That's not necessarily true. Although he is strong and powerful, he is only one person. And now, how many young supremes are searching for him in the Heaven Realm? If not 10,000, there are at least 9,000, and none of them are weak. Even if he has the strongest king physique and has outstanding battle strength, what can he do? Can he stop so many young supremes of the same generation? This seems to make some sense. In every corner of the celestial realm of nothingness, many cultivators were discussing the matter of Lin Tian hiding for half a year. In the barren mountain valley, Lin Tian was comprehending techniques and creating techniques in the valley. Outside his body, the holy light constantly flashed without any pattern. Around him, the void distorted from time to time, and the gravel on the ground exploded from time to time. From time to time, the power of fire would appear, causing the white tiger and the little Taichu, who were guarding him at the beginning, to move more than 1,000 feet away. Buzz. The holy light was intertwining and constantly changing, and the valley was constantly shaking. He closed his eyes and mobilized the holy power in his body, trying different ways of operating it. At the same time, he remembered the advantages and disadvantages of different ways of operating the holy power in his heart, and then improved and broke in. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. Half a year later, on this day, he opened his eyes. His face was a little pale, and there was a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. "Are you done?" Seeing that he opened his eyes, the white tiger and the little Taichu flashed over, and the white tiger asked. Lin Tian glanced at it, "Do you think I look like I'm done?" As he spoke, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "You don't." The white tiger curled its lips, paused, and said, "I say, why don't you just forget about it? How many times have you vomited blood in the past half a year? It's better to cultivate the techniques of those 9 people. Anyway, those 9 people's techniques are very strong, and it's enough for you." In the past half a year, it and the little Taichu had been guarding Lin Tian. Almost every 3 to 5 days, Lin Tian would vomit blood. Although it was not serious, it was still an injury. Moreover, he was the one who injured himself, so it was a little speechless. What belongs to others will belong to others. Lin Tian Dao. As he spoke, he stood up and called the white tiger and the little Taichu to leave the valley, and walked out of the valley. "You're not going to continue creating techniques?" The white tiger was a little curious. Lin Tian Dao, "Not for now." It was difficult to create a technique, but Lin Tian wouldn't give up. He was determined to create his own technique. He led the white tiger and little Taichu out of the barren mountain. "The air outside is much better than in the barren valley," the white tiger said. The little Taichu followed Lin Tian and called out in a childish voice. It seemed to be echoing the white tiger's words. Lin Tian was very quiet. After walking out of the barren mountain, he didn't fly. Instead, he walked like a mortal and casually glanced around. Soon, a road appeared in front of him. There were many cultivators coming and going on it. He and the white tiger and little Taichu walked here and were seen by these cultivators in the blink of an eye. Reincarnation body? On the road, all the cultivators were shocked. A year ago, Lin Tian disappeared after he destroyed the Thunder and Fire Fairy Land and dozens of other sections. Many young supreme beings of the same generation searched for him, but no one found him. Now, he reappeared. At the same time, some people looked at Lin Tian with their fists clenched. They had great expectations for the origin of reincarnation, but they didn't do anything. Because their cultivation was only at the level of a saint, they didn't dare to attack Lin Tian. They're looking at you. Some of them are looking at a strange scene, and some of them are staring at a prey. TSK. The white tiger teased Lin Tian Dao. Lin Tian glanced at it and didn't bother with it. He also didn't care about the cultivators on this path. His footsteps didn't change at all and were still as calm as before. He walked into the distance and soon disappeared at the end of this path. He disappeared for a year. Now that he's reappeared, those young supreme beings who were searching for him will come to him soon. Definitely. I wonder what will happen next. Those young supreme beings are very strong. Can the reincarnation body block them all? On the road, the cultivators looked at Lin Tian's figure disappearing at the end of the road. Many of them were still shocked. Lin Tian led the white tiger and little Taichu away from the main road. Several immortal mountains were left behind in the blink of an eye. What appeared to be a plain appeared in front of him. It was also at this moment that he stopped and swept a glance behind him. Come out. Seeing his sudden reaction and hearing his words, the white tiger and little Taichu were immediately alarmed. There's someone here? The white tiger immediately activated its powerful divine sense, then frowned. There doesn't seem to be anyone here. Even the little Taichu had a curious look on his face. After releasing his powerful divine sense, he did not find anything out of the ordinary. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He glanced behind him and directly threw out a large amount of sword light. Over there, the void was shattered by the sword light that Lin Tian had summoned. 7 figures suddenly appeared, each of them shrouded in dark light. They moved like ghosts and evaded all of the sword light that Lin Tian had thrown out. There really is someone. The white tiger's expression changed. Lin Tian stood in place. His eyes were still indifferent as he scanned the 7 figures. The 7 figures were shrouded in dark light. They were like 7 ghosts, emitting a somewhat cold aura. As expected of the reincarnated being who could destroy dozens of great sects like the Thunder and Fire Fairy Land alone. His divine senses are indeed extraordinary. One of them spoke. His voice was like glass rubbing against each other. It was very unpleasant and gave people a very uncomfortable feeling. Why are you here? Lin Tian looked at the 7 of them and asked indifferently. In fact, he could guess why the 7 of them had come. They did not have any good intentions. It's not a big deal. We just want to borrow your reincarnation origin. Among the 7 figures, the person who had spoken earlier spoke again with a cold smile. As his words fell, dark light surged around his body. The coldness rose along with it, and an extremely shocking Sage King aura spread out. At the same time, the other 6 people beside him had dark light of the same origin intertwined around their bodies. They also had Sage King aura surging out. Clearly, they came from the same source and cultivated the same ancient divine techniques. They're all peak Sage Kings. The white tiger's expression changed. At this time, the Sage King aura exuded by the 7 people was somewhat terrifying. It was much stronger than the Thunder and Fire Fairy Land's patriarch. Even the little Taichu could not help but widen his eyes. At this time, he also felt the strength of the 7 people in front of him. The 7 figures stood together. Dark light intertwined around their bodies. Then, the dark light around their bodies actually merged with each other. The 7 people's Saint Power and Sage King aura were connected to each other. It vaguely formed a special formation that seemed to be able to disintegrate everything. This formation was formed by the 7 people's aura of the same origin. Its aura continued to rise and strengthen, causing the void around Zhou Pan to collapse inch by inch. A hurricane swept out. The terrifying fluctuations caused the hearts of all living beings within 1,000 miles to palpitate. Many nearby cultivators were shocked by this aura. In the blink of an eye, dozens of cultivators had come because of this aura. That's the 7 brothers from the northern Xiang province. They cultivate the same technique, the northern Xiang 7 ghosts. Dozens of cultivators came here and naturally saw the 7 figures exuding the astonishing Sage King aura. Even if the 7 people were shrouded in dark light, they were instantly recognized. In other words, it was because of the dark light around the 7 people's bodies that these people instantly recognized them. It seemed to be a symbol of their identities. Why are they here? Someone was shocked. However, before he could finish his sentence, the shock on his face became even more intense. He could not help but tremble when he saw Lin Tian, the white tiger, and the little Tai Chu. Reincarnation. Reincarnation body. Then, the dozens of other cultivators who came here also saw Lin Tian. Their expressions changed drastically. The reincarnation body has appeared. These people were all shocked. In the next moment, they understood why the Northern Xiang 7 ghosts would appear here. The Northern Xiang 7 ghosts were connected with each other. Naturally, they saw these cultivators who suddenly appeared. They also knew that it was because their Sage King aura was too strong at this time that it attracted these people. The 7 of them narrowed their eyes. Activate your combat strength to the maximum as quickly as possible. Combine the 7 of us, suppress the reincarnation body and leave immediately. One of them said in a deep voice. When the other 6 heard this, they nodded one after another. The Sage King aura around their bodies became even more powerful in the blink of an eye. At this time, dozens of cultivators had already arrived. It was likely that more cultivators would arrive later. If there were young sovereigns who were as strong or even stronger than them, they would definitely compete with them for the reincarnation origin. At that time, it would be very troublesome. Therefore, they had to activate their combat strength to the maximum as quickly as possible, suppress the reincarnation body, and leave. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the Saint Energy and Sage King aura of the 7 people were completely connected. A Sage King storm swept out. Outside the 7 people's bodies, the large formation formed by the 7 people's Saint Energy and Sage King auras became even more terrifying and intimidating. For a moment, the expressions of many cultivators in this place changed. The white tiger's pupils constricted. The large formation formed by the 7 people's auras became even more terrifying at this time. Its power was almost 100 times stronger than when the Patriarch of the Thunder and Fire Immortal Land attacked Lin Tian with all his strength a year ago. Boom, Sage King auras rolled out. The 7 people stood together, and their Saint Energy and Sage King auras merged together to form a peerless large formation. All of them looked at Lin Tian. Among them, the person in the middle looked at Lin Tiandao and said, "The dozens of sects from the Thunder and Fire Immortal Land are nothing. The 7 of us can easily destroy them." His voice was gloomy, and there was a sneer in it. "Now, let me borrow you." Clang, an ear-piercing sword chime rang out, directly interrupting his words. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He did not want to listen to any more nonsense. At this time, he attacked and directly slashed out a golden sword light. The golden sword light carried a sharp sword aura. Its speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of the 7 people. With a swoosh, the killing formation formed by the 7 people's auras was directly destroyed. Then, the golden sword light's momentum did not decrease, and it landed on the person who spoke. Puff, a mist of blood exploded, and the person was instantly cut into pieces. "Please forgive me." Blood floated in the air, causing the surrounding cultivators' expressions to change. Just one sword, and many cultivators trembled. The 7 ghosts of Beixiang, 7 brothers, were famous young supremes in the Void Realm. Each of them had the strength of a peak saint ruler. When the 7 of them worked together, they were even more terrifying. Not many below the Saint Venerable level could withstand them. But now, the killing formation formed by the 7 of them had been destroyed by Lin Tianyi's sword. Not only that, he had even destroyed one of them. What kind of combat strength was that? Even the white tiger and little Taichu were shocked. This kid has been in seclusion for a year to create a technique. Although he didn't succeed, his combat strength seems to have increased a lot. The white tiger stared. The 6 of the 7 ghosts of Beixiong who had not been destroyed were also shocked. Big brother! The 6 of them were in disbelief. While the 7 of them had not truly unleashed their strongest battle prowess, they were definitely not weak. Yet now, Lin Tian had actually obliterated the formation that they had unleashed with a single strike of his sword, and had even slashed their big brother into pieces. At this moment, a rumbling sound echoed. The one of the 7 ghosts of Beixiong who had been destroyed was not destroyed. His divine soul was still there. At this moment, a shocking soul light bloomed. The broken pieces of flesh and bones wriggled and formed a body in the blink of an eye. You! Looking at Lin Tianyi, the face of the leader of the 7 ghosts of Beixiong turned pale and ugly. At the same time, he was shocked. In the next moment, with a rumbling sound, the saint aura outside his body surged again. It was even more powerful than before. The other 6 of the 7 ghosts of Beixiong naturally knew what this person was thinking. They were preparing to attack Lin Tianyi more fiercely. So, they immediately strengthened their saint aura. With the 7 of them working together, the saint aura and saint aura connected again. The formation that had been destroyed earlier appeared again. Immediately after, the 7 of them formed a special mudra. Because of the connection of their saint power and saint might, the formation suddenly turned into 7 layers. The 7 layers overlapped, and each layer was intertwined with a very frightening murderous intent, as if it could destroy everything. 7 kills formation. The essence, qi, and spirit of the 7 people are completely compatible, forming the strongest joint attack of the 7 people. It is said that the 7 people used this strange technique to resist the full power attack of a Saint Venerable. Once one is enveloped by the 7 killings formation and trapped within, there are very few Saint Kings who can survive. Many cultivators were shocked. When they saw the 7 layers of killing formations, they all trembled slightly. The white tiger was also surprised. At this time it could naturally feel how powerful the 7-fold killing array that the 7 people had conjured together was. Withstanding an all-out attack from a holy venerable? Its pupils shrank. The difference between a saint venerate and a saint ruler was extremely large. Even though the 7 ghosts of Beixiong were at the peak of the saint ruler realm, the difference in combat strength between them and a saint venerate was still difficult to bridge. However, when it heard the voices of the cultivators in this place, it could not help but be shocked. These 7 people had actually blocked the full power attack of a saint venerate. Yeah. The little Taichu could not help but stand out. At this time, it stared straight at the 7-fold killing array outside the 7 ghosts of Beixiong, as if it felt a great threat. Lin Tian's gaze fell on the 7 people. Facing the 7-fold killing array that was condensed outside the 7 people's bodies, he naturally felt the pressure at this time. Not bad. As he spoke, a bright light flashed across his eyes. He took a step forward and directly stepped into the 7-fold killing array. Such a scene instantly caused the expressions of all the cultivators in this place to change. Reincarnation body, what is he doing? He actually jumped into the 7 killings array of the 7 ghosts of Beixiong. Is he crazy? The 7 carnage array of the 7 ghosts of northern Xiang. Even if it was their first time seeing it, even an ordinary cultivator would be able to tell how terrifying the 7 carnage array was. The 7 layers of the 7 carnage array were intertwined with a terrifying killing aura. In the face of such a situation, one would normally be vigilant to not be enveloped by the 7 carnage array and destroy the 7 carnage array from the outside. At present, however, Lin Tian had actually stepped into the 7 carnage array. This caused all the cultivators present to be greatly shocked, and many of them widened their eyes. Not far away, the Wuxing crocodile and the little Taichu were also dumbfounded. What is this kid doing? Why is he doing this deliberately? The white tiger could not figure it out. Even the 7 ghosts of Beixiong were slightly stunned by the scene at this time. Those powerful enemies that they had encountered before, when those people saw their 7 killings array, would try their best to not be drawn into the array, and they would try their best to envelop the enemies into the 7 killings array. However, now, Lin Tian took the initiative to step into their 7 killings array. This was the first time they had seen such a situation. However, in the next moment, the 7 people's eyes became cold again. There was nothing wrong with the prey voluntarily jumping into their hunting circle. It would save them a lot of effort. "You're digging your own grave," one of them sneered. Lin Tian stood in the 7 killings array, his expression calm. "Come," he said indifferently. As he said that, golden divine light surrounded his body and intertwined around him. In the past year, he had been in seclusion to create a new technique, but it had ended in failure. This made him realize that he still lacked experience. He needed to experience more techniques and experience more battles. At this moment, after the 7 ghosts of Beixiang activated the 7 slaughtering formation, he felt pressured by its murderous aura. As such, he felt that if he personally experienced the 7 slaughtering formation, it would definitely be beneficial to his path of creating a new technique. His gaze was calm. He was calm and composed in the 7 killings array, which made the 7 ghosts of Beixiang's eyes turn cold. They felt that Lin Tian was too arrogant, which made them very uncomfortable. "Attack!" the leader of the 7 people said coldly. Immediately, the 7 people moved. The aura of the same origin surged, causing the 7 killings array to vibrate and emit rays of murderous light. Then, the 7 killings array rotated. Rays of murderous light surged and rolled toward Lin Tian. The rays of murderous light were cold and intimidating. Lin Tian instantly felt threatened. However, his expression did not change. He moved quickly in the 7 killings array with the duality steps and activated other divine techniques to deal with the rays of murderous light. As time passed, the rays of murderous light became more and more fierce. They penetrated the void inch by inch. Rip, a corner of Lin Tian's clothes was torn, leaving a bloody mark. Then, the edge of his pants was also torn by the rays of murderous light, leaving a bloody hole on his calf. Then, the rays of murderous light became denser and fiercer as time passed, causing Lin Tian to be injured from time to time. Although they were only superficial wounds, he looked a little embarrassed. The 7 killings array of the 7 ghosts of Beixiang is indeed terrifying. Even the reincarnation body can't block it. It can only defend. All the cultivators were shocked. Within the 7 killings array, Lin Tian was only dodging the rays of murderous light. He was injured from time to time and could not even attack the 7 ghosts of Beixiang. "You are so stupid to step into our 7 killings array. This is the price of your arrogance," the 7 ghosts of Beixiang sneered. "Kid," the white tiger could not help but say. He could not help but worry when he saw Lin Tian being injured again and again in the 7 killings array. At the side, little Grand Primordium was naturally the same, his eyes filled with worry. However, Lin Tian was very calm in the 7 kills formation. Although he was injured from time to time, his expression did not change at all. He watched the 7 kills formation operate with his normal eyes, watching the changes in the killing light within the 7 kills formation. In the end, he even opened his divine eyes of delusion breaker to observe on a deeper level. He then used his own body to experience and comprehend the rhythm of the 7 kills formation and the flow of saint energy within. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. After an hour, he was still in the 7 killings array. He was not suppressed and was gradually not as embarrassed as he was at the beginning. He slowly began to adapt to the 7 killings array and had a lot of understanding of this technique. Even his essence, qi, and spirit had improved a lot. Of course, this was gradually discovered by the 7 ghosts of Beixiang. "Damn it." He deliberately jumped into the 7 killings array to use our technique to refine his body. The 7 ghosts of Beixiang were all at the peak of the Holy King realm. They were very powerful, so their divine instincts were not weak. After an hour, they naturally saw through Lin Tian's real intention of entering the 7 kills formation. Arrogant thing. After seeing this, the 7 of them were naturally enraged. Lin Tian took the initiative to step into the 7 murders formation, and actually used the strongest killing technique they were so proud of to temper himself. This kind of action, in their eyes, was really too arrogant, an insult to them. Among the 7 of them, the leader shouted coldly, "Use all your strength." As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 of them vibrated their saint power together. A precious weapon appeared in each of their bodies, all intertwined with Holy King aura. Obviously, these were the Holy King weapons of the 7 sects. Generally speaking, it was difficult for an ordinary Holy King to have a Holy King-grade precious weapon. However, the 7 ghosts of Baixiang were famous young supremes in the Void Realm. Naturally, they all had Holy King weapons, and they were all at the peak of the Holy King grade. They were very powerful. At this time, the 7 of them took out their Holy King grade precious weapons at the same time and integrated all the Holy King grade precious weapons into the 7 kills formation. In an instant, the killing power of the 7 kills formation skyrocketed. Around them, a group of cultivators faced the killing power of the 7 kills formation. They were all frightened and could not help but retreat. Billowing killing power surged. The 7 ghosts of Baixiang really used all their strength at this time. Their eyes were extremely cold. Suppress. The 7 of them all looked at Lin Tian coldly and ruthlessly. The 7 kills formation combined with the Holy King weapons of the 7 sects was extremely powerful at this time. It violently pressed down on Lin Tian. Suddenly, the space around them froze. Among the 7 of them, the leader said, staring coldly at Lin Tian, "Reincarnation origin, today, we will, enough." Lin Tian spoke and directly interrupted the man. In the next moment, he moved. The golden flame appeared outside his body. Pure yang flame surged out and swept across the land. As the flame appeared, the 7 kills formation immediately became unstable. The Holy King weapons of the 7 sects also trembled. Pure yang flame? At this place, a group of cultivators recognized the golden flame that Lin Tian had taken out. They were all shocked. This was because the pure yang flame was the legendary divine flame, capable of burning everything and possessing unlimited growth potential. The 7 ghosts of Baixiang were shocked by Lin Tian's pure yang flames. At the same time, they were also shocked by the fact that as Lin Tian used the pure yang flames, their 7 murders formation began to disintegrate. The Saint King weapons placed in the 7 murders formation also began to tremble, as if they were about to melt under the pure yang flames. Damn it! Kill him! Among the 7 people, the leader roared. Together with the other 6 people, they used all their strength to activate the already unstable 7 slaughter formation and the Saint Ruler weapon of the 7 sects. Monstrous killing light burst out, forming a shocking waterfall of killing intent that pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent as he stepped forward to meet them. He took the initiative to step into the 7 murders formation. In the past hour, he had used his body to test the formation. He had a good understanding of the 7 murders formation and understood many things. He had also improved a little on the path of creating a new formation. At this time, he did not continue to test the formation because he could feel that if he continued, there would be no gains. At this moment, he began to counterattack. Using the pure yang flames to protect his body, he used the yin-yang steps and swung the chaotic emperor fist. Dong! With a loud bang, the void distorted and the killing waterfall of the 7 ghosts of Baixiang instantly shattered into pieces. Lin Tian swung his fist and landed on a Saint Ruler weapon, smashing it into pieces. With one punch, he smashed the 7 murders formation's killing intent and destroyed a Saint Ruler weapon. This physical strength, no wonder he has the strongest king body. This physical body is simply, seeing this scene, the cultivators could not help but feel a chill down their spines. Reincarnation body. One of the 7 ghosts of Baixiang shouted angrily. It was the 5th brother of the 7 ghosts of Baixiang. The Saint Ruler weapon that Lin Tian destroyed belonged to him. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the man. With a step, he opened a path with the pure yang flames and appeared in front of the man in an instant. Die. He spat out such a word indifferently and swung the chaotic emperor fist again. Together with the 5 heavenly thunders skill, strands of black lightning intertwined at the tip of his fist and landed firmly on the man's face. With a poof, the man's head exploded. His godly soul wanted to escape, but it was useless. Under the Chaos Emperor's fist that was infused with black thunderbolts, his godly soul broke apart with a horrified expression and disappeared from the world completely. Dead. Dead? One of the 7 ghosts of Beixiong, who are famous in the heaven world, was killed by a single punch. At this place, the cultivators were all shocked by this scene. The other 6 of the 7 ghosts of Beixiong trembled. One of the 7 brothers was killed. Damn it! The 6 of them roared and activated their Saint Royal weapons. Their Saint Power and Saint Might connected and attacked Lin Tian again. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He no longer tried to test his skills and attacked with all his might. After the pure yang flames, the chaotic emperor fist, and the 5 heavenly thunder skill, he also performed the Ling Tian sword manual. Golden sword rays filled the sky and turned into a sword rain that pressed down on the 6 of them. Puff, 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 blood splattered. 3 of the 6 were instantly cut into pieces by the sword rays that filled the sky. Their divine souls retreated in a sorry state. However, Lin Tian did not give them a chance. The sky full of black lightning pressed down and directly enveloped the 3 divine souls. No. The 3 of them were terrified. In the next instant, they were drowned by the black lightning and their divine souls were all shattered. 4th brother. 6th brother. 7th brother. The last 3 of the 7 ghosts of Beixiong were even more shocked and furious. I'll kill you, roared the 3rd of the 7 ghosts. At this moment, he stared at Lin Tian with eyes full of hatred. He crazily activated his saint power and rushed toward Lin Tian. Since you came to kill me and take the reincarnation origin, you should have been prepared to be killed. The hatred in your eyes is very disgusting, said Lin Tian. He moved quickly and appeared in front of the 3rd person as if he had teleported. He directly slapped down. This was not a simple slap. It was a great skill in the medicine encyclopedia. Countless elixir inscriptions were intertwined in the center of the palm. Each of the elixir inscriptions seemed to have the power of annihilation. They directly annihilated the saint power that this person had used. Then, the palm landed on his body. Puff, this person was smashed into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. Only his divine soul was not destroyed. He retreated in shock and anger. However, Lin Tian was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he blocked in front of his divine soul. He raised his hand and slashed down, directly destroying this person's divine soul. Only 2 of the northern region's 7 ghosts were left. At this time, they looked at Lin Tian and could not help but tremble. They could not help but retreat. At this time, they both realized that their combat strength was not only 1 level lower than Lin Tian's. Let's go. The 2 of them gritted their teeth. With unwillingness, they turned into 2 rays of light and fled into the distance. Their speed was shockingly fast. Such a scene shocked the people in this place. The northern region's 7 ghosts were 7 powerful young sovereigns. In the blink of an eye, 5 of them were killed by Lin Tian. The last 2 of them actually fled in a sorry state. They were no longer as powerful as they were when they first appeared. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the 2 of them fleeing. The expression on his face did not change. You can't escape. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward. His speed was so fast that it was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he blocked the 2 of them. Die. As he spoke, he raised his hand and slashed down. Although there was no sword in his hand, 2 rays of dazzling sword aura appeared. It was the ultimate technique of the Ling Tian sword manual, the Ling Tian sword. The sword aura was extremely sharp, and in an instant, it drowned the 2 of them. Puff, puff. Bright red blood splattered in the air, causing all the cultivators to tremble violently. The 7 ghosts of Beixiong were killed in the blink of an eye. Everyone's heart palpitated. The gazes of all the cultivators fell upon Lin Tian. Every one of them was filled with shock. Is this the combat prowess of the legendary strongest constitution? He was too strong. The 7 ghosts of Beixiong were famous young supremes in the heaven domain, but they were all killed so easily. Amazing, kid. The white tiger stared at him. Just now, the 7 ghosts of Beixiong's saint power and saint might were linked together to form the 7 killing formation. Its power was terrifying. It could clearly feel that not many people below the saint venerable level could withstand it, but Lin Tian easily killed the 7 of them who had used the 7-killing formation. Yeah. Even the little Taichu widened its eyes in surprise. It's no big deal, Lin Tian said calmly. In the past year, he had been in seclusion to create new techniques. Although it ended in failure, he had gained something in the past year. Not only was his cultivation about to reach the 2nd tier of the Saint Ruler realm, but his understanding of various techniques had also reached a very profound level. Compared to a year ago, his combat strength had increased by 2 or 3 times. This place was relatively empty. Due to his battle with the Northern Plains 7 ghosts, more cultivators had gathered around. He stood on the spot and swept his gaze across the crowd of cultivators who were looking at him. Facing his gaze, these cultivators could not help but tremble. They hurriedly retreated, afraid that Lin Tian would misunderstand that they were trying to snatch the reincarnation origin. If that was the case, they would definitely follow in the footsteps of the 7 ghosts of Beixiong. After all, these cultivators were very ordinary. The strongest among them was only at the Divine Emperor realm. How could they stop Lin Tian? Lin Tian naturally saw the fear in these cultivators' eyes. He did not care. With a wave of his right hand, he put away the Saint Ruler weapons of 6 of the 7 ghosts of Beixiong. Previously, except for the 5th of the 7 ghosts of Beixiong, he did not destroy the Saint Ruler weapons of the other 6. These Saint Ruler weapons were all at the peak level and were very valuable. Let's go. After storing the 6 Saint King grade artifacts into his body, he called out to the White Tiger and little Taichu and left. Immediately, the man and the 2 beasts left this place, and they quickly traveled extremely far away, vanishing from the field of vision of all the cultivators. The strongest physique, the strongest bloodline, truly, lives up to his reputation. Many people were trembling. Soon after, the news of the 7 ghosts of Beixiong being easily killed in this place spread throughout the heavenly realm. The 7 ghosts of Beixiong were all killed by the reincarnation body? Moreover, it was so easy to kill? How is this possible? The 7 brothers from Beixiong province? Not someone else? Someone sent out a divine sense imprint. It's indeed the 7 people from Beixiong province. It's not an imposter. Every single one of those 7 people were much stronger than the old ancestor of the Thunder Fire Immortal Celestial Land. Furthermore, when the 7 of them attacked together, it was rumored that not many people under the Holy Exalted Realm would be able to withstand their combined attacks. Yet, the reincarnation body actually easily defeated those 7 people. Is he really that terrifying? Within the heavenly realm, many cultivators were shocked by this news. The 7 ghosts of Beixiong were easily killed. This was too shocking. As for the ancient inheritances of the heavenly realm of nihility, they were also paying close attention to Lin Tian, the reincarnation body. After hearing this news, they were all moved. Very strong. A big shot from the older generation commented in a deep voice. The 7 ghosts of Beixiong were famous young supremes in the heavenly realm of nihility. Each of them was extremely strong, and each of them was at the peak of the Holy King realm. However, Lin Tian was only at the early stage of the Holy King realm. With such a cultivation base, he could easily kill the 7 ghosts of Beixiong. This was undeniably terrifying. His shocking and overwhelming battle strength shocked the big shots of the ancient great sections. For a moment, the entire heavenly realm of nihility was shocked by Lin Tian's matter. His battle strength made all the cultivators fearful. However, this did not deter the other young supremes who were eyeing the reincarnation origin. That's right. This is worthy of the title of the strongest physique. Only with such an origin source would it be worth obtaining. After hearing this, a very strong young supreme's eyes were intertwined with dazzling light. His whole body was filled with a sacred aura. Lin Tian, the White Tiger, and the little Taichu had left the place. At this time, they were already very far away. After about 6 hours, they arrived at a relatively remote location deep in the mountains. Secluded cultivation again? Or creating a new technique? The White Tiger widened its eyes. Lin Tian brought it and the little Taichu to this place and told them to prepare for secluded cultivation for a period of time. More or less, Lin Tian nodded and said, this time, it won't take too long. At most, 2 or 3 months. Previously, during the battle with the 7 ghosts of Beixiang, he used his body to test the other party's 7 slaughter formation and had some extraordinary insights. At this time, he was ready to immediately go into secluded cultivation to digest these insights. This would be of great help to his path of creating techniques. He found a hidden place deep in the mountains and set up layers of ceiling formations to isolate all auras from the outside world. He let the white tiger and the little Taichu protect him. Then, he sat cross-legged here and digested the insights from before. Buzz. Outside his body, faint golden light intertwined. His entire essence, qi, and spirit were turbulent, like the surging sea. All around, the void was distorted by the golden light that intertwined outside his body. This aura is really strong. The white tiger could not help but sigh softly. Yeah. The little Taichu echoed in a childish voice. It was very far away from Lin Tian and the white tiger, guarding Lin Tian and guarding the surroundings. Just like this, 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. 2 months later, on this day, a strong aura suddenly rushed out of Lin Tian's body, and his essence, qi, and spirit soared. At this time, his cultivation had entered the 2nd heaven of the Holy Ruler realm. Then, in the next moment, he opened his eyes and stood up from the ground. You've reached the 2nd heaven of the Holy Ruler realm. That's fast. The white tiger saw that he had woken up and flashed over. After a pause, it asked, have you created your technique? Not yet. Lin Tian Andao. In 2 months, he had digested the insights of the 7 slaughter formation and then began to create techniques. At this time, he had reached the 2nd heaven of the Holy Ruler realm. However, he still could not create a new technique. He only had some new insights. The white tiger rolled its eyes. Not yet? It's a little inefficient. Do you think this is a steamed bun? Is it that simple? Lin Tian squinted at it. In fact, in the beginning, although Lin Tian knew that it was difficult to create a new technique, he did not know the details of this difficulty. It was only when he really started to take this step that he truly understood how difficult it was to create a new technique. Let's go out. He said. In the 2 months of seclusion, his cultivation had increased by a small level, and he had some good gains on the path of creating a new technique. However, there was still a long way to go before he could create a new technique. It was useless to continue his seclusion now. At that moment, he brought the white tiger and little Taichu out of the range of the deep mountains and appeared outside the mountains. Then, not long after, they walked very far away. He, the white tiger, and little Taichu temporarily walked in some mountains and forests. After 2 months of seclusion, he wanted to see the natural scenery first to train his state of mind. This was because although the cultivation realm was very important in the path of cultivation, the state of mind was even more important. Once the cultivation realm surpassed one's state of mind, it was very easy to cause chaos in one's Taoist foundation and give birth to the root of disaster, which was the so-called qi deviation. On the other hand, if the attainments in the state of mind surpassed the cultivation realm, it would be very useful to a cultivator. It would often be able to exert one's strength to a level of perfection. He had cultivated for so many years and was very clear about this point. Therefore, he especially valued the attainments in the state of mind. Moreover, now, if the attainments in the state of mind could be further refined, then it would definitely be of great use to his future path of creating a new technique. Just like that, he and the white tiger and little Taichu walked in some remote mountains and forests. They looked at the green mountains and clear waters, smelling the fragrance of flowers, and walked on foot like mortals. They completely emptied their minds and even forgot that they were a powerful Saint King cultivator. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. He brought the white tiger and little Taichu to the mountains and forests, looking at some very ordinary things. Even if they did not need to eat, they still looked for wild fruits to eat and streams to drink like ordinary people. Kid, how long will you be walking for? The white tiger looked at Lin Tian and curled its lips. After walking like this for a month, it felt very dull and boring. Nature breeds everything and surpasses everything. No one can surpass nature. You should also look at it more and comprehend it more. Lin Tian said calmly, not answering the white tiger's question directly. Nature was the foundation of everything. It gave birth to all things. If one really wanted to talk about invincibility, then the most invincible thing would be heaven and earth. No one could surpass heaven and earth in nature. In this way, the entire world could naturally be called an invisible ancient scripture. If one truly used their heart to comprehend it, there would always be some gains. The so-called comprehension of the Tao was actually comprehending the nature of the world. The Tao was a part of nature. That's too boring. Why don't you go find some heavenly treasures for me to refine? The white tiger said. Lin Tian glanced at it. You only know how to refine heavenly treasures. Look at how useless you are. The white tiger rolled its eyes. Grandpa Tiger just wants to live a more relaxed life and use heaven and earth treasures to increase my strength. I don't need to spend a lot of time and effort to cultivate. Isn't that great? I'm the one who's looking for all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Is your ease built on my toil? Lin Tian gave him a sidelong glance. Capable people do more work. The white tiger was very thick-skinned. Black lines appeared on Lin Tian's forehead. He immediately wanted to beat it up. In the end, he gave the white tiger a sidelong glance and called this guy and the little Taichu to continue walking into the depths of the mountains and old forests. In the celestial realm of nothingness, almost every place in the cultivation world was discussing Lin Tian's matter. This was because it had been 3 months since Lin Tian killed the 7 ghosts of Beixiong. In these 3 months, Lin Tian had disappeared in the cultivation world again. Many young supreme masters were looking for him, but they couldn't find him at all. Could it be that he was seriously injured after killing the 7 ghosts of Beixiong and went to recuperate? Don't talk nonsense. Didn't you see the divine sense imprint that others used? It was clearly a simple killing of those 7 people. How could he be seriously injured? If that's the case, then why did he disappear again? There's been no trace of him at all in these 3 months. After 3 months without any trace of Lin Tian, countless people couldn't find him. Many cultivators began to discuss this matter. After that, in the blink of an eye, another 2 months had passed. Many young supreme masters in the celestial realm of nothingness were looking for Lin Tian. Unfortunately, no one could find him. This made many cultivators very curious about Lin Tian's whereabouts. Reincarnation body, my master, the first divine son of the celestial court, has set up an imperial ring in the Nirvana wasteland. Do you dare to show yourself and fight? If you're afraid to fight, then hide forever and never appear again. And tell the cultivation world that the reincarnation body is just trash. On this day, a voice rang out in the celestial realm of nothingness. It was cold and soon spread throughout the celestial realm. For a time, many cultivators in the celestial realm of nothingness were shocked. After 5 months without any trace of Lin Tian, they couldn't find him. They didn't expect that someone would set up an imperial ring to challenge Lin Tian. Moreover, this person was the first divine son of the celestial court. The first divine son of the celestial court. It's said that he has some kind of shocking bloodline and has cultivated an extremely terrifying ancient technique. His cultivation is at the 9th level of the Saint King realm, but he has killed a Saint Venerable. Moreover, it's said that the one he killed was an expert of the 3rd level of the Saint Venerable realm. Some cultivators were shocked as they recalled some rumors. In the cultivation world, many cultivators naturally knew about this rumor. When they heard that the first divine son of the celestial court had set up an imperial ring and publicly challenged Lin Tian to a fight, many people were shocked. At the same time, in the celestial realm of nothingness, a group of young supreme masters who were looking for Lin Tian naturally heard the voice of the first divine son of the celestial court. They were all shocked, and a deep light appeared in many of their eyes. Not long after, in a very remote mountain forest in the celestial realm, Lin Tian naturally knew about this matter. Imperial ring? He sneered. They wanted to seize his reincarnation source energy, but they couldn't find him, so they set up an imperial monarch arena to provoke him into showing himself. In his opinion, it was really a little childish and stupid. Of course, it was also very disgusting. The white tiger also sneered and said to Lin Tian Dao, they used such a low-level provocation to lure you out. They are treating you like a fool. Will you obediently go? Lin Tian glanced out of the forest with a cold smile on his face. He paused and said, go. The white tiger was immediately stunned when he heard this. Huh? Go? He stared. Are you really stupid? Even the little Taichu stared. Lin Tian actually said that he would accept the challenge after being provoked by such a low-level provocation. Go, Lin Tian affirmed and said, but not now. Let's wait for another 10 days or half a month. Now, he was creating a method. The path of creating a method was difficult, and he had encountered a bottleneck. Under such circumstances, he needed to fight to sharpen himself, improve himself, and increase his understanding of various techniques. Only in this way could he make further progress. The first divine son of the celestial court was very strong. If such a young supreme master challenged him to a fight, it would be very useful for him to create a method. Lin Tian would never do anything that would damage the reputation of an old drunkard. Therefore, he would definitely go to battle the first god's child of the celestial court. You're really stupid. The white tiger rolled its eyes and frowned. Rumor has it that he has even killed a third sky saint venerable. Are you sure you can handle him? Although the man and the two beasts were traveling in some very remote mountains and forests, they knew all kinds of rumors about the cultivation world. They had heard some rumors about the first god's child of the celestial court. His battle prowess was very frightening. Take a guess. Lin Tiandao said. Guess what? Give me a definite answer. The white tiger said angrily. It knew that since Lin Tian said he would go to battle, he would definitely go. The rumors about the first god's child of the celestial court were really frightening. He had even killed a third sky saint venerable, which made it very worried. Although it knew that Lin Tian was very strong, it was not confident that Lin Tian could kill a third sky saint venerable with his second sky saint kinghood cultivation. In other words, it was not confident that Lin Tian could defeat the first god's child of the celestial court. Lin Tian knew that the white tiger was worried about him, but he did not care. You'll know when the time comes. With that, he called the white tiger and the little Taichu and walked to some other mountains. The white tiger followed. Since it could not get an answer to its previous question, it asked another question. Since you're going, why do you have to wait for half a month? My state of mind has become much more resilient in the past 2 months. In a few more days, it should be able to reach a higher level. Lin Tian didn't evade this question and directly answered it. After that, he said, besides that, are you sure that only the first godchild of the celestial court would be waiting for me at the rebirth wasteland? When the white tiger heard this, it was immediately stunned and said, of course not. The first divine child of the celestial court has challenged you to a battle, which has already caused a huge uproar. There are bound to be many other cultivators who will go there, and among them, there will be some other young supreme masters who have designs on the origin of samsara. As it said this, it suddenly changed its expression and stared. You want to? Lin Tian nodded and said, there will definitely be a lot of young supreme beings going to that place. At that time, if they suddenly attack me together, I won't be able to block all of them with my own strength. I have to make some preparations in advance. As he spoke, he revealed a cold smile. If no one moves, that would be for the best. If someone moves, then bury them all. Looking at Lin Tian's sneer at this time, the white tiger trembled for no reason. Brat, your sneer is so evil. Lin Tian glanced at it and called out to it and the little Taichu before walking into the distance. Void Realm, Nirvana Wasteland, as its name suggested, was a flat land. It was very vast, the land was reddish-yellow, and there were very few plants and trees. It was rumored that there was once a divine phoenix that was undergoing nirvana here. It was filled with boundless saint energy and attracted countless cultivators. Some people with evil intentions took advantage of the moment when the divine phoenix was undergoing nirvana to steal its nirvana Dao fruit. A huge battle broke out here, and more than 10 void sky realm experts fell here. It was a very famous place in the heaven realm. On this day, at this time, the Nirvana wasteland was already densely packed with cultivators, more than 100,000. In the middle of the wasteland, a man in purple stood with his hands behind his back. His body was not muscular, but he had an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers, as if he was the supreme ruler of heaven and earth. That's Xianxia, the first divine son of the celestial court. His essence, qi, and spirit are so strong, In the wasteland, many people looked at the man in purple with respect. At this time, looking at Xianxia, the cultivators could feel how terrifying his aura was even though they were very far away. It was so oppressive that many people could not breathe, and many people's faces turned pale. Whoosh, 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 the sound of air being torn apart rang out one after another. In the distance, figures appeared one after another, rushing over. The first divine son of the celestial court challenged the legendary strongest physique. Very few people did not care. Although they were not sure if Lin Tian would accept the challenge, they still rushed to this place to wait. I wonder if the reincarnated body will accept the challenge. It's hard to say. Xianxia is very powerful and terrifying. He's the most powerful person in the younger generation of the celestial court. With his cultivation of 9th level Saint King, he once killed a 3rd sky Saint Venerate. His battle prowess is extraordinary. Although the reincarnated body is the strongest physique, her cultivation is too far away from Xianxia. No one can be sure if she'll come to fight. Indeed. Some people were discussing softly. Xianxia was dressed in purple as he stood alone in the Nirvana wasteland. Even though his eyes were closed, he was aware of everything that was happening around him. However, he did not seem to care at all. Time was like the sand between one's fingers, passing very quickly. Lin Tian led the white tiger and little Taichu deep into the mountains and forests. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. 7 days later, on this day, he was walking calmly in the forest. Suddenly, a very rich holy light surged out of his body, as if it had a mind of its own. It flowed on the surface of his body like a liquid source. Brat, you, the white tiger was beside him. Seeing this, it was suddenly moved. Yeah? The little Taichu also opened its eyes wide. At this moment, looking at Lin Tian, they suddenly felt that Lin Tianyi seemed to have become a different person. Lin Tian was clearly in front of them, but they felt that Lin Tian was very far away from them. They felt that Lin Tian had become invisible. Nothing. Lin Tian smiled. More than 2 months had passed as he walked through the forest. On this day, his state of mind had once again transformed after he was framed and lost his cultivation. He felt as if his entire being had become ethereal. This ethereal feeling was similar to when Xianxia merged with the Tao. It made him feel comfortable all over at this time. At this moment, the nature of the great world became even clearer in his field of vision. Nothing. There is clearly something. The white tiger opened its eyes wide. Lin Tianyi smiled and did not say anything. He called the white tiger and the little Taichu to find a relatively hidden cave deep in the mountains. He set up a series of ceiling formations around it and then walked in. He asked the white tiger and the little Taichu to guard him. He took out some medicinal herbs and crystals and made some other preparations. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. 7 days later. On this day, all kinds of treasured lights intertwined in the cave and then dimmed. He got up and waved his hand. Divine light appeared and stored all the preparations that he had made in the cave in the past 7 days. It's about time to go to the Nirvana wasteland. Lin Tian's mental state had improved once again. He had already made all the necessary preparations. He was prepared to head to the Nirvana wasteland. Kid, are you sure you can win? You'll die if you lose. White Tiger asked worriedly. Do I look like someone with a short life? Lin Tian said calmly and walked out of the mountain. White Tiger followed him and shook its head. As the old saying goes, good people don't live long, but scourges live for thousands of years. You should have a long life. Black lines immediately appeared on Lin Tian's forehead. Does this fellow know how to chat? Was he considered a scourge? He raised his hand and grabbed the guy. He said to little Taichu, little guy, go and beat him up. As he spoke, he caught the white tiger and gave it a good beating. Yeah. Little Taichu blinked and joined in. It clenched its little paws into fists and waved them at White Tiger happily. You guys. Awoo. White Tiger yelled. It was supposed to be a joke between friends. Lin Tian and little Taichu couldn't be too harsh, but it was still painful. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 breaths had passed. Lin Tian stopped and said to White Tiger, I feel that my state of mind has improved after beating you up. I can try to beat you up more often in the future. Now, he was going to the Nirvana wasteland to fight the first divine son of the celestial court, but he didn't feel nervous at all. This was related to his state of mind, and at the same time, because he had absolute confidence in himself. Get lost. White Tiger scolded. It was beaten until it grimaced and its fur was messy. It tidied up and looked at Lin Tiandao. Kid, seriously, are you sure? The first divine son of the celestial court is really not simple. Lin Tian looked at the White Tiger's serious expression. He stopped smiling and said calmly, the old man firmly believes that I won't lose to anyone in my generation. It's the same for me. I also believe that within my generation, no one can defeat me. Nirvana Wasteland. As time passed, another 3 days passed. Even more cultivators had gathered here. There were already more than 300,000 of them. More than half a month has passed. Will the reincarnated body come? The first son of God of the celestial court challenged the strongest physique in the world. Between the two, the first son of God of the celestial court was extremely powerful. He had long been famous in the heaven world, and he was known as the first young sovereign of the heaven world. As for the reincarnation body, as the strongest physique in the world, it had caused many storms in the heaven world during this period of time, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. When one of them challenged the other, it naturally attracted the interest of many cultivators, and many people came to this place. That's right. The imperial battle has been held for more than half a month. Will the reincarnated body not come? Everyone here was looking forward to Lin Tian's appearance. They all wanted to see the battle between Lin Tian and the first son of God of the celestial court. In the middle of the Nirvana wasteland, the first son of God of the celestial court, Xianxia, had been standing quietly with his eyes closed for more than half a month. He was like an immortal monument that could not be shaken. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. More cultivators had come to the Nirvana wasteland. There were already more than 500,000 cultivators. This was because the Nirvana wasteland was vast and spacious enough. Otherwise, it would not be able to accommodate so many cultivators. It's been almost a month. Is the reincarnated body really not coming? Could it be that he's afraid of the battle? That's impossible. It shouldn't be. Based on the strength that he displayed before, it's impossible for him to be afraid of the battle. Almost a month had passed. In the Nirvana wasteland, many cultivators began to frown. Many of them were disappointed. They were all looking forward to the reincarnated body coming to fight the first son of God of the celestial court. In the middle of the Nirvana wasteland, Xianxia had his eyes closed. He could sense everything around him. However, he still stood straight with his hands behind his back. There was no change in his emotions at all. He waited coldly and quietly. There was a group of young cultivators nearby. All of them possessed extraordinary cultivation, reaching the level of saint rulers. The most powerful among them was a 5th heavenly layer saint ruler. They were Xianxia's followers. Reincarnated body, come out and fight. Or are you planning to hide for the rest of your life because you're afraid of our master? It's normal for him to hide for the rest of his life. In front of our master, the first reincarnated body in the world is just *T. Let's not talk about our master. Even we can crush him with a finger. The strongest body? What a joke. These followers of Xianxia were hooting. Moreover, they used special methods to spread their voices far and wide. On the rebirth wastelands, many cultivators couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw these people and heard the clamoring of these people. Even though they knew that these people were intentionally provoking Lin Tian to come out and fight them, they still felt that these people were too arrogant and laughable. After all, the divine sense brand had spread out earlier, and even a young exalt like the 7 ghosts of northern wastelands was easily annihilated by Lin Tian. These people were obviously far inferior to the 7 ghosts of northern wastelands, yet they dared to belittle and ridicule Lin Tian like this. Reincarnated body, come out. You don't need our master. We'll fight you. We'll only use one hand. You don't dare? I'll use both hands. In the wasteland, Xianxia's followers kept talking. They all sneered and mocked Lin Tian. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a sandstorm in the Nirvana wasteland. In the sky, the stable white cloud suddenly trembled. Footsteps were heard not far away. Lin Tian appeared with the white tiger and little Taichu. They walked towards the Nirvana wasteland step by step. In an instant, the Nirvana wasteland was in an uproar. Reincarnated body. He's here. In the wasteland, the cultivators could not help but tremble. They were all moved, and many of their eyes lit up. At the same time, a few people's eyes shone brightly as they stared at Lin Tian, who had appeared at this moment. These people had been here for almost a month, waiting for Lin Tian to appear. In the middle of the Nirvana wasteland, Xianxia, who was standing with his hands behind his back, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze fell on Lin Tian. Two beams of light flashed in his eyes and directly shattered a large part of the void. The tyrannical saint aura made the cultivators tremble. Not far away, Xianxia's group of saint ruler followers, who had been mocking Lin Tian earlier, immediately shut their mouths when Lin Tian appeared. Their previous arrogance was nowhere to be seen, and fear surfaced on their faces. They had only mocked and mocked Lin Tian to appear. Now that Lin Tian had truly appeared, how could they still dare to be arrogant? When Lin Tian arrived, his gaze immediately fell on Xianxia, who was in the middle of the wasteland. Since he was already here, he naturally knew that this person was the first divine son of the celestial court who had challenged him. His gaze fell on this person, and he calmly walked towards him, step by step. His steps were very gentle, just like a mortal. Pfft! Blood floated in the air, attracting everyone's attention. Lin Tian took a step forward and walked towards Xianxia. He didn't even look at those who had mocked him before. His gaze was calm, and his footsteps were steady. Poof! Among the group of saint kings who had mocked him, the second one exploded. His physical body and spiritual soul were destroyed. This is? His aura, it seems like, it's connected with the earth. The cultivators who had come to the Nirvana wasteland were not ordinary people. Even the weakest of them was at the heavenly god realm. Looking at Lin Tian and sensing his aura, they felt as if Lin Tian had merged with heaven and earth. The veins of the earth moved with his steps, causing all the cultivators to tremble slightly. There were more than 30 people who had mocked Lin Tian, and all of them were saint kings. They stood together, and all of them were horrified. They were all enveloped by an invisible aura, and they could not even move. Lin Tian did not look at these people. His gaze was fixed on Xianxia, and he continued to walk toward him. His steps did not change at all. They were as steady as a mortal's. However, every time he took a step, one of Xianxia's saint kings would explode. Even his spiritual soul would be destroyed. He killed one person with each step. They were all saint kings. He killed them so easily. In the wasteland, the cultivators were shocked. Witnessing Lin Tian's power with their own eyes, many of them could not help but tremble. Even the white tiger and little Taichu were shocked. They were moved by this scene. This guy, his combat power has increased so much in the past month. The white tiger stared. The dozens of saint kings who had followed Xianxia were completely suppressed by the invisible aura. Every time Lin Tian took a step, one of them would explode. They did not even have time to scream. For a moment, everyone was terrified. "Master, save us!" Someone asked Xianxia for help. Xianxia stood in the middle of the wasteland. His eyes were deep as he watched Lin Tian walk over coldly. It was as if he hadn't heard the Saint King's cries for help at all. Pooh! 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 The blood mist exploded one by one. Lin Tian took a step forward. The earth veins moved with his footsteps. Those who had mocked him earlier died one after another. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths had passed. He was only 100 feet away from Xianxia. The dozens of Saint Kings who had been hooting had all fallen. Numerous sounds of gasping resounded throughout the entire rebirth wasteland. The group of cultivators looked at Lin Tian. At this moment, they personally experienced what was called strength. It was clearly just a simple step, but in the blink of an eye, dozens of saint rulers exploded and died. Such methods were both awe-inspiring and terrifying. At the same time, within the crowd, the gazes of some exceptionally powerful supreme youths fell upon Lin Tian, their eyes narrowing slightly. Come if you have the guts. Reincarnation body, you're not bad. In the middle of the rebirth wasteland, Xianxia, who had been standing quietly in the same spot for a month, spoke. His eyes became somewhat threatening and forceful as they fell coldly upon Lin Tian. Isn't it what you want? Lin Tian appeared very calm. Xianxia's eyes were cold like a god's. He was extremely majestic. I'll kill you today. The origin of reincarnation belongs to the celestial court. You'll regret it. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. These were the only words he said. Xianxia's eyes turned even colder. Saint light emerged from his body. The might of a saint king spread out in strands, sweeping through the surroundings. Lin Tian's expression remained the same. Saint light also emerged from his body. The might of a saint king appeared, causing the clouds to move in all directions. Kaboom, the two of them didn't attack. The saint might outside their bodies started to collide at this moment, causing the entire wasteland to rumble and shake. Arcs of electricity appeared between and around the two of them. Sizzling sounds could be heard, causing the space to distort inch by inch. Around them, the crowd of cultivators felt their hearts palpitate when they faced this aura. Many of their faces turned pale as they stumbled backward. Even some of the ordinary ninth heaven saint kings were no exception. Just facing the aura of the two of them made their entire bodies ache. It was as if they would explode in the next moment. They only felt better after retreating for more than 1,000 feet. It's just a collision of auras, but it's already so powerful. These two, someone's voice trembled. Kaboom, in the middle of the Nirvana wasteland, Lin Tian and Xianxia stood face to face. They were 100 feet apart, and the space around them was constantly distorted. How powerful are you? Xianxia was like an ancient deity. His gaze fell upon Lin Tian as he spoke. His voice was very cold. Golden light circled Lin Tian's body. He didn't respond to Xianxia's words. He bent his right hand and flicked his finger lightly. Clang, the ear-piercing sound of a sword rang out immediately. A beam of golden sword light shot out from between his fingers. It carried an extremely sharp sword intent, as if it could pierce through everything in the world. It went straight for Xianxia's forehead. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. He raised his hand and slapped out a palm. A sharp gust of wind appeared and went towards the golden sword. The two of them collided in the blink of an eye. With a sizzle, Lin Tian's golden sword light shattered. Xianxia's palm wind also disappeared. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He took a step forward and moved. He covered 100 feet with each step and appeared before Xianxia in an instant. Boom, black lightning fell from the sky. The Five Thunder Divine Territory's great superpower was activated. In the blink of an eye, the place turned into a black sea of lightning. He shuttled through the sea of lightning like an unparalleled thunder god. In the blink of an eye, he attacked Xianxia more than 900 times. This was a very frightening attack speed. In the Nirvana wasteland, ordinary cultivators simply couldn't see it clearly. Only a few powerful young supremes were able to see it, and all of their eyes became serious as they were moved by it. Xianxia snorted coldly. Holy light circled around his body. He waved his divine palm. His palm energy was powerful and brought about a blazing gust of wind. Sizzle, 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 all of Lin Tian's attacks were blocked. Then, with a crack, the Five Thunder Divine Territory was destroyed. Xianxia took a step forward. At this moment, he really moved. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with his silhouettes. He raised his hand and punched. It wasn't any superpower or secret skill. It was just a simple physical attack. However, it was as terrifying as a punch that could destroy the world. It bombarded Lin Tian. Lin Tian was fearless. He raised his fist and met the attack. In the blink of an eye, the two of them collided. Their fists collided continuously, creating a destructive hurricane. The space around them collapsed continuously because of the collision of their fists. So powerful. In the distance, a group of cultivators was shocked. Even some peak holy kings were no exception. They were shocked by the two's physiques. They felt that a casual punch from the two of them could easily smash them into pieces. Bang, 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 fist collided with fist. Lin Tian and Shen Wuke fought for supremacy. Explosions erupted and even the sky trembled from the impact. He's only a second-tier holy king, but his physique isn't weaker than a peak holy king. Moreover, his body has been refined with the barren sky treasure blood. Is this the foundation of the strongest physique? The 9 youths all had strong spiritual energy and were at the peak of the Saint King realm. They were also very familiar with Shen Wuke. Among the younger generation of the celestial court, he's the only one who's refined his body with barren sky blood. His physique isn't any weaker than some 5th sky saint venerables, but now, one of the 9 youths spoke up. His eyes narrowed and dazzling light intertwined, distorting the space around him. His aura was terrifying. Reincarnation body. Someone else spoke up. His voice was low. Desolate heaven treasure blood was a drop of essence blood from each of the 108 leaders of the celestial court. Together with countless heavenly resources, it took them 1,000 years to refine. It was priceless and could make a person's body undergo earth-shattering changes. Shen Wuke had obtained desolate heaven treasure blood before and used it to refine his body. His body was even stronger than the barbarian king body of the same level. But now, Lin Tian's body wasn't any weaker than Shen Wuke's at the second saint ruler layer. Shen Wuke, who had refined his body with desolate heaven treasure blood, was at the very end of the saint ruler layer. Boom, the nirvana wilderness shook. Lin Tian and Shen Wuke fought. Their fists collided, creating earth-shattering explosions. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. The two exchanged one last punch and then retreated dozens of feet. Not bad. Your physique is comparable to mine, Shen Wuke said coldly. He was like a king looking down on everything. Lin Tian's lips curled up. Comparable to you? He laughed coldly and moved again. With the yin-yang steps, he appeared before Shen Wuke and punched again. Dong, this punch was still a simple physical attack. However, the force of the punch was shockingly strong. It sealed off the surroundings. The power of the previous punch couldn't compare to it. Shen Wuke was shocked. He raised his hand and punched back. Their fists collided again in the blink of an eye. Bang! In the next moment, a muffled groan was heard and Shen Wuke was sent flying. Drops of dazzling blood splattered in the air. This is? His physical body is stronger than Wuke's, who has refined his body with desolate heavenly blood. In the distance, the 9 youths were all shocked. At the same time, the other cultivators in the Nirvana wilderness were also shocked. Shen Wuke was sent flying with one punch. His cultivation is 7 levels higher, but his physique is no match for the reincarnation body? The cultivators were in disbelief. This is the strongest physique. He's only at the 2nd level of the Saint King realm, but his physique? His physique alone, he's no weaker than a 7th level Saint. Everyone was shocked. On the other side, White Tiger and Little Taichu were together and couldn't help but sneer. It and Little Taichu were the ones who knew how terrifying Lin Tian's physical body was. He had the strongest king physique, and under normal circumstances, his physical body was already very monstrous. Coupled with the fact that he had been struck by heavenly lightning time and time again since he was in the airborne realm and had to bear the power of heavenly retribution to temper his body, Lin Tian's current physical body was probably not weaker than some peak saint venerables. Boom, Saint Aura shook in the center of the wilderness. Shen Wuke steadied himself. His right hand was completely cracked. Blood flowed out, and one could vaguely see the white bones inside. Can I compare to you? Lin Tian looked at him and said indifferently. Shen Wuke narrowed his eyes and froze. Lin Tian's words were laced with a faint hint of mockery. He looked at Lin Tian. Saint Aura surged around his body. It began to rise at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, it climbed to an extremely shocking level. The entire sky changed color, and a gale swept out. Many cultivators in the Nirvana wilderness trembled. The aura Shen Wuke was exuding was too strong. His aura was even stronger than that of an early-stage saint. Rumor has it that he killed a 3rd-level saint. Looks like it's true. This aura is... Many people could not help but tremble. In the distance, the White Tiger was also shocked. He was shocked by the aura Xianxia was exuding. It was too strong. Even the little Taichu was no exception. He opened his eyes wide. At that moment, the void in all directions cracked like fragile glass. Under Xianxia's aura, it could completely collapse at any time. Lin Tian stood in the middle of the wilderness. He faced Xianxia's powerful aura without any fear in his eyes. Who doesn't know how to show off their aura? He said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he communicated with his saint power. With a rumble, his saint aura surged and shot into the sky. Then, he shook his life origin. He activated the reincarnation forging spiritual art. His aura skyrocketed again. In an instant, it was 10 times stronger. In an instant, the sky shook even more violently. The Nirvana wilderness also shook. He's not weaker than Xianxia. He's just as strong. On the wasteland, the expressions of the cultivators changed once again. With the cultivation of a second-tier Saint Kinghood, Lin Tian's aura was not weaker than Xianxia's at the end of the Saint Kinghood. In the distance, the 9 youths were shocked for the 3rd time. Their eyes narrowed. How can this be? The reincarnation body is rumored to be the strongest imperial body. Is he really that strong? He's only a second-tier Saint Kinghood, but his body is stronger than Xianxia's at the end of the Saint Kinghood. His essence, qi, and spirit are on par with Xianxia's. Like Xianxia, the 9 youths were also young sovereigns of the celestial court. At this moment, they were truly shocked. On the other side, even the white tiger and the little Taichu, who were familiar with Lin Tian, could not help but be shocked. This kid, this aura, this. The white tiger's eyes widened. Even if the reincarnation forging spiritual art can increase one's combat power by 10 times, this aura is too exaggerated. It's more than 100 times stronger than when he was a first-tier Saint Kinghood. How can this be? Is it because my state of mind has undergone a great sublimation? The improvement of his state of mind has such a huge effect? It could not believe it. In fact, its guess was not wrong. Not long ago, his cultivation level had improved by a small level, and his state of mind had improved greatly. There was a huge qualitative change. Lin Tian was completely different now. He could unleash the potential of the reincarnation origin to a greater extent. Then, with the reincarnation forging spiritual art, the combat power that he could unleash naturally had an earth-shattering change. In the middle of the Nirvana wasteland, Xianxia's body was covered in holy light. When he felt the aura that Lin Tian was emitting, his eyes narrowed. Then, they became even sharper and colder. Good. Very good. Your origin is indeed worthy of being fought over by the world. Just as the heavenly masters of my sect said, it contains endless mysteries and contains all possibilities. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. At this moment, he did not say anything else. He took a step forward, and a sky full of afterimages appeared. In the next instant, he appeared before Xianxia. I'll send you to your death. End of chapter 2056. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.